You, the esteemed ancestor of the #1 holy land in the world, have been burdened with the reputation of being a waste for 3,000 years. Even your descendants look down on you, and now you have been driven out of the family by the empress you personally raised. Little do they know that you simply do not want the younger generations to rely too much on you. For 3,000 years, you have secretly helped them improve their physique by washing their essence in marrow, and even single-handedly killed 9 demon lords from beyond the sky, finally turning the Gu family into the most powerful force in the Xintian continent. Who would have thought that such a low-key person like you would be seen as a waste by them? Today's act of defiance has completely ignited the anger in your heart, but to the onlookers, your furious eyes are filled with mockery. Ancestor, in the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top is the priority. This is the principle you taught me. Gu Zi looked at you contemptuously and said, "Now I am already a strong spiritual emperor, while you are just a spiritualist. According to your words, you should respect this emperor. I can call you ancestor out of respect for my ancestors. It's just a pity that the longevity fruit of my ancestors was eaten by such a waste like you, giving you 10,000 years of life for nothing. Even if a pig ate it, it would be stronger than you. Don't look at me with your stupid eyes. If you weren't from the Gu family, just your eyes alone would be enough for this emperor to crush you to dust." Upon hearing these words, you couldn't help but feel as if in a dream. The once innocent and carefree little girl you used to carry on your shoulders has now turned into such a detestable figure. The cold gaze and cutting words continue to provoke you, and at this moment, the murderous intent in your heart has reached its peak. But the next moment, thinking of the promise made to your brothers 3,000 years ago, you take a deep breath, wave your hand, and see a golden sacred fruit floating in the air. This is the longevity fruit bestowed upon me by your ancestors. Today, I return it to you, and from now on, I have no more ties with the Gu family. With that said, you swiftly flick your sleeve and resolutely walk out of the main hall, facing your departure. Everyone is indifferent, all looking eagerly at the immortal Dao fruit in the air. At this moment, the pressure of the Ling Emperor's realm instantly filled the entire hall. The next moment, Gu Zi's cold voice sounded, "This immortal Dao fruit is temporarily kept by this emperor." Facing Gu Zi's actions, everyone dared not speak out in anger, but seeds of resentment and dissatisfaction were already deeply buried in their hearts. At this moment, you have already arrived at the gate of the Gu family mountain. The mocking voices around you are incessant, but you ignore them and walk towards the gate without any hesitation. Just then, a timid voice comes from behind you. Gu Nianling, an outer disciple of the Gu family, pays respects to the ancestor. Upon hearing this, you stop in your tracks and turn around to see a pure and innocent face with admiring and fearful eyes. You raise an eyebrow at the sight. "I am no longer the ancestor of the Gu family. What do you want from me?" The lively little girl bites her red lips lightly. "Ancestor, can I walk with you?" As the girl's voice rings out, laughter fills the entire outer gate in an instant. "Ha ha, Gu Nianling, the #1 waste in the outer gate. If it weren't for your mother seducing an inner disciple of the Gu family, you wouldn't even be worthy of entering our Gu family." "Exactly, but this girl does look good. If she could serve me well, I might reward her with some pills." The merciless insults pierce the girl's heart like sharp arrows. Despite the blood oozing from her tightly clenched hands, she stubbornly refuses to let tears fall. Seeing her unwavering gaze, you can't help but feel a sense of familiarity, as if it were yourself from 3,000 years ago. The difference is that you had the support of your elder brother Gu Jingtian, while the girl in front of you had no one to rely on. Perhaps it was because you had once been caught in the rain that you wanted to offer an umbrella to others. Almost involuntarily, you calmly say, "Yes, let's go." Despite your agreement, there is no hint of joy on the girl's face. She nods resolutely, but tears finally escape from the corners of her eyes. She turns her back to the mocking gazes and follows you, determined not to let them see her tears. As the two of you leave, the mocking laughter behind you echoes in the sky. The old waist and the little waist are a perfect match. Without the Gu family, you won't survive. Ha ha ha. At this moment in the sacred place of the Gu family, the Xintian Hall, Gu Zi, who obtained the longevity Dao fruit, could not hide her joy. Just then, the elder of the Elder Council, Gu Qingfeng, bowed and said, reporting to the family head, Gu Baichuan actually has the longevity Dao fruit, but he has been alive for 3,000 years with the cultivation of a spiritual practitioner. I believe he may still have the longevity Dao fruit in his possession. This statement caused a commotion in the entire hall. It is worth noting that even strong individuals in the spiritual emperor realm have a lifespan of only 10,000 years, while the longevity Dao fruit can directly add another 10,000 years of life, making this natural treasure irresistible to anyone. However, Gu Zi shook her head at this moment. 3,000 years ago, during the chaos in the realm, 2 longevity Dao fruits fell from the upper realm. One was obtained by my Gu family ancestor, Gu Jingtian, while the other was obtained by the ancestor of the Tianyi sacred land, Li Tianyi. It seems that this record is inaccurate, and both longevity Dao fruits should have been obtained by my Gu family ancestor. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the members of the Elder Council were filled with disappointment, as the news of the appearance of these 2 longevity Dao fruits was widely known, recorded in various sects, and it was impossible for there to be a third one. But just then, a figure was seen coming through the door. It was none other than the Gu family's outer gate chief, Gu Chahan. As soon as he entered the main hall, Gu Chang'an fell to his knees. Greetings to the Holy Emperor as well as all the patriarchs. Gu Ziyan raised an eyebrow. What is it? Gu Chang'an said with a trembling voice, reporting to the Holy Emperor that Gu Jingtian has already left the Gu family, and the outer disciple Gu Nianling has also followed along. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan frowned lightly. Gu Nianling? Who is it? Gu Chang'an said in a hurry. Is the inner disciple Gu line outside the bloodline? 2 years ago to join the outer door, but the talent is very poor. Cultivation for 2 years only just barely stepped into the spiritist realm. Gu Ziyan sneered. Just another piece of trash. Leaving is just as good as leaving. However, my Gu family is not some place where you can come and go as you please. Issue the sacred emperor's decree. Gu family Gu Jingtian and Gu Nianling are permanently expelled from the Gu family genealogy. In the future, the life and death of the 2 of them will not have a single thing to do with my Gu family. Any power or individual who dares to take in these 2 is an enemy of my Gu family, an enemy of my Gu Ziyan. With these words, it could be said that he wanted to completely cut off Gu Jingtian's back. After all, although Gu Jingtian was no longer a Gu family ancestor, if he joined another clan, it would be the Gu family that he would lose. Proud as Gu Ziyan was, she would not allow this to happen. Gu Chang'an bowed repeatedly and turned to leave. However, at this moment, Gu Ziyan's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, and then she looked at the Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng on the side. Chapter 3, The Waste That Hammered the Spirit Emperor to the Ground? The corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth lifted lightly, seemingly with a cold smile. Although this longevity Dao fruit is extinct, it doesn't mean Gu Jingtian doesn't have something else. Besides, this Gu Jingtian doesn't know any secret stories. After all, he has already lived for 3,000 years. Send someone to follow the 2 of them, and if you find any heavenly treasures, seize it immediately. But don't kill him. I want him to know what it means to be weak. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group of Senate members lit up. By the law of the family head. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but rub their fists together, their eyes filled with greed. Although he could not obtain the fruit of the Tao of longevity, it would be extremely wonderful if he could obtain other heavenly materials. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the group of patriarchs, Gu Ziyan's mouth twitched. A bunch of fools. If this Gu Jingtian knew any secrets, would this emperor let him leave? Just now, this emperor has already checked clearly. He has nothing on him except for that eternal life Tao fruit. Thinking of Gu Jingtian, Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with biting hatred. Now that this emperor has issued the Holy Emperor's decree, not a single person in the entire Eastern continent, or even the entire Xiantian continent, will dare to take you in. This emperor will not let you die. This emperor just wants to see you with his own eyes like a mole cricket, suffering humiliation in the entire world. Gu Jingtian, you will never know why I did this to you, because I hate you. And one day, I'll make you kneel at my feet and beg. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire land of the Eastern continent. The Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian, was expelled from the Gu family by the Gu family's council of elders. Expelled from the Gu family genealogy. Gu Ziyan, the Gu family's holy emperor, issued a holy emperor's decree. No individual or force is allowed to take Gu Jingtian in. Gu Jingtian, being expelled from the Gu family that he himself had created, was simply a slip of the tongue. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, the entire eastern continent land was plunged into endless shock. Southern part of the eastern continent, a mountain range spreading over 100,000 miles was perched on top of the earth. This place was called the Tianyi mountain range, and it was the place where another holy land in the eastern continent, the Tianyi Holy Land, was located. At this moment, deep within the Tianyi Holy Land, a figure shot up from the sky. It landed between these mountains. It was none other than the Holy Lord of this Tianyi Holy Land, Li Yanqian. One's cultivation had also reached the quasi-emperor realm, and was only one step away from a spirit emperor, while at this moment, Li Yunqian had a respectful face. Descendant Li Yunqian, seeking an audience with old ancestor. In the next second, a low voice echoed out from the valley. What is it? Li Yunxian responded in a condensed voice, reporting to old ancestor. The Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian, was expelled from the Gu clan, and Gu Ziyan has already issued a sacred emperor's decree, forbidding anyone and any force from accepting Gu Jingtian. As Li Yunxian's voice rang out, he was slow to wait for any reply. It wasn't until a few breaths had passed that an earth-shattering laugh resounded throughout the valley. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? The Gu family expelled their old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Is this Gu family a laughing stock? It's laughable that they would dare to do this. This Gu Ziyan is crazy. Or is she just a born fool? Li Yunxian was puzzled for a while. Old ancestor, this Gu Jingtian is only in the one spiritist realm, and this matter is known throughout the world. If he hadn't eaten the fruit of the Tao of longevity, he would have been a piece of yellow earth long ago. A cold hum came from the valley. Pass on this emperor's order. Gu Jingtian is cordially invited to join my Tianyi Holy Land. Any request can be granted, even if it's to make my Tianyi Holy Land change its name to Gu from now on. There isn't even any problem. Hearing his own old ancestor's words, Li Yunxian was even more confused. Old ancestor, are you kidding? This is tantamount to directly offending the Gu family. Besides, for a spiritist realm, it's not at all. Can it be that you, old ancestor, have an old relationship with Gu Jingtian? The low voice once again echoed through the valley. Spiritist realm? Have you ever seen a spiritist realm that hammered a spirit emperor to the ground? But you're right about one thing. This old ancestor does have an old relationship with him. Guess who that spirit emperor who was held down and hammered was? As soon as these words came out, Li Yunxian froze in place, his eyes filled with horror. Could that spirit emperor be? Before the words were finished, the low voice sounded again. Look beyond the obvious. You didn't hear anything today. No what? In an instant, Li Yunxian was in a cold sweat. Old ancestor, I know. No, I don't know anything. All I know is, do whatever it takes to get Gu Jingtian to join the Tianyi Holy Land. The low voice came. Good. You're good. Unlike that stupid woman Gu Ziyan. Alright, go do it. Without Gu Jingtian, what's so scary about his Gu family? The sun rises and the moon sets, and the early morning light pours down on the dense forest. On the deep path, there were two figures. It was the Gu Jingtian duo who had left from the Gu family. Gu Nianling obediently followed behind, her beautiful eyes filled with a tangled color. Finally got up the courage to say it. Old ancestor, is Linger holding you back? Gu Jingtian stopped walking, then turned back to gaze at Gu Nianling in front of him. What? Why? Gu Nianling's brows lowered. Because Linger is only in the spiritist realm at 16. She's a waste. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. For no other reason. His spirit cultivation level was also at the spiritualist realm. The reason why he was able to powerfully defeat the supreme realm's heavens beyond demons and hammer the spirit emperor realm to the ground. Rather, it was because Gu Jingtian had embarked on a path that was very different from the other spiritists, and that was the martial path. Gu Jingtian and Gu Lingtian were blood brothers from the same mother. The talent of the two was far different. Gu Lingtian was a supreme genius, while Gu Jingtian's talent in the spiritual cultivation path could be described as a poor mess. But he has his own little secret. Simply because he's a traveler, and the kind with hang-ups. The plugin is also simple, a check-in system. After 3,000 years of signing in, Gu Jingtian couldn't even figure out how many goodies he had hidden in the system space. And one of the most awesome rewards was none other than his physique, the discordant chaos demon god body. This physique was the same as that supreme demon god Panga who opened up the heavens and the earth in the legend. The gongfu he cultivated was his own unique gongfu, the mixed Yuan martial emperor decision, which was based on the 8-9 Xian Gong and his own fusion of the strengths of 100 schools of thought. There were 18 layers in total, and today's Gu Jingtian had only cultivated to the 10th layer. Later on, although he obtained many rewards that also allowed him to cultivate Reiki, it was clear that none of them were as strong as martial arts. Although his cultivation level was only at the spiritualist realm, he was not sure of its true battle power. In other words, there would be no one on this continent who could force him to use his full strength. Even the 9 supreme realm heavens beyond demons were only blown away by one of his punches, incidentally vaporizing 10,000 miles of ocean. But in the face of Gu Nianling's inquiry, Gu Jingtian didn't really know how to reply. After a moment's thought, Gu Jingtian opened his mouth and said, "If your 16-year-old spiritualist realm is a waste, wouldn't my 3,000-year-old spiritualist realm be the world's #1 waste? Why? In that case, you won't be able to fulfill your ambitions by following me." Hearing this, Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. A slight hesitation in the beautiful eyes was instantly replaced by a resolute look. The next second, she moved. Chapter 4. With a finger of the hand, the sun and the moon changed to a new sky. Without any hesitation, Gu Nianling's petite body directly knelt down in front of Gu Jingtian. Those bright eyes overflowed with tears. Old ancestor, when I was little, my mother told me to be obedient and not to provoke others. Hold back for a while. Step back for a while. Linger understands that it's already a great chance for her to be able to come to the Gu clan. How can she act capriciously? Linger was obedient and didn't dare to start a fight with anyone. I knew that would cause trouble for mother and father. But there are always people bullying me. I can't help it. All I can do is put up with it. But, mother is still gone. But I have my father. But my father, where is he? Speaking of those dark years, Gu Nianling's skinny body couldn't suppress a tremor. The young girl was sobbing at the moment. Crystalline teardrops slid down her cheeks. Though tears blurred her vision, the burning in those eyes was never quenched. Old ancestor, you're the one who brought me out of that place. And no matter what happens, Linger won't leave you. I, Gu Nianling, hereby make a heavenly Tao oath that I will never turn my back on old ancestor in this life. And if I violate this oath, the heavens and the earth will kill me. My soul will be annihilated. Apparently the young girl was very intelligent and knew what had happened to Gu Jingtian. In this world, heavenly oaths are not taken casually, and there is a heavenly way in the underworld. If you break the heavenly oath, you will be punished. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Gu Jingtian remained silent for a long time. Once upon a time, there was also a skinny young girl so-and-so, kneeling in front of him, firmly speaking of their dreams. But today, that young girl had accomplished her dream of becoming the strongest spirit emperor. But she was no longer that stubborn young girl. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Jingtian still sighed softly. Get up, and from now on you'll be at my side. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. What was before is in the past. In the future, you don't need to address me as old ancestor. Just call me Gongzi. Even after going through such a thing, Gu Jingtian still made his own decision as usual. Although that empress of 10,000 people was no longer the young girl she was back then, he was still the Gu Jingtian of that year. Hearing this, Gu Nianling could not hide the joy in her heart and wiped the tears away with all her might. Steadfastly, he looked at the mountainous man in front of him. From then on, she, Gu Nianling, also had a dependency of her own. Feel the warmth that had never been perceived before. Yes, old sir. When these words came out, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Even though I'm over 3,000 years old, I don't look old, do I? Warm smile like the spring breeze in March. Wipe away the tears in the corners of the eyes of the young girl. Awakening that only belongs to the young girl flower-like bright smile. Gu Nianling smiled like a flower and shook her little head. Gongzi is not old, and exceptionally young and handsome. Looking at the young girl in front of him, who was cute with a hint of foolishness, Gu Jingtian's mind moved. A finger slammed onto the young girl's brow. In an instant, a metaphysical aura spread out from Gu Jingtian's fingertips, spreading towards the inside of the young girl's body. That comfortable feeling made the young girl couldn't help but close her beautiful eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment, completely unaware of what was happening. After a few breaths, that mysterious and incomparable breath gradually condensed into a golden glittering rune between the young girl's eyebrows. It looks like a small long sword. With the removal of his fingertips, the long sword glowed faintly and then hid into his skin. At this moment, Gu Nianling slowly opened her eyes, but there was an extra trace of extremely sharp essence under her eyes. Doubt was written all over the little face. Gongzi, what just happened? What a cozy feeling. Facing the young girl's inquiry, Gu Jingtian smiled faintly. It's nothing, you'll naturally know later. Hearing this, Gu Nianling cutely pouted, and resourcefully she did not continue to pursue the matter. Even though she was only 16 years old, she knew some of the rules of the world. At this moment, she was still not aware that that small golden sword had completely changed her qualifications. Gu Jingtian looked up high into the sky. Xian heavenly sword body. As one's consort, the extent of a divine body is already enough. To turn an extremely poorly endowed mortal body into a divine body with just a single finger was already the means of a true immortal. It is important to realize that above the mortal body is the spiritual body. Above the spiritual body is the celestial body. And above the celestial body is the holy body. The god body, on the other hand, was already the strongest physique above this continent. That Gu Ziyan was able to certify as a spirit emperor at the age of over 200 was because she was a sacred body. Obviously Gu Jingtian still had a trace of resentment in his heart, or else he wouldn't have bestowed Gu Nianling with a stronger divine body. And right at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly and glanced at the distant clouds with a rather deep feeling. The bottom of his eyes were full of disdain. Go! With Gu Jingtian's order, Gu Nianling hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above the clouds, there were two silhouettes, and judging by their attire, they were the people of the Gu family. One of them was even a member of the Elder Council, Spirit Saint Realm Powerhouse Gu Changfeng. The one beside him was a Gu family's envoy named Zhao Hailu. Only Zhao Hailu frowned slightly. Elder Yuan, did that punk look at us just now? He wouldn't have noticed us, would he? Gu Changfeng let out a cold laugh that was filled with disdain. How can a spiritist realm mole cricket discover the saint? Have you not had your brain pinched by a woman? Zhao Hailu smiled fawningly. Hey, Genji, I was the one who was overthinking it. In the next second, Zhao Hailu said with a murderous aura, there's no one here. Patriarch, should we? Before Zhao Hailu could finish his words, Gu Changfeng let out a cold snort. Didn't you hear the Holy Emperor's decree not to kill him? Do you want to disobey the Holy Emperor's order? Thinking of Gu Ziyan's thunderous methods, Zhao Hailu's head shook like a rattledrum. Don't dare! Don't dare! And just then, Gu Changfeng's face sank. Hold your breath. A strong man is approaching. Only to see that a stream of light was suddenly shooting from the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of miles and shot towards the dense forest below. It was clearly the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hailu raised an eyebrow. Elder, is this person here to kill that old loser? Should we care? Gu Changfeng had a disdainful look on his face. He's no longer a member of the Gu family. What does his life or death have to do with us? What's more, the strength of the visitor isn't weak. It's highly likely that he's a Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse. At this moment, Gu Jingtian and his duo were walking slowly through the mountain path. Suddenly a man in a golden robe descended from the sky and landed in front of the duo. Facing the uninvited guest, Gu Jingtian's face was ancient. While seeing the appearance of the visitor, the duo in the high sky stared in disbelief. Chapter 5, the whole damn thing went crazy. Complete and utter madness. This man in golden robes with a gust of heroic aura emanating from his brows was none other than the patriarch of that day one holy land, Li Yanqian. Seeing the identity of the visitor, the pupils of Gu Changfeng high in the air shrank. Not good. The person coming is Li Yunqian of the Tianyi Holy Land, a half-step spirit emperor's existence. Hurry up and collect your breath. In the blink of an eye, the duo had collected their breath to the extreme. After all, there was also a spirit emperor realm powerhouse in the Tianyi Holy Land, an existence on the same level as the Gu family, and the relationship between the two families wasn't great. After all, the ancestors of the two families had once fought over the fruit of the everlasting now. Looking at Li Yunqian below, Gu Changfeng had puzzlement written all over his eyes. How did this Li Yunqian appear here? So it seems that he came for this old waste. It's hard to believe that he wants to get something out of the old punk too. Thinking of this, Gu Changfeng flipped his palm, in which there was a jade pendant. It was the jade talisman that Gu Ziyan had bestowed upon him when he left from the Gu family. As long as it was crushed, Gu Ziyan would come as fast as she could. At this time on top of the mountain road, facing Li Yunqian who had descended from the sky, despite knowing that she was no match for the other party, Gu Nianling did not hesitate to block in front of Gu Jingtian. Seeing such a situation, Li Yunqian hurriedly bowed and saluted. Latecomer Tianyi Holy Land Li Yunqian, meet the Gu family ancestor. The tone was full of respect. And upon hearing Li Yunqian declare himself, Gu Nianling, who was blocking the front, trembled, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be flooded with fear. The Holy Lord of the Tianyi Holy Land, Li Yunqian. It's actually him. He's a half-step spirit emperor realm powerhouse. What's going to happen now? Just as Gu Nianling was terrified, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Li Yunqian, who is Li Tianyi to you? Li Yunqian looked even more respectful. It is the family ancestor. I'm sorry to trouble you seniors with your thoughts. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Well then, I guess it's been 2,000 years since I've seen your ancestor and I'll see my old friend when I'm up to it that day. And seeing this scene below, the Gu Changfeng duo high in the air could hardly hide their disdain. This old thing is really good at pretending. A tiny spiritist realm. How dare you make such a big deal in front of the heavenly monarch of the Holy Land? Humph. It seems that this Li Yunqian doesn't know that the old thing has been expelled from the Gu family. Or else why would he be so respectful to a loser? And right at this moment, Li Yun potential below couldn't help but feel joy in his eyes after hearing Gu Jingtian's words. A straight up downhill move. Senior Gu. From what I heard, Senior Gu has already left the Gu family. This trip is precisely on behalf of the old ancestor to invite Senior to join my Tianyi Holy Land. When these words came out, the disdain on the faces of the two people high in the air vanished, and was replaced by the word dumbfounded. What the hell? Did the old man hear wrong? Li Yunqian actually came to dig someone up? Come to dig up this old loser? He must be crazy. Could it really be that there is some secret in this old loser? Just like what the family had said? And right at this moment, Li Yunqian's voice sounded once again. I know that Senior has a special status, and joining my Tianyi sacred land will naturally be a bit inconvenient, but I can guarantee that as long as Senior joins my Tianyi Holy Land, Senior will immediately become my Tianyi Holy Land's elder ancestor. All the resources in the Holy Land can be mobilized by Senior. Even my family's elder ancestor can step aside to give way. The entire Tianyi Holy Land is ruled by Senior as well. When these words came out, the duo in the clouds could be said to be confused. Four eyes even glazed over. No, this isn't Li Yunqian going crazy. This is Li Tianyi going crazy as well. The entire Tianyi Holy Land has gone crazy. To actually let this old loser go to the Tianyi sacred land to become an elder ancestor. There must be a secret in it that we don't know. In the face of this temptation, Gu Jingtian will absolutely agree with his ass. Don't say it's him, even if it's me. I would have said yes right away. No way. Never let Li Yunqian take this old man away. Thinking of this, Gu Changfeng just wanted to crush the jade talisman in his hand. But just then, Gu Jingtian spoke up. 3 words sprawled out and flung out. Not interested. The moment these words came out, Gu Changfeng's hand, which was just about to be crushed, stopped in its tracks. Jaw-droppingly, he looked at Gu Jingtian below. Little eyes were filled with great confusion. Not interested? Refused? This old man actually refused. It's heartbreaking. Heartlessness. This old man actually refused such a generous offer. He's crazy too. He's crazy. And Gu Nianling, who was blocking in front of Gu Jingtian, was also puzzled. Apparently she was also surprised as to why Gu Jingtian would refuse such an offer. As for Li Yunqian, despite suffering Gu Jingtian's rejection, he still did not look angry. Still full of respect, he looked toward Gu Jingtian. The heart was already anxious. After all, Li Tianyi had given him a deadly order to make Gu Jingtian join the Tianyi Holy Land at all costs. Trouble, I've made this kind of offer. He still doesn't agree. It's hard to believe that he doesn't have a quest for merit resources, power and status. That leaves only one thing. Beauty. Heroes are beautiful. Thinking of this, Li Yunqian clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Hardly. Senior. Late Senior has a daughter, named Li Muqing, who is a top 3 human beauty on the list of absolute beauty. It's only 20 now, but it's already out of the way. If Senior doesn't give up, I am willing to let my daughter serve as Senior's consort. Of course Li Yunqian wouldn't say that he would let his own daughter marry Gu Jingtian. Then wouldn't he become Gu Jingtian's father-in-law? And upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng high in the air violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. There were a few more hints of appreciation in his gaze towards Li Yunqian. You can't catch a wolf without a child. Li Yunqian, you're a man. To actually give away his own daughter of earthly beauty. That said, that Li Muqing is really a pearl and a perfect color on earth. It's over. This old thing surely can't resist the temptation. At least I can't. Gu Changfeng was once again ready to crush the jade talisman in his hand, while Gu Jingtian below frowned lightly. The hint of affection in his heart for his late husband disappeared into thin air. I didn't realize that the Tianyi Holy Land, too, would trade the happiness of their own daughters for benefits anymore. What a disappointment. At this moment, Gu Jingtian did not realize that the bottom of Gu Nianling's eyes in front of him was filled with urgency. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's somewhat indifferent voice resounded. Scram! Let me join. You heavenly first holy land is not worthy. A short sentence, but it was like heavily thunder rolling through the minds of the Gu Changfeng duo. His body stiffened violently, and the hand that wanted to crush the jade talisman stopped once again. There was only one thought left in his mind. Treadmill. Gu Jingtian has gone crazy. Lao Zi Tap Ma has also gone crazy. Chapter 6, Clueless Gu Ziyan. To actually be able to reject the entire Tianyi Holy Land and Li Muqing, who is the third on the list of absolute beauty. Gu Jingtian, you are truly a ruthless person. That's Li Muqing. How can you refuse? At this moment, Gu Changfeng was simply more anxious than losing the entire Tianyi Holy Land. After calming down a little, Gu Changfeng's mouth turned up. It's a pity that such a ruthless person is going to die right away. Without the Gu family's backing, you actually dare to speak out of turn and insult the Tianyi Holy Land. Now you're not going to die a complete and utter death. The Holy Emperor forbade us to kill him. but he didn't say he wouldn't allow others to kill him. Gu Changfeng gazed at the scene as if he had already seen Gu Jingtian being blown away by a single punch. But at this moment, Li Yunxian was slightly stunned, and although a trace of sulkiness flashed in his eyes, it disappeared without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. The expression on his face became more respectful. "Senior, don't be angry. There's something to discuss. As long as you're the master of the Tianyi Holy Land, we can agree to any request. If Gong doesn't give up, Yunxian would like to be worshipped as a righteous father. As long as..." Before the words were finished, Gu Jingtian frowned. "I'll say it one last time. Get out." Seeing Gu Jingtian's utter rage, Li Yunxian immediately arched his hand and saluted. It shot out like a thunderbolt. Only one sentence was left echoing in the air. "Gotta do it. I'll get out now." Looking at the scene happening below, Gu Changfeng high in the air was in a state of confusion. Madness. The whole world has gone mad. What is this situation? This must be an illusion. What kind of demon dares to confuse the saint? And seeing the hastily departing Li Yunxian, Gu Nianling also had a dumbfounded look on her face. With her small brain, she couldn't analyze such a huge amount of information. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. "Alright, let's go. I haven't visited the mundane world for a long time either. Just go and see the fireworks of this earth." The duo then set off on their journey once again. Only after a tease time had passed did the duo in the high altitude react from the daze they had just been in. Zhao Hailu asked tentatively, "Genji, what are we going to do now that they're gone?" Hearing Zhao Hailu's voice, Gu Changfeng suddenly looked at him. "You say, can you refuse that condition just now? Can you refuse Li Muqing?" Zhao Hailu froze slightly, and the essence of his eyes flickered. Without hesitation, "I can. My subordinate will always be loyal to the Gu family. I was born a member of the Gu family, and I will die." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Changfeng had already slapped Zhao Hailu's head. "Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy to the extreme. This saint can't even refuse." "You can refuse. That's Li Muqing." Zhao Hailu touched his head with an innocent expression. "Slander in the mind. You can't refuse, but people have to make you that offer. You're more than likely crazy." And at this moment, Gu Changfeng muttered to himself, "How can he refuse when I can't? Doesn't he like women?" Apparently Gu Changfeng was still immersed in the puzzle of the century. Zhao Hailu rolled his eyes and voiced a reminder. "Elder Yuan, should we report this matter to the Holy Emperor?" It was only when he heard the word Saint Emperor that Gu Changfeng reacted, and then he sat with a straight face. I'll inform the Holy Emperor." Immediately, with a wave of his big hand, a sound transmission jade talisman burst into flames. A quarter of an hour passed. Gu Family Holy Land, Xian Tian Hall. Sacred Emperor Gu Ziyan and a group of patriarchs were gathered here at this moment. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng looked toward Gu Ziyan on the imperial throne, then said in a condensed voice, "Coronation of the Holy Emperor. Now that your decree has been spread throughout the entire eastern continent, I believe that after this Gu Jingtian leaves the Gu family, he will be designated to suffer endless cold stares. This punk has been enjoying 3,000 years of riches and honor in vain, based on the name of the Gu family ancestor. Now that I've fallen off the clouds, it's a pleasant thought." As Gu Qingfeng's voice rang out, a group of patriarchs chimed in. "That's right. If this Gu Jingtian is sensible and gives up his identity as an old ancestor early on, he will also barely be allowed to stay in the inner sect. He's just a waste of space. Without the Gu family, he's just a wild dog that anyone can bully." Listening to the voices of the crowd, Gu Ziyan's red lips rose slightly, her beautiful eyes full of complacency. "Gu Jingtian, there will come a day when you will kneel in front of this emperor and beg me." But just then, only to see a stream of light violently shooting from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng reached out with his large hand and grabbed the jade talisman in his hand. His brow furrowed lightly as he stared. "It's Old Six's message. Looks like Old Six found something." Gu Ziyan nodded slightly. "Open up and listen." Gu Qingfeng hurriedly crushed the jade talisman, and Old Sixth Gu Chongfeng's voice rang out in the middle of the hall. And what was in the transmission instantly made the complacency on the faces of the crowd disappear without a trace. The Tianyi Holy Land, which was also a holy land, had actually sent its own holy lord forward to invite Gu Jingtian to join the Tianyi Holy Land. He even went so far as to make Gu Jingtian the ruler of the Tianyi Holy Land. And Li Yunxian even wanted to worship Gu Jingtian as his righteous father. He even wanted to give his daughter to Gu Jingtian. Upon hearing what was in the voice transmission, Gu Ziyan's eyes instantly glazed over. The terrifying pressure of the spirit emperor realm erupted from above that delicate body. The stunningly beautiful face also became somewhat hideous due to the extreme anger. A few words squeezed out between Bei's teeth. Tianyi Holy Land. They're looking for death. Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Jingtian hurriedly said in a condensed voice, "This Tianyi Holy Land is too wild. The Holy Emperor has already issued a Holy Emperor order. The Tianyi Holy Land actually openly disobeyed it. This matter must be given an explanation by the Tianyi Holy Land." However, before Gu Ziyan could make a reply, the 12th Patriarch Gu Lishang on the side hurriedly said, "This matter naturally requires an explanation from the Tianyi Holy Land. But what I feel puzzled about now is why the Tianyi Holy Land is doing this." And after Gu Jingtian's outburst, he actually did nothing and turned around and left. Hearing this, the Grand Elder snorted. This Li Yunqian is a half-step spirit emperor, and even though old Six is already a 7-star spirit saint, he can't escape Li Yunqian's divine thoughts. This Tianyi Holy Land designation thought that my Gu family had sent someone to protect that Gu Jingtian, and that's why they didn't dare to make a move. Gu Lishang's willow brows frowned slightly, and a look of suspicion rose in her eyes. But right at this moment, the Grand Elder hurriedly looked at Gu Ziyan. This Tianyi Holy Land, openly disobeying the Holy Emperor's decree. If it were to be ignored, wouldn't that be detrimental to the Holy Emperor's face? Please also ask the Holy Emperor for clarification. Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and just wanted to open her mouth. But Gu Lishang, who was on the side, hurriedly said, "Coronation of the Holy Emperor. This Tianyi Holy Land is also a great power. Besides, there are still many doubts in this matter. Coronation of the Holy Emperor, please think twice." Gu Ziyan's face slightly slowed down when she heard this. A cold grunt followed. "Great Elder, this matter is for you to travel to the Tianyi Holy Land. You must make them give an explanation." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian hurriedly bowed his head and said yes, only for a hint of sinister color to flash under his eyes. The time blinked into the next day. Early morning daylight spilled over the hills and onto this ancient earth. A lofty city was currently nestled between the mountains. 3 big words were engraved on the city gate. Wind and Moon City. This city, however, was also a city under the banner of the Gu family of the Holy Land. At this moment, at the entrance of the city, 2 figures appeared. It was none other than Gu Jingtian and Gu Nianling. Looking at the lofty city in front of him, Gu Jingtian drifted off into a dream. "It's been 500 years. I didn't realize the city was still here. I just don't know if those people from back then are still around." Listening to Gu Jingtian's words, Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. Bright, big eyes cooed. "Why? Does the gentleman have any old acquaintances in this city?" The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly, but in the next second the corners of his mouth violently pressed down. There was a hint of anger in the gaze that looked toward Windsnow City. Then he said in a cold voice, "Let's go. Go into the city. Let's show you something you haven't seen before." Hearing this, Gu Nianling smiled joyfully, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation, apparently not understanding the deeper meaning of Gu Jingtian's words. Soon the duo's figures entered this Wind and Snow City. However, after entering the Wind and Snow City, the scene before her caused Gu Nianling to be stupefied and filled with doubt. Chapter 7, we agreed that if we killed him, we wouldn't be allowed to kill me. Just by looking at the scale of this Wind and Moon City, one could tell that it was a grandiose and large city. But the streets inside, large enough for 8 horses to run parallel, were empty. The stores on both sides of the street are even closed. It was like a dead city, and the entire air was filled with a palpitating dead silence. In the face of such a strange scene, Gu Jingtian's face was unperturbed, while Gu Nianling's eyes had surprise written all over them. He just wanted to open his mouth to ask Gu Jingtian who was on the side, only to see a black gas rising up from the sky in this Wind and Moon City. A terrifying sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the city. It shot towards the east of the city in a skywide manner. Gu Nianling's pupils shrank, and she was busy looking at Gu Jingtian at the side. "My lord, it seems like this city is not peaceful. Should we hurry and leave?" Experiences at a young age had allowed Gu Nianling to develop a character that would hide when she could. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly as he gazed at them. There seemed to be a color of incentive in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. I'll show you." This secure voice made Gu Nianling let go of the fear in her heart and nodded heavily. In the meantime, east of the city, hers was situated an extremely extensive compound. The plaque on the door of the mansion, engraved with 3 large and powerful words, "City Lord's Mansion." However, in the surroundings of this City Lord's Mansion, it had been heavily surrounded by a figure clad in black robes. A gut-wrenching black aura spread above each one's body. The aura of fury rushed to the sky, like a stern ghost, and in mid-air, there was a tall figure floating, a bald head. His body was solidly muscled, but his complexion glowed with a gleam of ethereal light. The face was as fierce as a life-saving ghost. A gust of demonic aura emanated from above his body. It was clearly a demonic cultivator who had reached the Spirit King realm. In the middle of the city lord's mansion, a line of spear-wielding guards stood at attention. In the face of this terrifying enemy, despite the fact that the lance in his hand trembled slightly, the flame of anger in his eyes burned brightly. Just then, that bald devil cultivator let loose a wild laugh. Charge! As long as we kill these guys, all the mole crickets in the entire Wind Moon City will be our blood food. With this Spirit King realm demon cultivator's command, the group of figures emitting a fury aura shot out at once. At the same time, the city lord's mansion, within a shrine, as the door opened, a woman in red locks in armor, with eyes like electricity and a heroic appearance, came in quick steps. The appearance is not overwhelming, but there is a heroic, womanly beauty. The sheer scale of the magnificence in particular is simply jaw-dropping. In front of him was a tableau of ancestor cards. Each area has 2 ancestor tablets, as if they were husband and wife. Oddly enough, the topmost plaque was the only lone one. The tablet was engraved with a name, the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Qingyi's divine seat. Instead, 2 long swords were placed on top of this god's seat. The cold aura was clearly not a mortal product. A hint of loss flooded the woman's fiery red eyes at the sight of the lone god's seat at the very top. Ancestor, what kind of person is it that can make you do this? In the blink of an eye, the loss in the woman's eyes disappeared without a trace. Only the red-armored woman fell to her knees. The look of respect was incomparable. Greetings, ancestor. Today's demonic cultivator invasion. Ungrateful grandson Yihoni borrowed ancestor's sword for a while. As soon as the words fell, the 2 long swords emitted a gurgling low sound and instantly shot into the woman's hands. Seeing this scene, the woman couldn't help but look surprised. These 2 swords have been in the middle of the shrine for nearly 100 years, and this has never happened before. Such strange movements have appeared today. Could it be that they have also sensed the demonic cultivators in this city? The situation was so urgent that she had no time to think. The woman rose violently, holding her sword in both hands. A pair of starry eyes had already sprouted a death wish, and just at this moment, Gu Jingtian's duo had also arrived near the city lord's mansion. Seeing the 2 waves of people who were already wrestling together, Gu Nianling's pupils shrank and her eyes were filled with fear. And just then, a large hand clapped on Gu Nianling's shoulder. Don't be afraid. This is a demonic cultivator. Although it looks quite scary, it's just as human as us. If you stab him, he'll die too. The calm tone of voice caused Gu Nianling to become settled as well. At this moment, there were 2 figures in the high sky. It was Gu Changfeng and Zhao Hailu who had followed them all the way here. Seeing the appearance of the demonic cultivator, Gu Changfeng frowned. Devil cultivator. Looking at this technique, it should be the blood spirit sect of the devil sect. This Wind Moon City is a city under my Gu family. This blood spirit sect dares to be so rampant. It simply doesn't put my Gu family's holy land in its eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Changfeng then intended to make his move. But just at that moment, Zhao Hailu's voice on the side suddenly rang out. Elder Yuan, don't be impulsive. This Gu Jingtian is still here. If you strike out rashly, won't he discover the trail? He's already been expelled by the Gu family, and if the Gu family still sends someone to follow him, it will inevitably arouse his suspicions. And when that time comes to spoil the Holy Emperor's great event, what should we do? Even though Gu Changfeng was eager to get his hands on and kill this group of demonic cultivators who had provoked the Gu family, he could only stop when he thought of Gu Ziyan's orders. Seeing Gu Changfeng stop his movements, a trace of imperceptible grimness flashed across Zhao Hailu's eyes, and right at that moment, only a voice as loud as a sword chant came out from the city lord's mansion. Wind and Moon City Master Yihoni is here. How dare the evil devils and foreigners go wild? As the voice rang out, a red dress shot out from the city lord's mansion. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. It was none other than Yihoni who was holding dual swords. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Gu Jingtian, however, was stunned, and a trace of remembrance flooded through his eyes. Yihoni, is that her offspring? Not bad. A peak spirit martial cultivation at the age of 20. Eyes swept over the looming mountains. Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a smile in his eyes. It's true that, like her ancestors, it's also horizontal. And seeing the dual swords in Yihoni's hands, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth even raised slightly. I didn't expect these 2 swords to still be here. I just don't know if the maiden who held the swords back then is still around. With Yihoni's appearance, the bald devil cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly, and the bottom of his narrow eyes were filled with a ferocious color. Ha ha ha, I am the blood spirit sect demon Kong. Yihoni, you chick, it's really coveted. Today, If you tie your hands and serve this demon king well, this demon king can still leave you a dog's life. Let you go straight up to the clouds every day for a quick getaway. Ha ha ha. Feeling the other party's obscene gaze, Yihani immediately turned over in anger. Breathing rapidly, it was even more choppy and imposing. Evil and crooked, shameless people. My Yi family has been guarding Wind and Moon City for generations. Even if I die today, I, Yihani, will never fall short of the reputation of the Yi family ancestors. Sons of the Yi family, generals, follow me. As soon as the words fell, Yihani pulled herself up, a light blue aura spreading above her delicate body. With dual swords in hand, he impacted towards the bald devil cultivator. Seeing this scene, Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Gongzi, do you think this big sister will be able to defeat this big bald guy? Gu Jingtian laughed lightly and shook his head. This sister is only at the peak of the spirit martial realm, while that bald guy is already at the peak of the spirit king realm. I'm afraid I'm no match. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Nianling said without hesitation, then let's hurry up and run. This big bald guy killed this sister, but he can't kill us. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is some kind of tiger and wolf word. Gu Jingtian's face turned cold. It seems like you're a bit worried. Linger, since that's the case, go help this big sister. Hearing this, Gu Nianling was completely confused in place. What did you say, my lord? Let me go to my death? Chapter 8, Wind, Flowers, Snow, and Moon, and the greatest colors of the earth. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Couldn't help but understand Gu Nianling a little more. And just then, those two figures in the air had collided together. The long sword in Yihani's hand emitted a light blue spirit aura. In contrast, the blood spirit sect's demon Kong fist peak was filled with fury. With just a collision, Yihani's delicate body immediately flew backwards. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Even if one was holding a sharp weapon, it would still be difficult to cross the gap between the Spirit King realm and the Spirit Martial realm. Seeing this scene, Gu Nianling, however, had a pitiful look on her face. It seems like this sister really isn't a match for this big bald guy. Since it's your son's order, then, even if it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, Linger will do whatever she wants. It's just that, in the future, without Linger by her side, this chattering even made Gu Jingtian's head spin for a while, not realizing that this little guy was still a wit. A finger was then pointed out, violently pointing at Gu Nianling's brow. In an instant, the words from Gu Nianling's mouth came to an abrupt end, and at this moment, Yihani above the roof had cracked her eyes. The color in his eyes was like the crimson at the corners of his mouth. So strong. Is this the spirit power of the Spirit King realm? Blood Spirit Sect Demon Khan's narrow eyes looked downward. Yihani, don't put up a fight. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy yourself. Don't worry, this Demon King will definitely make you die of lust. Such revealing words even drew Yihani's anger. Shameless devil cultivator, you are simply delusional. I, Yihani, even if my soul flew into oblivion, I will never commit myself to a thief. Today, I'll let you see my Yi family's inherited secret method. As the words fell, Yihani slowly got up, the twin swords in his hands gusted. The long sword in my hand is the sword of my Yi family's ancestor. Yi Qingyi, 1 wind flower, 2 snow moon, double sword combination, snow moon wind flower. With the sound of the voice, Yihani's body shot up into the sky, above the long sword in his hand. It was clearly emitting a gust of fantastic colored light. A marvelous power filled the air above the entire city lord's mansion. And just then, Yihani moved. The delicate body waved the snow moon wind blossom sword in her hand. That the world's independent silhouette is like a celestial fairy on the ground. Each dance of the long sword in his hand was like a colorful practice probed by the jade hand of the heavenly fairy. It is also like the colorful clouds in the sky. Rather than a sword move, it was more like a celestial fairy dancing. As that arcane aura filled the air, the entire area above the city lord's mansion shone with bursts of colorful spiritual auras. With just this secret method, the great spirit master realm Yihani had actually invoked the spiritual power between this heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng, who was high in the sky, raised an eyebrow, eyes full of amazement. I didn't expect that there was actually such a secret method hidden in the middle of this tiny snow moon city. To actually be able to make a spirit marshal do what a spirit king realm is capable of. And this secret method is so beautiful. It's simply wonderful. It's just that this demon Kong is already at the peak of the Spirit King realm, and he's even practiced the Blood Demon Grand technique. Even if this woman is able to explode her Spirit King realm battle power, she is still no match for him. Looking at the flying colorful trainers in the sky, Gu Jingtian drifted off into a dream. Once upon a time, that green-colored silhouette had also had such a moving figure. Windflower. I never thought I'd see it again. And at this moment, the bottom of Devil Kong's eyes were filled with contempt. The fluctuations of the Spirit King realm. What kind of secret technique is this? It's just barely entering the Spirit King realm. It's not worth mentioning. Let's show you what the true Spirit King realm is. Devil Kong let out a furious roar as monstrous blood light erupted from above that majestic body. The bloody light that emitted a bloody smell coalesced into a giant hand that was more than 10 meters in size. It was accompanied by a cry of ghosts. There seemed to be human heads flickering in the blood-colored hands, and every face was filled with bone-deep fear. In the face of such might, the bottom of Yi Hongyi's eyes were filled with an unrelenting essence. Embroidered mouth. Wind. The long sword in his hand quickly stabbed out. The seven-colored essence in that air coalesced and took shape in the blink of an eye. A seven-colored dragon scroll swept towards the bald devil cultivator. The bald devil cultivator snorted coldly. Break! That 10-meter huge demonic hand slapped out. In an instant, the two attacks collided together. Facing the blood-filled demonic hand, the seven-colored dragon scrolls diminished at a rapid pace. A hint of determination flashed in Yi Hongyi's beautiful eyes. Hana! As the voice rang out, a sky full of seven-colored spirit ons coalesced. Colorful flowers rained down high in the sky, dropping towards that demonic hand. However, under the demonic hand's baneful aura, it still couldn't do much damage. Devil Kong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, is that the only extent of it? But you really gave this Demon King a great surprise. This Demon King has decided to reward you by allowing the little ones under this Demon King's command to serve you as well. As the voice rang out, the fury above that pitch-black demonic hand rose violently high. The seven-colored whirlwinds and the rain of flowers flew and generally melted away. Seeing this scene, despair filled Yi Hongyi's eyes. Still not working? Ancestor, the red coat is useless, but red clothes will die to preserve the reputation of my Yi family. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. The finger placed on Gu Nianling's brow snapped loose. Gu Nianling opened her eyes, filled with surprise. What is it, my lord? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This is a windfall. Go on. In the next second, Gu Nianling skimmed her mouth. Gongzi, you must take care of yourself from now on. Gu Jingtian's face turned cold, and Gu Nianling lightly spat out her jade tongue, then leapt out. The direction that he went was exactly where Yi Hongyi was. This scene was naturally caught in the eyes of Gu Chanfeng above. What is this old man going to do? Is this planning to let this little punk go to his death? What can a fellow of the spiritist realm do? Is this a preparation to let the little punk get killed and hurry to escape yourself? I didn't expect that this Gu Jingtian wasn't just a waste of space, but that his mind would be so poisonous. Looking at Gu Nianling, who was shooting towards her, Yi Hongyi was also stunned. Don't come over. Danger. As soon as the words fell, one of the long swords in his hand trembled madly. In the next second, it broke free of her hand and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it came into Gu Nianling's hands. And just then, Gu Nianling smiled faintly and said in a condensed voice, this wind blossom and snow moon is meant to be a two-player combining technique. Since the wind and flowers have appeared, how can the snowy moon be absent? As the words fell, under Yi Hongyi's astonished gaze, Gu Nianling brandished the snow moon sword in her hand. Immortal shadows are heavy, sinister shadows. It's like a fairy dancing under the moon. Seeing this situation, at the time of danger, Yi Hongyi could not care about anything else. Rushing up to the sky with the windflower sword in his hand, the two silhouettes met in the air. It was like a fairy dancing under the moonlight. It's also like two obsessed men and a woman who are entwined in death. Snow, moon, wind and flowers. Emphasize intent over form. In method not power. Wind and flowers. The best in the world. The voices of the two resounded in the high sky, like the sound of an immortal curling up. In the next second, a shocking aura rose to the sky. A scene that left everyone there dumbfounded happened. Chapter 9, the wind and flowers are still there today. I don't see the man who danced with the sword back then. In an instant, as the two of them danced between their bodies, the spiritual pressure high in the sky skyrocketed crazily. In the blink of an eye the fluctuations emanating from the duo had reached the peak of the Spirit King realm. But that majestic and agitated breath still didn't stop. With that dreamy color overflowing the whole sky, the aura emanating from the duo had once again reached a new height. Spirit Sect Realm. A vast spiritual pressure filled the air above the entire Wind Moon City. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Gu Chongfeng's duo high in the air immediately shrank. A secret method that could allow a cultivation level to temporarily break through a large realm could only slightly surprise Gu Changfeng of the Spirit Saint realm. After all, it wasn't as if this secret method didn't exist in the Gu family Holy Land, but to be able to raise two great realms out of thin air, not to mention whether the Gu family had any, even if it was the entire Xiantian continent, had never heard of such a secret method. At this moment, Gu Changfeng's eyes were rounded, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with horror. How is it possible? This secret method is actually so terrifying. Raising two great realms. This is simply unheard of. That spirit martial realm woman is nothing. Why does this little punk know such secret techniques? And this little trash is only at the cultivation level of the spiritist realm, but he's actually able to burst out with the battle power of the spirit sect realm as well. Crazy. It's simply insane. That's a span of 5 whole great realms in between. Gu Changfeng, who was full of surprise, didn't notice in the slightest that the bottom of Zhao Hailu's eyes on the side was full of gloom, feeling this supreme pressure of the spirit sect realm. At this moment, Devil Khan's hideous face no longer looked smug. Bone-chilling fear took over his mind. That majestic body couldn't suppress the trembling all over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is this possible? You're only at the spirit martial realm. How do you possess the battle power of the spirit sect realm? Despite a mouthful of disbelief, though, his body was honest. At this moment, where did Devil Khan care about his subordinates below? Then he burst out his fastest speed, obviously intending to wipe the oil from his feet. But at that moment, the two silhouettes flying in the air intertwined. The windflower sword in his hand violently merged. In an instant, a 7-colored ripple rippled out from where the long swords met. The 7-colored spirit awns that filled the sky danced and hovered in the air, coalescing and molding. A bright golden moon hung high. A burst of golden radiance spilled down. Everywhere you go, there are flowers everywhere. Snow falls from the sky. Clusters of fantastic flowers were actually born out of the void. A crowded peach tree appeared out of nowhere. A tree of pink petals. The golden glow. The moon's shadow. The snow. A sea of flowers everywhere. That beautiful view is truly the best on earth. This scene should only be found in heaven. Where on earth can you find a few times? Faced with this beauty, even the Gu Changfeng duo high in the air were mesmerized. The mind went blank. Not to mention the earthly Devil Kong and those mole crickets that were only at the Great Spirit Master Realm and Spirit General Realm. At this moment, all of their eyes were blank, and their faces were filled with the color of indulgence. But just then, a gust of wind blew violently. The silver snowflakes, the golden moonlight, the sea of pink flowers moving with the wind. It turned into a wisp of wind of extreme earthly splendor, blowing towards the stagnant Demon Kong in the distance. Before Devil Kong could react, that wind of supreme beauty had already blown over his body, only to see Demon Kong's body shatter in pieces. But not a trace of blood light surfaced. Instead, it transformed into a colorful point of light and merged into this stunning wind. In just an instant, Devil Kong's body disappeared without a trace from its original location. Without the slightest pause, this beautiful yet dangerous wind blew towards those demonic cultivators below. Wherever it went, light appeared. Even the killing is so fantastic. Within the clouds, Gu Changfeng's eyes cleared violently. However, a flash of hindsight surfaced. Compulsion. This secret method actually has the ability to compel people. It's fortunate that this saint is a spirit saint realm powerhouse, or else I would have fallen into the path. This secret method is simply astounding, worthy of being the best on earth. Even the killing is so beautiful and unforgettable. A gust of wind blew by, but it took away the lives of all the demonic cultivators. In the next second, the endless points of light violently disappeared. The fairy world-like scenery high in the sky also slowly faded, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. And at this moment a feeling of loss surfaced in everyone's hearts with difficulty. Gu Nianling, Yi Hongyi's two silhouettes also slowly landed on top of the roof. With this matter out of the way, Yi Hongyi then looked at Gu Nianling beside her. The god said coldly, "How did you know my Yi family's inherited secret techniques? You must give me an explanation for this matter, or else even if you save Snow Moon City today, I won't let it go." As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, her small face filled with displeasure. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to dislike someone, he only heard a low voice ring out. Sure enough, it's her descendant. Even her personality is the same. This Snow Moon Windflower was taught to her by this male, so you can come to me if you have any comments. As the voice rang out, only the Windflower Snow Moon sword in the hands of the two women trembled violently. Before the two of them could react, the twin swords had already shot into Gu Jingtian's hands. Looking at the Windflower sword in his hand, Gu Jingtian was in a trance. The heart murmured. That's just it. Meeting is fate. So let's help your descendants one more time. Consider it a tribute to you. Everyone failed to notice that the windflower sword in Gu Jingtian's hand shook slightly. And seeing the scene in front of him, Gu Changfeng in the clouds raised an eyebrow. What? This secret method was actually imparted to this little trash by Gu Jingtian. Impossible. How could he? A scum. Know such a magical secret technique. Nope. Maybe it's really like what the Holy Emperor said. This old guy really does have something. But thinking about this, Gu Changfeng was even more furious. This old waste of space has such secret techniques, but he actually didn't pass them on to my Gu family. Instead, he taught it to an outsider. As expected, expelling him from the Gu family is a wise choice. I will definitely report this matter to the Holy Emperor. And upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi showed surprise and looked in the direction the voice came from. What came into view was a handsome and ethereal pretty face. A long silver-colored hair fluttered in the wind. A black and gold-colored robe accentuated the elegance and nobility. And the moment she saw this face, Yi Hongyi's pupils shrunk violently and her entire body froze in place. The delicate body couldn't suppress a slight tremor. And that moving greatness was also in waves. It's him. He's actually here. Ancestor. He's really here. Unfortunately, the one you've been waiting for 400 years is late. For some reason, Yi Hongyi's heart was not only sighing but also a wave of excitement buried in the depths. Took a deep breath and calmed down. Since it was passed down by Senior has no opinion. It's just that this windflower snowmoon sword, please return it to the late generation. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly as he directly threw out the twin swords in his hands. Yi Qingyi received the dual swords and without the slightest hesitation, he directly leapt towards the city lord's mansion. Only a sultry, whispering voice seemed to be present. Denizen. Negative. Even though the voice was faintly audible, how could it escape Gu Jingtian's ears? The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Denizen? This Yi Qingyi actually even told his juniors that he watched her bathe. Really? Still so busty and brainless. But what does this negative mean? This one is innocent himself. Just as Gu Jingtian was puzzled, Gu Nianling had already arrived at his side. Your Excellency, Linger is fortunate. This secret method is so powerful. Linger feels like she was practically invincible just now. But, sir, do you have some sort of problem with this girl? Gu Jingtian lightly rebuked. Children stay out of grown-ups' business. Hearing this, Gu Nianling beamed, her baby fat little face like a bun. Bowing his head, he responded, my lord. But when he looked down, he couldn't help but wonder. Indeed, one is so much smaller compared to that big sister. Gu Jingtian took a long breath. The wind and flowers are still there today, but I don't see the man who danced with the sword back then. Well, it's time for us to leave. The two then turned and left. But he didn't know that at this moment, the Yi family ancestral hall. Yi Hongyi, however, was already in tears. Chapter 10. Once upon a time, crystalline teardrops cut across those white cheeks and dripped to the ground, breaking apart. Yi Hongyi turned her head to look at the drop of tears on the ground that spread out in all directions. Doubt was written all over her pretty face. Why are you crying yourself? Obviously Snowmoon City is safe. Why do I feel sad? The windflower sword in his hand floated up and once again landed on top of the lone god's position. Yi Hongyi's tearful eyes stared. Only a faint sigh remained in the large shrine. Ancestor, perhaps I can understand you now. A gust of wind blew across the nave, caressing an ancient painting on the wall. And on top of that ancient painting was a man dressed in black and gold robes. Instead, on either side of the ancient painting, an ink painting hangs. There was once a sea of water, but the mountain of witchcraft is not a cloud. Look at its penmanship, tender with a hint of boldness. Outside wind in Moon City, two figures walked slowly on the main road. It was the Gu Jingtian duo who had already left. Behind her, Gu Niannian's soulful eyes kept blinking, revealing a glint of light that was full of gossip. My lord, what is your relationship to the ancestor of that red-clothed sister? Why don't you go see her? The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Haven't we already met? Don't be so nosy at a young age. We should go. Gu Nianling's small mouth pouted as she hurried up with quick steps. Gongzi, when are you going to teach me Kung Fu? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. When did I say I would teach you the Kung Fu? Gu Nianling's eyes rolled. Then why did the prince pass on the windflower to me? Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. What a little wit. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go fetch one thing. It's not too late to cultivate it later. Gu Jingtian looked high into the sky, his brows lowered. A spirit emperor realm attack. I think it should be able to deter those with bad intentions. It's been too long since I've been off the mountain myself. and the world is becoming more and more interesting. And at that moment among the clouds, Gu Jingtian's expression was grave, and with a wave of his hand, a sound transmission jade talisman cut through the clouds and shot off towards the distance. Zhao Hailu, who was on the side, had a face full of flattery. Elder Yuan, this windflower secret method is so powerful. For you, this is a great achievement. I'm sure the Holy Emperor will be very happy when he learns about it. Why not just take it away? Gu Changfeng snorted coldly. Pig brain, just leave this kind of thing to the people below. I'm a sacred land patriarch. If I were to make a move, wouldn't I lose my identity? Zhao Hailu said yes repeatedly like a harpy dog, but there was a touch of coldness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Half a day passed quickly. Gu family Holy Land, Xian Tian Hall. Gu Ziyan, the Saint Emperor of the Gu clan, who was dressed in purple, sat on top of the Emperor's seat. Under the purple tulle, the pale skin was glowing and dazzling. The bumpy body is even hotter. And right at this moment, only a stream of light was seen shooting from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it arrived within this great hall. It was none other than that Grand Elder of the Council of Elders, Gu Jingtian. Only now, Gu Jingtian's face was like gold paper, and the spiritual pressure on his body was extremely unstable, as if he had been seriously injured. Seeing Gu Jingtian in this sorry state, the group of patriarchs also looked surprised. What's going on here? Didn't the Grand Elder go to the Tianyi sacred ground to get a claim? How could he be seriously injured? Who on earth actually dares to strike at my Gu family's patriarch? It's hard to believe that it's a demonic force. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian hurriedly bowed. Enlighten the Holy Emperor. This Tianyi Holy Land is simply arrogant to the extreme. My subordinate went forward to demand a statement. This Tianyi Holy Land actually said that my Gu family is unworthy. And it also said that even if you, Coronation Saint Emperor, personally went there, it Heavenly Monarch Holy Land would have nothing to account for. It's not even enough to insult your subordinates. But this Holy Lordly Yunxian of the Tianyi Holy Land even spoke out against you. Coronation of the Holy Emperor. In a fit of pique, the old man wanted to teach the sky who doesn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. It's all because my subordinates are not as skilled as they should be, disgracing the Gu family and the Holy Emperor's coronation. When these words came out, the entire hall could be described as in an uproar. The crowd of patriarchs were furious in an instant. Arrogant to the core. Simply arrogant to the extreme. This Tianyi Holy Land actually dares to be so arrogant. This Tianyi Holy Land only has 8 spirit saints. And even that spirit emperor realm's old ancestor, Li Tianyi, was severely injured by ancestor Ling Tian in his early years. Even if they aren't seated nowadays, they're still just lingering people. To actually dare to treat my Gu family like this. Simply looking for death. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's stunningly beautiful face also surfaced with a displeased color. Immediately, she let out a cold snort. This Tianyi Holy Land is too arrogant. It seems that it has not placed this emperor in its eyes. Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Jingtian's teeth clenched. I implore the Holy Emperor to send his troops. Invite out the Emperor's Xian heavenly sword. Flatten the Tianyi sacred land to raise the divine might of my Gu family. As soon as the words left his mouth, the only woman in the Senate stepped forward. Only this woman was seen wearing a blue palace dress with a delicate figure. The face is gentle, like an orchid in an empty valley. It was none other than the youngest member of this council of elders, Gu Lishang. It was even Gu Ziyan's sibling sister. Gu Lishang bowed and said, "Rest in peace, coronation of the Holy Emperor." Although the Tianyi Holy Land is weak, it also possesses a spirit emperor realm powerhouse after all, and it even has the Emperor's soldier Tianyi sword. If we go to war on a large scale, even if we win, it will greatly weaken my Gu family. Now that the Devil Sect's forces are in full swing, it's not the time to move the troops. Only when she heard this did Gu Ziyan's face slow down a little. Since you said so, Liu Shan, let's do as you say. It's just that this matter must not be allowed to end. The next Heaven's remarkable assembly will be held in the Tianyi sacred land, and it's only a year away. At that time, this emperor will definitely go to the Tianyi Holy Land in person, to demand an explanation. As soon as the words fell, a stream of light was seen shooting from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Gu Ziyan. It was precisely the sound transmission jade talisman sent by Gu Changfeng. Gu Ziyan was slightly stunned, then crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Gu Changfeng's voice resounded throughout the hall, reporting to the Holy Emperor. There is actually a secret technique in Wind and Moon City. It's called Winter Flower Snow Moon. Extremely subtle. It was able to make the spirit martial realm exert the battle power of the spirit sect realm. Even more so, it made Gu Nianling of the outer sect exert the battle power of the spirit sect realm as well. After my subordinate's investigation, this secret method was passed down by Gu Jingtian. The latter words were naturally a verbal attack on Gu Jingtian. Upon hearing this, the entire council of elders burst into a rage. Only Gu Lishang, who was standing in the corner, frowned slightly. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng led the way. Holy Emperor, this Gu Jingtian has such a secret method in his hands, yet he passes it on to an outsider. It even allows a spiritist realm scum to utilize the battle power of the spirit sect realm. I implore the Holy Emperor to issue an order. We will head to Snow Moon City and bring back this secret method. However, at this moment, Gu Ziyan's complexion was frozen and her face showed anger. Snow Moon City is under my Gu family's command. What? Are you planning to rob the juniors? Never speak of this again. Hearing this, the Grand Elder could only bow his head helplessly and say yes. The fists under the robes, however, clenched violently. But at that moment, only a pillar of light was seen violently breaking through the sky. Chapter 11, the Divine Soldier comes out. The earth cracks and the sky crumbles. The western sky of the Gu family Holy Land. A dazzling pillar of light soared into the sky from between the mountains. In an instant, a vast aura like a great sun across the sky swept out. Heaven and earth changed colors. Colored divine radiance drenched the entire sky. Sensing what was happening in the distance, Gu Ziyan and the other group of patriarchs raised their eyes and looked over. Seeing that seven-colored divine radiance, the crowd couldn't help but look astonished. The sky is auspicious. There seems to be an exotic treasure coming out. Looking at its might, it can actually swing thousands of miles. I'm afraid it's not something ordinary. But right at this moment, only a sword-chanting sound violently resounded through the clouds. As the voice rang out, the dazzling pillar of light shifted and even formed the silhouette of a long sword. It was just that this sword looked rather primitive, as if it hadn't been forged and molded. With the appearance of the sword's shadow, that vast might instantly went down in a river. Seeing such a sight, Gu Ziyan and the other group of patriarchs showed a look of loss. So it's just a weapon that hasn't been cast yet. If we take the fluctuations emitted just now, this weapon should be able to be considered a saint soldier. But nowadays, it seems that being able to be counted as an imperial soldier is extremely bare. Gu Ziyan flung her sleeves. Although it's only an imperial realm spirit soldier, this place isn't far from my Gu family. Just let the sixth elder make a run for it and bring back the family. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, respectfully following the Holy Emperor's decree. My subordinate will inform old six. For a moment, it wasn't just the Gu family. Other forces within tens of thousands of miles in a radius also discovered the vision in the sky. At that moment, all the forces sent their men to this place to investigate. And at the moment, among the verdant mountains, a goat's path winds through the rugged. Two figures were pacing forward. It was none other than the Gu Jingtian duo who had left from Wind and Moon City. Looking at the slightly illusory long sword in the distance, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that someone had actually touched the spell formation, and that it had caused this weapon to leak a trace of its aura. However, in the middle of this world, even a strong person of the martial emperor realm would be categorically unable to unlock their spell formation. It seems to be just a coincidence. Gu Jingtian had absolute certainty about what the system had signed up for. And just at that moment, the naive Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes were shining with a different color. Your Excellency, is that long sword in the high sky what we're taking? With Gu Nianling's intelligence, she naturally guessed the truth of the matter. Gu Jingtian dotingly touched Gu Nianling's skull. You're a clever little fellow. The corners of Gu Nianling's mouth pouted. Feigning a huff, she said, Gongzi, don't touch the top of your head. It won't grow. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh, quite a bit in tears. I've only heard that you can't grow taller by touching the top of your head. I've never heard of the expression growing taller. Is it hard to live forever by being touched on the top of the head? Is it really true that an immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life? Gu Nianling hummed lightly. Is there anything in this world that the prince doesn't know? Gongzi is teasing Linger again. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life. Your Excellency is truly talented and eloquent. Gongzi, do you think it's true that there are immortals in the world? Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Immortals naturally exist. It's just different from what you imagine. You'll know when you see one later. Gu Nianling nodded with seeming understanding. My lord, such a vision will surely attract many people, right? We'd better hurry up and go. Save us from being snatched away by others. Gu Jingtian swung his sleeves and said confidently, don't worry, no one will be able to take it away until my lord. The Manganese Mountains. Between the mountains, there was a basin, and that pillar of light that went straight up into the sky was emanating from the middle of this basin. At this moment, the pillar of light had already dissipated. It was only in the central area of this basin that a grayish boundary had suddenly appeared. Just then, a stream of light was seen crossing the sky and landing in this basin. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures had already appeared in this place. Looking at their attire, it was clear that they were not members of the same force. A dozen of them, dressed in silver robes, carried long swords on their backs. It was the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. The Heavenly Sword Sect is a first-rate sect, a powerful force that is second only to the Imperial Dynasty and the Holy Land in the voice of this Xintian continent. The Heavenly Sword Sect was even the best of the first-grade sects. There are not many disciples, but they are all the best of the best. The person at the head was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch, Skybreaker Sword Immortal Xiang Wendian. One's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Spirit Ancestor realm, and with a handful of air-breaking sword techniques, even a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse could deal with one or two of them. While behind him, he was followed by a woman with a tall figure and a black quicksand dress. Above the stunningly beautiful face was yet a dense murderous aura. With the appearance of this woman, a gaze was cast from all around. Xiang Yimo, the 10th most beautiful woman on the absolute color list. Sure is pretty. Be careful what you say. This Xiang Yimo is the 82nd heavenly pride of the Songhai ranking. Beware of her cutting off your descendant roots with one hand of the skybreaking sword. And just then, only dozens more streams of light were seen landing. The visitor was none other than the Xian Formation sect, which was also ranked as a first-grade sect, and whose sect specialized in the way of spirit formations. In the blink of an eye, another party of forces arrived. The Regrettable Mountain sect that was also a first-grade sect. The disciples of the sect each had a majestic figure, and were clearly spiritual cultivators who specialized in the physical body. The three forces arrived and couldn't help but look at each other. After all, the patriarchs of the three parties were the strongest existences present. Xiang Wendian raised his sword brows. Gentlemen, this place is infested with divine weapons. Only it seems to be guarded by spirit formations. There may be other changes in it. Why don't we break the spirit formation first and then discuss where the divine weapon belongs? Xiang Wentian's statement was agreed upon by the other forces. After all, he was the strongest amongst the people present. Soon, the Xian Formation sect's patriarch, Master Evergreen, had already arrived in front of this boundary. Looking at the boundary spell formation in front of him, Master Evergreen's white eyebrows frowned tightly as he kept stroking his beard for a long time. Just a look of fear in his eyes. The impatient Regrettable Mountain sect patriarch, Berserk Battle, however, couldn't resist. Old man Evergreen, can you do it? If you can't, just say so. Let me hammer right through this laborious knot. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of Elder Evergreen. This formation is extremely subtle, and there's nothing I can do about it for a while. Since Patriarch Mad has a solution, we might as well give it a try. Berserker sneered. Waste. Can't open it and still wasting time here. Playing God. Watch me break it with a hammer. In the next second, with a roar from Berserkers, only dazzling earth yellow light coalesced from the air and coalesced towards Berserker's body. In the blink of an eye, Berserker's already muscular and solid body swelled like blowing air. In the blink of an eye, it became the appearance of a 4-meter-tall giant. There were earth-colored lines all over the body. With that, he leapt high into the air and swung a hammer the size of a water tank in his hand to blast down. Chapter 12, What's the use of borrowing a sword? To kill since. Boom! The huge hammer the size of a bucket slashed through space, and the strong force directly set off a gale. In a flash, flying sand filled the sky. In full view of everyone, the huge hammer in Berserker's hand blasted on top of the grayish boundary. As we all know, there's no harm in having smoke. In the face of an attack that was completely capable of shattering a small mountain, this grayish boundary actually didn't change one iota. Seeing this scene, the bottom of Berserker's eyes were filled with doubt. But in the very next second, before Berserkers could react, an even stronger force came crashing down from above the boundary. The strong force directly shook Berserker's huge body out. The giant hammer in his hand even shot straight into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Boom! With a loud bang, Berserker's body hit heavily on top of a mountain peak. The unimaginable force directly caused this hundreds of meters high mountain to explode. The bloodied and battered Berserker was flooded with debris. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Regrettable Mountain sect hurriedly shot towards the direction where Berserkers was. Seeing the Berserkers who were living or dead, a hint of smugness flashed across the old eyes of Elder Evergreen. Reckless, a four-legged, simple-minded fellow. And just at that moment, the Skybreaker sword to Wendian arrived beside Elder Evergreen. Well, older brother, is there really no way? Apparently the duo is still on good terms. Elder Evergreen sighed helplessly. Ah, old brother, asked Tian. This spell formation is too subtle. I won't hide it from you. Just now. The old man stopped to watch, not to mention searching for a way to crack it. Even the way this spell formation operates, I can't understand it at all. It's too subtle. It's far beyond my knowledge. As soon as these words came out, Xiang Wentian's pupils shrank, filled with surprise. Buddy, your attainments in formations are second to none even amongst the Imperial dynasty. This spell formation is actually something that even you can't understand. So who the hell is this person who set up the spell formation? Is it hard to be from the Holy Land? Elder Evergreen had a helpless look on his face. It's highly likely that it's those great powers from the Holy Land. For a moment, the hundreds of people present could only quench their thirst by looking at the plums, and could not do anything about the grayish boundary. As time passed, more and more sect forces had also arrived at this place. Soon, thousands of people had gathered in the middle of this basin. There were 7 or 8 first-rate sects alone, and there were countless second and third-rate sects. There were also some unbelieving powerhouses that tried various methods: transportation, flying, puppet. Even though these forces used all their strength, they still couldn't do anything about this boundary. But with such a treasure, how could they accept to return empty-handed? And they could only wait here helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the time had come to the next day. Only 2 figures slowly came from the distance. It was none other than the rushing Gu Jingtian duo. The duo's arrival immediately caught the eyes of everyone present. There was no other reason. The duo's strength was too weak, even for those disciples who had followed their clan seniors. The lowest cultivation level was at the Great Spirit Master realm. Gu Jingtian's 2 spiritist realm existences were simply eye-catching. It's really funny. What kind of cats and dogs come to seize the treasure? 2 spiritualist realm griffins actually dare to come here. Humph. Even if they get the treasure, I'm afraid they won't have the life to take it. But that little girl looks good looking and her talent shouldn't be bad either. Why don't you join our sect? Senior brother, I will definitely help you out properly. And at this moment, among the clouds, Gu Changfeng, who saw this scene, was even more smug. Waste is waste. Without my Gu family's identity, you're just an ant to be slaughtered. Humph. But the sacred Emperor Coronet didn't say that he wouldn't allow you to be killed. But he didn't say that he wouldn't allow you to be insulted. Listening to the mocking sounds around him, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. In the Xian continent, the strong are honored. After all, Gu Jingtian's spirit cultivation was only at the spiritist realm, and he had heard this kind of insult too many times. The best thing to do with such a person is to shut him up, and the best way to shut up is to be a dead man. Gu Jingtian just wanted to strike, only to see a figure butting in front of Gu Jingtian. It was Gu Nianling, facing those fierce and vicious guys. The little girl trembled slightly though her delicate body, but the bright eyes were full of determination. Don't insult my son, otherwise, I won't let you go. The timid words rang out, and instantly drew laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha, a yellow-haired girl from the spiritualist realm is actually threatening us. What a laugh. Why? The little girl is angry. But senior brother, I like you even more when you're angry. Come on, come and bite me if you don't want to. I'm just afraid that the little girl's mouth is too small. Ha ha ha. All sorts of jeers were heard, but at that moment, a sword chi swung violently. A 10-meter-long crack was blasted directly above the ground. A group of big men bullying a little girl who was only in the spiritist realm. They also claimed to be a famous and honorable sect. Whoever says one more word of nonsense, asked for the sword in my hand. As soon as the words fell, a black silhouette blocked in front of Gu Jingtian's duo. It was none other than Xiang Yimo of the Heavenly Sword sect. Seeing Xiang Yimo's appearance, the crowd of disciples instantly shut their mouths. After all, this was only the periphery, and the strongest cultivation of this group of disciples was only at the spirit general realm, while Xiang Yimo's cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit martial realm. It was even the 82nd place in the Canhai ranking. The Canhai ranking was a list dished out by the Tianyi building, and those who were on the list were all teenage prides below the Spirit King realm. Being able to rank at the 82nd position was already very outstanding. After all, the scope of the Canhai ranking was the entire Xian continent. Seeing that the crowd shut their mouths, Xiang Yimo then turned his head to look at the Gu Jingtian duo, but the moment his eyes came into contact with Gu Jingtian, Xiang Yimo was slightly stunned. A flutter flashed through the beautiful eyes. Why does this person look kind of familiar? But I can't seem to remember. Xiang Yimo's willow eyebrows slightly frowned, and a clear and cold voice rang out. This is a dangerous place. It's not the place for you to come. Hurry up and leave. Gu Nianling was quite a bit at a loss for words. turning her head to look at Gu Jingtian behind her. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Thanks a lot, girl. I wonder if the girl could borrow her sword. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Xiang Yimo's cold face, but he still asked in a condensed voice, what does this senior brother want to do? Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept towards the sect disciples who had spoken out just now. In my opinion, since they spoke out of turn, a mere reprimand is offensive to me. So, I want to borrow the girl's sword to kill them. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Even Xiang Yimo in front of him had a dumbfounded look on his face. For a moment, only one word remained in his mind, including Xiang Yimo's, arrogant to the core. Chapter 13. With the sword in my hand, I will swing it to break the Qianquan. The group of sect disciples who had just subsided immediately snorted. Ha ha ha, did I hear it wrong? A spiritist realm griffin is trying to kill us. You're afraid that you're not awake. Still talking nonsense here? Fairy Xiang, you don't have anything to say at this point in time. This kind of arrogant person doesn't even deserve you to protect him. What a shamelessness. We don't see eye to eye with you because of Fairy Xiang's face. How dare you speak out of turn and provoke us? Hearing the jeers around them, Xiang Yimo frowned lightly, and a hint of distaste was added to the bottom of his eyes as he looked at the Gu Jingtian duo. Pretty Face said coldly, I can lend out this sword. If you take it, the life and death of the two of you will no longer have anything to do with me. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Still with a face like a flat lake. Please also borrow the girl's sword. Xiang Yimo frowned with a cold snort. The long sword in his hand was then thrown towards Gu Jingtian. Reaching out to receive the long sword, Gu Jingtian looked at the group of sect disciples with a playful expression. At that exact moment, a bald man holding a long sword had a smile on his face, but a murderous intent filled the bottom of his eyes. What a waste that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Since you are determined to seek death, I'll give you your wish. As soon as the words fell, the spirit pressure of the great spirit master realm erupted from above the man's body. Even though the words in the man's mouth were clearly directed at Gu Jingtian, his pair of green bean eyes were always glancing above Gu Nianling's petite body. And just then, Gu Jingtian let out a cold laugh. Although I said I'd kill you all, I didn't say I'd do it. You griffins are not worthy of my sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian handed the longsword in his hand to Gu Nianling, who was at the side. Linger, slaughter them. As soon as these words came out, the nearly 100 disciples of the various sects present immediately stiffened, filled with shock. In the next second, a mountain of jeers erupted from the reacting crowd. Madness. This person must be insane. To actually let this little guy of the 7th grade spiritist realm kill us. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Little girl, this person is asking you to go to your death. Why are you still following this kind of person? It's better to follow my brother, who will surely cherish you. At this time, Xiang Yimo was also full of surprise, looking at the bottom of Gu Jingtian's eyes with even more disgust. Only Gu Nianling was hesitant at the moment. My lord, they only said a few words. It's too serious to kill them directly. Gu Jingtian still had a breezy face. Linger, if this girl hadn't come to our rescue today, if you and I had really fallen into the hands of these people, have you ever thought about what would have happened to us? If it's someone else who insults you, curses you, bullies you, you can kill them with a sword. It is far easier to end their lives than to teach them to be good. Gu Jingtian's words could be described as demonic. Hearing this, Xiang Yimo's eyes were astonished for a moment. What domineering words! What an arrogant attitude! What an interesting fellow! It's just that it's not too easy to see your own strength. At this moment, however, Gu Nianling's complexion was stunned, alternating light and darkness in her soulful eyes. Gu Jingtian's words had clearly entered her young mind. At this instant, Gu Nianling's willow brows slightly frowned, her gaze as resolute as a torch as she reached out to take the long sword in Gu Jingtian's hand. If his heart cannot be changed, then destroy his body. If the world is unjust, with the sword in my hand, I'll break the world with my sword. Gongzi, Linger understands. Gu Nianling turned to look at the enemy that was emitting a powerful spiritual pressure and tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand. In an instant, the sleeves swung, the sword roared. A majestic sword intent that broke straight through the clouds instantly rose to the sky. It seemed to be tearing this heaven and earth apart. Under the shocking sword intent, even a group of sect disciples who had already reached the spirit martial realm were trembling furiously. This might had nothing to do with cultivation, just the height of the Tao. Xiang Yimo's complexion was greatly shaken, and the essence of his eyes shone brightly. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. And it's still an extremely terrifying sword intent. This young girl is only 16 or 17 years old. Surprisingly, she was able to comprehend such a strong sword intent. It's simply a move against the heavens. How could it be? How could there be such a heaven-defying sword Dao wizard in the world? How could such a wizard be just a mole in the spiritist realm? And seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng, who was high in the sky, also had his eyebrows raised. The look of shock was extreme. Sword intent. To be able to comprehend complete sword intent at this age, an absolute heavenly pride. This little guy is actually a sword Dao wizard. Such a marvelous talent must be brought back to the family Holy Land. In time, one will at least be able to become a peerless powerhouse like the Sword Saint. The bald disciple was even trembling at the moment. The entire body was softening. The bottom of his eyes were filled with fear. You can't kill me. I'm from the Mad Sword sect. Kill me and the Mad Sword sect won't spare you. Regarding the threatening voice, Gu Nianling ignored it, her pair of sword eyes sweeping across the room. Those who mocked just now, come along. Saves me from killing you all with one sword. Feeling the murderous aura that permeated the surroundings, those disciples had also understood that it was already a matter of no return at the moment. Then they all released the spiritual energy in their bodies and walked slowly towards Gu Nianling. Even if you are a sword Dao wizard, even if you are able to comprehend sword intent, you're still just a tiny spiritist realm. If dozens of us go together, you'll only die. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Nianling's mouth lifted lightly. Oh, yes? As the voice rang out, Gu Nianling's eyes narrowed slightly. The long sword in his hand was violently sheathed. In an instant, swords shot out in all directions. Endless sword chi was released from above Gu Nianling's body. Dense sword chi in hundreds and thousands floated behind Gu Nianling's body. In the blink of an eye, within 10 meters of Gu Nianling's body, it was already a world of swords. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Since you have the supreme Xian heavenly sword body, how can you have less sword intent? Xian heavenly sword body, sword domain, and looking at the densely packed sword chi, the dozens of disciples on the opposite side of the room looked completely dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was completely beyond their comprehension. Only at this moment, Xiang Yimou was already dumbstruck and shocked beyond words. Sword body, a special physique, such terrifying might. Could it be the legendary saint body? No wonder he was able to comprehend complete sword intent at a young age. So it's an innate sword body. And Gu Changfeng in the middle of the clouds was even more seismic in his pupils. Sacred body. A physique on the same level as a sacred emperor's coronation. How could it be? How could this little guy be a saint body? How can the sacred body only be at the spiritist realm right now? Looking at Gu Nianling, who was in the realm of the sword, the group of disciples were already scared out of their wits. The look of fear and trembling knees. Little girl. No. Little auntie. We were wrong. Let us go. Consider us a fart. Please, forgive us. We were just saying a few words. Gu Nianling was surrounded by sword chi. It is the business of the immortals to forgive you, and it is my business to send you to the immortals. Chapter 14 Absolute Heaven's Pride. Sword Dao exclusive. As Gu Nianling's voice rang out, the long sword in her hand violently stabbed forward. It was too late. The densely packed sword chi in the high sky shot out all of a sudden. It's like the Milky Way falling, or a shooting star piercing the sky. Before these dozens of disciples could even wait to react, they were already rained down sword chi through their bodies. In the snap of a finger, dozens of disciples above the great spiritual master realm had turned into a field of corpses. Such a shocking scene directly dumbfounded Xiang Yimou and Gu Changfeng in the clouds. Is this the terror of the sword body? Is this the power of the sacred body? A spiritist realm spirit cultivator was actually able to kill dozens of great spiritist realm existences with a single move. And there were even spirit martial realm experts among them. Demon. This is an absolute demon. Looking at the scene happening in front of him, Gu Jingtian was not the least bit surprised. With the power of the divine body of the Xian heavenly sword body, coupled with the sword intent, even at the cultivation level of the spiritist realm, it's enough to be invincible under the Spirit King realm. After all under the Spirit King realm are ants. But at that moment, only a stream of light was seen shooting from the depths of the basin. In the blink of an eye, dozens of silhouettes had appeared at this place. It was precisely the experts from that various clans. With their cultivation levels, the scene that had just occurred was naturally caught in their eyes. At this moment, Xiang Wentian's pair of old eyes looked at Gu Nianling in death. The broken sword in his back was even more gusty. Complete sword intent. Sacred body level sword body. No matter what, this person must be kept. As long as we can make this person a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, in time, the Heavenly Sword sect will definitely be able to produce a peerless sword saint. And at this moment, The sect masters of the major sects were also showing greed at this moment. A sword cultivator with an overwhelming sword body. No one could resist. And right at that moment, a burly man with short, fiery red hair snorted coldly. This person actually killed a disciple of my Mad Blade sect. He must be brought back to my Mad Sword sect for interrogation. The one who spoke was none other than the sect master of the Mad Blade sect, Blood Shadow Mad Blade Sunchop. However, the people present were all old foxes, and the calculations made by this Mad Blade sect's master were heard clearly from 2 miles away. And right at this moment, the Heavenly Sword sect master Xiang Jingtian violently sheathed his long sword in his hand. The spirit ancestor realm's spirit pressure instantly erupted. For a moment, sword intent stirred, killing aura filled the air. Xiang Jingtian held the Skybreaker sword and looked around with tiger eyes. Mr. Xiang doesn't want to bother with more words. This person the Heavenly Sword sect, must take away. Anyone who has a problem with this, just ask the Skybreaker sword in Xiang's hand. When these words came out, the patriarchs of the other sects showed grave expressions. After all, Xiang Jingtian's battle power was the most powerful existence among those present. And right at that moment, only a slightly aged voice came out. Patriarch Xiang, I have calculated that this woman is destined to be with my Xian formation sect. I'm afraid I can't let Patriarch Xiang take it away. The one who spoke was none other than that Xian formation sect's patriarch, Taoist Evergreen. Xiang Jingtian's brows furrowed as he let out a cold smile. Patriarch Evergreen is really bold. It seems that you want to take this girl away despite the hundreds of years of friendship between you and me? Taoist Evergreen stroked his beard. Why say it when you can see it? Faced with a supreme demon at the saint body level, this pair of hundreds of years of close friends had completely stood on opposite sides at this moment. Seeing this scene, that Mad Blade sect's Sunchop was enraged. With his cultivation level that had barely stepped into the spirit ancestor realm, it was obvious that he was already unattached to this peerless heavenly pride. Thinking of the tragic deaths of the disciples in his clan, Sun Jian was even more enraged. A pair of tiger eyes swept to Gu Jingtian on the side. Gentlemen, the Mad Blade sect, give up on this absolute heavenly pride. It's just that this brat actually tricked me into letting dozens of my Mad Blade sect's disciples die horribly. Please give me face. I'll take this kid's life for the Mad Blade sect. In the face of Sunchop's request, the group of patriarchs were filled with disinterest. It's just a mole cricket. Just do as you please. Since Patriarch Sun wants him dead, just feel free to strike. As soon as these words came out, however, 2 figures blocked in front of Gu Jingtian. One of them was, of course, Gu Nianling, while the other figure was Xian Yimo, who was on the side. Gu Nianling held a long sword with a stern expression. Who dares to touch my son? Xian Yimo looked towards Xiang Jingtian in the distance. Father, this man's speech is quite extraordinary. Why don't we bail out together? Hearing this, Xiang Jingtian's sword eyes looked toward Gu Jingtian. Give me a reason to save you. Facing Xiang Jingtian's condescending tone, Gu Jingtian snorted. There are many people who want to kill me. There are quite a few under the sky, and even more in the sky, but they're all dead. If you don't believe me, you can try. When these words came out, a group of sect masters showed disdain. Griffin cultivation, yet a true dragon's breath. Insolent to the core, just a crazy person. Xiang Jingtian frowned slightly. Since you are bent on seeking death, then I'll fulfill you. Hearing this, Sunchop sneered. Go to hell, you mole. As soon as the words fell, the spirit pressure of the one-star spirit ancestor realm was released. And just then, only a voice was heard coming from high above. Gu family Holy Land's 6th elder, Gu Changfeng has arrived. Upon hearing this, the crowd of swordsmen from the various clans immediately stared at each other, their eyes filled with fear. In the next second, only a ripple was seen in the void. 2 figures appeared above the heads of the crowd. It was none other than the duo of Gu Changfeng and Zhao Hailu. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the people present shrank. Instantaneous shift. It really is a great divine ability that can only be used at the spirit saint realm. The visitor is actually really a patriarch of the Gu family of the Holy Land. It's over. The people from the Gu family of the Holy Land have actually come, so I'm sure this supreme heavenly pride will definitely be pocketed by the Gu family. Thinking of this, Xian Jingtian and the other group of patriarchs were ashen, bowing in a hurry. We have met the Gu family patriarch. Gu Changfeng scrutinized the circle, his eyes filled with contempt. Eventually, he focused his gaze on Gu Jingtian and Gu Nianling. Gu Nianling, since you have such talent, follow this patriarch back to the Gu family. With such natural talent, I'm sure the Holy Emperor will personally accept you as his disciple. When these words came out, the people present were astonished. Gu Nianling? Gu, Her last name is Gu. From the Gu family? No wonder there's such talent. So it's the Gu family's bloodline. This matter is completely non-negotiable. And at this moment, Gu Nianling frowned and snorted coldly. I want to stay with the male. Wherever you go, where will I go? When these words came out, Gu Changfeng let out a cold laugh. He, considering that you have good talent, you are permitted to return to the Gu family. But Gu Jingtian, my Gu family's former old ancestor, the greatest waste, the disgrace of my Gu family, categorically cannot return to the Gu family. When these words came out, it could be described as a high gorges coming out of a flat lake, and a thunderstorm rising from the ground. It directly shocked everyone in the room out of their minds. Gu Jingtian, Gu family ancestor. This person is actually the Gu family's old ancestor. Rumor has it that the Gu clan's wasteful old ancestor, the scum who wasted an everlasting Dao fruit to live for 3,000 years. It's actually him. At this moment, Xiang Yimo's eyes were shining with essence. It's actually him. A waste of spiritist realm who has lived for 3,000 years? And right at that moment, Gu Changfeng looked at the sect master of the Mad Blade sect with a playful expression. I'll take this supreme sword cultivator away from my Gu family. As for this Gu Jingtian, he is no longer a member of my Gu family. But even so, you are not qualified to kill him. Still, if it breaks one of his legs or does something inconsequential, this patriarch doesn't care. When these words came out, Sun Chop even became short of breath. Not to mention breaking a leg of the Gu family's old ancestor. Even if it was to give the Gu family's old ancestor a slap on the face, this was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about. And now he has been given a heavenly honor. Sun Chop couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Since the Gu family patriarch has an order, I dare not disobey. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. I will not take his life, and I can still satisfy the elder of the Yuan. Gu Changfeng looked at Gu Jingtian with interest. Old ancestor. Bah! Today I'm going to show the people of the world, in front of them, what kind of a waste you, old ancestor, really are. I'm going to make you lose face. No, you have no face left. Ha ha ha. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Gu Jingtian's expression was ancient, a cold grunt in his mind. If you follow honestly, for the sake of Big Brother, I won't move you. But now, it's your own fault. In that case, Emperor Meteor, it's time for you to see the light of day again. Chapter 15 Group of Dragons Pilgrimage. Divine Soldier Emperor Fall. As Sun Chop's figure slowly approached, Gu Nianling, who was in front of Gu Jingtian, tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. Nay, the spiritual energy in her body was close to being depleted after using the domain power once. It's all a bluff at the moment. On the side, Xiang Yimo's beautiful eyes were filled with intolerance. Frequently, she looked at her father, but in front of Gu Changfeng, how could Xiang Wentian dare to make a move? At this moment, Sun Chop's face was filled with a maniacal smile. Old ancestor of the Gu family, let you taste my Sun Chop's methods. As soon as the words fell, violently the earth trembled madly. An unimaginable power was surging madly from the center of the earth. For a moment, the mountains in the entire basin for hundreds of miles around trembled madly. A bottomless gully appeared above the earth, and in that gully, a deafening dragon's roar resounded violently. Hearing this voice, everyone present froze in place. The dragon race? There's actually a dragon race existing in this place? But in the next second, only a slightly illusory giant dragon could be seen rushing up from the gully. It was densely packed, and as far as the eye could see, there were nearly 100 of them. Each giant dragon was over 1,000 meters in size, covering the sky, but the illusory state announced their identity. Dragon souls. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbstruck. Even Gu Changfeng, who had already reached the 9-star spirit saint realm, was astonished. Dragon souls, and all of them are dragon saint level dragon souls. How is this possible? How could so many dragon souls exist in this place? The dragon race has a strong physique, and dragon saints at the dragon saint realm can even be compared to spirit emperors amongst the human race. What the hell is going on? How could someone be able to kill so many dragon saints? As a giant dragon's figure crossed the sky, a mighty sword sound that pressed down on the 9 heavens resounded through the sky. Just a single sword sound caused the mountains in a circle of hundreds of miles to instantly explode and turn into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, at this moment, Gu Changfeng was already shocked beyond words. One pair of eyes was filled with disbelief. The fluctuation of an emperor soldier. It's actually the fluctuation of an emperor soldier. The weapon that exists down here is actually an emperor weapon. How is that possible? That revealed aura is clearly not an emperor soldier. But at that moment, a golden pillar of light shot out from the center of the basin, stirring up the wind and clouds, rushing towards the vast and infinite river of stars. For a moment, the entire eastern continent, millions of miles of land all felt that heaven-destroying fluctuation of the Emperor's soldiers. In the meantime, in the Gu family's holy land, in the Xian heavenly hall, the peerless Gu Ziyan snapped open her divine eyes. Filled with doubt, he looked high into the distance. Almost at the same time, a dozen or so patriarchs had also appeared in the Xian heavenly hall. Each face was filled with a look of astonishment. Imperial soldier. It's the fluctuation of an emperor's soldier. There's actually an emperor's soldier in existence. Gu Ziyan's willow brows were furrowed. The direction of this fluctuation is exactly where it was that day. That weapon that came out of the world is actually not an imperial weapon, but an emperor weapon. Despite the countless doubts in his heart, everything had been settled under the fluctuations of the emperor's soldiers. In the next second, there was a surge of space in front of Gu Ziyan, who then disappeared into the great hall. Apparently it had been instantaneous, and within the basin at the moment, feeling the terrifying fluctuations of this wave of imperial armaments, Gu Chongfeng's eyes were filled with crazy burning heat. Imperial soldiers. Ha ha ha, it's actually an emperor's soldier. If I'm able to bring this emperor's soldier back home, I will definitely be able to become the first person under the sane emperor. In the midst of all the stares, one could only see the dragon souls converging towards the center of the basin. In the next second, amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, this one dragon saint realm dragon soul actually made a submissive movement and lowered their proud heads. The dragon sage pays homage. The emperor's soldier is out. Between that group of dragons, within that dazzling pillar of golden light, a black and gold longsword slowly rose. At the hilt of the sword was a purple and gold dragon head, and in the center of that blade, there existed a continuous protrusion, like a spine. In the voice of the sword, two large words were engraved in pen. Empire falls. With the appearance of the emperor's soldier, the 99 dragon souls instantly scurried towards the long emperor soldier. In the blink of an eye, it had merged into this imperial soldier. Seeing this scene, Gu Chongfeng could no longer care about anything else. The body violently moved instantaneously in the direction where the emperor's soldiers were. While seeing this scene, the bottom of the eyes of Zhao Hailu, who was wearing a green robe, was filled with mockery. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chongfeng had appeared beside the imperial soldier. Looking at the imperial soldier that was close at hand, Gu Chongfeng's heart was filled with endless greed. Ha ha ha, the emperor's soldier is mine. With this emperor's soldier gone, even in the Gu family, I am under one person, above 10,000 people. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian was showing disdain. Sure enough, after 2,000 years of nourishing the dragon vein, this extreme saint soldier has finally been promoted to the level of an emperor soldier. However, Emperor Fall, who once slaughtered 99 dragon saints, is it not something that you, a tiny 7-star spirit saint, can touch? Seeing that Gu Changfeng was about to pocket the imperial soldier, he only saw this black and gold imperial drop tremble violently. A dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth resounded. At the same time, a golden dragon soul impacted out from within the imperial soldier, growling towards Gu Chongfeng in front of him. Seeing this scene, Gu Chongfeng's eyes cracked. Imperial soldier, it's not me. The spirit saint realm's spiritual energy instantly spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Endless cyan-colored spiritual energy condensed into a world projection in the void. It was precisely the ability that could only be used when one reached the spirit saint realm. In the blink of an eye, the flailing golden dragon and the green-colored world projection collided together. Kakaka. In just an instant, the projection of the world released by Gu Chongfeng had already split apart by mistake. Gu Chongfeng directly gushed out a mouthful of blood. The world projection is closely related to the body. One for all, one for all. But just then, the golden dragon resounded with a thunderous roar. That already shaky world projection suddenly turned into a sky full of light spots. In Gu Chongfeng's incredulous gaze, the nearly 1,000 meter long golden divine dragon had crashed heavily on top of his body. In an instant, it impacted towards the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky. The attack of an emperor's soldier, even if it was just a single hair of the 9 oxen, was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The golden divine aura spread out from the center of the basin. Everywhere it goes, everything goes up in smoke. Seeing this scene, the crowd at this moment did not care about anything else, and hurriedly fled frantically. The Mad Blade Sect's Sunshop was also standing on both stalks at this moment, hastily intending to fly into the sky to escape. However, after seeing Gu Jingtian on the side, Sunshop's face went insane. What Gu family ancestor? It's just a mole cricket. It's a mess today. Kill you and no one will know. Go to hell. Before the words were finished, a golden light shot from the distance. Chapter 16, Hysterical Gu Ziyan. Before Sun Chop could react, the golden light irradiated, and Sun Chop's body had already turned into a flying ash. Looking at the golden ball of light that was hundreds of meters in size, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. It's just a matter of getting the stuff and leaving. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian grabbed Gu Nianling on the side. One step was taken as if heaven and earth were rotating, and then it disappeared without a trace. After a few breaths, the dust settled. That heaven-destroying Imperial weapon had disappeared without a trace. Between the mountains, a deep sinkhole appeared. The mountains within a radius of thousands of miles had disappeared without a trace. With just one attack from the Emperor's soldiers, the land within a radius of thousands of miles was wiped out. At this moment, Xiang Wendian and the others were floating in midair. Looking at the bottomless pit below, his eyes were filled with doubt. What? We actually survived the attack of the Emperor's soldiers? The crowd looked around, but only the figure of the Mad Blade Sect's Sun Chop was missing. The crowd couldn't help but be suspicious. And right now, right at the bottom of this deep pit, Gu Chongfeng's figure was already a bloody mess and fainted. At this moment, his tendons and veins were already broken and his dantian was destroyed, almost turning him into a wasted man. And just then, a figure appeared beside it. It was that normally groveling Zhao Hailu. The corners of Zhao Hailu's mouth rose lightly. Gu Chongfeng, I didn't expect you to have a day. Being able to remove a peak spirit saint realm powerhouse is nothing short of an unexpected blessing. Zhao Hailu's aura filled his hands and he was just about to plan to send Gu Chongfeng to the western heaven. Only a ripple of space was seen high in the sky. A stunning silhouette floated in midair. As this silhouette appeared, the Emperor's might that filled tens of thousands of miles rippled out. Just standing there, it was as if the entire starry sky was collapsing. The person who came was none other than the Gu family's Saint Emperor Gu Ziyan. Seeing Gu Ziyan's appearance, Xiang Wentian's group was terrified. Looking at the scene before her, Gu Ziyan frowned lightly. With a gentle wave of his jade hand, he was actually able to directly perform spatial shifting. All the survivors all appeared in front of Gu Ziyan. Looking at Gu Chongfeng, who was already an invalid, Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with rage. Someone please tell this emperor, what the hell is going on here? Hearing this, Zhao Hailu had a groveling look on his face. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, an imperial soldier has actually appeared in this place. The sixth elder tried to fetch the emperor's soldier for the Holy Emperor, but he ended up being revolted by the emperor's soldier, and became what he is now. Gu Ziyan asked in a condensed voice, where did the imperial soldier go? Where is Gu Jingtian now? Zhao Hailu responded in a hurry. He was right here just now, and that Gu Nianling is actually a sword Dao Saint body, and has even comprehended complete sword intent. Now I'm afraid I've been buried in the aftermath of the emperor's soldier attack. As for the imperial soldier, I don't know where it went. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's expression was stunned. A hint of confusion flooded her beautiful eyes. Gu Jingtian is dead? No. Impossible. How could he die here? Since he died under the aftermath of the emperor's soldiers, how did you all survive? Hearing this, Zhao Hailu as well as Xiang Wentian and the others on the side hurriedly bowed and saluted. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, we are also extremely puzzled as to why this is the case. Emperor's soldiers have spirits, and that Gu Nianling is a sword Dao Saint body. So I'm afraid it's not that the Emperor's soldiers have already recognized their masters. That's what took them away. Nowadays, this conjecture seems to make the most sense. As soon as these words came out, Gu Ziyan thought for a moment, and her pretty face became hideous. Wastes. It's all crap. The imperial soldier was not obtained, and the pride of our own family was abducted. Also lost track of Gu Jingtian. It's all crap. Bunch of losers. It was also that Gu Chongfeng nowadays only had one breath left, or else the furious Gu Ziyan might have beaten him up. In the next second, Gu Ziyan waved her big hand and then disappeared without a trace. Only Gu Ziyan's angry voice was left in the air. Get the hell out of this emperor's house. Half an hour later, Gu family Holy Land. Inside the Xian Heavenly Hall, with a ripple in space, Gu Ziyan's delicate body appeared in this place. Seeing Gu Ziyan appear, the crowd of patriarchs immediately looked forward to it. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng said respectfully, the sacred emperor himself has taken action, so I guess this imperial soldier has already belonged to my Gu family. Gu Qingfeng's words were simply rubbing salt into Gu Ziyan's wounds. Gu Ziyan snorted coldly. The imperial soldier has already recognized Gu Nianling and has already broken through the air. When these words came out, the dozen or so patriarchs present were in an uproar. What? The emperor's soldier has recognized its owner. It actually recognized a little trash. How is this possible? She's just a little trash in the spiritist realm. How could she possibly make the Emperor's soldier recognize her master? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan was even more furious as one Buddha came out of the world and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. What waste! If the Sword Tao's sacred body is all trash, this Emperor sees you all as trash of trash. When these words came out, the group of patriarchs were even more wide-eyed. Sword Tao saint body? That little trash is actually a Sword Tao saint body. My Gu family actually lost a disciple of the Sword Tao saint body. This, how? Gu Ziyan's willow eyebrows rose. Why is this happening? You guys are actually asking this Emperor why this is happening. Are the guys from the outer sect all eaters? A Sword Tao saint body can't even be measured. Since that's the case, there's no need for them to stay in this position anymore. While at this moment, Gu Yan and the other 3 great saints' sons had a look of excitement in their eyes. After all, the Sword Tao's sacred body was designated to be able to become a sacred son, and with one more sacred son, the resources they could obtain would be a few points less. And right at this moment, Gu Ziyan's sister, Gu Lishang, said in a condensed voice, reporting to the Holy Emperor, I have seen this Gu Nianling by chance. It is indeed extremely poorly endowed. It's not a Sword Tao saint body at all, but now there's been a heavenly change, and it was actually able to make the Imperial soldier recognize its owner. I think it's highly likely that this matter has something to do with Gu Jingtian. When these words came out, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. 12th Elder. You're joking. You mean this Gu Jingtian is able to turn a loser into a Sword Tao saint body? This kind of tactic, not to mention him, a waste of the spiritualist realm. Even the sacred emperor coronation couldn't do it. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Gu Lishang's willow brows frown lightly, but I used to think that this matter is fishy. This Gu Nianling has made quite a splash since she left after Gu Jingtian. It's hard not to connect this with Gu Jingtian. Gu Qingfeng just wanted to dislike him again, but Gu Ziyan waved her hand. Stop. This matter is naturally decided by this emperor. This emperor's sacred body wasn't awakened right from the start either. It was also awakened during later cultivation. It's not just this emperor, including the 3 saint sons whose saint bodies are all awakened at a later stage. Therefore, this emperor has come to the conclusion that the sacred body is not something that can be detected at the beginning of cultivation, but is slowly awakened in the midst of later cultivation. It's just hateful that a hidden saint body was actually taken away by this waste of a man. Gu Jingtian. In the next second, Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with anger. Originally, I only thought that this Gu Nianling was just following Gu Jingtian down the mountain, but I didn't expect that nowadays she's even more inches away. In that case, don't blame this emperor for being ruthless. Gu Jingtian, this emperor will make you forever alone. Everything you care about, this emperor will step in and destroy it. This emperor is going to make you lonely and never get any warmth. This emperor will make your life worse than death. With this thought in mind, Gu Ziyan drank in a cold voice. Issue the Holy Emperor's decree. Gu Nianling has violated the Gu family's family rules. She has defected from the Gu family. Any power that takes her in is an enemy of the Gu family. Offer a reward for a holy weapon. Captured Gu Nianling alive. Chapter 17 The Final Fulfillment. The Great Disciple of the Open Mountain. Once these words came out, the entire hall could be said to have been silenced. The crowd of patriarchs were even frozen in place. Holy soldier. The sacred emperor actually took out a sacred soldier as payment, just to bring this Gu Nianling back. It's normal to think that this Gu Nianling is a Sword Tao saint body. Even if she doesn't certify to be an emperor like the Saint Emperor coronation, there's still not much suspense in achieving the Spirit Saint realm. Sword cultivators are already strong in battle, and a sword cultivator in the Spirit Saint realm is already considered the first person under the Spirit Emperor realm. What's more, that Emperor's soldier is most likely in Gu Nianling's hands. For the sake of an Emperor's soldier, a Saint's soldier is naturally nothing. The news released by the Gu family immediately spread throughout the entire Eastern continent. For a moment, the entire Eastern continent was in an uproar. Whether it was the Saint's soldier promised by the Gu family, the peerless genius of the Sword Tao Saint body, or that Emperor's soldier at the peak of this realm, it was all enough to make the entire Eastern continent go completely crazy. Meanwhile, the far north of the Eastern continent, only the mountains and ravines of this place were filled with monstrous demonic chi. The entire sky was covered in gloom. And here, it is the area where the Devil Cultivator is located. 8 million miles of Yuzhou. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak that stuck straight up into the sky, there were clearly patches of building complexes. It was exactly where the Blood Demon sect, one of the 8 major sects of demonic cultivators, was located. In the middle of the eerie hall, There was a red-haired old man sitting on top of a skeleton throne. The scarlet eyes were like an endless abyss. And this person was the sect master of the Blood Demon sect, the Blood Demon ancestor. A person's cultivation had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, and at that moment, a figure dressed in a long black robe surfaced within the Great Hall. Reporting to Old Ancestor, the secret agents planted in the Gu family have already sent word that the disciple the Gu family expelled was actually a sword Dao Saint body, and there's an emperor's soldier out there. It's highly likely that this Imperial weapon is in the hands of this Gu family disciple. Now the entire Gu family has been thoroughly investigating this person in the Eastern continent. Hearing this, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor's bloodshot eyes were scarlet. The bottom of his eyes were filled with excitement and shock. Imperial soldier. Sword Dao Saint body. It's really something extraordinary. Pass the order down. We must do everything we can to get these two things. Hearing this, the black-robed figure below nodded slightly. With that, he said again, reporting to the Old Ancestor, there is a wind and moon city in the middle of this Gu clan's region, which hides a secret method that is quite extraordinary, being able to allow one to burst out with strength to fight beyond 2 ranks. According to the intelligence, this secret method yet has no side effects. Hearing this, the Blood Demon ancestor waved his hand. It's also quite a divine dharma. In that case, take it as well. For a moment, the entire Eastern continent, whether it was the righteous path or the devil's sect, all fell into a frenzy. The entire East continent's billions of miles of territory was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, above a mountaintop in the northwestern part of the Eastern continent, there were 2 figures that appeared in this place. It was the Gu Jingtian duo who had left. Looking at the endless plains in front of her, Gu Nianling's pretty face was filled with surprise. The beautiful eyes looked to Gu Jingtian on the side and timidly inquired, "My lord, what is going on here? How did we suddenly end up here?" The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Never mind about that. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Gu Jingtian flip his palm. A dark golden longsword appeared in Gu Jingtian's hand. It was that Emperor's soldier. Emperor's fall. It was just that although this Emperor's soldier looked quite extraordinary, it did not emanate that heaven-destroying might. Looking at the longsword in Gu Jingtian's hand, Gu Nianling instantly froze as if she were a wooden chicken, surprise written all over her small face. "Your Excellency, how did this Imperial soldier appear in your place?" Looking at Di Lu in his hands, a trace of remembrance flooded Gu Jingtian's eyes, gently caressing this Imperial soldier that had caused the Eastern continent to tremble. "This was originally mine. Naturally, it's going to be in my possession." When these words came out, Gu Nianling's eyes were even more surprised. "What? This Emperor's soldier actually belongs to the Gongzi. Gongzi actually owns an Emperor's soldier. You have to know that the entire Gu family only has one Imperial soldier. It's still left behind by old man Ling Tian. Gongzi is actually so terrifying." Although after this period of encounter, Gu Nianling already knew that Gu Jingtian wasn't a waste of space like the rumors had it, but it was also never expected that Gu Jingtian would actually be able to possess an Imperial soldier. And in the very next second, a scene that made Gu Nianling incredulous happened. Only Gu Jingtian stretched out his arm and handed out that long sword. This sword, named Emperor's Fall, was made by my own hands. Not only is it using the remains of a dragon emperor as a foundation, but it's also that it has 99 dragon saint souls fused in it. It was already at the level of a quasi-imperial weapon. Now after 2,000 years of being nourished by the earth veins, it has finally broken through to the level of an imperial soldier. It was originally reserved for the Gu family. Only now I am no longer a member of the Gu family, so I'll bestow this Emperor's Fall on you. When these words came out, Gu Nianling's eyes glazed over with a confused look, was even wondering if there was something wrong with my ears. Looking at the dazed Gu Nianling, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Although this Emperor drop is an Emperor's soldier, anyone of any cultivation level is able to use it, but of course the power that erupts is closely related to the cultivation level. This longsword has no significance to me, and since I'm giving it to you, why don't you hurry up and take it? Seeing Gu Jingtian's slightly displeased expression, Gu Nianling then trembled and extended her jade hand, receiving that imperial weapon that was enough to drive the entire eastern continent crazy. It wasn't until she felt the terrifying power contained within this Emperor's Fall that Gu Nianling reacted. The large eyes stared deathly at Gu Jingtian in front of him, filled with a look of astonishment. "This was actually handcrafted by you, Your Excellency? You're still an Emperor-level sword maker, sir? Dragon Emperor Bone, Dragon Saint Soul? Your Excellency, you've copied the 10,000 Dragon Valley, haven't you?" When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. A wonderful petite body with an extremely explosive figure surfaced in its mind. I wonder what happened to that female Tyrannosaurus Rex now. Gu Jingtian shook his head and shook the thoughts out of his head. Then he looked at Gu Nianling in front of him. These are the things you need to know. I've even given you an emperor's soldier. And you're still calling me Gongzi? When these words came out, Gu Nianling instantly froze in place, her youthful and moving body unable to suppress the trembling. With Gu Nianling's resourcefulness, how could she not hear the meaning in Gu Jingtian's words? In the next second, Gu Nianling suddenly fell to her knees and bowed 3 times. Apprentice Gu Nianling, meet master. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Although I have instructed many interesting little ones, you are the only one who has officially taken on a disciple. From now on, you are my opening disciple. Definitely must not fall short of being a master. Now that your main cultivation technique is still unsettled, master will pass it on to you. The words came. Gu Jingtian pointed out a finger. A golden aura shot toward Gu Nianling's eyebrows. Chapter 18. Who am I? Who the hell am I? Gu Jingtian's voice resounded within Gu Nianling's sea of consciousness. This is a technique that my master obtained by chance, called the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sword Technique. Even if it's a slight success, it's enough for you to defend yourself. If one were to ascend, even the Spirit Emperor realm would be within reach. If one cultivates to the depths of refinement, even becoming an immortal and an ancestor is just a thought away. The golden light flashed, perhaps for an instant, but Gu Nianling felt as if she had spent 1,000 years. Numerous dense patterns emerged in his mind's eye. It was that Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sword Technique. Gu Nianling immediately fell to her knees, tears flashing in her eyes. Apprentice kowtow to master. I will practice diligently, and I will not fall short of my master's name. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Alright, get up. With your enlightenment, you've barely reached the cultivation standard of this sword skill. You should first cultivate here. After you reach the spirit martial realm, master has other plans. Hearing this, Gu Nianling hurriedly got up. Soon, the duo opened up a cave on top of this mountain peak, and Gu Nianling had officially stepped into the path of cultivation. The sun rose and the moon set, and another day passed. At this moment, in the Gu family territory, in the middle of Snow Moon City, the Yi family's ancestral home, on top of a large bed there was a concave and convex delicate body lying. The looming mountains were simply stunning. It was none other than that Yi family's contemporary family head, Yi Hongyi. Suddenly, those slender willow brows furrowed violently. The beauty on the bed awoke with a jolt. The violent breathing made the mountains tremble even more. Above a flavorful and pretty face was currently filled with tear stains. Why does one always dream about that guy? What the hell is going on with those images? Why did they appear in my mind? But in the very next second, an extremely terrifying fluctuation stirred up from the sky. This demon ancestor has personally arrived. So why don't you and the other mole crickets come and pay your respects? Listening to the sounds coming from above the city, Yi Hongyi frowned tightly. The moving petite body immediately broke through the door and shot in the direction of the Yi family ancestral hall. But just as Yi Hongyi had rushed out of the room, a purple demonic chi instantly descended from the sky. It turned into a large hand and captured Yi Hongyi's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hongyi's body had already flown into midair. At this moment, the entire Snow Moon City had been filled with purple-black dark clouds above it. An old man in a purple robe with a withered face floated in midair. Spirit pressure of the spirit ancestor realm spread out from above that short body. Feeling the spirit pressure that was like an ocean, Yi Hongyi's pupils shrank. It's someone from the Blood Demon sect, a superpower of the spirit ancestor realm. This Blood Fiend sect actually dares to send a spirit ancestor realm powerhouse into the Gu family boundary. Isn't it afraid of the Gu family sacred emperor's wrath? Looking at Yi Hongyi not far away, this short old man's eyes were filled with tyranny. This seat is the Blood Demon sect Soul Fiend Elder. Little girl, if you send that secret method with both hands, this old ancestor can give you a heavenly chance to become one with this old ancestor. Ha ha ha. The old man Soul Fiend let out a wild laugh, and there seemed to be a blood-red thread of flesh between those sharp teeth. Hearing this, Yi Hongyi's delicate body trembled, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with the color of determination. Damn it! A spirit ancestor realm powerhouse, once 10,000 is no match. But even if you die, you won't be able to get my Yi family's ancestral secret method. With this thought in mind, Yi Hongyi did not have any hesitation, and a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy instantly erupted from above his body. Seeing this scene, the corners of old man Soul Fiend's mouth grinned, and his eyes were filled with disdain. What a fiery little girl, ready to blow herself up at the drop of a hat. In front of this old ancestor, your life and death are controlled by this old ancestor. As the voice rang out, Only the purple demonic chi entwined around Yi Hongyi's delicate body glowed with a ghostly light. The aura fluctuations that Yi Hongyi had erupted instantly disappeared. Yi Hongyi's eyes were cracking, and a look of despair hung over that moving pretty face. Can one not even control life and death in front of the truly strong? Looking at the old man who was like a bamboo pole not far away, Yi Hongyi closed her eyes in despair. She couldn't imagine what kind of misery she would face next. In the midst of extreme despair, Yi Hongyi's mind, however, a figure emerged, with a black and gold robe. He was handsome, elegant and noble. Farewell. A tear trail slid down from the corner of Yi Hongyi's eye, but in the very next second, only a sword chirping sound rose completely through the sky. The sudden voice caused Elder Soul Fiend to be slightly stunned, and at the place where the Ji family's ancestral hall was located, 2 sword lights instantly shot up into the sky. It's that pair of snowmooners. The 2 long swords at the moment glowed with a dazzling colorful light. For a moment, a supreme pressure that shook the heavens and deterred the earth erupted from above the 2 long swords. That terrifying spiritual pressure radiated out, instantly causing the soul fiend old man's body to sink and fall to the ground. At the same time, the demonic chi that was wrapped around Yi Hongyi's delicate body also disappeared without a trace. Feeling this heaven-destroying spirit pressure, the soul fiend old man was terrified to the core. Even his voice became as shrill as a eunuch's. Hysterical shouting, "Emperor soldier! It's the aura of an emperor soldier! No, it's not an emperor soldier! It's the pressure of the spirit emperor realm! What the hell is going on here? How is it possible? How could there be a spirit emperor realm powerhouse here?" At the same time, the Gu family of the Holy Land, Xian Tian Hall, Gu Ziyan, who was cultivating, opened her eyes at once. A pair of beautiful purple eyes were filled with astonishment. The fluctuations of the spirit emperor realm. Who is it? In the next second, along with a spatial fluctuation, Gu Ziyan's silhouette disappeared. In the city of wind and moon. At this moment, the soul fiend old man had fallen to his knees. The ground below had cracked inch by inch. Looking at the scene in front of her, surprise was written all over Yi Hongyi's pretty face as her pupils contracted for a moment. What the hell is going on here? But in the next second, only a sword sound like a dragon and phoenix harmonizing could be heard resounding through the heavens and earth. Those 2 long swords were sheathed at the same time. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was flooded with a vast sea of colorful spirit auras. Under the interplay, a piece of fairyland that was thousands of miles in size coalesced. It's that earthly beauty, the wind and the flowers. Colored winds blow through, and all is quiet. Hundreds of flowers are like rain, and the color of the moon flies together with the color of the snow. Underneath the extreme beauty lies endless killing opportunities. The prosperity is over and everything is over. The old man's soul fiend had already disappeared in the midst of his fascination, and the entire ground above was suddenly left with only Yi Hongyi's stagnant figure. Why? Why exactly? What's going on with that picture? Who am I? Yi Hongyi? No? Who the hell am I? Yi Hongyi was in a state of madness, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be flashing with golden aura. With a wave of his hand, that windflower snow moon sword appeared in Yi Hongyi's hand. Just then, the space in front of him suddenly rippled. Yi Hongyi approached slowly like a madman and then disappeared in place. At the same time, Gu Jingtian, who was reclining on the hillside and basking in the sun, opened his eyes violently, looking in the direction of the east. Sword chi of the spirit emperor realm. It looks like that group of devil sect scumbags couldn't help but strike after all. How come there seems to be a force of laws? Is it possible that I sensed it wrong? Chapter 19, Spirit Emperor Realm Fluctuation. Gu Ziyan's doubt. Gu Jingtian's brows furrowed lightly, and a strong force of divine thoughts instantly spread out. Look carefully for the power of the laws that appeared in this realm. After a few breaths, Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. Is it hard to feel wrong? This power of law is an existence that can only be touched by those above the supreme realm. Can it be that another supreme realm powerhouse has appeared on this continent? That's just it. The supreme realm isn't a match for myself anyway. Gu Jingtian looked up high in the sky. Behind those clouds, he himself has now cultivated the chaotic martial emperor scripture to the 10th layer, and the laws of force within his body are nearing completion. But in the past 500 years, one's cultivation has not progressed an inch. Could it be that one's cultivation has already reached the limit of what this realm can withstand? It seems that we still need to find a way to leave this realm, or else even if one's martial arts are divine, one's lifespan will eventually run out. And at this moment over Snow Moon City, with a ripple in space, a tall silhouette appeared in this place. It was none other than Gu Ziyan, who wore a purple-gold imperial robe. Looking at Fengyu City, which had been restored as it was, Gu Ziyan's willow brows frequently frowned. Disappeared. That Spirit Emperor realm fluctuation has actually disappeared. Which Spirit Emperor is this? Is it also for the secret method in this Wind and Snow City? In the next second, Gu Ziyan's divine sense of the Spirit Emperor realm spread out, capturing the fluctuations of aura in the space. But still nothing. This could not help but make Gu Ziyan's heart burst with astonishment. To actually erase all traces, this person's strength should not be underestimated. How could such a supreme expert appear above this eastern continent? Gu Ziyan scanned the circle. Her gaze lingered on the Qi family ancestral hall for a moment, then disappeared without a trace. A tea time passed. Gu Ziyan had already returned to the Gu family Holy Land. At this moment, within the Great Hall, a dozen figures had already gathered. It was none other than the members of the Gu family's Elder Council, and it was obvious that they had also sensed that fluctuation of the Spirit Emperor realm. Gu Lishan, who was wearing a blue palace dress, had a concerned look on her face. Coronation of the Holy Emperor. What happened? Which Spirit Emperor is the visitor? Gu Ziyan frowned lightly. When this emperor rushed there, that person had already left. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Hearing this, Gu Lishang sighed lightly. In fact, after learning of this news, we should have absorbed that Wind Moon City's city lord into the Gu family. In that case, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. To be able to make a Spirit Emperor make a move, I'm sure that secret method is not trivial. That is, Gu Lishang was Gu Ziyan's own sister. Others wouldn't dare to talk like that. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan frowned lightly, a hint of dissatisfaction roiling under her eyes. A cold grunt followed. It's just a secret method. Such a secret method, even though it allows one to fight across borders, must have its drawbacks. My sister is not too concerned about this. Listening to Gu Ziyan's slightly icy tone, Gu Lishang helplessly lowered her head. Obviously at this moment, Gu Ziyan wouldn't think about what kind of existence she was missing out on. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the years go by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Even though 3 months had passed, the entire eastern continent had not calmed down at all. Instead, the fiasco of searching for Emperor Bing and Gu Nianling intensified. Throughout the billions of miles of the eastern continent's landmass, there were countless various sects and forces. Not only were the major powers from all sides, but even those small sects had joined in on the furor. A nameless wasteland was nearby. A figure was stationed at this moment. With the ruins all around, it was clear that this had once been a town. But at this moment, the ground was already full of blood red, and the scarlet blood coalesced into a small stream. Everywhere you look there are broken limbs, even children's torsos torn in half. It's like a hell on earth. And those dozens of figures were dressed in blood-colored robes, just like they were members of the Blood Spirit sect. The first person was wearing a long black robe, the same as that soul fiend old man who appeared in Wind Moon City. Obviously, he was also a spirit ancestor realm powerhouse. It was just an extremely strong body, 2 meters away. At the moment the hand was holding a white blossom of a young girl that had been torn apart. The black-robed old man snorted coldly. It's really meaningless. It's just a spirit master realm ant. It won't take long to play before it dies. The black-robed man slowly rose. Little ones, prepare to leave this place. Go to the next town. This time, this old man will let you have your fun. As the man's voice rang out, dozens of figures let out shouts like severe ghosts. And right at that moment, a strong spiritual energy fluctuation instantly shot up from the distant mountain peak. Feeling this surge of spiritual energy, that black-robed old man raised an eyebrow. The pockmarked old face was hideous and horrible. I didn't expect that in a remote place like this, there would still be someone who could break through to the peak of the spirit martial realm. Go, little ones, let's go with this old man to have a look. If it's a 3-legged one, we'll eat it. The 2-legged ones, I'll let you enjoy them when I'm done with them. As soon as the words fell, dozens of figures immediately shot up into the sky, shooting towards the distance. And at this moment on top of the nameless barren mountain, Gu Jingtian smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and waved his big hand. A mysterious and extreme power instantly appeared. The aura that rose up to the sky instantly dissipated and vanished without a trace. In the next second, a beautiful figure shot out from the cave. It was Gu Nianling. Although only 3 months had passed, Gu Nianling's cultivation had undergone a drastic change. At this moment, she had already reached the peak of the spirit martial realm. In a short span of 3 months, crossing 4 great realms from the spiritist realm, straight to the peak of the spirit martial realm. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid that the entire eastern continent would go completely crazy as well. And that was the talent of the god body. And of course, it couldn't be separated from Gu Jingtian's guidance. At this moment, Gu Nianling no longer had a trace of fear under her eyes. but instead was full of confidence. And this confidence came from her cultivation at the peak of the spirit martial realm. Gu Nianling marched to Gu Jingtian, her beautiful eyes filled with respect. Living up to master's teachings, Linger has already raised her cultivation to the peak of the spirit martial realm. It's just that breaking through to the spirit king realm, Linger isn't sure yet. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. This is indeed normal. On the path of cultivation, there are 3 obstacles, the first being the spirit king realm, and the second place is the spirit emperor realm. And as for the third place, that's certifying a spirit emperor. You don't need to be in a hurry. The water will naturally be able to break through the realm. Hearing this, Gu Nianling nodded heavily. Master, didn't you say that you had new plans after Linger's cultivation had risen to the peak of the spirit martial realm? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's brows smiled and he was just about to open his mouth. And right at this moment, Gu Jingtian's brows furrowed lightly as he looked toward the distant sky. There's some Deathseekers coming through. Hearing this, Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. Chapter 20, Weakly Striking Out. Flak-hitting mosquitoes. As soon as Gu Jingtian's words fell, a purple-black cloud had already drifted in from the sky. It was clearly the black-robed old man who was dozens of miles away. Looking at the duo above the mountaintop, the black-robed old man's eyes widened. That old loser from the Gu family. And that sword Dao Saint body. Ha ha ha, what a way to get to the top. When you run into me, Soul Slayer, you two should immediately tie your hands. Looking at the dozens of figures not far away, Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes were a look of eagerness. Having just reached the peak of the spirit martial realm, she was looking to test her strength at the moment. Gu Jingtian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt that ignored everything. A mere mole cricket, worthy of snarling and barking here. Hearing this, the corners of the Soul Slayer old man's mouth twitched madly. Gu Jingtian, you still think you're the Gu family's oldest ancestor? Now that you've been expelled from the Gu family, you're nothing more than a waste of space at the spiritist realm. Who knows about this? Old me is able to crush you to death with a single finger right now. Surveying Gu Jingtian's body, the old man Soul Slayer's narrow eyes were filled with evil light. Couldn't help licking his lips. I heard that you, a waste of space, ate a fruit of the Tao of longevity to survive for 3,000 years. If I eat you, I'm afraid I can also increase my lifespan a bit. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling's figure immediately blocked in front of Gu Jingtian. With a flip of his palm, the black and gold emperor's fall instantly appeared in his hand. In an instant, the Soul Slayer elder and his group immediately showed a look of horror. However, feeling the faint breath above the emperor's fall, the Soul Slayer old man laughed coldly. It really is the sword Dao Saint body. In such a short period of time, it has actually cultivated to the spirit martial realm. Even if you have an emperor's soldier in your hands, so what? A spirit martial realm griffin can't even utilize the true power of an emperor's soldier. Little girl, as long as you hand over your divine sense and become this old ancestor's slave, this old ancestor can keep your cheap life. Gu Nianling's willow eyebrows rose. The fluctuations of the spirit martial realm instantly spread out from above his body. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all this nonsense? As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Nianling held Di Lu, intending to make a move. But just then, a large hand suddenly stopped in front of Gu Nianling. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Good disciple. This scumbag is already at the spirit ancestor realm cultivation level. The current you is not a match for this group of scumbags. It's better to let the master do it. When these words came out, Gu Nianling showed a puzzled look on her face. Even though she already knew that Gu Jingtian was not the rumored trash, Gu Nianling did not know anything about Gu Jingtian's strength. Just by looking at how the people of the Gu family dared to actually treat Gu Jingtian, it must be that their strength wasn't too overpowering. Gu Nianling's face showed concern. Master, this is a spirit ancestor realm demonic cultivator. You must be careful. As soon as the words fell, the Soul Slayer old man burst out laughing maniacally, disdain filling his old face. Gu Jingtian, you don't have to put on the appearance of a supreme master here. If you were truly strong, how could the Gu family expel you? It's hard to believe that the Gu family guys are all cuties. Can't they be? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he felt that this Soul Slayer old man's last words were not unreasonable. When the Soul Slayer old man saw Gu Jingtian's expression change, his heart was even more pleased. What? Being told through the heart by this old ancestor. You can't hide it anymore. Don't worry. This old ancestor won't kill you. This old ancestor will clean up this little girl in front of you. Wait until she sees how powerful this old ancestor is. I'm sure that without this old ancestor's hand, she'll be on her knees begging this old ancestor to take her in. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Soul Slayer Elder waved his big hand. A purple-black demonic aura instantly filled the air, condensing into a demonic claw that shot toward Gu Jingtian, obviously trying to keep Gu Jingtian under control. In the face of such an attack, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. It's been a whole 500 years since I made a move. And once again, I didn't expect it to be this kind of mole. As the voice rang out, Gu Jingtian slowly extended his palm. The power of martial arts in his body instantly ran through his entire body. Golden divine radiance erupted from above his body, slamming his palm out. In an instant, golden light shone brightly within a radius of thousands of meters. The endless golden light condensed into a huge golden palm that was hundreds of meters square, and on top of that huge palm, it was densely packed with subtle golden runes. Vajra Vorpal Palm. A voice like the whispering of the Buddha instantly filled the air. A terrifying might that was like a mighty prison instantly filled the air. In an instant, both the Soul Slayer Elder and the dozens of demonic cultivators all trembled furiously. The strong pressure directly caused the tens of meters of demonic cultivators' body to explode. It turned into a sky full of blood mist. Even Elder Soul Slayer, who was already in the spirit ancestor realm, was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Horror to the core was written in the blood-streaked eyes. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? How could the Gu family expel you? This is a scam. This is definitely a scam. It can't be. The entire Gu family is crazy. At this moment, however, Gu Jingtian shook his head. Noisy. With that, a palm was slapped out, and the hundreds of meters of Vajra divine palm immediately impacted out. Wherever it passes, everything goes up in smoke. The old man Soul Slayer whose body couldn't move could only look at the golden divine palm. Before the golden divine palm could approach, the strong palm wind had already blasted the Soul Slayer Elder's body into flying dust. Boom! In the next second, this huge palm of hundreds of meters violently blasted on top of the mountain peak at the back. In an instant, dazzling golden light covered the entire sky. The ground is shaking. Smoke filled the sky. By the time the golden light dispersed, the large mountain that was 1,000 meters tall had disappeared without a trace. Between the mountains, a huge deep pit that was 100 miles in circumference had suddenly appeared. A single palm is enough to destroy the city. Looking at the bottomless pit, Gu Nianling on the side had round eyes full of astonishment. Dumbfounded, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. An unprecedented earthquake was set off directly in his mind. Master Teacher is actually this strong. With a casual slap, he actually obliterated a high mountain. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that a strong person of the Spirit Saint realm may not be able to do it either. That old man Soul Slayer was right. The Gu family is a bunch of cuties. To think that they would expel Master Teacher. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked at the damage he had caused with a casual strike. He frowned lightly. A displeased face shook his head. Hey, it still doesn't work. It's been too long since I've done it. The force is still a hair too big. What a waste. What a waste. Isn't this an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito? When these words came out, Gu Nianling's mouth suddenly twitched. Is this bragging on Master's part? Such a terrifying strike, but it was actually just a hint of extra strength. What would it be like if this was on fire? Master Teacher still really thinks he's a spirit emperor. Gu Jingtian's gaze looked into the distance, and a hint of essence flashed under his eyes. It seems that he hasn't made a move for too long, and these mole crickets already don't know the heights of heaven. Blood Spirit Sect, provoking it 3 times. It seems there's no need for it to continue to exist either. In the next second, Gu Jingtian looked at the young girl beside him. Go, apprentice, come with me. Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. Where to? Master. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spat out a sentence. Yuzhou, Sky Demon Mountain Range, Blood Spirit Sect, Chapter 21 10,000 Devil Mountain Range, Blood Demon Sect, a million miles away in Yuzhou. Under the sky full of magic clouds, the strange peaks stood here, and this place was the heavenly demon mountain range that made the entire eastern continent talk about it. It was rumored that this place was the connection between the Xintian continent and the demon realm, and the demonic energy was extremely dense. On top of a peak that was tens of thousands of meters high, there was a palace situated, within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was filled with the smell of blood. In front of the tallest hall, there stood a stone monument with the words Blood Demon Sect written on it. Inside the Blood Demon Hall, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor, who was wearing a red robe, was sitting on top of it. And just then, a figure also wearing a red robe appeared in front of it. The fluctuations of the Spirit Saint realm spread out from above his body. This person was the other old ancestor hidden by the Blood Demon Sect, named Blood Heaven Old Ancestor. and his strength was no better than that of the blood demon old ancestor. Seeing the appearance of the blood sky old ancestor, the blood demon old ancestor slowly opened his eyes with a puzzled look in his eyes, while at this moment, the blood heavenly ancestor had a furious look on his face. The divine sense flame that the two demon slayer brothers left behind in the clan has been extinguished. Hearing this, the blood demon old ancestor rose violently, his monstrous fury stirring up. Who is it? How dare you kill an elder of my blood demon sect? No matter who dares to provoke my blood demon sect, this old ancestor will let him know what true cruelty is. But at that moment, a figure wearing a purple golden robe suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. Its face also wore a purple and gold mask. Seeing the visitor, the two old ancestors of the blood demon sect fell to their knees in an instant. The faces of the two were filled with respect. Greetings to the demon emperor's messenger. The eyes of the duo at this moment were filled with surprise. I didn't expect the demon emperor's emissary to actually appear. And for a whole 1,000 years, the demon emperor hasn't sent out any orders. And right at this moment, an extremely cold voice slowly came out. By order of the demon emperor, no one is allowed to harm the sword Dao Saint body that appeared. By all means, find it and send it to the 9 Sephirotic heavens. When these words came out, the blood demon old ancestor duo looked at each other. The eyes of the two were filled with shock. I didn't expect that this sword Dao Saint body would actually attract the attention of Lord Demon Emperor. Lord Demon Emperor actually ordered that this person not be harmed. Could it be that he wants to take this person as a disciple? This little girl, she's really lucky to be able to obtain the favor of Lord Demon Emperor. You must know that since Lord Demon Emperor rose to power 2,000 years ago, it only took 120 years for him to be certified as an emperor. In one leap, he became the supreme existence of the entire Devil Dao. Now more than 800 years have passed since Lord Devil Emperor claimed the throne. I'm sure that Lord Demon Emperor's strength has already reached a level that we can't comprehend. If Lord Demon Emperor is out of the gate, what is this little Gu family Saint Emperor worth? Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly responded in a condensed voice. By the law of Lord Demon Emperor. With the sound of the voice, the Demon Emperor's messenger in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene in front of them, the duo's speech emperors were filled with shock. Lord Demon Emperor's emissary's cultivation is actually so terrifying as well. With the strength of the two of us at the Quasi-Emperor realm actually unable to detect his visit, is it possible that the Demon Emperor's messenger has also reached the Emperor realm? The blood demon ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Nowadays, the entire Eastern continent's righteous path is barely more than 2 Emperor realm powerhouses. Besides, Tianyi of that Tianyi Holy Land is already lingering. Now that Lord Demon Emperor has reappeared, I'm sure that this group of scumbags who call themselves the famous sect won't have many good days left. Thinking of this, the blood demon old ancestor let out a cold snort. Since that's the case, you and I will order a large number of disciples to enter the frontier of righteousness and go in search of that sword Dao sacred body. Also be sure to find the murderer that killed my blood demon sect's elder. Never fall on my blood demon sect's prestige. The two were just about to give the order, but they snapped their eyes at each other and looked towards the high sky beyond the great hall. Spatial fluctuations. Someone came across the void. The visitor is at least a spirit saint realm powerhouse. You and I will go out and look. In the next second, along with a ripple in space, the figures of the two of them had arrived high above the sky. Underneath the black as ink demonic clouds, there were 2 figures, and upon seeing these 2 figures, the pupils of the blood demon old ancestor duo shrank as a hint of doubt flashed across the bottom of their eyes. Reacting, the duo let loose a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, this is truly a heavenly chance. I didn't expect the person Lord Demon Emperor wanted to actually come to my door by himself. That's right. These 2 figures that had suddenly arrived at the Blood Demon sect were none other than the Gu Jingtian duo who had rushed here from a million miles away. And after seeing Gu Jingtian beside Gu Nianling, surprise was written all over the faces of the 2 of them. This is the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian? In the intelligence, both the Gu family's old ancestor and that sword Dao Saint body were driven out of the Gu family. Never would I have thought that this Gu family's old ancestor was actually not a rumored scrapper, but a hidden spirit saint realm powerhouse. Looking at the sight of the demonic aura rolling before her, Gu Nianling was left with a dumbfounded expression. Amazingly, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Just a moment ago, Gu Jingtian stretched out his large hand, and a mysterious aura spread out from it. In the next second, in Gu Nianling's astonished and incomparable gaze, the space in front of him was actually torn out of a huge spatial gap in a raw manner. Before Gu Nianling could react, Gu Jingtian had already pulled her into this spatial gap. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at this place. Surveying her surroundings, Gu Nianling was filled with surprise. The scene in front of him was simply the same as the Yuzhou depicted in the books. Is this true that Master Teacher has come to Yuzhou, the devil cultivator's main camp? It's said that this demonic cultivator's base camp. Even a spirit emperor realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to go there alone. Just as Gu Nianling was surprised, a sound like a razor blade cutting through glass came from the front. I didn't expect the rumors are actually false. The Gu family's old ancestor isn't a waste, but a spirit saint realm powerhouse. It's just that you've gone too far to actually dare to come to the heavenly demon mountain range. I've heard that the Gu family has already kicked you out of your home. So why don't you just throw yourself into my blood demon sect and become a dashing and self-contained demonic cultivator? In the face of the invitation from these two quasi-emperor realm powerhouses, Gu Jingtian looked as if he had ignored it. Just looking at Gu Nianling in front of him. Disciple, Master has already imparted enough to you. A sheltered eagle can never truly soar into the blue sky. Today, my master will pass on one last divine ability to you. It's up to you to see how many points you can realize. Since then, the time has come for you to venture out on your own. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling in front of her froze in place. A mist of water suddenly rose in the soulful, bright eyes. Master, do you not want Linger? No, Linger doesn't want to leave Master Teacher. Gu Jingtian looked as old as ever. You're my Gu Jingtian's disciple. How can you be so sniveling and little girlish? The matter has been decided by the master's mind. There is no need for more words. And seeing that Gu Jingtian looked as if he was treating them like air, the blood demon old ancestor duo's hearts blazed with rage. Gu Jingtian, you're not too wild. This is the 10,000 Devil Mountain range. It's not your Gu family. Even if the Gu family's Saint Emperor Gu Ziyan were to arrive here, she would never be able to walk out of this 10,000 devils. Before the duo could finish their words, Gu Jingtian's cold eyes swept in. There's no need for so many lines when you're about to die. It affects the view. With that, he reached out with his big hand. A soft bellow. Sword come. Chapter 22 Absolute Divine Power. Silent Extinction. Heaven, Earth, and Man 3 Killing Sword Technique. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the Emperor's false sword behind Gu Nianling's back instantly shot up into the sky. At the same time, Gu Jingtian's figure appeared high in the sky. That Emperor's false sword was just like it was already in its hands. Seeing this scene, the blood demon old ancestor duo immediately showed a look of horror, staring at the black and gold longsword in Gu Jingtian's hand with fear. Imperial soldier. This is that present-day Emperor soldier. This Emperor soldier was actually really obtained by Gu Jingtian. This is finished. This old man has been hiding his strength, yet he's already a spirit saint realm expert. Now it's even wielding an Emperor's weapon. Even if you and I, brothers, are both at the quasi-emperor realm cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this. For a moment, the two of them exploded with spiritual energy, as if they were planning to flee. However, even though Gu Jingtian was holding an Imperial Weapon, the Emperor false sword in his hand did not erupt with the terrifying fluctuations of an Imperial Weapon. Noticing this scene, the blood demon old ancestor duo who were just about to run away with their heads stopped, deadly staring at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Ha ha ha. In the next second, the duo's maniacal laughter spread throughout the void. Gu Jingtian, you need to stop posturing here. This Emperor's soldier, even if you've acquired it, you simply can't refine it in such a short period of time. Even if it's an Emperor's soldier, nowadays in your hands it will only exert the power of a saint's soldier at best. Damn it! How dare you swindle us? I'll show you what makes my blood demon sect survive for 2,000 years. As the duo's voices rang out, only a monstrous blood chi was seen erupting from above the two's bodies. On top of the peak below, a blood-colored residual shadow violently sprang out. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the two. It was actually a long knife that was covered in blood-colored divine aura. Where the hilt of the blade was, it was actually a hideous and horrifying human skull. A monstrous fury aura filled the air from above this long sword. In a matter of moments, it drenched the sky in a radius of nearly 100 miles in the color of blood. The blood demon old ancestor's face showed a maniacal expression. Gu Jingtian, it's your great honor to die under my blood demon sect's quasi-imperial weapon, the blood god mad blade. If I were you, I would definitely find a remote place and spend a few years refining this godless soldier. Unfortunately, you are not too wild. You can hide your strength. Does my blood demon sect not have any hidden cards? Looking at the arrogant and domineering duo, Gu Jingtian had a disdainful look on his face. Who said to kill you guys? This seat still needs the might of an emperor's weapon. In the next instant, Gu Jingtian's gaze swept toward Gu Nianling in the distance. Apprentice, watch well. This sword will be very handsome. Throwing down a sentence, The long sword in Gu Jingtian's hand violently reached downwards. As Gu Jingtian moved, in an instant, a destructive power that was like a demon god himself, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, erupted. The killing aura that looked like it came from the 9 devilish realms caused the entire void to tremble. And sensing this destructive aura filled with tyranny and killing, the blood demon old ancestor duo were suddenly stupefied. Demonic chi? You're actually a devil cultivator? Impossible. How could you be a demonic cultivator? The duo's doubts Gu Jingtian naturally ignored, only murmuring to himself. This sword Dao divine ability is called silence. There are 3 styles. You can watch it well. Disciple. First style. The earth sends out killing machines. Dragon snake rising land. Before the words fell, the long sword in Gu Jingtian's hand swung violently, pointing at the endless earth below. Where the sword blade pointed, only the ground in a 1,000-mile radius was violently set off by a massive earthquake. A monstrous killing aura erupted from the depths of the earth. In an instant, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. A bottomless gully appeared above the earth. The blood god peak that was nearly 10,000 meters tall collapsed. Before this blood demon sect disciple could react, he was blasted into mush by the killing machine that rose up from the sky beneath the ground. The ground in a radius of 1,000 miles rolled over like an earthly dragon, accompanied by endless killing opportunities, and tumbled crazily. Such a terrifying scene directly made the duo in the distance look dumbfounded. The blood demon old ancestor duo's eyes were filled with panic. A realm that emboldened them appeared in the duo's minds. Spirit Emperor Realm. It's actually the Spirit Emperor Realm. This Gu Jingtian is actually a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse. Only a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse can erupt with such a terrifying might. Are the Gu family all a bunch of brainless dead pigs? How could they drive an old ancestor of the martial Emperor Realm out of the Gu family? It's over. Everything is finished. The Spirit Emperor with the Imperial soldier in hand. Flee. Run away. At this moment, the two of them frantically exploded the aura in their bodies, wanting to use the power of instantaneous transfer to escape. And right at that moment, the Emperor's false sword in Gu Jingtian's hand violently swung once again. The sword's blade points to, it is that long sky. Second style. Heavenly hair killing machine. Move the stars. In an instant, that monstrous killing chance filled the air. The high altitude within a 1,000-mile radius was suddenly stormy. The demonic aura that had shrouded this place for nearly 10,000 years was instantly broken by the killing machine. A dark starry sky spread out for nearly 1,000 miles. The shimmering star moved frantically. Endless killing opportunities filled the air. It directly and completely blocked off the space in a radius of nearly 1,000 miles. No matter how much the blood demon elder ancestor duo mobilized the power of the world projection within their bodies, they still could not make a single connection with the void in front of them. Sensing this, the blood demon old ancestor duo's eyes were already filled with despair at this moment. Hysterically, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Gu Jingtian, even if you are a spirit emperor, you killed us. The demon emperor coronation won't let you go. You killed a quasi-emperor realm demonic cultivator in the 10,000 Devils Mountain range. Are you trying to provoke a war between the righteous and the devils? In the face of the duo's frantic hissing, Gu Jingtian remained unperturbed. The long sword in his hand was slowly placed in front of him. A pair of starry eyes slowly closed. A low, domineering voice resounded throughout the space. Third style. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's tightly closed eyes snapped open. That pair of eyes actually turned completely black. It was filled with a sightless contempt, and a destructive killing machine. In the next second, a pillar of light as black as ink erupted from above Gu Jingtian's body. The upper part of the sky is connected to the heavens. Next to the back of the earth, an icy cold voice without a trace of emotion came out. A man sends out a murderous spirit. The heavens and the earth fall. The earth sends out killing machines, and dragons and snakes rise from the land. The ground was like an earth dragon turning over and rushing up to the sky with endless killing opportunities. It's like the earth's dragon rushing to the sky. The sky sends out killing machines and moves the stars. The starry sky was like a bucket of stars, carrying monstrous killing machines impacting down, like a meteorite falling from the sky. When a man sends out a killing blow, the heavens and the earth are tipped over. In an instant, heaven and earth twisted and space exploded. Everything returns to nothingness. This is silence. In an instant, the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles ahead were filled with an endless swarm of killing machines. Everything in it was drowned out by that heaven-destroying killing machine. Even the two blood demon old ancestors of the quasi-emperor realm could not be spared, and could only despair as they were overwhelmed by the killing machines. In the blink of an eye, everything in a 1,000-mile radius disappeared without a trace. Even space was completely obliterated under this terrifyingly extreme killing machine. The destruction of all that is silence. Looking at the scene in front of her, Gu Nianling's eyes were lifeless and she had lost all ability to think. There was only that endless killing machine in his mind. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This matter is settled. There's no such thing as a banquet. We'll see each other if we're meant to. Before Gu Nianling could react, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. The Emperor's false sword in his hand shot out towards Gu Nianling. Chapter 23, Yuzhou's Anger. The swords are drawn. Wherever the sword blade pointed, space was instantly cut open. The chaotic spatial turbulence instantly coalesced into a solid channel. A strong suction force erupted out, bringing Gu Nianling's body in. By now, Gu Nianling already understood in her heart that her master had already made up his mind. In the blink of an eye, Gu Nianling's figure disappeared into the spatial turbulence. Only a firm voice curled up. Master, my disciple will make a heck of a name for himself and not fall short of Master's name. Listening to the incoming voice, Gu Jingtian's face remained the same as before, without any fluctuations. Just a gaze cast in the direction of that distant Middle Earth. The Middle Earth. That's where countless heavenly prides will compete. It's only there that you can grow up the fastest. I hope that by the time my master sets foot in the Middle Kingdom, you will already be famous in the world. Now that I'm alone, it's time to make a trip to that place. Gu Jingtian waved his hands, directly tearing the space in front of him, stepped forward and then disappeared without a trace. Only this 1,000-mile square land of silence remains. As Gu Jingtian's figure disappeared into this place, only to see space ripple once again. A figure clad in black robes appeared in this place. It was the Demon Emperor's messenger who had left earlier. Obviously, they had discovered the fluctuations of this place and moved space to come. However, just after arriving at this place, the Demon Emperor's emissary was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Horror was written all over the handsome face under the cloak. As expected, as the Blood Demon ancestor had guessed, this Demon Emperor emissary's cultivation had also reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Such a realm, yet it made him feel an even greater fear. How is this possible? Within a radius of 1,000 miles, not only was space erased, but even spiritual energy, laws, everything disappeared, completely turned into nothingness. Who in the world is it? Surprisingly, he possesses such terrifying strength. I'm afraid that even Lord Demon Emperor may not be able to achieve such a means. Could it be the one from the Gu family of the Holy Land? Is she not afraid of causing a great war between the righteous and the devils? Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor's emissary's face showed a grave expression. This matter must be reported to Lord Demon Emperor immediately. In the next second, with a fluctuation in space, the Demon Emperor emissary's figure disappeared without a trace. The very center of the 10,000 Devils Mountain range that stretched for millions of miles. The entire void was filled with purple demonic chi like a sea of clouds churning. It was like the Nine Spectres demon region. A strange peak rose up from the ground, its height simply unmeasurable, as if it was on par with the sky, straight into the clouds. This place is exactly where the Demon Emperor, who made the entire eastern continent scared, is located. The Nine Secrets Heaven. In the next second, the Demon Emperor emissary's figure had appeared in front of a palace. Lord Demon Emperor, my subordinate Qingfeng has something important to report. In an instant, a clear and cold voice came from the middle of the great hall. Come in. With the sound of the voice, Qingfeng, who was dressed in black robes, walked into the grand hall with a respectful face. Strangely enough, the hall was empty. Only a dreamlike figure stood in front of it. A purple and gold-colored fancy dress was extremely extravagant. A face of androgynous beauty but lifeless. In this empty hall, it is even more desolate and sad. Upon seeing this person, Qingfeng immediately fell to his knees. With a face full of respect, he said, "Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor." The handsome, almost demonic man slowly spoke out. "You have already been certified as an emperor. Why do you need to perform such a great honor?" Hearing this, Qingfeng's body trembled slightly, and the bottom of his eyes instantly reddened. If it wasn't for Lord Demon Emperor's actions in the first place, Qingfeng would have already been a withered bone by the side of the road, a lonely soul in the wild. Where would we be today? At all times, Qingfeng is Lord Demon Emperor's most loyal slave. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor whispered to himself, "It doesn't really have to be too much. It's just that someone once said to me that maybe they'd gotten caught in the rain themselves, so they wanted to hold an umbrella for someone else." Obviously, Qingfeng did not hear the Demon Emperor's whispers. Then he said in a gruff voice, "Lord Demon Emperor, my subordinates have already gone to check, and indeed an Emperor Realm powerhouse has struck. The entire Blood Demon sect was wiped out. No one has escaped. The strength of the person who struck out was heaven-defying, directly turning a 1,000-mile area into nothingness. Hearing this, the Devil Emperor's sword frowned slightly. The way of destruction? I didn't realize that besides this emperor, there was someone else who practiced this Tao. Qingfeng's face tightened. With such strength, in the entire eastern continent, other than you, Lord Demon Emperor, I'm afraid there is only one person, Gu Ziyan, from that Gu family's holy land. If she acts like this, is it possible that she wants to provoke a war between the righteous and the devils? The Demon Emperor let out a light laugh, his handsome face full of disinterest. Since she wants to fight, so be it. This emperor also doesn't mind learning about the power of this Violet Sun's sacred body. This matter is already known to this emperor, so there's no need to say more. Tell me about you. Did you find her? Hearing this, Qingfeng froze in place. The redness in his eyes surfaced once again. She's gone. A few simple words seemed to have exhausted all the strength of a supreme being of the Spirit Emperor realm. Seeing Qingfeng behave like this, the Demon Emperor took a deep breath. I was born before the king was born, and the king was born when I was already old. The Great Way is merciless. This Supreme Demon Emperor also became ambiguous when confronted with his feelings. But just at that moment, Qingfeng's eyes shook with an exquisite aura. Lord Demon Emperor, is there really reincarnation in this world? It was only at this moment that the bottom of the Devil Emperor's lifeless violet gold eyes flooded with gusts of remembrance. Remote mountain village, beside a clear stream, the gardenia-like maiden smiled like a flower. Brother Jiu, you'll come back to marry me, won't you? The young girl's ardent gaze, even though 2,000 years had passed, was still etched in the bones of this Demon Emperor. After a long period of contemplation, an endless stream of essence flashed from his lifeless gaze. There must be. Qingfeng's expression was stunned, and that scorching gaze flared up in his eyes. I will find her, whether it's for 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, even if it's as far as the Yellow Springs. The Demon Emperor at this moment waved his hand. Qingfeng then turned away with a sense of humor. In the entire empty hall, only the Demon Emperor's tall and sad figure remained. It's been 2,000 years. Young Geo, where are you? Can you tell me? Is there really reincarnation in this world? Only the Demon Emperor's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. As the news of the Blood Demon sect's destruction gradually spread out, the black clouds were pressing down on the city, and the entire land of Yuzhou could be considered to be in a state of agitation. Countless devil cultivators rioted madly. The entire land of the eastern continent could be described as a windy, grassy place. Soon enough this news had reached the head of the righteous path, the Holy Land Gu family. In the middle of the glorious Xiantian Hall, the stunningly beautiful Empress Gu Ziyan sat on top of the emperor's seat. The crowd of patriarchs were also seated at this moment. Everyone's faces carried an endless amount of gravity. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng heatedly spoke. Holy Emperor coronation. Those devil cultivator disciples have already let the wind out, claiming that you, Coronation Saint Emperor, have taken action to overthrow the Blood Demon sect and provoke the U-state, to the extent that they have the audacity to ask you, Coronation of the Holy Emperor, to give them an explanation. Chapter 24, Songyun Mountain Range, Heavenly Demon City. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan instantly stormed out. The fluctuations of the Spirit Emperor realm instantly stirred. What? That group of maggot-like demonic cultivators actually dared to ask this emperor to give them an explanation. Don't say that this matter is not the handiwork of this emperor. Even if it is this emperor's handiwork, exterminating a bunch of maggots is just that. It's nothing. It seems that this emperor was too merciful, and these mole crickets dared to offend heaven's might. Seeing the furious Gu Ziyan, a glimmer of essence flashed across the bottom of Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Speaking up in a hurry, enlighten the Holy Emperor. I've received news. This demon emperor Yen Zhoga has already come out of seclusion, and also ordered the demonic cultivators under his command to make every effort to search for Gu Nianling, the traitor of the Gu family. I think I'm also hitting on the idea of that imperial soldier. Now that they've even planted evidence, perhaps this Yen Zhoga has gotten his way, and now that trash Gu Jingtian and traitor Gu Nianling, as well as that imperial soldier may all be in Yen Zhoga's hands, so much so that he dares to be so arrogant. How dare he want to provoke a war between the righteous and the devils? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan, who was already furious, became even more furious. Are you saying that Gu Jingtian, that loser, might be in Yen Zhoge's hands now? Yeah, good. Do you really think I, Gu Ziyan, am young enough to be bullied? To actually dare to take in this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian, this trash, to actually devote himself to the devil's path. Truly a shame for my Gu family. Since Yen Zhoga dares to act like this emperor will let him learn what the true emperor realm is. At this moment, Gu Ziyan was already ready to go to war. Hearing this, it was even harder to hide the joy in Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng's eyes. But at that moment, a silhouette below suddenly stood out. It was Gu Ziyan's sibling, Gu Lishang. Gu Lishang frowned lightly, reporting to the Holy Emperor. I also have some understanding of this matter. This demon emperor Yen Zhoga has been famous for close to 2,000 years, and his strength should not be underestimated. What's more, the hand of the man who set out to destroy the Blood Demon sect was ruthless, and none of the nearly 100,000 disciples of the entire Blood Demon sect were spared. The strength is even more terrifying, to the point of completely turning 1,000 miles of land into nothingness. His strength is definitely that of an emperor realm powerhouse. Even if Gu Jingtian and the others have been captured by Yen Zhoga has no need to act like this. Take the lives of the entire Blood Demon sect to go to war with the righteous path. If the righteous and demonic paths go to war, this person who strikes will definitely be a variable. With these words, the furious Gu Ziyan calmed down a bit. Being able to witness the Tao and become an emperor, it was natural that one would not be too intentional. You're saying that a new emperor realm powerhouse has appeared in the eastern continent? Gu Lishang nodded slightly. This person might be from the eastern continent, or he might be from the northern cold, the western desert, or the South Sea. It's even possible that he's from the Middle Kingdom. If we go to war rashly, won't we fall into this person's trap? The first order of business is to find out the identity of this person, exactly which power he belongs to. Gu Lishang's analysis could be said to have cleared the clouds and seen the sky. Gu Ziyan looked grave as she slowly sat down. Such a scene even drew a cold flicker under the eyes of Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng. Hastily bowing, he said, "Coronation of the Holy Emperor. Now that demonic cultivators have been frequently harassing the borders of my eastern continent, if we don't do something about it, I'm afraid that it will harm the prestige of my righteous path. If this Yen Zhoga makes an issue out of Gu Jingtian, after all, this Gu Jingtian used to be my Gu family's oldest ancestor, more or less representing my Gu family's face. Now that you have fallen into the devil's path, it is simply a shame for my Gu family. I beg the Holy Emperor to order Yen Zhoga to hand over Gu Jingtian, as well as my Gu family's traitors." Hearing the three words Gu Jingtian, Gu Ziyan, who had just suppressed her anger, was once again seething in her heart. Seeing this, Gu Lishang hurriedly said, "Although this demonic cultivator is infesting the eastern continent's righteous path, most of them are of some cultivation level below the spirit emperor realm. It's just a test from the devil cultivator. There's no need to make a big deal out of it now. The Holy Emperor only needs to order each sect to select disciples and elders from their sects to meet the demonic cultivators. As for that Gu Jingtian, his life and death are uncertain now. It may not be in Yen Zhoga's hands either, so it's better to plan everything slowly." For her own sibling, Gu Ziyan was quite dependent on her. Compared to Gu Ziyan's talent, Gu Lishang's mind was more meticulous. Gu Ziyan's willow brows frowned lightly. "In that case, as you say." Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng frowned lightly as he looked toward Gu Lishang in the distance, a hint of murderous intent flaring up in his heart. Soon, led by the Gu family of the Holy Land, the entire eastern continent's righteous sects all followed suit. The talented disciples among the various sects came out one after another, and a battle between the righteous and the devils was gradually drawn out. And at the border between Yuzhou and the eastern continent, there was a mountain range that stretched on forever, called the Tsongyun Mountain Range. Countless demonic beasts lurked in the Tsongyun Mountain Range. Nay, in the eastern continent, the human race is powerful. Demonic beasts can only survive here. And on the outskirts of the Tsongyun Mountain Range, there was a huge and incomparable city. The name was Heavenly Demon City. It covers an extremely wide area, in which righteousness and demonic cultivators can be found everywhere. Of course, the most numerous are the demons that have been enlightened. Sky Demon City was founded too, 500 years ago, in which the strongest person is a giant willow in the sky, but also with the body of a mortal willow, cultivated to the quasi-imperial realm, unable to move due to physical defects. But in this Heavenly Demon City realm, this tree can rival a spirit emperor. At this moment, the entrance to Heavenly Demon City was packed with people. It was only because of the fight between the righteous and demonic cultivators that the atmosphere became a bit tense. In the center area of Sky Demon City, a giant willow grew in the sky, straight into the clouds. The huge branches and leaves spread for hundreds of miles, covering the entire Heavenly Demon City. It was the giant willow of the sacred tree that had blessed Heavenly Demon City for over 2,000 years. At this moment, Underneath this giant willow, there were several figures here. Even though the appearance was no different from that of the human race, the characteristics of the demon race were more or less preserved on top of the body. There are men with strong bodies and bull's horns, and there are even cat-eared women who are hot and sexy, but have animal ears on their heads. The first person, but also has a stunning face, a long white tasseled dress covered in that concave and convex delicate figure, behind the rounded jerks but growing 5 fluffy tails. It was obviously the 9-tailed Skyfox clan. Looking at the giant willow in front of her, this heavenly fox woman looked respectful. Senior sacred tree, now that the human race is imploding, the demonic cultivators and the righteous path have begun to fight. My heavenly demon city is in the middle ground between the two parties, and it is meant to survive in the cracks. Seeing as the battle between the righteous and demonic cultivators is about to break out, I'm afraid that my 10,000 demon city will become a target. As the sexy and charming voice of the heavenly fox woman rang out, a voice as peaceful as the spring breeze suddenly echoed throughout the void. The human race is imploding, and I, the demon race, can't do anything about it. At this point in time, I will do everything I can to protect heavenly demon city in peace. There is no need for you and others to be alarmed. Soon, this heavenly fox woman and a few demon race powerhouses turned around and left, only that everyone's face carried a gravity that could not be wiped away. As the crowd left, they only saw this giant willow tremble violently on top of its branches. Sensing this scene, the eyes of the people who had left were even more grave. Although Sacred Tree Senior cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm with the body of a mortal willow, the human race has 2 great emperors. I'm afraid the end of 10,000 Demon City is coming. And just then, a voice that couldn't hide its sadness rang out from under that giant willow tree. My lord, it's been 2,000 years. Don't worry, I will definitely guard the entire heavenly demon city for you. Chapter 25, Scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. And at this moment, hundreds of miles away from heavenly demon city, in the middle of a dense forest, a figure appeared in this place, and it was none other than the black-robed Gu Jingtian. Even though this place was still hundreds of miles away from heavenly demon city, the giant willow that stuck straight up into the sky was already within reach. Gu Jingtian looked up, and a trace of remembrance couldn't help but flood the bottom of his eyes. A scene appeared in Gu Jingtian's mind. As early as 2,000 years ago, this area was a scenic mountain peak. At that time, Gu Jingtian was out traveling and had resided in this place for a period of time. He also lived a life of picking chrysanthemums under the east fence and seeing the south mountain in seclusion. And in that compound grew a willow tree that could not have been more ordinary. As Gu Jingtian cultivated under the tree was influenced by Gu Jingtian's breath, and it unexpectedly gave birth to divine wisdom. On a whim Gu Jingtian then taught it a technique called the Qingdi Sacred Cannon. And of course for him to expel the demonic beasts that had no intention of trespassing into this place. Looking at the figure that covered the sky in the distance, Gu Jingtian sighed softly. I didn't realize that the little willow tree I planted in the beginning was now so huge. It's been 2,000 years since I said goodbye, and I wonder if it still remembers me. But at that moment, a loud noise reached Gu Jingtian's ears. Ha ha ha, can't run away, can you, little guy? Our luck today is too good to be true. We actually caught a little fox of the heavenly fox bloodline. This is the royal family of 10,000 Demon City. But it's a rare item. We'll be rich now. In the middle of the dense jungle, there were clearly several figures. Looking at his costume, he was obviously a disciple of a righteous sect. Just about every one of them had a lustful look on their faces, staring at the young girl on the ground like a hungry wolf. This young girl looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, and her cultivation was only at the level of a demon general. At the moment it was huddled under a tree, its moving body shivering. Fear was written all over the delicate and cute little face. The 2 pink tails behind them were even more quivering. You guys, what are you doing? I'm the little princess of the heavenly fox of the heavenly demon city. If you guys bully me, my sister won't let you off. The little guy colored and reprimanded. This stubborn little expression stirred up even more evil thoughts in the hearts of the crowd. A pair of glowing green eyes stared dead at the pink fluffy tail. TSK, 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 a little princess? Ha ha ha, it's just a demonic beast, and worthy of such a title. However, we've played with quite a few princesses of the earthly dynasties, but we've still never played with this little princess of the demon race. Hearing the words of the crowd, a burly youth at the head frowned. As precious as this little thing is, the price won't go up if it's devoid of its virginity. As soon as these words came out, the youth with a short stature and a pair of green bean eyes on the side licked his lips full of lewdness. Senior brotherly, this is something you don't understand. This demon race's physique is the same as the human race's after taking shape. Who says we can't take her Yuan, so we can't live in style? As he spoke, he also surveyed the young girl's pink, red lips and the shivering tail. That senior brother Li's complexion stared as if he had thought of something. Senior Tian is worthy of being a veteran in flowers. He really has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. It's just that there are 7 of us master and brothers, so there has to be a first come, first served. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly showed lustful colors. Senior brother Li has the highest cultivation, so naturally he'll be the first to enjoy it. Senior brother, I have countless means to make this little fox serve senior brother well. Elder brother, just watch. As soon as the words fell, he only saw this green bean-eyed youth flip his wrist and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. With a face full of evil light, he walked towards the young girl who was shivering on the ground. This is a 1,000-year drought that I have carefully researched. No matter what kind of chaste woman you are, as long as you smell it, you're guaranteed to be as thirsty for rain as the land that's been in a drought for 1,000 years. Looking at the youth who came slowly, the young girl had a look of horror on her face. What are you doing? Don't you come over here. Me, I'm going to call someone. When these words came out, the crowd of disciples couldn't help but bend over. You scream. No one will come even if you scream through the sky. We've already caged this place with an array, and with such a long distance, no one from Heavenly Demon City will come to save you. Scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Looking at the gradually approaching figure, the Sky Fox Maiden's eyes were filled with despair. Tears wet her eyes. And just then, a voice came out at an inopportune moment. Why is your line so familiar? Is it possible that your excellency is my hometown? The sudden sound caught the attention of several people at once, only to see a figure slowly walk out of the dense forest. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. The moment they saw Gu Jingtian, several people showed fierce glares on their faces. A closer look was taken, but a look of contempt was revealed. A spiritualist realm mole. How dare he come to 10,000 Demon City? Where are the elders of your clan? Wouldn't let you come alone to seek death. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Elders? My elders are no longer in this world. As for clans, even less. The disdain on several people's faces intensified when these words came out. So it's a loose cultivator mole cricket. What? Still saying I'm your hometown? What? You want to take advantage of it too? If you kneel down and call me an ancestor, we can let you lick it after we use it later. Ha ha ha. The jeers of the crowd resounded. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. What an ignoramus. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, both lips slightly opened, and a mysterious voice suddenly came out. On your knees. As the voice rang out, a strange power filled the air. Several people still had disdainful smiles on their faces, but in the next second, the crowd was surprised to find that their bodies were not under their control. Both knees went soft, actually kneeled straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, the young girl on the side even showed a curious expression, staring stupidly at Gu Jingtian. This bizarre scene instantly made several people's hearts tremble with fear. Who the hell are you? What do you want? We are disciples of the Tianyi Holy Land. If you kill us, the Tianyi Holy Land will not let you go. A hint of disdain flashed under Gu Jingtian's eyes when these words came out. The Tianyi Holy Land? Ha! Slap! As Gu Jingtian's voice sounded again, several disciples were filled with horror. Yet, they still slapped their cheeks hard. Snap! Amidst the screams of the crowd of disciples, soon several of them were already disfigured. His face was as red with blood as if a dye bath had been opened. Elder! We are wrong. Please, Elder, let us go. Aha! I really know it's wrong. Senpai! The screams of the crowd resounded at once. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Scream! Keep screaming. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Chapter 26 Seducing Gu Jingtian? Funny. With the sound of this voice, at this moment, the roles of hunter and prey completely changed. Firm and powerful slaps were slapped on the faces of the crowd, and in no time at all, a few people even became slurred in their speech. Elder, we have eyes but no eyes. Now we already know our mistakes. Please be generous and don't kill us. Senior. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. I'm not going to kill you. You're the kind of goods that dirty my hands by killing you. When this was said, a group of pig-headed people could be said to be smiling and laughing, but the pain in his face made the expression freeze instantly. Many thanks, Elder. We really know our mistakes. From now on we will definitely clean up our act and behave properly. Despite their mouths, each person's heart was filled with an endless amount of sinister venom. Wait, we've already memorized you. No one can protect you if you mess with our Tianyi Holy Land. My heavenly monarch Holy Land's powerhouses will soon be coming to heavenly demon city. At that time, not to mention a tiny heavenly fox princess, even that heavenly fox empress will be a prisoner of our heavenly monarch Holy Land. When the time comes, I will definitely make your fellow's life worse than death. And just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. In that case, you'll do it yourselves. Save dirtying my hands. Remember your own words and be good in your next life. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the few people kneeling on the ground suddenly cracked. Poorly, they looked at Gu Jingtian. Just wait, even if you kill us, the Tianyi Holy Land won't let you go. In time, before the words were finished, they only saw these people's bodies uncontrollable, running their spiritual energy to condense their palms, and blasted their palms towards their heads. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the heads of several people shattered on the ground like watermelons, spilling red and white all over the place. Such a bloody scene also caused the Sky Fox Maiden on the side to look stunned. The bottom of the eyes that looked toward Gu Jingtian was more fearful than grateful. With the deaths of several people, Gu Jingtian let out a light hum without expression. What a racket! Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian then intended to leave. And just at that moment, the curvaceous heavenly fox maiden spoke out in a hurry. This senior, thank you for saving me. My name is Fox Wanner. I am the young princess of the Sky Fox clan of Sky Demon City. Please also ask this senior to accompany me to the 10,000 Demon City. My sister will definitely reward you heavily. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian stopped. After all, one is also planning to go to the middle of this heavenly demon city, so this little girl will be brought along on the way. Besides, from what those few scumbags said just now, the guys from the Tianyi Holy Land are about to come here. Also, just go and see what they want to do. With that thought, Gu Jingtian then nodded. Receiving Gu Jingtian's promise, the bottom of Fox Wanner's pink eyes were filled with excitement. The two of them then rushed towards Sky Demon City. Soon, the heavenly demon city, which was hundreds of meters tall, came into Gu Jingtian's eyes. When I first left, this place was still a green hill, and no one lived here at all except for the hut I built, but I didn't expect it to become such a majestic city now. The duo had just arrived at the entrance of Sky Demon City when a stream of light shot out from Sky Demon City, only to see that this person was dressed in a white flowing veil long dress. Her skin color was better than snow, just like the 9 heavenly maiden descending to the mortal world. It was only the 5 white fluffy tails behind her that indicated that she was of the demon race, and this woman was none other than the contemporary holy daughter of the 4 great races of heavenly demon city, the Fox race, 9-star spirit saint realm powerhouse, Fox Ninger. Seeing that her sister was actually with a human, Fox Ninger instantly frowned slightly. Her pretty face was slightly chilled as she looked at Fox Wanner. Wanner, the entire vicinity of Heavenly Demon City is in danger nowadays. While I went to meet with Sacred Tree Senior, you even ran out privately. Get back in there now. In the face of Fox Ninger's reprimand, Fox Wanner spat out her tongue in disbelief. Obviously such words of reprimand had fallen on deaf ears. With that, he took Fox Ninger's jade arm and gently swayed it. Sister, I know I'm wrong, so don't talk about me. I won't go out anymore. With such a situation, the anger in Fox Ninger's heart dissipated a few points. Fox Wanner hurriedly pointed to Gu Jingtian on the side. Sister, you're right. There are indeed a lot of bad people among those human races. This time, if this senior hadn't come to the rescue, I'm afraid that Wanner I would never see you again. Sister, you must thank the senior properly for Wanner. Hearing this, Fox Ninger's pair of silver starry eyes sized up Gu Jingtian in front of her. Spiritist realm cultivation? How could a spiritist realm person possibly save Wanner? Can it be that there is a fraud? Is it that other forces are deliberately using this method to approach my Fox clan? However, using such tactics in front of my Fox Ninger is simply ridiculous. In the next second, only Fox Ninger spread her face and smiled. Tenderness swirled in her beautiful eyes. The beautiful petite body exuded an irresistible temptation. It was the Heavenly Fox clan's innate divine ability, born to enchant. With a cultivation level like Fox Ninger's, a single knit of the brows could charm the crowd. Your Excellency saved my sister. Thank you so much. I don't know what exactly Your Excellency came to Sky Demon City for. The wonderful sound of immortal voices drilled into Gu Jingtian's ears and impacted towards Gu Jingtian's sea of consciousness. Fox Ninger smiled like a flower, but her eyes were filled with disdain. Even if you hide your cultivation, you definitely won't be able to escape my charming technique. Trying to hide it from my Fox Ninger's eyes, that's something that's absolutely impossible. However, at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a playful look on his face as he surveyed the absolute beauty in front of him. The art of seduction? How dare you offer a treasure in front of yourself at this level? It's really funny, even if it's an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. The demonic sound of the supreme realm is nothing but scum. Not to mention you, a little girl of the spirit saint realm. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said in a gruff voice, I just came to meet an old friend in the middle of this heavenly demon city. Since this girl has safely returned to heavenly demon city, I'll be intruding. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian directly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Fox Wanner's face showed anxiety and she just wanted to open her mouth. But she was stopped by Fox Ninger who was at the side. Sister, what are you doing? People have saved my life. Why don't you invite them to your home and give them some reward? While looking at Gu Jingtian's back, Fox Ninger's beautiful eyes flickered with essence. Could it be that one is paranoid? Or is this person using a lustful tactic? No matter what, everything in today's heavenly demon city must be done carefully. With this thought, Fox Ninger's willow brows frowned slightly. Don't you fool around. I think there is something wrong with this person. Observe for a period of time first. If there are no problems, I will come to the door to pay my respects. Seeing how resolute Fox Ninger was, Fox Wanner could only give in. Chapter 27, Meeting again after 2,000 years. Soon, Gu Jingtian had arrived in the middle of this 10,000 demon city. The street, which was tens of meters wide, could be crowded. There were endless people in various costumes. Just a hint of a murderous aura contained in everyone's eyes. Gu Jingtian didn't care at all about the situation here. The only purpose of the trip was also just to go back and see the place where he had been. Gu Jingtian looked up at the giant willow in the sky that was 100 miles away. Talking to myself, 2,000 years have passed. And I'm afraid my own hut has disappeared. I'm afraid. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian slowly walked towards the center of Heavenly Demon City. And at this moment, it was thousands of miles away from Heavenly Demon City. High in the sky, a figure that covered the sky shot up from the air. Surprisingly, it was a demonic beast that was hundreds of meters long. This demonic beast looked similar to a centipede but had wings on its back. It was the extremely rare demonic beast, the flying centipede. Looking at its size, its cultivation should have already reached the demon emperor realm as well. And above its body, two figures were faintly visible. All of them had extremely untamed looks on their faces. Looking at their attire, they were members of the Gu family of the Holy Land. Looking at the giant willow that went straight into the clouds in the distance, the two of them had disdain in their eyes. One of the round-faced old men sneered. For this giant willow to be able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm with a mortal willow body is considered rare in the world. It's a pity that the roots are still too poor. I'm afraid that I won't be able to advance to the emperor realm even after my lifespan is exhausted. And the long-faced old man on the side had a face like frost. No matter how strong this giant willow is, he's only at the quasi-emperor realm. Even if you and I are far inferior to him in terms of cultivation. But behind us stands the Gu family Saint Emperor. If this giant willow dares to disrespect us, there would be no need for that heavenly demon city to exist. The round-faced old man nodded heavily. This giant willow is not enough to worry about. What we need to beware of is the demon cultivator and the Tianyi Holy Land. Although the Tianyi Holy Land has explicitly agreed to this operation, last time the Holy Lord of the Tianyi Holy Land actually injured our Grand Elder. We must show them some color. For a moment, terrifying auras filled the Sky Demon City from all directions. And at this moment in the Heavenly Demon City, Gu Jingtian had already arrived at the center of the city. This is the place where the giant willow took root, and the surrounding area is heavily guarded. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Jingtian was yet filled with strangeness. Time has changed, and I'm afraid my own compound has long since decayed, but the little willow tree is still here. Just as well, let's go and meet the deceased. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian slowly walked towards that central area. Strangely enough, those strong demon race members who were patrolling looked as if they were oblivious. Even when Gu Jingtian walked right in front of them, there wasn't any hint of it. Even that giant willow, who had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, couldn't detect Gu Jingtian's aura at all. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian had arrived at the foot of this giant willow. But right at that moment, the scene reflected in front of him caused Gu Jingtian to be slightly stunned, only to see that at the foot of this giant willow, there was a verdant bamboo forest. In the middle of the bamboo forest was even a quiet thatched hut, a familiar scene, too, as it was 2,000 years ago. Despite the fact that more than 2,000 years had passed, Gu Jingtian still saw at a glance that the grass and trees in this bamboo forest were still planted by his own hands back then. How can an ordinary plant survive for over 2,000 000 years. It was only because the giant willow on the side had consumed its own life breath that it had been able to preserve all of this to this day. Looking at the giant willow in front of him, Gu Jingtian had a flash of remembrance in his eyes. As if remembering that year, the young man in the black and gold robes laughed up at the sky and went out the door. Little green, young master, I've accomplished my divine power. Today, I will definitely let this world's spirit emperors see this young master's fists. Watch the house for this young master. What started out as a casual remark was remembered by this giant willow for 2,000 years. Looking at the giant willow in front of him, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with emotion. Sometimes the grass and the trees are more loyal than their so-called relatives. With this thought, Gu Jingtian slowly raised his head. Remove the power of the laws lingering around you. That low voice came out slowly. Little green, young master, I'm back. The voice was not loud, but it seemed as heavy as the sea of 9 ghosts. As the voice came out, the giant willow that was tens of thousands of meters tall trembled violently. The branches that spread for hundreds of miles shone with green-colored divine aura. The leaves bristled like a baby's cry or a lover's whisper. In the next second, a timid voice slowly came out. Young master, is that you? You're back? It is difficult to see the color of the grass without a face, but that trembling voice couldn't hide the excitement and joy that was deep in his heart. Is it really you? Young master, you're back? Perhaps it's so unbelievable that this can't help but be repeated. Gu Jingtian sighed lightly, and the space around him was touched. In an instant, he appeared beside the giant willow. The big hand strokes the trunk of the tree, which is full of years, just as it was then. It's me. I'm back. This long-lost sound caused the huge body of the giant willow to tremble madly. The strong power caused the entire space to tremble. For a moment, all the living beings within thousands of miles of the entire heavenly demon city felt the emotions of this behemoth. It was the ultimate joy. Gu Jingtian's brows lowered. You're doing great. It's been over 2,000 years. I didn't even come back. So you should blame me. The branch buds of the giant willow swing gently. Qinger is foolish. If young master tells Qinger to wait, Qinger will wait. Whether it's 2,000 years or 20,000 years, Qinger will always be here waiting for young master to return. Gu Jingtian's expression stared. You're still as stupid as you were then. You're very good. With a single technique, you've actually cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm. It seems like you've worked very hard. The giant willow's voice whimpered. Qinger wants to wait until the young master, so Qinger has to cultivate hard. That way, it won't wither away, and it will be able to fulfill the task entrusted to it by the young master. The giant willow's voice was so light, yet so heavy. Gu Jingtian didn't say anything for a long time, only gently caressing the tree trunk beside his hand. Alright, young master, I'm back. This time, I will take you away. I'll go back to the hut and see how the task given to you is being accomplished. The giant willow voice came again. Don't worry, Qinger will definitely do her best to complete the task that young master has given her. With a flash of Gu Jingtian's figure, he had arrived in this hut. Walking around, he surveyed everything that Bai Jing was familiar with. It was just a hut. How could Gu Jingtian care? The only thing he cared about was the efforts the giant willow had made over the past 2,000 years. After pacing for a long time, Gu Jingtian sat down on his knees. Qinger, I will cultivate here. Don't let others disturb me. Hearing this, giant willow hurriedly spoke out. Qinger will do her best to fulfill young master's orders. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as his mind concentrated into one place. That cultivation level that had long been stagnant unexpectedly produced a crack at this moment. Chapter 28, Fox Falsehood. The Ultimate Insult. With the help of the sign-on rewards, Gu Jingtian's cultivation level increased extremely quickly. In his 20s, he had already broken through to the 5th layer. But just the 5th layer was enough to be comparable to a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse in this world. In the 1,000 years that followed, Gu Jingtian's cultivation gradually rose to the 10th level. Chaotic demon god Pangu's physique gave him unimaginable power. Even the power of laws that could not be comprehended in this realm was generated in his body. However, in the 1,000 years that followed, Gu Jingtian had made no progress at all. Feeling the touch of his cultivation, Gu Jingtian was secretly shocked in his heart. I see. It's not the resources that are troubling one's breakthrough, but one's state of mind. One's state of mind has not yet reached the realm of perfection. If one breaks through again, I'm afraid that one will be able to forcefully break through the barrier of this realm and ascend to the upper realm. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian then sat back and collected his mind, recalling the things that had happened to him over this period of time. In the meantime, above heavenly demon city, a figure shot up from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived above this heavenly demon city. The strong spiritual pressure came crashing in recklessly, and the entire heavenly demon city felt that terrifying spiritual pressure. The spirit pressure was filled with undisguised provocation. At the same time, above a verdant mountain peak, this place is exactly where the Fox clan is located. The two Fox Ninger sisters had just returned, and at the moment, Fox Wanner was still sulking. Fox Ninger was just about to lecture, but she felt the spirit pressure in the high sky that was full of provocation. Fox Ninger frowned. Damn it! Sooner or later, what's coming will come. It's just that these fellows are too arrogant to flaunt their power so much. Fox Ninger looked at Fox Wanner beside her. The beautiful eyes were filled with the color of unwillingness. After all, it was the only family she had. Then he put on a stern look and drank in a cold voice. Wanner, you're just too naughty this time. Sister must punish you. Someone, send the little princess to the sacred tree. No one is to release her without my order. When these words came out, the already stifled Fox Wanner was suddenly aggrieved to the extreme. Her bright big eyes flooded with watery mist. Sister, are you trying to confine Wanner? Don't. Wanner don't want it. If father and mother were still around, they wouldn't agree. Being pampered since childhood had made Fox Wanner extremely capricious. Feeling that might in the high sky, Fox Ninger's teeth clenched, slammed out of the way. Snap! A crunching sound should be heard. Fox Wanner was filled with disbelief as she looked at the sister in front of her, the one who used to be obedient to her. At this moment, she actually hit her. The already watery eyes burst into tears. You hit me, Fox Ninger. How dare you hit me? You're just bullying me for my bad talent. Otherwise, I would have been a Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse a long time ago. How dare you hit me? If it wasn't for you, how could I? Each of Fox Wanner's words were like sharp blades plunging into Fox Ninger's heart, but at the moment she had no choice. All that could be said was a cold, low growl. What? Didn't you guys hear me? With Fox Ninger's order, several guards hurriedly took away the non-stop crying Fox Wanner. Looking at Fox Wanner's departing back, Fox Ninger's eyes were slightly red. Wanner, only Sacred Tree Senior can protect you now. What sister owes you, sister will pay you back sooner or later. In the next second, Fox Ninger raised her eyebrows, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with the color of determination. Turning into a stream of light, she shot towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, a few figures also arrived high in the sky. It is the four major demon races in this 10,000 demon city. The insects, bird, beast, fox, the Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses of the various ethnic groups. Looking at the raging crowd in front of them, the eyes of the four were filled with anger. Apparently the ones who had come to this place to flaunt their power were the two old men from the Gu family Holy Land. Looking at the four Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses in front of them, even though these two were only at the Spirit Emperor realm, they did not have the slightest bit of fear, simply because behind them stood the strongest power in the Eastern continent, the Gu family, as well as that high and mighty Holy Emperor Gu Ziyan. The fat-faced old man snorted coldly and looked at the four people in front of him with a disdainful expression. Your heavenly demon city is really a big bully. My Gu family's holy envoy is here, but he doesn't even lead the crowd to greet him. What? Are you not putting the Gu family in your eyes? When he opened his mouth, it was a big hat. For heavenly demon city, the Gu family was a behemoth that could not be messed with, not to mention that Gu Ziyan, who was known as the strongest female emperor. The Gu family also had 5 strong quasi-emperor realm practitioners alone. Hearing this, the four of them couldn't help but clench their fists, their hearts blazing with anger, but remained silent. And at this moment, a lean-bodied demon raceman was full of smiles. So it's the Gu family's saint envoy who has descended. We didn't know that we had lost our manners. Please don't blame the 2 saint envoys. When these words came out, the 2 old men looked even more arrogant. Well, those who don't know don't know. However, now that you know who we are, why don't you salute? Hearing this, the corner of the lean man's eyes twitched, but he was still all smiles. Bowing in a hurry, Celestial Demon City's insect clan chief, Thousand Seekers greets the Gu family's holy envoy. Looking at this Qian Sun being so respectful, the 2 old men's faces then slowed down a little. But in the next second, the gaze went to the other 3. The remaining 3 were none other than the patriarchs of the other 3 clans. Apart from Fox Ninger, there was Ox Whirlwind of the Beast clan, and Golden Rock of the Bird clan. The 3 of them floated in the air with arrogant expressions, ignoring the words of the 2 of them. Seeing the performance of the 3, the sneer in the eyes of the 2 old men increased. The long-faced old man snorted coldly. What? The 3 of you are unconvinced, aren't you? Even if the 2 of us brothers are not as good as you in terms of cultivation, We represent the Gu family. Representing the Gu family Saint Emperor. What? Are you guys trying to start a war with the Gu family? When these words came out, the three of them immediately changed their faces, despite the 10,000 displeasure in their hearts. For the sake of the entire 10,000 demon city, the three of them could only helplessly lower themselves. Greetings to the Gu family's holy envoy. Watching the four spirit saint realm powerhouses bow before them, the two old men could be described as having a blast. Then he waved his hand with a smug look on his face. Alright, I heard that there are all sorts of rare things in your 10,000 demon city. Now that we're here, aren't you all going to open our eyes? Apparently the duo was trying to play the fall. Before the rest of the three could say anything, the insect clan chief on the side said with a flattering face, please also ask the two holy envoys to come with us. We will treat them well. The two old men nodded slightly. In that case, you guys lead the way ahead. Soon, the silhouettes of the crowd had arrived within a luxurious palace in Heavenly Demon City. The table at the moment was already set with all sorts of exotic fruits. The duo from the Gu family was even sitting on top of it with a smug look on their faces. Among them, that long-faced old man was even deadpanning Fox Ninger below. The bottom of his slender eyes were filled with lust. This is the matriarch of the Heavenly Fox clan, isn't it? It's truly a stunning beauty. No wonder, in the entire eastern continent, the maidens of the Fox clan that's one of the best. That's an indispensable treasure in the slave market, especially the serving. It's a real treat. I think the patriarch of this Heavenly Fox clan is even the best of them. As soon as these words came out, the pretty face of Fox Ninger below immediately turned cold as ice. The slender jade neck was suddenly bruised. These few words were directly speaking to Fox Ninger's sore spot. Seeing that Fox Ninger was about to rise up and injure someone, that insect race clan chief Thousand Seekers hurriedly opened his mouth. The two saint ambassadors don't know what they came to my heavenly demon city for. Obviously trying to switch topics. However, when he heard this, the Gu family's long-faced old man still had an evil smile on his face. He simply ignored the insect clan leader's inquiry. Still with a playful face, he surveyed Fox Ninger's delicate body. If old me remembers correctly, your mother was the previous holy maiden of the Heavenly Fox clan, wasn't she? And also met up with an ordinary cultivator of the human race. That's what gave birth to you. If I remember correctly, you should have another sibling. To be able to survive under the heaven's first holy land, your mother is considered to have a great life. Once these words came out, Fox Ninger could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. A scene from Once Upon a Time echoed in Fox Ninger's mind. The tiny figure stepped in front of her and carried the fatal blow for her. The death of my mother. The serious injury of my sister. Tragic memories came flooding back like seawater. In an instant, the spirit pressure of the spirit saint realm instantly filled the air. Killing intent filled the bottom of Fox Ninger's eyes. But right at this moment, two spirit saint realm spirit pressures instantly suppressed them. At the same time, three voices resounded within Fox Ninger's mind. A little impatience leads to a big plan. Ninger, for the sake of the millions of demonic clans in 10,000 Demon City, you can't do this. Think of it as for one air. You have to endure it too. Hearing this voice, Fox Ninger then took a deep breath and put away the pressure. Seeing this scene, the two Gu family elders were even more pleased with themselves. With a provocative face, he looked at Fox Ninger. At this moment, the insect clan patriarch, Thousand Seekers, spoke once again. Two saint ambassadors, I have prepared various exotic treasures for the two of you. And please, two holy messengers, give the decree. Hearing this, the two old men sneered. It seems like there are still smart people in this heavenly demon city. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you. Fox Ninger, don't be angry either. If the old man is wrong, you can go to my Gu family's Saint Emperor to verify it. Fox Ninger bowed her head and didn't say a word. Only the fists under his sleeves had shivered. In the next second, the voices of the two old men of the Gu clan rang out this time. Today, the two of us have come to your 10,000 demon city for two things. First thing, to ask your 10,000 demon city to help find someone. When these words came out, that insect clan patriarch Thousand Seekers hurriedly asked, I wonder who the holy messenger is looking for. Hearing this, the round-faced old man swung his sleeves. The fiery red spiritual energy gradually formed two figures in the air. That's the two of them. And seeing those two figures in the air, Fox Ninger's pupils instantly shrank. Chapter 29, who says the demon race has no great emperor. The figure of the other young girl was one that Fox Ninger had never seen before. But the figure of the man on the side caused Fox Ninger to be shocked for a moment. Isn't this the man who saved my little sister today? Who exactly is he? To actually be able to make a peak power like the Holy Land Gu family search? It's true that it's just as one guessed. This person is not simple. And at this time, the remaining few people were also puzzled, obviously not knowing about these two. And just then, the long-faced old man let out a cold snort. This young girl is a traitor to my Gu family. If you guys come across it, inform the Gu family immediately. If you dare to keep it private, there's no need for Heavenly Demon City to exist anymore. As for that youth, his name is Gu Jingtian. He has already been expelled from our Gu family. After discovering him, we need to inform the Gu family as soon as possible as well. And upon hearing the 3 words Gu Jingtian, the patriarchs of these 4 great races immediately froze in place, their faces filled with astonishment. Gu Jingtian, the Gu family's old ancestor? That trashy old man? What? The Gu family actually expelled their own family's oldest ancestor? It's too ruthless. The Gu family calls itself the leader of the righteous path, but I didn't expect it to be able to do something like this. Even though Gu Jingtian's name was one that many people had heard of, but very few had seen him. After all, 2,000 years had turned the vast majority of people into yellow earth. And at this moment, Fox Ninger's heart was rippling. That person is actually the Gu family's oldest ancestor? No wonder he only has the cultivation of the spiritist realm. This Gu family ancestor has no connection with my Sky Demon City. How could there be an old friend of his in this 10,000 demon city? And right at this moment, only the long-faced old man from the Gu clan frowned lightly. Coldly, he looked down at the crowd below. As for this second thing, the devil's way is rampant today. My righteous sect has sent out heavenly disciples to fight. Your heavenly demon city naturally can't be left alone. The 2 of us have come here precisely by the decree of the sacred emperor, ordering you, heavenly demon city, to send your young generation to the battlefield immediately. Of course, in order to compensate you, the holy emperor has been merciful and has ordered the 2 of us to send the holy sons and daughters of all 4 of your clans to the Gu clan to refine their skills. The holy emperor is so magnanimous in his holy grace. Why don't you and the others quickly thank him? As soon as these words came out, the 4 people in front of them immediately darkened their faces. Anyone would be able to hear that this going to the Gu family to cultivate is fake, and going forward to act as a hostage is real. The holy sons of each clan were the most gifted existences, the future of the entire heavenly demon city. If one agreed to the Gu family's order, it would be equivalent to placing the future of Sky Demon City in the hands of the Gu family. In the Eastern Continent realm, the demon race was supposed to survive in the cracks. Whatever insults they suffer, they can endure. But as long as it involved the saint sons of the various clans, they definitely wouldn't back down either. Holding back is for the future. But without the future, what is the point of holding back? In the next second, all 4 patriarchs stood up in an instant. Anger blazed as he looked at the duo above him. The anger of the 4 spirit saint realm powerhouses immediately caused the Gu family duo to panic. You guys, what are you guys trying to do? Could it be that you want to go to war with the Gu family? Don't forget that if your heavenly demon city hadn't borrowed the Gu family's name, how could it have survived until now? This is the holy emperor's will. Do you want to disobey the holy emperor? When they heard the word Saint Emperor, the 4 of them immediately darkened their faces. That towering holy emperor was like a Tarzan pressing down on the hearts of the crowd. Even if you have anger in your heart like a mountain or an ocean, but in front of that person, you can only choose to give in. And just then, Fox Ninger raised an eyebrow. This matter is not for the 4 of us to decide. This matter is of great importance. We must question Sacred Tree Senior. When these words came out, the 2 Gu family elders snorted coldly. Well then, since the 4 of you can't decide, just take the 2 of us forward to meet that old tree. Even when they were facing the sacred tree of the quasi-emperor realm, the duo's words were filled with disdain. This was the unbridgeable gap between a paragon emperor and a spirit emperor. Hearing this, the 4 of them, Fox Ninger, frowned tightly and hesitated before nodding helplessly. That's good. With that, the group rushed towards the center of Sky Demon City, and at this moment at the foot of the giant willow, Fox Wan Air's figure clearly appeared at this place. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red, and she still had a pearly look. Looking at the giant willow in front of her, Fox Wan Air burst into tears. Elder Ancestor Qinglu, you have to do it for me. Sister, she bullied me. Woo woo. In the next second, the sound of a giant willow rang out. Little Waner, don't cry and shout. Gongzi is cultivating, so don't disturb him. When these words came out, Fox Waner asked, full of doubts, a male? What male? Who is the prince? Only then did Fox Wan Air's voice become quiet. The giant willow's voice rang out once again, its voice full of uncontrollable joy. Didn't I tell you a story, old ancestor, that a male planted me here 3,000 years ago? Moreover, cultivating here, I was only able to achieve what I have today because of the favor of your excellency. I can't do anything about your injuries, but the male is back now. With his divine ability, he will definitely be able to heal your injuries. Don't make any noise now. Wait until Gonzi's cultivation is over, and I, the old ancestor, will beg him for you. Hearing this, Fox Ninger's eyes instantly widened. Her eyes filled with surprise. Is what you say true, old ancestor? This male is so powerful, and he's even been alive for more than 3,000 years. Could he be a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse? Giant Willow's voice came out again. I'm not sure about this, but the male will definitely be able to help you. Just wait here at ease. Do not disturb the eunuch. Hearing this, Fox One Air looked at the distant bamboo forest with anticipation. One of the figures loomed large. However, the moment she saw the figure, Fox One Air was puzzled. Why does this person's figure look a bit familiar? But at that moment, only a few figures were seen shooting from afar. In the next second, only a green-colored spirit aura suddenly emerged. A lime-green light shield was directly formed, covering the entire center area. Faced with the sudden scene, the four patriarchs at the head of the group paused, and seeing the green curtain of light in front of them, the two Gu family elders raised their eyebrows, coldly grunting. What is the meaning of this? What? Blocking us out? Is this looking down on our Gu family? This old tree is so powerful. Does he still want the sacred emperor coronation to come and meet him in person? Hearing the two of them refer to the old tree in one breath, the four patriarchs became even more furious. However, due to Gu Ziyan's reputation, the four could only stop for the time being. Fox Ninger said in a gruff voice, the Gu family's holy envoy has come to see Senior Sacred Tree. Before Giant Willow could respond, the two old men raised their eyebrows. What do you mean by an audience? An old tree that can't leave this place is just an old tree, and it deserves an audience with us. If the Holy Emperor hadn't sympathized with this old tree's inability to move, or else I would have made him go forward for an audience. And just then, Giant Willow's voice suddenly came out. No visitors today. No one is allowed near here. When these words came out, the two Gu clan Saint envoys let loose a wild laugh. Old tree, what a face for you. We represent the Gu family. The Gu family's Saint Emperor. Don't think that just because you're a paragon emperor yourself, you're no better. If the Holy Emperor himself were to arrive, he would be able to uproot this old tree of yours with just one move. You'd better weigh it up. If you offend the sacred emperor coronation, your entire heavenly demon city will have no meaning to exist. The long-faced old man looked at Fox Ninger with a teasing expression. At that time, I'm sure that all the demon clans in your heavenly demon city are only worthy of being slaves and maidservants. Hearing the duo insult the Giant Willow in such a manner, the four clan chiefs were instantly enraged. After all, the Giant Willow was the guardian of the entire heavenly demon city. The faith in their hearts. Fox Ninger crossed her eyes. The two of you have gone too far. Sacred Tree Senior has survived for 3,000 years, and his cultivation level is even at the quasi-emperor realm. In the path of cultivation, the one who achieves is first. How dare you all speak so harshly? The two of you are only at the cultivation level of the Spirit Emperor realm. If it wasn't for the fact that your Gu family has a Spirit Emperor realm, we would have already thrashed you to pieces. In an instant, the four of them showed a fierce light on their faces as they stared at the two old men in death. Even so, the two old men's faces were still filled with disdain. Full of teasing, he looked at the four. You're right. Do it. Kill us. I'd like you to do it. Don't you dare? That's right. We're bullying your 10,000 demon city for not having a spirit emperor. What can you do to me? Is it hard for you to eat me? Ha ha ha. Weakness is the original sin. There is no spirit emperor. Your demon race is only worthy of being at the feet of our human race. Looking at the duo's arrogant to the extreme expression, the four of them were instantly enraged. Even Fox Ninger, who was in the light shield, was furious at the moment. And right at this moment, only a low and domineering voice suddenly came out. Who said that the demon race has no great emperors? Chapter 30. A word is spoken, and the heavenly Tao retreats. A voice resounded over the entire Sky Demon City, immediately attracting millions of demon clans in Sky Demon City. Who says there are no great emperors in the demon race? It's simply overbearing. Who is this person? Surprisingly so grandiose. Does my demon clan really have a powerhouse of the great emperor realm? If my demon race really has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse, then from now on, will my demon race be oppressed by the human race again? The long period of abuse had caused endless grievances and anger to accumulate in the hearts of these demon clans. And this sentence, who said that the demon race has no great emperor, completely ignited the hot flame in the heart of the demon race. In an instant, Countless gazes looked towards the center of Sky Demon City. Each pair of eyes was filled with hot anticipation. At this moment, high in the sky, Fox Ninger and a few others were also showing astonishment. Whose voice is this? Could it be that my demon clan really has a strong person of the great emperor realm? And when they heard this voice, the pupils of this Gu family duo even shrunk, like birds of prey. What? The demon race has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse? If the demon clan really has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse, then won't we be finished today? Everyone below the emperor realm is an ant. If I knew that the demon clan had a new spirit emperor realm powerhouse, I wouldn't have dared to be so wild even if I were killed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all looking ahead. Under the attention of all the people, a figure rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at this high altitude, and after seeing the appearance of the visitor, everyone present stared in disbelief. The various expressions can be very strange. The corners of the mouths of Fox Ninger and the other group of demon clan patriarchs twitched, and the flames of hope in their eyes were extinguished. It was only because the person coming was none other than the Gu Jingtian in black and gold robes. The Gu family's oldest ancestor? Gu Jingtian? Why is he here? It's over. I thought which hidden demon spirit emperor had appeared in the world, but it turned out to be the Gu clan's oldest ancestor, or the one who was expelled from the family. Among the four, only Fox Ninger's heart was flooded with a trace of doubt. This Gu Jingtian once said that he came to Sky Demon City to meet an old friend. Now that he has appeared here at Sacred Tree Elder, it can't be that that old friend is Sacred Tree Elder. And Fox Wanner at the foot of the giant willow was even more round-eyed. It's him. It's actually him. Could it be that he's the spirit emperor powerhouse of my demon clan? As for the Gu family duo on the side, they were slightly stunned, and the panicked expressions on their faces immediately disappeared without a trace. In its place was weeping contempt. Ha ha ha. I thought it was some kind of supreme figure, but it turns out to be our Gu family ancestor. Nope, now it's the outcast of our Gu family. What a big talker. Your bragging skills are truly unique. You think you're still the oldest ancestor of our Gu family now. You are now a mole cricket that can be crushed with your hand. The conversation turned to the giant willow in front of them. Old tree, you really have a lot of guts. My Gu family's Saint Emperor has long since issued a Saint Emperor's order forbidding anyone to accept this trash. How dare you hide him here? We'll inform the Sacred Emperor, and your heavenly demon city will wait for its demise. And right at this moment, only to see this giant willow violently emitting endless dazzling green-colored spirit aura, the spirit pressure of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm burst out. The endless branches swung, and even space trembled violently. These two actually disrespected His Excellency. Your Excellency, should we put these two to death? Gu Jingtian waved his hand slightly. Just a frog in the bottom of a well. Leave him alive for now. Today, let you understand. In this side of heaven and earth, I, Gu Shocking Heaven, have spoken one word. Even the heavenly Tao needs to back down. 2,000 years of loyal guardianship. And today, my lord will help you witness the Tao. Straight into the realm of the demon emperor. Gu Jingtian's overbearing voice echoed in the sky above heavenly demon city. Countless people's ears resounded with those domineering and incomparable words. I, Gu, shocked the heavens with a single word. Even the heavenly Tao needs to back down. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the figure high in the sky. The body couldn't suppress the trembling. This is what makes a strong man. With one word, the heavenly Tao backs down. The few people who were close by at the moment were in a daze. The four demon clan patriarchs, including Fox Ninger, looked at Gu Jingtian with a strange gaze. If I had to describe it, it would be the look of viewing a retard. The two old men from the Gu family were even laughing. Ha ha ha, at your word, even the heavenly Tao needs to back down. Although your waist is not able to cultivate, the strength of bragging is really unique. No, the ancient and the modern. It seems that after you were expelled from the Gu family, your brain is completely insane. Ha ha ha, we'd like to see how you're going to help this old tree become an emperor today. The giant willow at this moment, however, spoke out respectfully, her voice filled with excitement. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. After today, no one will dare to say that the demon race has no great emperor. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the essence of Gu Jingtian's eyes flashing. A mysterious and extremely mysterious aura spread out from above Gu Jingtian's body, and in Gu Jingtian's chest, a drop of purple golden blood slowly surfaced. With the appearance of the blood beads, in an instant the heavens and earth shook. The space near the blood bead unexpectedly collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence appeared instantly. But just as it appeared, it was completely annihilated by a marvelous force of laws. It was as if the whole world simply could not hold this drop of blood. Gu Jingtian looked at the giant willow behind him. Although what giant willow cultivated was the Green Emperor Codex, the rank was extremely high. However, it was only a mortal willow body, and it was as difficult as heaven to witness the Tao and become an emperor. And this drop of blood, it was Gu Jingtian's heart essence blood. That was the heart's blood of chaos demon god Pangu. Even if Gu Jingtian's cultivation was 100,000 miles away from Pangu, it was definitely enough to raise the giant willow's physique to an unimaginable level. In the next second, with a wave of Gu Jingtian's big hand, this drop of purple golden blood instantly cut through space and merged into the body of this giant willow. In an instant, the green aura above the giant willow's body skyrocketed countless times. An endlessly terrifying aura filled the air and went straight into the clouds. For 10,000 miles around, heaven and earth changed color. Countless clouds coalesced crazily. A heaven-destroying might swept out. This wave of vast might instantly spread throughout the entire eastern continent. For a moment, the gazes of all the powerhouses above the quasi-emperor realm looked in the direction of 10,000 Demon City. Everyone's eyes were either in awe or envy. But everyone understands. The power of the heavenly Tao appears. There are supreme powerhouses who have proven themselves to be emperors. At this moment, in the Gu family's holy land, Gu Ziyan and the other group of patriarchs were filled with astonishment as they looked into the distance. Another person has been certified? Could it be that there's going to be another spirit emperor realm powerhouse in this eastern continent? And at this moment the heavenly demon city, feeling the might that swept through the world. For a moment, millions of demon tribesmen all froze in place. The eyes were hollow and had lost the ability to think. A few breaths later, the crowd reacted. Sacred Tree Ancestor impacts the Emperor Realm. Chapter 31 Panga Dharma Phase. Present. Oh my god. What kind of god is this person? It's actually really helping the Sacred Tree Ancestor impact the Emperor Realm. And at this moment, the Gu family's second old man had long been flustered in his heart, but he still grunted coldly in a colorful manner. Impacting the Emperor Realm is a 9 deaths. You old tree must be crazy to dare to believe the words of this trash. Fox Ninger and the other group of demons, however, looked grave, their eyes filled with devotion. Old Ancestor actually did impact the Emperor Realm. I hope that old Ancestor will be able to prove himself as an emperor. Protect all the beings of my demon race. But in the next second, only a purple golden light shone fiercely above the body of this giant willow. A supreme aura that pressed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths rushed straight into the universe. It was a breath from chaos, the supreme bloodline. An incomparably terrifying sense of oppression instantly stirred. In an instant, all the living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles felt that irresistible sense of oppression. Instantly, he fell to his knees, trembling. At the same time, the entire Xiantian continent within the billions of miles of boundaries, countless powerhouses had felt the palpitating aura of the eastern continent. A pair of star-disillusioned eyes slowly opened, their eyes filled with gravity. What a terrifying aura! Someone is impacting the Emperor Realm. It's actually this powerful. I'm afraid that after this person impacts the Emperor Realm, his strength will directly climb to an unimaginable level. It looks like another Supreme Saint Emperor will appear in the Eastern Continent. And at this moment, the two Gu family members could no longer remain calm. The terrifying pressure had caused the two to fall to their knees. There was disbelief in his eyes. How can it be? How could this old tree be so powerful? This aura is even comparable to a sacred emperor coronation. Could this old tree really be able to successfully impact the Emperor Realm? Even though Fox Ninger and the countless other demon clansmen were also kneeling on the ground at this moment, the bottom of each and every one of their eyes were filled with excitement. My demon clan will finally have a Saint Emperor. A Saint Emperor that belongs to our demon clan. But at that moment, heaven and earth violently changed color. Endless golden divine radiance condensed from the high sky. A supreme, irresistible will slowly took shape. Gradually, a supreme hand that covered the sky was formed in the void. In front of this large hand, even the giant willow that stretched for hundreds of miles was as weak as a mole cricket. A destructive aura filled the air from above the large hand, slowly crushing towards the giant willow below. For a moment, the entire Xiantian continent felt this supreme will. The pupils of countless Emperor Realm powerhouses instantly shrank, their eyes filled with shock. The laws of the Heavenly Tao. It's actually the Heavenly Tao laws. This person's certification to become an emperor was actually met with the laws of Heavenly Tao coming to exterminate him. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence is this person? Actually able to attract the Heavenly Tao laws? It's a pity. Even if you're strong, in front of the laws of the Heavenly Tao, you'll only die. And at this moment, the heavenly demon city felt that aura that was above everything. the entire heavenly demon city's millions of demon clans instantly froze. Their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. The heavenly Dao laws. Surprisingly, it's the heavenly Dao laws that came to exterminate. Why? Why can't my eastern continent demon race become an emperor? The heavens are unjust. Why do you want my eastern continent demon race to be humiliated forever? I am not willing. I'm not willing to do that. Even though the unwillingness in their hearts raged like a tidal wave, in front of the laws of the heavenly Dao, they could only fall to their knees and were not even qualified to be angry. In such a situation, the Gu family's two elders were instantly happy and smiling. The two old faces directly smiled into chrysanthemums, full of provocation. He looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. However, the moment they saw Gu Jingtian, the two of them were slightly stunned. Even though everyone had fallen to their knees, Gu Jingtian was the only one who held his head high and looked directly at the heavenly Dao laws in the void. There was even some disdain under his eyes. This even made the Gu family's two elders furious. Humph. Although I don't know how this loser did it, but in front of the laws of the heavenly Dao, even spirit emperors are ants. Gu Jingtian, didn't you say that when you speak your words, the heavenly Dao retreats? As the laws of the heavenly Dao have already appeared, we'd like to see how the heavenly Dao retreats when you utter a single word. Looking at the giant hand of the heavenly Dao that was gradually approaching, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. The person I, Gu Jingtian, want to protect, even the heavenly Dao cannot be touched. Pango Dharma body. Present. Gu Jingtian let out a low roar, and in an instant, space and time unexpectedly stopped moving. In the sky above that golden giant hand, there was a supreme aura spreading out. The clouds for millions of miles around exploded in an instant. Above that endless void, a pillar of the heavens slowly stretched out. Its size was already indescribable, going beyond 10,000 miles. With the appearance of this prime pillar, the countless powerhouses above the entire Xiantian continent instantly trembled. The terrifying sense of oppression terrified these powerhouses that existed at the apex to the core. What kind of power is this? How can it be so strong? Just the breath alone makes Spirit Emperor realm like us unable to move. How could there be such a terrifying existence above the Xiantian continent? Could it be a true immortal descending? And at this time the heavenly demon city, under that giant pillar of the heavens, the golden giant hand transformed by the heavenly Dao was also dwarfed. As that giant pillar slowly descended, the surrounding space shattered. Berserk spatial turbulence swept out, but as soon as it appeared, it once again flew away in ashes. In the blink of an eye, a giant pillar slowly emerged. Surprisingly, it was a giant palm that covered the sky and captured the stars and the moon. Hundreds of thousands of miles in a circle were instantly dimmed. As this huge palm that covered the sky descended, the golden palm that was transformed by that heavenly Dao actually floated upwards crazily. It was actually trying to escape. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Want to run? No way. As the voice rang out, only a finger of that sky-blanketing giant hand was seen pointing violently. Space exploded. Space and time fell silent. The golden giant hand transformed by the heavenly Dao shattered in an instant and disappeared without a trace. With the disappearance of the heavenly Dao's gigantic hand, the sky-covering palm that had caused the entire Xiantian continent to be terrified was then slowly retracted. And such a heaven-defying scene had caused the people in the entire heavenly demon city to be completely dumbfounded. This scene had happened completely beyond their comprehension. Everyone was frozen in place. Their eyes were dull and already in a state of death. The two Gu family members were even more confused. What's going on here? What the hell is going on? What in the world is that giant hand that covers the sky? Did Gu Jingtian move? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's nothing but a waste of space. Just who is it and why is he helping the demon race? In the next second, only the top of the giant willow's body violently erupted with endless divine radiance. The dazzling light instantly drowned the giant willow's body. In an instant, the giant willow's massive body transformed into endless dots of green light. It coalesced towards the high altitude. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. It's true that it's just as one guessed. Breaking through the Emperor realm, Qinger will also be able to condense a human form, not to mention having one's own essence blood. I'm sure the talent of the human form is extremely terrifying. The endless greenish golden points of light slowly coalesced, gradually transforming into a human figure in the void. In an instant, the overwhelming aura that belonged solely to the Spirit Emperor realm swept out. Giant Willow proved to be an emperor. For a moment, the people in the entire heavenly demon city were all plunged into extreme madness. Countless demon clans hugged their heads and cried, unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. Fox Ninger and the others were even in hot tears. staring dead on at the point of light high in the sky. As the points of light coalesced, a figure was completely formed. And the moment he saw the figure, Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Chapter 32 Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. Shocked, only to see that at this moment, a slender, moving and wonderful beauty had unexpectedly appeared in the void. A green palace dress was windless, and her exquisite pretty face was like a heavenly fairy. The slender jade legs were round and white, and a pair of jade feet were exquisite, white with a reddish color. The perfect arch curve is thrilling. Just by standing there, a spring-like aura swept out. The space around them was filled with a refreshing fragrance that was invigorating to inhale. Seeing this moving woman, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. A woman? How did this Chinger transform into a woman? I used to facilitate under the tree. Really? Looking at that magnificent silhouette, the entire demon race of Heavenly Demon City instantly fell to their knees. The unmistakable excitement cried out, "Greetings, Holy Emperor!" A pair of eyes were filled with surging excitement. Now, their demon clan also had their own Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. From then on, who said that the demon race had no great emperor? And right at that moment, only that wonderful delicate body stepped into the air. Every time the jade foot stepped down, a green-colored lotus flower formed in the void. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Gu Jingtian. That flawless pretty face was full of respect. The delicate figure bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency, and thank you for your renewed kindness." Gu Jingtian looked slightly embarrassed. "No harm done. It's just a small matter." And at this moment, the Gu family's two oldest members were already in complete despair at the sight of the scene in front of them. Finished. Completely finished. This old tree has actually become an emperor. Now that the demon race has its own saint emperor, then aren't we dead if we were so arrogant and domineering just now? This demon saint emperor is so respectful to Gu Jingtian. This is the only way to stay alive. In the next second, the Gu family's two elders instantly knelt down towards Gu Jingtian, crying in pain. Literally more grief than the death of his own father. "Old ancestor, both of us are following orders. There's nothing we can do about it. In fact, the two of us are deeply in love with you, old ancestor." I heard that old ancestor was expelled from the Gu family. The two of us didn't close our eyes for 3 days and nights. We couldn't drink tea or eat. It's really hard to disobey the law. I hope that old ancestor will let the two of us live on account of the fact that we are also descendants of the Gu family. Looking at the duo in the distance, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. "I'm no longer the Gu family ancestor. Your lives and deaths have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, the several people at the side, Fox Ninger, instantly revealed a ferocious light on their faces. After all, these two old guys could be said to have started a fight with their faces plastered in front of them just now. And now they had received Gu Jingtian's promise. Where to wait for half a minute? In the next second, only the initially groveling insect clan elder Thousand Seekers roared in anger. "You two scumbags! I've long looked at you guys with disdain. Now that my demon clan has a saint emperor, where can I still spare you?" The Thousand Seek patriarch roared, and a strong suction force instantly burst out from his mouth. This Gu family's duo was only at the Spirit Emperor realm cultivation, where they could not fight in front of the Spirit Saint realm patriarch. In the duo's terrified gazes, a bloody mouth had completely taken over the duo's line of sight. In a flash, the two old men had entered the belly of the insect race elder. After settling the two old men, Fox Ninger and the other group of demon clan leaders looked at Gu Jingtian, their eyes filled with doubt and fear. The scene that had just happened was still fresh in their minds now. In particular, the huge palm that covered the sky was even more astonishing to them. The crowd's mentality was extremely peculiar. They always felt that this matter was related to the person in front of them, but they couldn't believe it. After all, that kind of power was out of place with the rumored wasteful Gu family ancestor. But now that the giant willow had successfully certified as an emperor, the crowd's hearts were filled with gratitude towards Gu Jingtian. Fox Ninger rushed forward and said, "Senior Gu, Senior Fox Ninger and all the demon clans of Heavenly Demon City, thank you for your great kindness. Earlier Ninger had offended. Please forgive us, Senior." Hearing this, Willow, who had already taken human form, instantly frowned. "How have you offended the prince? Tell me quickly." Gu Jingtian waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Something small." Upon hearing this, the woman transformed by the sacred tree's face then softened slightly, and seeing the sacred tree elder ancestor treat Gu Jingtian with such respect, the crowd of demon clan patriarchs were also surprised in their hearts. What exactly is the relationship between this Gu family's old man and the sacred tree senior? The sacred tree ancestor has now certified as an emperor, and I fear that he still holds this Gu family ancestor in high esteem. This can't be just because The Gu family ancestor helped the Sacred Tree Elder certify as an emperor. The Sacred Tree Elder ancestor is actually such a beauty after taking form. It's hard to believe that there are two of them? Who said that the demon clan didn't gossip? The remaining 3 demon clan chiefs had looked at the duo with strange eyes. And right at this moment, Fox Ninger violently dropped to both knees, kneeling directly in front of Gu Jingtian. A pretty face was filled with respect above it. Elder Gu, you are so divine that you were able to help Elder Sacred Tree certify as an emperor. I implore Senior Gu to save my sister. As soon as these words came out, the Sacred Tree on the side said in a hurry, "This is something I would also like to request of your excellency, and I ask for your permission." Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. "It's just a small matter. It's solved casually." Hearing this, Fox Ninger's eyes were hazy, and her delicate body could not contain the trembling. Kneeling repeatedly, he said, "Many thanks to Senior Gu. From now on, my heavenly Fox clan will remember Senior Gu's kindness, and if there is any dispatch, I will not dare to disobey." And at that moment, Fox Wan Air had also arrived in front of the crowd. A face of adoration looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. It was as if he had the expression of a little fangirl. "Elder, you are truly awesome. I've long felt that Senior, you are especially powerful. It's true that you're pulling the wool over the eyes." Seeing how jumpy Fox Wan Air was, Fox Ning Air's face turned cold. "Wan Er, don't be rude. Senior has promised to help you. Why don't you kneel down and thank Senior?" Before Fox Wan Er could say anything, Gu Jingtian helplessly waved his hand. "It's just a small thing. No need for that." As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian pointed out a finger, and a golden ray of light instantly scurried into Fox Wan Er's body. When he first met Fox Wan Er, Gu Jingtian had already discovered that her meridians had been broken, and that her talent was destroyed. However, this kind of problem was simply not worth mentioning to Gu Jingtian, who had countless sign-in rewards. As this golden light scurried into Fox Wan Er's body, only an extremely strong demonic power instantly stirred up. An endless demonic aura permeated above Fox Wan Er's delicate body. In just an instant, the several demon clan patriarchs present actually felt a pressure above their bloodline. In an instant, only the endless demonic chi was seen to have formed a huge phantom in the air. The moment they saw this phantom, the crowd present instantly widened their eyes. Chapter 33, Hysterical Gu Ziyan. Gu family equals retarded? Only to see that at this moment, a huge figure that was nearly 1,000 meters tall had suddenly appeared above the sky. It was actually a sky fox. And what surprised everyone was that behind this pale pink-colored sky fox, there were actually 9 tails that covered the sky. It is the supreme bloodline of the legendary Skyfox clan, the 9-tailed Sky Fox. A pressure from the demon bloodline impacted towards the crowd. The 3 demon clan patriarchs had been shocked beyond words. "Oh my god, 9-tailed heavenly fox. I didn't expect Wan Air to possess such a terrifying talent. The supreme bloodline of the heavenly fox clan. That's a terrifying existence capable of proving to be an emperor. This Elder Gu is truly divine." And with a single finger of his hand, he dispelled Wan Er's dark wounds. And at that moment, Fox Ninger's pair of silver eyes glared. The extreme excitement caused her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. The greatness of his chest followed the waves, and he breathed heavily. For a moment, he was as dumb as a chicken, not saying a word, had been completely shocked by the scene in front of him. As Fox Wan Er's own sister, there was naturally no one who understood Fox Wan Er's talent better than her. Although its talent was even better than Fox Ninger's, it was only an 8-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Even though the 8-tailed sky fox only had 1 less tail than the 9-tailed sky fox, the talent was simply different. The gap between the two was even greater than the gap between a quasi-emperor and a spirit emperor. The 8-tailed sky fox, there was just a certain chance that it could break through to the quasi-emperor realm, but the 9-tailed sky fox, as long as there were no accidents, there was more than half a chance that it could break through to the spirit emperor realm. Fox Ninger, who had reacted at the moment, was already in tears when she looked at Gu Jingtian. "My sister has become a 9-tailed sky fox and has the potential to become a spirit emperor realm. Father and mother's revenge. It's over." Fox Ninger, who had just stood up, once again knelt in front of Gu Jingtian. Non-stop headbanging. Kowtow to Elder Gu for his renewed kindness. "From now on, the 2 of my sisters are willing to serve Senior as slaves and maidservants." And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had an unimpressed face, a casual wave of the hand. "Come on, it's not a big deal." Throwing down a sentence, he looked directly at Qinger beside him. "Qinger, come over here and accompany Gungzi for a chat." Hearing this, Qinger hurriedly followed. Seeing this scene in front of them, The admiration of the several demon clan patriarchs present for Gu Jingtian had been like the yellow river flooding out of control. What a bigot! What a senior! This is such a heaven-defying divine ability, but so unimpressed. In the face of Fox Ninger's stunning sisterhood, even she was indifferent. This realm is simply beyond our reach. Looking at Gu Jingtian's departing back, the two Fox Ninger sisters looked on in fascination. A peculiar sentiment permeated the bottom of the two women's eyes, and at that moment, Gu Jingtian and Qinger had already returned to the courtyard. Qinger looked respectful. Your Excellency stepped in to help. Qinger thanked Your Excellency on behalf of those two little girls. Actually, Your Excellency doesn't have to do that. Just heal one air. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. It's just a 9-tailed sky fox. It's not like it's an 18-tailed supreme sky fox. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Hearing this, Qinger's pretty face was filled with shock. 18-tailed supreme sky fox? There's actually this kind of existence? The 9-tailed heavenly fox is actually not the strongest bloodline of the heavenly fox? With regard to Gu Jingtian's words, it had always been convinced. Gu Jingtian's brows smiled as he surveyed Qinger in front of him. Looking at Gu Jingtian's eyes, Qinger's pretty face blushed. Despite having survived for over 3,000 years, she still looked like a little girl in front of Gu Jingtian. Qinger shyly lowered her eyebrows. Gongzi, what are you looking at? Isn't Qinger pretty? Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Nice to look at, like an orchid in an empty valley. It can be the best color on earth. Hearing Gu Jingtian's praise, Qinger's entire pretty face was even more flushed. Her heart was like sugar and honey. As long as Gongzi likes to see it, Qinger will always be Gongzi's person. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes were slightly thoughtful. Now that Qinger has fused her own essence blood, I'm afraid her physique is even stronger than a divine body. Furthermore, her original body is already huge. Even though she has just broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm now, I'm afraid that her true battle power is already comparable to that of a peak Spirit Emperor. With this kind of strength, one is completely capable of defending oneself in this Eastern Continent realm. While Gu Jingtian was pondering, Qinger in front of him asked with an expectant face, My lord, now that you've left the Gu family, you'll be in this heavenly demon city in the future. Qinger is here to inform the entire heavenly demon city to recognize Your Excellency as the Lord, and Your Excellency will be the Lord of heavenly demon city from now on. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian waved his hand, his gaze looking towards the sky. No, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Staying in one place may never lead to another breakthrough. I'll stay here for a few days, and it's time for me to make a trip to the Middle Kingdom to put an end to what happened back then. Hearing this, Qinger was filled with urgency. Qinger is also following the young master forward. Gu Jingtian looked at the beautiful person in front of him with a smile. You've been here for close to 3,000 years, and this is your home. Do you give up everything? When these words came out, the Qinger in front of her immediately fell to her knees. Qinger is willing to give up everything, as long as it's for Gongzi. Without Gongzi, where would today's Qinger be? Gu Jingtian waved his hand. I know your heart. It's just that although you've broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm now, but there is still quite a gap between you and the Supreme Realm. Could it be that you want to wait until after I ascend and stay in this Xian Heaven continent? When these words came out, Qinger's eyes were full of tangles. In that case, Qinger will stay here and cultivate properly. It's just that the prince is traveling far alone. How can he not have a maid by his side? When the time comes for Gongzi to leave, please take the two Ninger sisters with you. With the two of them serving, Qinger will feel at ease. Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. It's not just because of this, is it? I realized that this little girl Wanner was injured. The means of striking out is a bit like the Great Thunder Sound Temple of Middle-earth. I guess the two sisters have a grudge against the Great Thunder Sound Temple. When these words came out, Qinger in front of her was slightly stunned. Your Excellency is truly divine. The ones who killed her two parents back then were indeed people from the Middle Kingdom. It's just that at that time, with Qinger's cultivation, she couldn't discover where their means came from. But Your Excellency doesn't need to be too concerned. There's no need to stand up for the two of them. The two of them are stubborn, always wanting to take revenge themselves. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh and did not open his mouth. And at this moment, the heavenly demon city was already a sea of ecstasy. The sacred tree ancestor certified as an emperor, and the first spirit emperor of the Eastern Continent demon race was born. This was something that was enough to change the status of the entire Eastern Continent demon race. Heavenly Demon City was originally a place where the three religions and 9 streams converged, and the news of this place quickly spread throughout the entire Eastern Continent. And with that, there was another name that came out. The Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. In an instant, The name Gu Jingtian could be said to have resounded throughout the entire eastern continent. It was even rumored that this giant willow's attainment of the Tao to become an emperor was the result of Gu Jingtian single-handedly enlightening him. Even by chance, he helped a Skyfox maiden in Sky Demon City awaken the nine-tailed Skyfox bloodline. However, this matter was too heaven-defying, and there weren't too many believers in the entire eastern continent, and at this time in the Far East, the Gu family Holy Land. In the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, Gu Ziyan and a group of Gu family patriarchs had already converged on this place. Even though today's them didn't know exactly who this one who had witnessed the Tao to become an emperor was, but as long as it was in the eastern continent's boundaries, any spirit emperor realm was enough to change the situation in the eastern continent. And right at that moment, only a figure was seen shooting up. In an instant, it arrived in the middle of the Great Hall. It was none other than that Gu family's Grand Patriarch, Gu Qingfeng. Seeing Gu Qingfeng return, Gu Ziyan hurriedly asked, "Who exactly is that person who has proven himself to be an emperor? What exactly happened to the terrifying poem that appeared that day?" And at this moment, Gu Qingfeng had a sad face, reporting to the Holy Emperor, "This person who has proven himself to be an emperor, it's none other than that giant willow from Heavenly Demon City." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Gu Ziyan's crowd immediately shrank. After all, mountains, rocks, grasses, and trees had the worst qualifications, and it was the most difficult to witness the Tao and become an emperor. It also represented that its strength would be extraordinary after it certified as an emperor. 100,000 years ago, there had been a diamond certified as an emperor. Despite having just become an emperor, he could withstand a peak spirit emperor powerhouse. Even the attacks of ordinary spirit emperor realm powerhouses couldn't break through the defense at all. Gu Ziyan frowned. How can it be? Even 100,000 years ago, that diamond emperor witnessed the Tao. It also cultivated for a full 10,000 years. This giant willow was born just over 3,000 years ago. How could it be certified as an emperor so quickly? While listening to Gu Ziyan's words, the Grand Patriarch below, Gu Qingfeng, had a look of desire to speak. Subtle changes in expression naturally eluded Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan's willow brows frowned lightly. "Grand Patriarch, do you know something? Don't tell us yet." Gu Qingfeng had a sad face. "Coronation of the Holy Emperor. I can say, just don't be angry. Coronation of the Holy Emperor." Gu Ziyan snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? At most, the holy envoy sent by this emperor will be killed by this giant willow." Gu Qingfeng sighed lightly. "Coronation of the Holy Emperor guessed correctly. Those two Gu family disciples are already dead. Most of all, one person has appeared in Sky Demon City." Gu Ziyan frowned slightly. "Who?" Gu Qingfeng hesitated a little before he slowly spat out three words. "Gu Jingtian." Hearing those three words, Gu Ziyan instantly had anger blazing in her eyes. Miso stood up. "Gu Jingtian. How did he appear in the middle of Heavenly Demon City? Could it be that this loser was also killed by Heavenly Demon City?" While watching Gu Ziyan's reaction, Gu Lishang below was puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Although this Gu Jingtian is indeed a waste and has accomplished nothing, but sister has already expelled him from the Gu family. Why is it that when I hear the three words Gu Jingtian nowadays, it seems as if my sister is going to storm out? Can't it be that there's some unknown secret between sister and Gu Jingtian? Seeing Gu Ziyan with an angry expression, only then did Gu Qingfeng sigh helplessly. This Gu Jingtian was not killed, and there are even rumors that this giant willow that became an emperor holds Gu Jingtian in the highest esteem. What's more, it says, Chapter 34, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. What's more, it said that this giant willow of Sky Demon City was able to break through the Spirit Emperor realm all because of this Gu Jingtian's hand, and it also cured the little princess of the Skyfox clan in Sky Demon City, and it even awakened the supreme bloodline of the Skyfox clan, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Once these words came out, the entire hall was instantly dead silent. The entire group of patriarchs, including Gu Ziyan, were dumbfounded. Gu Jingtian helped Giant Willow of Sky Demon City to become an emperor, helping the Heavenly Fox of Heavenly Demon City awaken the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox bloodline? No, am I dreaming? How is this possible? Reacting, Gu Ziyan stood up with a miso sound. A pair of bright purple eyes glared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Jingtian is nothing but a waste of spiritist realm. Helping someone else to become an emperor. Even this holy emperor can't do that. Who do you think he is? Is he a true immortal coming to life? Gu Qingfeng, have you not lost your mind? To actually believe such rumors. Listening to Gu Ziyan's furious rebuke, the group of patriarchs also chimed in. Right, great elder, what you're saying is too heaven-defying. certifying to become an emperor. That's such a dangerous thing that Gu Jingtian, a tiny spiritist realm, is able to participate in? If Gu Jingtian had such a terrifying strength, our Gu family is 5 quasi-emperors. Wouldn't they all have become spirit emperors a long time ago? It is. This is absolutely impossible. If Gu Jingtian has this kind of ability, even if I were to be told to go eat his rice field communes, I wouldn't have half a word of complaint. This must be a rumor. The crowd's verbal abuse filled Gu Qingfeng with helplessness. Holy Emperor, these are just rumors. After I heard about it, I also thought it was simply a fool's errand. But now there's a part of the outside world that really believes that. Now they're all saying. When he said this, Gu Qingfeng was once again stuck in his shell, looking like he wanted to say something. Gu Ziyan forced down the anger in her heart and coldly said, "What did they say? Give this emperor an honest account." Gu Qingfeng helplessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They said that our Gu family is all a bunch of blind people, actually expelling such a strong person from the family. It also says that coronation of the Holy Emperor. Gu Qingfeng paused again, and Gu Ziyan's entire face became distorted. Tell this emperor what those mole crickets said about this emperor. Gu Qingfeng's neck was crossed. They said that your majesty, the Holy Emperor, you have big breasts and no brain, and that our Gu family is all a bunch of stupid pigs. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan directly turned red. The spirit pressure of the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm instantly erupted. In an instant, the entire Gu family Holy Land was trembling madly. Deception. It's simply too much of a bully. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's utter nonsense. Reverse. Rebel. These mole crickets are going to rebel. Pass on this Holy Emperor's decree. Conquer the heavenly demon city. This emperor would like to see just how many heads these sinful beasts have. Seeing that Gu Ziyan had completely stormed out, Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, and only Gu Lishang, who was below, looked grave as she hurriedly stood out. Sister, rest your anger. Calm down. If you continue to be angry, not to mention heavenly demon city, the Gu family will be destroyed by you first. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's teeth clenched and she breathed heavily. The fullness of those breasts also tumbled. Suddenly, Gu Lishang felt as if that sentence was somewhat right. Gu Lishang hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. Sister, this giant willow is itself a mountain stone in grass, and its strength cannot be underestimated after proving to be an emperor. Not to mention the frequent harassment of demonic cultivators today. If we rashly use our troops against heavenly demon city, it led to an alliance between the demon cultivators and the demon race. That demon emperor Yen Zhoga is also a veteran spirit emperor. If we're not careful, we'll lose everything. My Gu family has been passed down for over 3,000 years. It must not be cut short in your hands. Looking at the incredibly pious Gu Lishang, Gu Ziyan's eyes turned red. Forcefully suppress the atmosphere in your mind. Seeing this scene, the bottom of Gu Qingfeng's eyes were even more chilling. The icy gaze swept to Gu Lishang on the side. Gu Ziyan snorted coldly. So what do you say? Can it be that my Gu family is going to be a shrinking turtle, allowing this group of mole crickets to speak their minds? If my Gu family is not moved, I would not be the laughing stock of the world. When these words came out, Gu Lishang's brows furrowed lightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a thoughtful look. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng's eyes were also flickering with essence. Damn it! This Gu Lishang is too cautious. It was so hard for the seat to get Gu Ziyan trapped. I didn't expect to be repeatedly stopped by this woman. Gu Lishang thought for a moment, then said in a condensed voice, Sister has a plan. Since Gu Jingtian appeared in Heavenly Demon City, and since Heavenly Demon City released such ridiculous remarks, I'm sure they want to make an issue out of Gu Jingtian. Right now in the Eastern continent, Gu Jingtian's name can be said to be thoroughly established. Since they can elevate Gu Jingtian, can't we belittle him? They can talk nonsense, but we can't make things up out of thin air? Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was slightly stunned. You're saying that you'll tell Gu Jingtian that he's been mucking around in the Gu family, coveting riches and wealth, embezzling resources, acting as a bully, oppressing the good and the good, and raping his descendants. All of this sort of thing? But a family scandal. When these words came out, everyone, including Gu Lishang, was slightly stunned. Full of surprise, she looked at Gu Ziyan on the seat. It's true to mingle and die? It seems like Gu Jingtian didn't do any of this back there, right? A family scandal? Are you sure that you didn't fabricate this family scandal yourself? Gu Lishang is still talking about fabrication out of thin air, and in your mouth it's directly become ironclad proof of reality? For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but admire Gu Ziyan a little more. It's really the old lady leaning against the wall, drinking porridge and watching the clock. shameless and despicable to the core. The corners of Gu Lishang's mouth twitched, but the bottom of her eyes flickered with essence. My sister has another plan. Since Heavenly Demon City is so defensive of Gu Jingtian, we will then publicize Gu Jingtian's scandalous deeds. I'm sure the demonic cultivator side will think there's a trick in it. We might as well make it a trick. Just put out scouts and spread false news. My Gu family expelled Gu Jingtian just so he could go to Heavenly Demon City, and carrying my Gu family's family treasure, the fruit of the Tao of eternal life. I'll go forward to help the giant willow of Heavenly Demon City to become an emperor. And all this was done to overthrow the demonic cultivators. Occupy Yuzhou. In this way, the demonic cultivators will think that Heavenly Demon City is an ally of my Gu family. Heavenly Demon City, a guy who just promoted to Spirit Emperor, and our Gu family. Who does sister think the demonic cultivators will strike at first? As soon as these words came out, Gu Qingfeng, who was on the side, immediately widened his eyes and actually looked at Gu Lishang with an extremely worshipful look. No, why didn't I think of this ploy? This will involve the three major forces of the righteous path, demonic cultivators, and the demon race in the war. If this goes on, the strength of the entire eastern continent will surely drop drastically. Wouldn't one's mission be accomplished? Truly the most poisonous is the heart of a woman. Old me is ashamed of myself, worthy of being two sisters. Listening to Gu Lishang's scheme, Gu Ziyan took a deep breath and made a helpless look. Demon cultivator, the demon race bullied my Gu family too much. This emperor originally did not wish to publicize his family's scandal, but it can't be tolerated. Let's go ahead with your plan. Remember, don't reveal half of what you said today. Hearing this, the faces of the group of patriarchs twitched. Truly ruthless. Soon, countless news suddenly spread throughout the entire eastern continent. Hey, have you guys heard? Why was this Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian, expelled from the clan? I've heard that Gu Jingtian isn't just a waste of space, but he's also a senile old man. That's right, not only in the Gu family, with his old ancestor's identity to act as a bully, but also bullying men and women. Even his brother Gu Lingtian's descendants are not spared. What do you call this? I've also heard that Gu Jingtian specifically found an island and sent all the child boys and girls to the island. It's really perverted to the extreme. It's inhuman. I've also heard that this Gu Jingtian can be described as arrogant and domineering. Once insulting a woman was discovered, resulting in a group of people swarming over her. That poor woman just died a horrible death. Simply, what do you guys know? The most important thing, this Gu Jingtian actually relied on his status as an old ancestor to force Holy Emperor Gu Ziyan to dual cultivate with him. What a shameless face. For a while, these heaven-defying rumors had even spread into the land of Yuzhou. None of the devil cultivators who heard these rumors were impressed with Gu Jingtian. Such a character. If he were one of my demon sect, he would definitely be a giant on the side. Originally, I thought that we were cruel enough. I didn't realize that compared to this Gu family ancestor, it's like a glowing fire compared to the bright moon. And at this moment, in the 10,000 Devil Mountain range, above the 9 spectral heavens, in that empty hall, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga was alone. A figure slowly walked to the middle of the great hall. It was none other than Demon Emperor Messenger Qingfeng. Seeing Qingfeng arrive, Yen Zhoga slowly turned around. The one who proved to be an emperor is the giant willow of Sky Demon City, isn't it? Hearing this, Qingfeng nodded slightly. On the other hand, a trace of doubt appeared on Yen Zhoga's face. Some years ago, I passed by Heavenly Demon City and checked the aura of that giant willow from afar. It said that even if she can be certified as an emperor, it would still take at least 5,000 years. How did she break through so quickly? And it actually caused the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao's laws to come and stop it, especially the aura that appeared at the end. At such a distance, this emperor feels fear. What in the world is going on in the middle of this eastern continent? While at this moment, Qingfeng was frowning. Enlightened the demon emperor. There are rumors that the reason why this giant willow was able to certify as an emperor was because of the Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Hearing this, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga was slightly stunned. Gu family's old ancestor Gu Jingtian? Hasn't this person been expelled from the Gu family? Although this person was born even earlier than this emperor has never seen him before. On the contrary, his elder brother Gu Lingtian, this emperor has witnessed it with his own eyes. It is indeed the pride of the heavens. The absolute pride of the heavens. Isn't he with that sword Dao sacred body? That sword Dao sacred body has also appeared? Qingfeng shook his head. That sword Dao saint body didn't appear and disappeared without a trace, as if it had vaporized. My subordinate has already named a demonic cultivator to look around, but there is still no trace. Yen Zhoga sighed lightly. I had planned to teach her this destructive sword Dao of mine before I closed my doors, not to let the legacy of my benefactor be cut off. I didn't expect it to be a matter of fate. That's all. As my teacher once said, when there is a time for destiny, there must be a time for destiny. And when there is no time for destiny, there is no need to force oneself to seek for it. I've gotten ahead of myself. Qingfeng was slightly stunned, clearly surprised that Demon Emperor Yan Zhouge's cultivation was on the verge of stepping into the Supreme Realm. After pondering for a long time, Qingfeng said in a condensed voice, reporting to the Holy Emperor, the Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Sect has passed along information that this Gu Jingtian is said to be able to help Giant Willow become an emperor, all because of that everlasting Dao fruit of the Gu family. And this is also a plot by the Gu family to purposely disrupt the public, to make us think that Heavenly Demon City is an enemy of the Gu family, to make us ally with Heavenly Demon City. In reality, helping Heavenly Demon City become an emperor was precisely to unite the demon race and annihilate us demon cultivators. Hearing this, Yan Zhouge remained silent for a long time. A soft sigh followed. It seems that Gu family sane emperor really couldn't help himself. Since that's the case, this emperor will put an end to this matter before he closes his door. And at this moment the Heavenly Demon City. In the middle of that leisurely little courtyard, Gu Jingtian was lying on top of a recliner with his eyes closed. On the side, the Demon Emperor Qinger, however, was making tea. From time to time, he secretly looked at Gu Jingtian on the side. Your Excellency, the tea is ready. Please also taste it. Your Excellency. Gu Jingtian opened his eyes and took the teacup, savoring it. And at this moment, Qinger looked like she was about to say something. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. If there's something, just say it. Why are you still embarrassed? Qinger bowed slightly. Your Excellency, now that the war between the righteous and the devils is imminent, that devil Emperor Yan Zhouge has already come out of the gate. There are even rumors that the emissary under his command has also broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Now that I've certified as an emperor, I'm sure that both the demonic cultivators and the righteous path will count Heavenly Demon City out. At this moment, Gu Jingtian, however, was slightly stunned after hearing the three words Yan Zhouge. A picture came to mind. Hey, I will definitely become the world's #1 sword cultivator in the future. At that time, I'll return home in fine clothes and marry my beloved girl. Well, the ambition is good, and your natural talent is also good. But if you want to become the #1 sword cultivator, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it without a few hundred years. I'm afraid your little girlfriend will be long married by then. The face of the teenager holding the wooden sword flushed red. Your bull ting me. She won't. She'll wait for me. Look at the sword. Let you talk nonsense. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. I didn't expect that grumpy little guy from back then to actually become a party of demon emperors. I just wonder, did he marry the girl he loved? Chapter 35, Devil Cultivator Invasion. Moment of crisis. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. There's no harm in it. Perhaps this demon emperor will even kowtow 3 times after seeing me? The corners of Qinger's mouth rose lightly, and her jade hand lightly covered it. Gongzi is joking again. Gongzi is still acting like he did 3,000 years ago, with no proper behavior. At that time, the male was actually at the feet of others. Seeing that Qinger was about to revisit the past, Gu Jingtian hastened to make the first move. If it wasn't for this Gongzi's careful irrigation, how could you have come out so well now and become a demon emperor? That's a good thing. I won't give it to anyone else who wants it. As soon as these words came out, Qinger's stunningly beautiful face suddenly roiled with a reddish hue. The male doesn't know how to be shy. Shame on you. Where does it say that? Humph. Gu Jingtian smiled awkwardly. My lord is also telling the truth. But at that moment, only 2 figures slowly landed outside the courtyard. It was the 2 Fox Ninger sisters. Even though only a few days had passed, Fox Wanner, who had successfully awakened the 9-tailed Skyfox physique, had undergone a drastic change. Originally, Fox Wanner could be considered a small family compared to Fox Ninger. Now, although his height had not changed too much, the greatness of his chest was surprisingly better than Fox Ninger had ever been. With that innocent and cute pretty face, it was really shaking the sun-holy body. What was even more terrifying was its cultivation, which had actually broken through from the spirit martial realm to the peak of the spirit ancestor realm in just a few days. Only at this moment, the 2 women had an angry expression. Seeing the 2 of them arrive, Demon Emperor Qinger hurriedly put away her little girl demeanor. Slowly, he looked at the 2 women outside the courtyard. What's going on? What are you 2 little guys doing here? Fox Ninger bowed and saluted. Greetings to Senior Gu, coronation of the Demon Emperor. These past few days, rumors about Senior Gu have been spreading in Sky Demon City. It's simply infuriating. I didn't realize that this Gu family, the leader of the righteous path, was such a despicable villain. Shameless to the extreme. When these words came out, Chinger's willow brows furrowed. Say, what the hell is the rumor? At this moment, Gu Jingtian, on the other hand, seemed to have expected something, and his eyes were filled with disdain. The two Fox Ninger sisters were furious, and their two pairs of large thunders were also choppy. This Gu family has gone so far as to release rumors that Elder Gu. At this point, the duo got stuck. The two women's faces flushed red, and there were a few more hints of shyness in their beautiful eyes. Demon Emperor Chinger was puzzled. Why don't you two say something? Before the two women could speak, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. You guys don't need to say anything. I know that the Gu family's group of no-goods must be throwing dirty water on me. It says that I am monopolizing power, enjoying glory and wealth, and oppressing spiritual cultivators. Hearing this, Fox Ninger could no longer control the indignation in her heart. This Gu family is simply shameless to the extreme, actually saying that Senior Gu raped a female cultivator. Let the Gu family snatch whichever girl they fancy. Say that Elder Gu will be the groom night after night. What's even more detestable is that it was actually said that Elder Gu, relying on his status as an elder ancestor, actually allowed Gu Ziyan to dual cultivate with him. It's simply nonsense. And upon hearing this, the tea in Gu Jingtian's mouth suddenly spewed out. A pair of starry eyes were filled with disbelief. It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper. This group of guys are creating such rumors. Doesn't this idiot Gu Ziyan know? And hearing this, Demon Emperor Chinger was even more enraged, and the bottom of her green eyes were even flickering with gusts of purple demonic light. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's utter nonsense. How could the Duke be this kind of person? Is this Gu family looking for death? My lord, if these guys are acting like this, I'll kill the Gu family and personally question Gu Ziyan. Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Forget it. If we kill over there, won't it become a gag? And it's even worse. Besides, right now Gu Ziyan is probably even angrier than you are. Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, the three women in front of them suddenly looked puzzled. And at this moment in the Far East, the Gu family in the Holy Land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall. Can any of you tell this emperor who spread these words? Gu Jingtian is relying on his status as an old ancestor to make this emperor double cultivate with him. What's more, this emperor even heard that Gu Jingtian was kicked out of the Gu family because this holy emperor couldn't stand his whipping? Tell this emperor. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Gu Ziyan was roaring madly, just like a furious mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, feeling Gu Ziyan's eyes that seemed as if she wanted to eat people. The group of patriarchs below trembled one by one, but every single one of them had a look of aggravation in the bottom of their eyes. Apparently there was no knowledge of the matter. Seeing that no one had spoken, Gu Lishang could only stand out stiffly. Sister, calm your anger. As the saying goes, if a good thing doesn't leave the door, a bad thing spreads 1,000 miles. This matter is obviously a blackmail. Gu Jingtian whoever, but a waste, even if it is the identity of the old ancestor. Sister is a saint emperor, how could she commit herself to him? In this matter, I'm afraid that anyone with a brain wouldn't think that there is such a thing between you and Gu Jingtian. He's just a toad. You're a high and mighty heavenly fairy. No one would believe such a thing. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was however slightly stunned, and the anger under her eyes was even more blazing. A toad? Gu Jingtian, he's not even as good as a toad. He's a pile of eyeless, brainless. If it weren't for the greater good, this emperor would have killed his way to Sky Demon City right now and shattered Gu Jingtian into pieces. Looking at Gu Ziyan's obviously more irritable reaction, Gu Lishang was also speechless, but at that moment, a figure appeared in the middle of the great hall. It was none other than Grand Patriarch Gu Qingfeng. Only to see that at this moment, Gu Qingfeng could be described as having a spring in his step, and said with a smug expression on his face, "Enlighten the Holy Emperor. Good news, good news." Gu Ziyan, who was in the middle of her anger, suddenly found a vent. Is it funny? What are you laughing at? Has anyone ever told you that you smile like a rotten chrysanthemum? What a load of good news. Gu Qingfeng, who had received a scolding from Gu Ziyan, froze in place. The smug smile on his face also disappeared without a trace. With a puzzled look, he looked around at the crowd, but as soon as eye contact was made, the crowd cast sympathetic glances. Seeing this, Gu Lishang hurriedly opened her mouth. Grand Patriarch, what exactly is the good news? Is it above the demonic cultivators? Gu Qingfeng, who had gotten the step, hurriedly said. Right, We purposely let the Sky Demon Sect's people capture my Gu family scouts. Now the Heavenly Demon Sect has gone above and passed the news to Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge. Yen Zhouge has given the order. Gather the power of the demonic cultivators. Attack Heavenly Demon City. This is the end of Sky Demon City. Our Gu family can reap the benefits. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan calmed down a few points. Good. Finally hooked. No matter how this Heavenly Demon City's giant willow broke through to the Saint Emperor realm, this must be the end. Pass on this Emperor's decree. All righteous sects prepare for battle. Also send out scouts to infiltrate Sky Demon City and report everything in a timely manner. Also, don't let the demonic cultivator kill Gu Jingtian. This Emperor will personally torture him. Hearing this, the crowd of patriarchs showed excitement. Congratulations to the Holy Emperor for unifying the Eastern Continent. Congratulations to the Sacred Emperor on his unification of the Eastern Continent. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Sky Demon City. Above the mountain peak where the Skyfox clan was located, the innocent Fox Wanner had her jade hands on her cheeks as she looked sullenly towards the central area. Since Senior Gu was an old acquaintance with the Demon Emperor Coronet, it seems that his age has also exceeded 3,000 years. But one is only 300 years old today. Isn't one too young for Elder Gu? And I feel as if the Demon Emperor coronation likes Senior Gu as well, so wouldn't I have no chance at all now? AI. And with the coronation of the Demon Emperor addressing Senior Gu as his son, wouldn't this himself not even be qualified to be a maid? What young man is not amorous? What young girl is not pregnant? At this moment, Fox Wanner's heart could be described as having mixed feelings. On the other hand, Fox Ninger, who was on the side, had a sentimental expression at the moment. Hey, Fox Ninger, why are you so unlucky? Didn't you say that a great revenge is not to be taken? You will never covet the love of a child? Why are you so indecisive? No way. The hatred of my parents is not shared. Catch up on your cultivation and break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. But right at this moment, only Demon Emperor Qing'er's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of the crowd. All the major patriarchs, come quickly. Hearing the Demon Emperor's call, a stream of light shot towards the central area. Soon, the patriarchs of each race had arrived outside the hut. Only at this moment, the Demon Emperor Qing'er was looking grave. This emperor has already detected that the demonic amendments in the north are gathering. Looking at their direction, they are precisely heading towards our heavenly demon city. The demonic cultivator is powerful. Not only are there dozens of spirit saints, 3 quasi-emperors, but there are even 2 spirit emperors. For this large-scale invasion, my Sky Demon City must be prepared to burn with jade and stone. Also beware of the forces of the righteous Gu family and others, in case we are attacked from the back. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group of Demon Clan patriarchs turned blue. Anger raged in their eyes. This is clearly a battle between good and evil. Why is this demonic cultivator attacking Heavenly Demon City? There must be a trick in this. The power of the demonic cultivators could be said to be far beyond Sky Demon City, and a layer of haze was immediately cast over the hearts of the crowd. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. There's no need to be nervous. If Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge arrives in person, this young master is responsible for taking care of him. When these words came out, the people present froze in place. A look of excitement filled their eyes. Chapter 36, Gu Ziyan, who was so proud of herself. For a moment, the gazes of the several people of the Demon Clan's patriarch all looked towards Gu Jingtian, who was on the side. Under his eyes, however, there was some hesitation that was hard to erase. After all, the rumors released by the Gu family had also reached the 10,000 Demon City. These unknown fundamental Demon Clan patriarchs didn't believe in Gu Jingtian's private style issues though. However, it was believed that the reason why Gu Jingtian was able to help giant Willow Zhengdao become an emperor was because of the use of the Gu family's everlasting Dao fruit. A few people's eyes were still heavy at the moment. This Gu family's old ancestor. Nowadays it doesn't seem like he's a waste of space like in the rumors though. Furthermore, using the Gu family's supreme treasure to help senior giant Willow witness the Dao is a heavenly favor to my heavenly demon city. And it also helped Little Miss Skyfox awaken the 9-tailed Skyfox bloodline. I have to say, this Gu family ancestor is truly divine. But the enemy we're facing this time is Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge. Since Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge has been cultivating, there are countless number of supreme heavenly prides who have lost under him. It's a Jedi Ding powerhouse who has dominated the entire Devil Dao for 2,000 years. Even that Gu family Saint Emperor, who is known as the strongest spirit emperor in the Eastern Continent, may not be a match for this Yen Zhouge. This Gu Jingtian can't be stronger than Gu Ziyan. If that's the case, wouldn't it be extremely foolish for the Gu family to still expel him from their clan? Gu Jingtian didn't care about the expressions of the crowd. The Demon Emperor Qing'er on the side, however, had a cold face. Since His Excellency has already given his word, then you guys don't have to worry about Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga. But the demonic cultivators are huge. Their numbers and strength far exceed that of my heavenly demon city. Immediately gather all the demon clans that are out and return to defend heavenly demon city. As long as you're in this heavenly demon city, even Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga can't hurt you. With Demon Emperor Qing'er's order, the group of demon clan chiefs immediately led the order to leave. In an instant, the entire heavenly demon city could be said to be in a state of panic. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a cozy face, still sipping the tea and the aroma to himself. And at this moment, in a valley that was nearly 10,000 miles away from heavenly demon city, only a group of soldiers and horses appeared at this place. In a luxurious tent, it was unexpectedly Gu Ziyan, the Saint Emperor of the Gu family. And there were two familiar figures in front of him. It was none other than Gu Qingfeng and Gu Lishang who had followed them. As the Grand Patriarch of the Elder Council, Gu Qingfeng's strength had already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. And although Gu Lishang was only a 9-star spirit saint, she was the person Gu Ziyan trusted the most. At this moment, Gu Ziyan's face was complacent, and her pair of violet eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. Gu Lishang on the side was also unable to hide the excitement in her heart. At this time, a large number of righteous sects had already gathered 100,000 miles away, just waiting for Gu Ziyan's command. They would come to this place through the long-distance teleportation array. Gu Lishang could not hide the smugness in her heart. Now that my Gu family's spies in the middle of Heavenly Demon City have passed on the information, Heavenly Demon City has ordered the demon races that went out to return to defend Heavenly Demon City. It looks like this giant willow who just became an emperor is trying to defend against an attack, but obviously she underestimated the power of the demonic cultivators. This time it's the Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga himself. Just by her, an existence that has just become an emperor, she won't be able to hold back the demonic cultivators' army. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was even more pleased. I didn't realize that Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga hadn't put up a fight for 1,000 years, and this time he would actually come down personally. But this giant willow is a grass and tree that has become an emperor. Its strength should not be underestimated. Now all we have to do is wait. Wait for them to lose both of them. And at that time, this emperor will personally strike with his emperor's soldiers and will definitely be able to kill Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga. From now on, this emperor is the veritable #1 powerhouse of the Eastern continent. Speaking of this, Gu Ziyan's eyes were even more expectant. Even if Yan Zhoga was in full bloom, this emperor wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him. But an injured Yan Zhoga, this emperor doesn't believe that this emperor can't kill him with an emperor's soldier in hand. Successful kings lose. History is written by the victors. As long as Yan Zhoga is dead, who cares if he was killed by this emperor in his heyday? Although many people thought that Gu Ziyan was the #1 spirit emperor in the Eastern continent, there were also some who thought that the Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga was stronger. The extremely strong Gu Ziyan was grudging, and now was the perfect opportunity for her to exterminate this first demon emperor of the demon cultivation. And at this moment, Gu Lishang's heart was filled with anticipation. As long as I can exterminate Yan Zhoga, the demonic cultivators will not be enough to worry about. At that time, my Gu family will be able to occupy the entire Yuzhou. And as the mastermind of this battle between the righteous and the demonic, he himself can definitely be written into the Gu family tree. One's merits can even be on par with old man Ling Tian who founded the Gu family. And looking at the complacent duo in front of him, Gu Qingfeng was also in a state of bliss. Awesome! You're going to get a lot of credit for this one yourself. No matter who wins or loses this war, the strength of the entire Eastern continent will definitely shrink drastically. At that time, my heavenly demon clan will be able to descend to the Eastern continent through the Yu state, use the Eastern continent as a springboard, and then take the entire Xian heavenly continent. Ha ha ha, for such a great feat. I'm sure that the coronation of devil emperors will surely bestow a reward that will allow me to ascend to the realm of the devil emperor as well. When that time comes, Gu Ziyan, Gu Lishang, both of you are this demon emperor's playthings. Ha ha ha, the three people in the entire tent at the moment could be said to be pleased with themselves, and couldn't wait to see the demon cultivators and the demon race go to war. And at this moment in the heavenly demon city, it was already overcrowded. No, to be exact, it was full of demons. Although a portion of the demon race lived in the Sky Demon City, the vast majority of the demon race still lived in the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Now the number of demon races in the entire heavenly demon city had already exceeded 10 million. And all of them were great demons above the Demon King realm. Even so, The demon clansmen in the Heavenly Demon City were still grave. Heavenly Demon City, 10,000 Demon Hall. In addition to the 4 clan leaders such as Fox Ninger, there were suddenly 10 more Spirit Saint Realm Great Demons. Fox Ninger had an extremely serious face. We have received news that the number of demonic cultivators out this time has reached a full 50 million. The one leading the troops is none other than Demon Emperor Yan Jiugu, and our scouts among the demonic cultivators have also sent word that Demon Emperor's emissary Qing Feng has also broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. The gap between the strengths of our two parties is enormous, and it's highly likely that those righteous forces will take advantage of the situation. Now it has come to the time of survival for our demon race. For thousands of years, my demon race has been humiliated by the human race, but my demon clan still survives to this day, relying on the unity of the people of my demon clan. Today, even if all of my demon race is wiped out, we will also let this group of dirty human clans know, demon race can't be humiliated. Even though Fox Ninger's words were so impassioned, but the group of demon saints in front of them remained unmoved. And right at that moment, that insect clan chief Thousand Seekers suddenly said, Chapter 37, Demon Race, never be a slave. Since the devil cultivator is so strong, why should we fight to the death? I've already gotten word that this demonic cultivator attacked Heavenly Demon City precisely because of that Gu family ancestor. In fact, that Gu Jingtian's expulsion from the Gu family was simply a fake. This is all a ploy by the Gu family. And being able to help Senior Giant Willow certify as an emperor was also because Gu Jingtian carried the Gu family's supreme treasure, the everlasting Dao fruit. That's what made Demon Emperor Yan Zhoga think that we've allied ourselves with the Gu family. But the demonic cultivator army is just around the corner. Yet the Gu family is still pressing on. This Gu family is clearly leading the trouble east, making my Heavenly Demon City go to war with the devil cultivators, so that he can reap the benefits. The moment these words came out, the crowd of demon saints in the Great Hall were in an uproar. It's actually like this. This Gu Jingtian, even if his divine ability is quite great, but it's also impossible to be able to make others become emperors. So it's the Gu family's handiwork. Patriarch Qianxian is right. This must be a ploy by the Gu family. We can't be a sword in the hands of the Gu family. And the remaining few patriarchs also said in a hurry, even if things are like this, it's ironclad that this Gu family helped my Heavenly Demon City's Sacred Tree Senior become an emperor. My Heavenly Demon City, have a great favor. An alliance with the Gu family isn't something that's unacceptable. With the support of the Gu family and the righteous path, even if we can't repel the demonic cultivators, it's still enough to separate them from each other. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Fox Ninger's eyes reddened slightly. The beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Is this all a scam? He's helping our Heavenly Demon City all for the sake of allying with the Gu family and making us the Gu family's handmade swords? Could it be that helping my little sister heal is also about this? For a moment, Gu Jingtian's image in Fox Ninger's heart collapsed. But to be able to become the matriarch of the Heavenly Fox clan, Fox Ninger was naturally extremely strong. All of you shut up. I will immediately inquire about this matter with Senior Giant Willow. It's just that it's not my people. Their hearts must be different. No matter what, we can't make an alliance with the Gu family. After the Gu family destroys the demonic cultivators, our Heavenly Demon City will be next. Listening to Fox Ninger's words, the group of demon saints were also quite impressed. There was a tangled look in his eyes. While at this moment, Fox Ninger was already unable to hold back and directly used instantaneous transfer to disappear into the Great Hall. In the blink of an eye, Fox Ninger's figure had already appeared outside that courtyard. At this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger was making tea for Gu Jingtian. Seeing Fox Ninger's arrival, Demon Emperor Qinger frowned lightly. What's wrong? Ninger, is the demonic cultivator army already here? In the face of the Demon Emperor's inquiry, Fox Ninger, however, her face flushed red as she stared dead on at Gu Jingtian, who was sipping tea. Enlightened the Demon Emperor, we have received information that this is all a conspiracy. The expulsion of this Gu family's oldest ancestor from the Gu family was originally deliberate. The reason why the Gu family's old ancestor helped you become an emperor was to get my Sky Demon City to ally with the Gu family. Let us act as a sword in its hands. I trouble the coronation of the Demon Emperor to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also hope that the Gu family ancestor will give my Heavenly Demon City an explanation. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Qinger immediately frowned tightly. Gu Jingtian, who was on the side, had a cloudy look on his face, as if all of this was expected. But in the very next second, the Demon Emperor gently waved his sleeve. A wave of demonic power surged out at once, directly hitting Fox Ninger in the face. Even though Demon Emperor Qinger had only slightly disciplined her, Fox Ninger's pretty face was still flushed. How dare you? How dare you slander the young master? You mean the young master is harboring ill intentions and deceiving us? Feeling the fiery pain on her face, Fox Ninger's pupils shrunk. It was filled with disbelief. The beautifully delicate body couldn't suppress the trembling. The demon emperor hit me? She actually hit me. For this Gu family ancestor, an outsider? Fox Ninger was also considered to have grown up under the watchful eye of the demon emperor, but had never received such a severe chastisement, while at this moment, the demon emperor's pretty face was as cold as ice, not to mention the child she had watched grow up. Even if it was her own descendant, she would not be able to slander her young master. Ninger, this emperor remembers that you're young and uninformed. Apologize to the eunuch now, and your outburst can be forgiven. The harsh tone made it even more difficult for Fox Ninger to accept, and those silver eyes looked incredulously at the demon emperor in the distance. That once incomparably familiar aura had become so unfamiliar at the moment. In the next second, Fox Ninger's leg slammed down to the ground. Coronation of the demon emperor. If the demon cultivator insists on going to war with my heavenly demon city, Ninger and even the entire demon race in Sky Demon City, even if we fight to the last drop of blood, I have no regrets. But this if a plot by the Gu family. Although my demon race is weak, even if my body is shattered, I won't be a sword in the hands of others. My demon race, never be a slave. I still ask the demon emperor coronet to investigate clearly. If you don't give Ninger a reasonable explanation, Ninger will kneel long and hard. At this moment, Fox Ninger's eyes were filled with the color of determination. Looking at such a stubborn Fox Ninger, the demon emperor was also filled with helplessness, and yet it remains unmoved. In her heart, even if the entire world was blaming Gu Jingtian, she would stand in front of him without hesitation. And just at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. There's no need to dwell on this matter. In a moment, you'll know the answer. As soon as these words came out, a hint of doubt flooded into the eyes of Fox Ninger, who had fallen to her knees. A moment? What does that mean? The demon emperor is so biased in favor of this Gu Jingtian. Could it be that he has already made a deal with the Gu family? The Gu family's soldiers and horses are already on their way here? The demon emperor is too confused. This is dancing with the wolves. Thinking of this, Fox Ninger still wanted to open her mouth. The quick-eyed demon emperor directly operated his demonic power and sealed Fox Ninger's mouth. Since His Excellency told you to wait, you will wait here. The fact that the demon emperor reacted in such a manner further made Fox Ninger's heart feel as if it was dead. Could it be that my heavenly demon city, the lineage of the demon race, is really going to be destroyed in the hands of this Gu Jingtian hand? Why? Why does the world have to be so complicated? Why is it that the first person one likes is actually like this? And at this moment in the hall of 10,000 demons, the Bug Clan chief, Thousand Seekers, was roaring with impassioned fury at the moment. This Gu family has gone back on its word and made my heavenly demon city act as a sword in its hands. My demon clan cannot agree to this. As long as we hand over that Gu family ancestor, this misunderstanding can naturally be resolved. I also understand that this move is not without my heavenly demon city being ungrateful, but for the sake of my demon race's hundreds of millions of descendants, we can only do this. Sin in the present time, the merit is in the 1,000 years. In order to be able to make the future of my demon race, I, Qian, am willing to be the sinner of this world. I'll head over to pay my respects to the demon emperor, hand over that Gu family ancestor, and after that, I, Thousand Seekers, will take matters into my own hands. To thank the world. Chapter 38, The Devil Emperor Descends. Supreme Powerhouse. In the face of the insect clan chief's impassioned words, the crowd of demon clan chiefs fell silent. They could not have imagined that this normally fly-by-night bug clan chief would actually say such words. Chihiro blushed. The demon race is weak, and survival is not easy. For the sake of the future of the demon race, I'll go and admonish the coronation of the demon emperor. All the consequences will be borne by me, Qian, alone. Throwing down a sentence, Chen Sunji's figure transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the outside of the Great Hall. The few remaining demon saint powerhouses looked at each other and directly followed after a slight hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a group of demon saint realm powerhouses had arrived outside the small courtyard. Just after arriving at this place, he saw the Fox Ninger who was kneeling on the ground. Her face flushed red, the bug race patriarch's brows crossed, and his eyes were filled with determination. Flopped right down to his knees. Coronation of the demon emperor. This is a time of life and death for my demon race. There's an army of demonic cultivators gawking in front of us, and there's a ring of righteous alliance thorns behind us. Xian dares to ask the demon emperor a question. Is it true that my heavenly demon city has entered into cooperation with the Gu family? If so, where are the Gu family's men? If not, why implicate the entire demon clan because of the Gu family ancestor alone? Hearing this, Demon Emperor Qing'er's willow brows lightly frowned, and the always mild she couldn't help but be on fire for no reason. Unbridled? What do you mean by that? If it wasn't for the Duke, what would be today's heavenly demon city? There is no need for you to say more. No matter what happens, naturally, this emperor will be at the front, facing the furious demon emperor. Xian Sun was still unforgiving. Coronation of the demon emperor. We are not worthy of death. But there are more than 10 million demon clans in my heavenly demon city. If we are to be sunk, my demon race's thousands of years of operation will be ruined. Then wouldn't we be the demon race's ancient sinners? My subordinate knows that Elder Gu's kindness to heavenly demon city is as deep as the sea. It's only for the future of the demon race. I implore the demon emperor to put the demon clan first. Hand over Senior Gu. I, Chihiro, will take all the blame. With my life alone, I will block the mouths of many, in exchange for the future of my demon race. When these words came out, the demon emperor was instantly thunderstruck. Unbridled. Shut up for this emperor. How dare you want this emperor to hand over the Duke? This is something that can never be done. And on the side, Fox Ninger's eyes were red. Coronation of the demon emperor. For the sake of the demon race's long life, please forgive Ninger for overstepping her bounds. Please ask the demon emperor to make everything public. My demon race must not act in such a confused manner, become a victim of the battle between good and evil. Looking at the righteous indignation of the duo, the rest of the crowd of demon race powerhouses couldn't help but be touched in their hearts as well. Then they looked at each other and all fell to their knees. We are arrogant. Please demon emperor give us an explanation. Looking at the crowd of demons kneeling in front of him in unison, Demon Emperor Qing'er was more helpless than angry. To others, this was some great demon of the spirit saint realm. And as far as she was concerned, these were the children she had raised. For some reason, the reprimand that had come to his lips could not be said no matter what. And just then, Gu Jingtian's voice came leisurely. The time has come, and the account you want will be given to you at once. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, only a low sound came violently from high in the distance. Fellow Daoist Giant Willow has certified as an emperor. What a joyous occasion. As the voice rang out, only the sky was violently torn apart. A spatial crack appeared. Amidst the endless spatial turbulence, a handsome man wearing a purple golden robe slowly walked out. That exquisite face, even the beauties on top of the stunning list would have to be ashamed of themselves. Only there wasn't a trace of femininity. There was just that endless nobility. The person who came was none other than that demon emperor Yen Zhoga. Even though Yen Zhoga hadn't taken any action, simply standing in the middle of the high sky caused the hearts of everyone present to freeze. A fear that was hard to suppress lingered in the hearts of the crowd. It's him, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga, truly skillful and bold, actually daring to break into my heavenly demon city all by himself. What a terrifying aura. This Yen Zhoga hasn't appeared for 1,000 years, and his cultivation has really gone up a level. It's hard to believe that he's already broken through to the immortal realm. That spatial turbulence, even a spirit emperor realm powerhouse is as afraid of it as a tiger, and he was actually able to walk out of it so lightly. Has he really reached the immortal realm? It's over. Yen Zhoga is truly worthy of being the Devil Dao's once in a 10,000 years supreme pride. Heavenly Demon City is in danger. And seeing Yen Zhoga's appearance, Demon Emperor Qing'er's eyes were filled with gravity. Apparently she had also sensed the terrifying energy lurking within Yen Zhoga's body. In the next second, there was a ripple in space. The Demon Emperor's stunning silhouette appeared high above the sky. The two great Emperor realm powerhouses were facing each other from a distance. A spiritual pressure like a vast ocean spread out from above the Demon Emperor's body. Thank you, fellow Daoist. If you, fellow Daoist, come to congratulate me, this Emperor will naturally be happy to entertain. It's just that my heavenly demon city and demonic cultivators don't interfere with each other. What does your excellency intend to do by leading a large army to press in? Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga let out a light laugh. All kinds of things in this world this emperor didn't want to intervene anymore. Giant Willow Taoist friend proved to be an emperor. This emperor also rejoices in his heart. Just why would you, Taoist friend, cooperate with the Gu family and target my people in Yuzhou? This trip this emperor has come to ask fellow Daoist Giant Willow to give this emperor a satisfactory explanation. As soon as these words came out, only a destructive force that broke through the clouds instantly erupted from above the demon emperor's body. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color for 10,000 miles in a radius. The earth shook. The heavens and the earth roared. That oppressive feeling like a mighty prison caused the people in the entire heavenly demon city to feel that oppressive feeling that was like a heavenly tilt. Countless demon clans trembled, and even their breathing became heavy. In front of this terrifying power, the aura of the demon emperor was immediately suppressed. The crowd of demon race elders were even more terrified in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! It's almost beyond the spirit emperor realm. This demon emperor definitely has half a foot in the immortal realm, worthy of being the absolute pride of the devil cultivator. In just 3,000 years he has actually come this far. I'm afraid that amongst the human race, only that Ling Tian emperor can be compared to him. It's over. Everything is finished. No wonder this demon emperor dared to go alone. And at this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, the place where the Gu family and the others were, feeling the terrifying to the extreme demonic aura in the distance, Gu Ziyan's few people immediately smiled with joy. At this moment, Gu Ziyan could no longer suppress the stolen joy in her heart, letting out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge has struck. It's really strong. It's at least reached the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm. This heavenly demon city is already hard to escape its demise. Wait until its 2 defeats are over. That's when my Gu family will unify the eastern continent. The thoughts in Gu Ziyan's trio's minds at this moment were surprisingly consistent. Quick! Fight! And at this time, in the middle of the heavenly demon city. Chapter 39, Zhou'er pays a visit to her benefactor. Feeling the demon emperor's aura that was as powerful as a prison, Demon Emperor Qing'er's eyes narrowed slightly. This matter was originally the Gu family's ill intent. When did my heavenly demon city ever form an alliance with the Gu family? Hearing this, Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge let out a light laugh. In that case, I, Yen Zhouge, am not one to use my power to oppress others. This emperor has heard that Gu family ancestor is in Sky Demon City at the moment, so I'd like to trouble you, fellow Daoist, to invite him out. I hope this Gu family ancestor can give this emperor an explanation. Hearing this, the crowd of demon saints looked within that courtyard, and just then, only a low voice slowly came out. Little Zhou'er, you've really gotten ahead of yourself. Now you actually dare to seek an explanation from me. As soon as these words came out, this demon emperor who had suppressed the entire demon realm froze in place. The purple golden eye system couldn't stop trembling madly. Even that body that could harden against Imperial soldiers couldn't help but tremble slightly. Little Nine? This name? It's been more than 2,000 years. There's actually someone who still knows this name of theirs. What a familiar voice. Is that you, Enchanter? When the 2 words benefactor appeared in Yen Zhouge's mind, the violet gold-colored divine eyes suddenly filled with hazy watery mist. This mighty demon emperor, at this moment, was looking towards the direction of the voice with a dull gaze. And at this moment, the crowd of the demon race was even more frozen on the spot. All of their faces were in disbelief. Little Zhou'er? This Gu Jingtian actually called the demon emperor Little Zhou'er? Is he crazy? How dare he insult the demon emperor like that? Even if this Gu Jingtian was once acquainted with the demon emperor, he shouldn't be addressing the demon emperor with such a name now. Nowadays, he can already be a supreme existence close to the immortal realm. Yen Zhouge gazed down at the courtyard below. As far as the eyes could see, it was the face that had endured for 2,000 years and still made Yen Zhouge remember without forgetting. Yen Zhouge's pupils instantly shrunk, and his entire body froze on the spot like a demented person. It really is you, NTI. At this moment, he was no longer the supreme demon emperor who reigned over the 9 heavens, but the stubborn teenager of 2,000 years. The eyes could no longer hold back the hot, burning tears. In a moment, the tears flowed like a fountain. In the next second, the purple and gold-colored figure was suddenly transformed into a stream of light, shooting towards the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, the gazes of the crowd of demon saint realm powerhouses were like lightning. Anxiety filled their eyes. It's over. This demon emperor is really a demonic cultivator. He doesn't need a reason to kill. This Gu family's old ancestor is too much of a trustworthy person to insult an emperor realm powerhouse like that. And Fox Ninger's pair of beautiful eyes were even dimmer. Is it over? The wrong payment after all. The demon emperor in a green palace robe instantly stormed out and hurriedly turned into a stream of light to chase after him. However, at such a close distance, the demon emperor's speed was obviously far inferior to that of the demon emperor. In a matter of moments, demon emperor Yen Zhouge's figure had already appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. In the next second, only this demon emperor Gu Jingtian was seen violently kneeling on both knees, heavily grabbing the ground with his head. Apprentice Yen Zhouge has met with his benefactor. With the sound of the voice, Yen Zhouge directly performed the great salute of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Seeing this scene, The people in this place immediately stared in disbelief, dumbstruck and frozen in place. Two words were written all over everyone's faces. Clueless. Even the demon emperor who had arrived was dumbfounded. Enchanter? What's that? Enchanter? What? Gu Jingtian is the demon emperor's benefactor. How is this possible? Never heard of it before. My goodness. How could the Gu family's old ancestor be the demon emperor's benefactor? Can someone tell me what's going on? Nowadays. Fox Ninger's red lips were also slightly open. Enchanter. He's actually the demon emperor's enchanter. This. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy face. What benefactor? When did I promise to take you as my disciple? Hurry up and get up. I can't stand this great gift from your supreme demon emperor. When these words came out, the demon emperor Yen Zhoga in front of him was even more wildly shaken, and his lowered head hung lower and lower. The voice was filled with heartfelt respect. If it wasn't for the help of the benefactor, Zhou would have been a dry bone in the mound and would have died in the winter 2,000 years ago. How could he have survived until now? If it wasn't for the enlightened master's devoted guidance, how would Zhou have been able to certify his path and become an emperor? Once again, I get to meet the enlightened master. Even though my benefactor has never taken me under his tutelage, Zhou has long regarded you as a master, like a teacher, like a father. No matter what cultivation level Zhou is at now, he will always be the same Xiaojiu in front of you. When these words came out, the crowd, who had already been shocked out of their wits, slowly came to their senses. Oh my god. So it's true. The Gu family ancestor is really the demon emperor's benefactor. No wonder the Gu clan's old ancestors said that if the demon emperor came in person, he would deal with him. The demon emperor Qinger on the side was even more enlightened. No wonder the eunuch said that even if this demon emperor came, he would have to kowtow 3 times. I didn't realize that your excellency would have this kind of relationship with the demon emperor. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. When did you become so matronly and disgusting? Such disgusting words can be said. Get up and stop being an eyesore. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga hurriedly got up. With an excited face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Enchanter, why are you here? Gu Jingtian let out a light hum. This Qinger is the little tree I planted with my own hands back then, and now that I have nothing to do, I can't come to see her. When these words came out, the crowd of demon saints who had just calmed down once again froze on the spot. Once again, the mind that had just been at peace with itself was in shock. What? The demon emperor is a small tree planted by the Gu family's old ancestor back then. My god. No wonder the demon emperor said that without the Gu family ancestor, there would be no heavenly demon city today. How is this possible? A small tree planted casually has now become a demon emperor, and the person who casually pointed it out back then is now a demon emperor. The first of the righteous. It's his descendant. The first person of the devil's way is his registered disciple, and the first demon emperor of the demon race was even trained by him. This Gu family's old ancestor is too heaven-defying. Is this still something that a loser can do? It seems that the Gu family's expulsion of him from the sect must be a lie. If this were true, wouldn't the Gu family's hundreds of thousands of disciples not be able to put together a complete brain? And hearing this, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga's face was stunned. An awkward smile followed. Enchanter is enchanter. The methods are really extraordinary. In that case, it seems that fellow Taoist giant Willow is also considered my senior sister. As soon as the words fell, the demon emperor on the side snorted coldly. I knew the prince before you did. Yen Zhoga hemmed and hawed. Then you are the senior sister. I'm the younger brother. Looking at Yen Zhoga, who looked harmless, the crowd of demon saints couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Is this still that high and mighty demon emperor? Chapter 40, Supreme Immortal Armament. Immortal Exterminating Lance. Seeing this scene in front of them, the hearts hanging in the hearts of the crowd of demon saints could be said to have fallen to the ground. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Today is also really strange. So many people asking me for an explanation. When these words came out, the corners of Yen Zhoga's mouth twitched. I was just about to open my mouth to explain, but something suddenly occurred to me. That handsome face was suddenly frosty as he coldly looked towards the group of demon saints kneeling on the ground. What? There's actually someone who dares to ask NTI for an explanation. It's simply too long to live. Enshu tell Xiaojiu who it is. With such arrogance, Xiaojiu will immediately let him know what life is worse than death. As soon as the words fell, a murderous aura that had almost formed a substance filled the air. For a moment, the group of demon saints kneeling on the ground were suddenly trembling as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The eyes were filled with endless fear. The fear was not without a hint of breathlessness. This demon emperor is also really thick-skinned. Have you forgotten who it was just now, mouthing off that he wanted old ancestor Gu to give an explanation? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? And at this moment, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. That's just it. Since it's all over, there's no point in pursuing anything. Hearing this, the crowd of demon saints were instantly as if they had been pardoned, and they hurriedly bowed towards Gu Jingtian Pink one after another. Thank you, old ancestor Gu. We know we're wrong, Elder Gu. We're all short of brains and too impulsive. Don't take offense. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. You are also doing this for the demon race. The starting point is right. This seat does not see eye to eye with you. Retreat, you and others. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the crowd of demon saints rolled and fled. Only Fox Ninger looked at Gu Jingtian with 3 parts guilt and 7 parts fondness in her eyes. Hesitantly, I left the place. Seeing the crowd leave, Yan Jioga looked at Gu Jingtian with a respectful expression. Enchanter, what are you up to? What is your plan here? How did you let the Gu family expel you from the family? And also arranged for the Gu family to throw dirty water on you. If you want to take back Yuzhou, as long as you give the order, Xiaojiu will designate to complete the task successfully. Only in front of Gu Jingtian would this silent demon emperor be so talkative. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. This kind of hegemony that mere mortals care about is of no interest to my lord. It's just that the devil cultivators under you are a bit cruel, especially that blood demon sect. But this blood demon sect has already been exterminated by this Gongzi. As for the others, speaking here, Gu Jingtian paused slightly. On the other hand, Yan Jiuge, who was on the side, had his pupils shrunk. So the one who exterminated the blood demon sect was actually NTI. Sure enough, with NTI's insights, how could he be just a cultivator of the spiritist realm? It seems that today's enchanter has also reached the spirit emperor realm. Yan Jiuge, who had come to his senses, instantly fell to his knees. Apprentice has been cultivating in the 9 spectral heavens and has been negligent in managing the behavior of demonic cultivators. Originally, my disciple didn't care about this demon emperor's position, and since my benefactor is dissatisfied, after my disciple goes back, I will definitely thoroughly investigate the entire land of Yuzhou. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly, while at this moment, Yan Jiuge was still puzzled. Benefactor, what exactly happened when you were expelled from the Gu family? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes dimmed slightly. You don't have to care about this matter. It's just a matter between me and the Gu family. I see that your cultivation has reached the half-step supreme realm. It has come into contact with a portion of the power of the laws. This encounter is also fate, so I'll help you one more time. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Only a purple golden lance suddenly appeared in the void. With the appearance of the lance, the surrounding space collapsed, and the spatial turbulence that had just appeared was worn away in the blink of an eye. Even though the might above this lance was not ostentatious, the two present felt an extremely dangerous aura, and feeling the power that permeated it, Demon Emperor Yan Jioge froze in place. The violet gold eyes were filled with astonishment. Law of destruction. Surprisingly, it's the power of the law of destruction. What kind of weapon is this? It's actually capable of carrying the power of laws. You know, even Imperial soldiers can't carry the power of laws. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian said with a calm face, this gun is called the Exterminating Immortal. It was originally a flawless supreme immortal weapon. It was imitated based on a supreme spiritual treasure. Because of certain reasons, it's not as big as it used to be, but it's not something that an Imperial soldier can compare to. Now that your cultivation is already a half-step supreme, you are considered to have the qualifications to use this gun. This gun is even filled with the power of the law of destruction. If you use it for enlightenment, you will surely have a few more certainties of breaking through to the supreme realm. When these words came out, the two people in front of them suddenly had their bodies shaken. Even though the two of them were already at the Imperial Realm cultivation, located at the absolute top of this realm. But this immortal soldier that only existed in legends actually appeared in front of the duo at this moment. The two of them immediately trembled slightly, unable to hide their excitement. Yan Jioge, who had just gotten up, fell to his knees again with a plop, already teary-eyed. Master has treated me with great kindness. Xiaojiu doesn't know how to repay. I only hate that this body is not a daughter's body. So I can't promise my body to my benefactor. Before the words were out of his mouth, a large foot kicked violently. Asterisk 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 off. Almost 3,000 years old. You're still so slick. Yan Jioge, who had been kicked away, had no anger, but instead was even more joyful. This kick, again, made him feel as if he had gone back more than 2,000 years. Yan Jiuge hemmed and hawed, as thin as a mosquito fly. If there is a teacher, there must be an apprentice. Gu Jingtian's brows crossed, and only then did Yan Jiuge collect himself. Apprentice, thank you for giving me the treasure. With a wave of his hand, he directly took the immortal destruction gun in front of him into his internal world. Gu Jingtian's eyes rolled back. All right, get the hell out of here, bastard. I get angry when I see you. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Yan Jiuge's face disappeared, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Gu Jingtian rose violently. Shut the up. You're full of, believe it or not, I'll shoot you in the face. Big old man, don't stir things up here. Get the hell out of here. This harsh scolding, however, allowed Yan Jiuge to feel that warmth that had disappeared for 2,000 years. He understood that the enchanter was still the same enchanter from 2,000 years ago. Yan Jiuge didn't say a word and respectfully bowed 3 times. With that, he intended to turn around and leave. Just then, a low voice suddenly floated in from the back. 6 paths of reincarnation exist. When these words came out, Yan Jiuge's tall figure was slightly stunned. The redness in his eyes intensified. A trembling voice rang out. Apprentice understands. Thank you, in teacher. In teacher, please also take care. As soon as the words fell, Yan Jiuge's figure shot up into the sky. Arriving high in the sky, Yan Jiuge's gaze glanced toward the distant sky. Gu family, Gu Ziyan, NTI doesn't see eye to eye with you guys. Doesn't mean I, Yan Jiuge, don't care. Let you give this emperor an explanation today. Chapter 41, what's the point of hitting me? Gu Ziyan's cluelessness. Tens of thousands of miles away from Sky Demon City, in the deep valley, it was clearly where Gu Ziyan and the others were stationed. And at this moment, Gu Ziyan had a puzzled look on her face. What's the situation? This Yan Jiuge is rumored to be a character who pulls out his sword and kills at the drop of a hat. How is it that so much time has passed and no fluctuations have been transmitted? On the side, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng as well as Gu Lishang were similarly filled with puzzlement. It's really strange. Not only are there no fluctuations coming from it, but this demon emperor's aura has actually converged. What on earth has happened? Has something changed? After a little thought, Gu Ziyan asked in a condensed voice, Sister, is it possible that this demon emperor Yan Jiuge has discovered our actions? Learned that we're doing this to make Sky Demon City serve as cannon fodder? So it stopped there? As soon as these words came out, Gu Lishang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her mind was filled with thoughts. Unlikely. This Gu Jingtian is my Gu family's old ancestor. Even if the people of Heavenly Demon City learned of this news, it's unlikely that Yan Jiuge would believe it. We have expelled our own ancestor from our clan in order to form an alliance with Sky Demon City. Gu Lishang, who had uttered these words, did not blush or jump, forgetting for a moment that the Gu family had truly expelled Gu Jingtian from their home. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan sighed helplessly. Also, wait a little longer. If there's still no situation, this emperor will personally go ahead and check it out. With the emperor's soldier in hand, Yan Jiuge won't be able to discover this emperor's traces. But at that moment, only a purple stream of light was seen impacting from the sky. The sudden scene caused Gu Ziyan to get up violently. Full of amazement, he looked up to the sky. What a strong aura! Demon Emperor? Yan Jiuge? Why is he rushing towards here? Gu Lishang, who was at the side, hurriedly inquired. Could it be that he found out about our ambush? Gu Ziyan let out a cold snort full of triumph. Even if this Yan Jiuge's cultivation is at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm like this emperor, it's still impossible for him to discover where we are. The Emperor's soldier Xian Tian's sword left behind by elder ancestor Ling Tian is even more capable of restraining his breath, so it's absolutely impossible for him to discover us. The words had just fallen, but only a voice of thunderous fury could be heard blasting out. Gu Ziyan, you are also a hallowed Spirit Emperor, yet you're hiding here like a rat. Don't get out of here yet. The smack in the face came so quickly that Demon Emperor Yan Jiuge's figure suddenly appeared above the valley. Looking at the figure in the distance, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrank. What's going on? How was he able to discover this emperor's trail? Could it be that he has some kind of secret treasure for sense-seeking on him? And upon hearing Yan Jiuge's insults, Gu Ziyan was instantly enraged. Humph! This Yan Jiuge is the same Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse as himself. How dare he insult himself like this? Does he really think that this emperor is a soft persimmon? And at this moment, the two of them, Gu Lishang and Gu Qingfeng, who were on the side, were even casting strange gazes. Immediately, Gu Ziyan felt a fiery heat on her face. The enraged Gu Ziyan waved her big hand and directly removed the cover of the Imperial soldier. His body transformed into a stream of light and shot toward the high sky. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away in the void. Looking at Yan Gu, who was not far away, Gu Ziyan crossed her eyes. Arrogant! How dare you insult this emperor like that? Yan Gu, what exactly do you want to do? Yan Gu snorted coldly. This emperor asks you, did you expel Gu Jingtian from the Gu family? As soon as these words came out, Gu Ziyan's pupils, including the Gu Lishang duo below, shrank. Could it be that this Yan Gu really knows about our plans? If this is known by Yan Gu, Gu Jingtian's expulsion from the Gu family is a lie, and in order to unite with Heavenly Demon City is real. That would be troublesome. That would be tantamount to pushing Heavenly Demon City towards demonic cultivators. With this thought in mind, Gu Ziyan let out a light laugh. It seems like you've heard some rumors. Yan Gu, this emperor has also heard that there are rumors that Gu Jingtian's expulsion from the Gu family is false. It was a plot by my Gu family to target demonic cultivators. I didn't expect a generation of demon emperors to be people who don't know right from wrong. If my Gu family wanted to unite with Sky Demon City, why bother acting so hypocritically? Think about it. Before Gu Ziyan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yan Gu. You cut the crap here. This emperor only wants to know one thing. Gu Jingtian was expelled from the Gu family. Is it true or not? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan's eyes rolled. What kind of power is my Gu family? How could I fake it? And how could I use my own ancestor to fake it? This Gu Jingtian's low cultivation is nothing more than that. But he's even making a fool of himself in my Gu family. Rape and pillage. This emperor has already given him countless opportunities, but he doesn't know how to cherish them. And he's even gotten worse. This emperor is also aware that this move is a bit treasonous, but for the sake of the entire Gu family, for the sake of the Gu family's reputation, this emperor can only do so. Speaking here, Yan Jiu's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold aura flickering in his purple gold eyes. Oh, you mean Gu Jingtian was really kicked out by you? Gu Ziyan smiled faintly. It's natural. As soon as the words fell, only a monstrous destructive aura immediately erupted from above Yan Jiu's body. Purple demonic chi rose up into the sky, instantly drenching the sky in a radius of thousands of miles. The earth shook as a terrifying aura filled the air. The rivers boiled. Seeing Yan Jiu, who had suddenly risen up, Gu Ziyan as well as the duo below froze on the spot. A dumbfounded face looked at the furious Yan Jiu. What's going on here? Didn't I already say that Gu Jingtian was truly expelled from the Gu family? What happened in Heavenly Demon City has nothing to do with my Gu family at all. How can this guy be so angry? Has he lost his mind? In the next second, Yan Jiu violently threw out a fist. Silence of the Eight. With Yan Jiu's roar above his body, endless purple demonic chi impacted out. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a purple ball of light that was tens of meters square, carrying a terrifying destructive force towards Gu Ziyan. It impacted. As danger arrived, Gu Ziyan couldn't think of anything else. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. You really think that this emperor is a soft target? Blade storm. Gu Ziyan let out a soft cry. The power of Gung Jin instantly covered the sky. Densely dotted golden sword-ons coalesced from the void. In the blink of an eye, a hurricane of nearly 100 meters of golden sword blades was formed. Without fail, it impacted towards Yan Jiu. Boom! The power of destruction. The power of Gung Ho. Two equally destructive forces collided violently in the air. The moment the two made contact, unimaginable shockwaves swept out. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. Mountains, rocks and trees were reduced to pieces. In an instant, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was destroyed. At this moment, the two of them, Gu Lishang, were even more seriously injured and hurriedly fled towards the distance. Only Gu Ziyan, who had a stony face, remained. Yan Jiu, are you out of your mind? This emperor has spoken. Gu Jingtian was expelled by this emperor. What happened to him in Sky Demon City has nothing to do with the Gu family. The moment these words came out, the anger in Yan Jiu's eyes intensified. This emperor is not crazy, but this emperor sees that you are crazy. The fight is for you to expel Gu Jingtian. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyan's eyes widened. What? Chapter 42, Gu Ziyan. I'm really speechless. Gu Ziyan's tiny eyes were filled with great doubt. What is this situation? This emperor is only expelling that old trash from the Gu family. It's none of Yan Jiu's business. However, before Gu Ziyan could think about it, the might Yan Jiu exuded surged. The monstrous demonic aura squeezed in, and the space in a radius of nearly 1,000 miles trembled. Feeling this terrifying might that changed heaven and earth for the worse, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrank. Half-step supreme realm. This Yan Jiu's strength has actually reached this level. What exactly does this Yan Jiu mean? Why are you giving that punk a head start? Gu Ziyan's face was as frosty as ice as she stared deathly at Yanzhou Gu in the distance. Why would the Demon Emperor need to fight with the Gu family over a loser? Even if you insist on this, Demon Emperor, you still have to give my Gu family an explanation. Yanzhou Gu, who was wearing a purple golden robe, had anger burning in his eyes. Gu Jingtian has been expelled from the Gu family. Whether it's right or wrong, this emperor no longer has the heart to argue. The Nine Spectres technique. Heavenly tilt. Yanzhou Gu let out a furious roar, and monstrous demonic chi instantly surged out. Nearly 100 miles of space in a radius was directly shattered by this destructive force. Endless spatial turbulence immediately impacted towards Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan's brows were furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were also blazing with anger. Yanzhou Gu, you've gone too far in bullying people. Do you really think that my Gu family is just a pose? Gu Ziyan, the contemporary head of the Gu family, respectfully requests the Emperor's sword of Xiantian. As Gu Ziyan's voice rang out, a bloodline power permeated above his petite body. In a matter of moments, a connection was made with a terrifying presence far away in the sky. A sword roar like a dragon's roar rose to the sky. Sword chants rose and space shattered. Glittering golden aura shone from the void. Between heaven and earth, a huge object slowly emerged. It was precisely a long sword that was reddish gold in color. The terrifying length was nearly 1,000 meters. Countless inscriptions shone on it, and at the hilt of the sword, 2 large characters, dragon flying and phoenix dancing, were written. Xiantian. It was this Gu family's legendary Imperial Weapon, the Xiantian sword. With the moment the Xiantian sword appeared, that supreme divine might impacted away. The spatial turbulence released by Yanzhou Gu was directly blasted into pieces. Boom! A loud bang passed. The mountain ranges within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles were instantly turned into flying ash. Countless lives perished here. This was the power that an Imperial Weapon could explode in the hands of a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. A single blow can destroy a nation. Gu Ziyan raised her eyebrows lightly, complacency written all over her face. Yanzhou Gu didn't expect it. The Xiantian sword left behind by my Gu family's Ling Tian ancestor has long been a half-step immortal weapon. It's only that outsiders are not aware of it. Humph. Yanzhou Gu, even if you have amazing talent and are able to cultivate from a mere mortal to the half-step supreme realm, but you will never be able to compare to me. Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan, have the entire Gu family behind me. Your efforts alone are like challenging a family's accumulation of thousands of years? Ha ha ha, don't dream. Still wanting to teach this emperor a lesson. It's simply delusional. And seeing the appearance of the Xian heavenly sword, as well as the complacent Gu Ziyan, Yanzhou Ge's eyes, however, were filled with disdain. Just a leafy guy. Simply pig-headed. Although the Xian heavenly sword is strong, my immortal destroying gun is not unfavorable either. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the space behind Yanzhou Gu shatter violently. A gigantic pillar rose up into the sky, straight into the clouds. Endless destructive power rippled out. The entire void trembled, and the earth for tens of thousands of miles in a radius cried out in sorrow. It was the immortal exterminating lance that had fallen to a half-step immortal soldier. And seeing this scene in front of her, the smug smile on Gu Ziyan's face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by only a face of confusion. The extreme shock caused Gu Ziyan to go into hysterics. Screamed, half-step immortal soldier. It's actually a half-step immortal soldier as well. How is this possible? How could you possibly have a half-step immortal soldier? It's impossible. Whether it's old ancestor Ling Tian or that punk Gu Jingtian, both once said that only the Gu family has half-step immortal soldiers. How could you possibly have one? It's impossible. When these words came out, Yanzhou Gu raised his eyebrows lightly. The gaze that looked at Gu Ziyan was filled with contempt. Actually, these two seniors are right. In the Eastern continent, only the Gu family has half-step immortal soldiers. But you have the Gu family, and this emperor has his own dependents. Hearing this, the confusion on Gu Ziyan's pretty face increased. What the hell? Half-step immortal soldiers are only found in the Gu family. It's hard to believe that this half-step immortal armament isn't from the land of the Eastern continent. Before Gu Ziyan could think about it, the immortal destruction gun that plunged straight into the clouds suddenly emitted an endless power of destruction. In an instant, it suppressed the might released by the Xiantian sword. Too late to think about it, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrunk. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best. The wind is tight tugging and whirring. In the next second, Gu Ziyan was like a lost dog tearing through space and fleeing with the Xiantian sword. Yanzhou Gu snorted coldly. Want to run? It's not that simple. The space in front of them directly collapsed, and Yanzhou Ge's figure then chased after them. The terrifying fluctuations emanating between the two caused the ground within tens of thousands of miles to tremble. For a moment, no matter which side of the spiritual cultivators were on, they all felt this scene. The Gu family's Gu Ziyan fled in distress like a lost dog. Seeing this scene, a group of the Righteous Alliance immediately changed their faces. Not good. The Gu family Sane Emperor has been beaten away. Let's run. Yanjiu Gu is too strong. Aren't we still here looking for death? In an instant, tens of millions of righteous sects scattered birds and beasts. And at this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, feeling the fluctuations coming from the distance, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Oi! Xiaojiu is still as grumpy as before. Demon Emperor Qinger, who was standing on the side, also had a smug look on her face. Humph! This Gu Ziyan actually dared to expel the dupe from the Gu family. Now she'll have to suffer. And just then, a large army of demonic cultivators thousands of miles away had let out a wild cry. The Demon Emperor won. The Saint Emperor of the Gu family has been beaten away. Air et al. Follow me. Destroy Sky Demon City first, then the Eastern Continent. Charge. Little ones, everything is ours now. Revel in it. In an instant, tens of millions of demonic cultivators shot towards heavenly demon city like black clouds pressing down on a city. The Demon Emperor emissary Qingfeng high in the sky was puzzled at the moment. Lord Demon Emperor has already made his move. It's even if these guys want to do it. And at this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, looking at the army of demonic cultivators shooting from the sky, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. His eyes glanced to the Demon Emperor Qinger on the side. Since Xiaojiu isn't here, you can help him educate these disgusting guys. At these words, Demon Emperor Qinger nodded heavily. It then disappeared into thin air. And at this moment in a valley, Gu Qingfeng's figure appeared at this place. Feeling the fluctuations emanating from all around, Gu Qingfeng was instantly delighted. All of them are fighting. The entire eastern continent's underbelly has also come out. I didn't realize there were actually two half-step immortal weapons. Just the opportunity of a lifetime for my demon race. In the next second, only Gu Qingfeng's pair of eyeballs instantly turned an inky black color. Meanwhile, far away in the 10,000 Devils mountain range in the hinterland of the Yu state, the 9 spectral heavens, a bloody light flashed up in a bottomless abyss. Chapter 43, Gu Ziyan, the bereaved dog. A creepy low growl sounded. The entire eastern continent has only one half-step supreme realm at its base? There are still two half-step immortal weapons. Ha! If only to this extent, this fertile land, the Earth Demon Clan, will not honor it. And at this moment the heavenly demon city, densely packed demonic cultivators shot towards the direction of Sky Demon City like crushing carp in a river. Feeling this terrifying aura, the eyes of the demonic cultivators in the entire heavenly demon city cracked. No matter who wants to exterminate my demon clan, will face the full force of my demon clan's resistance. In an instant, a figure shot toward the high sky. And right at that moment, only a ripple of space was seen high in the sky. A world-renowned silhouette that was left out of the world appeared here. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger. Seeing Demon Emperor Qinger's figure, the crowd of demons stopped at once. A few streams of light flashed by, and several figures appeared beside Demon Emperor Qinger. It was none other than the Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse in this heavenly demon city. Fox Ninger and the others had surprise written all over their faces at the moment. Coronation of the Demon Emperor. What's going on here? Isn't the Demon Emperor a disciple of Senior Gu? How did these demon cultivators launch an attack on Heavenly Demon City? The Demon Emperor swung his sleeve. Don't panic. The Devil Emperor has already gone after Gu Ziyan. These are just shrimp soldiers. No need to panic. With this Emperor here, they won't be able to take a single step into Sky Demon City. As soon as the words fell, endless green-colored divine aura emanated from the Demon Emperor's body. The sky-covering green divine aura coalesced into a heavenly figure behind the Demon Emperor's body. The lofty body was like an ancient divine mountain, nearly 10,000 meters tall. The flourishing branches and leaves spread out, directly covering an area of thousands of miles in a circle. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger's original body. An aura like that of a chaos demon god immediately stirred up. Sensing this terrifying aura, the demonic cultivators that were madly rushing towards them stopped at once. A pair of eyes were filled with fear. Demon Emperor, what a terrifying aura. It's even able to be compared to the Demon Emperor's coronation. Hurry up and stop. Only the Demon Emperor's messenger admiral can deal with this kind of powerhouse. And at that moment, with a ripple in space, a figure violently appeared in front of the Demon Emperor. The pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm immediately filled the air. It was none other than that Demon Emperor emissary Qingfeng. Looking at the Demon Emperor in front of him, Qingfeng's face was incredibly grave. So strong. This demon race's demon emperor is actually so strong. Just breaking through to the spirit emperor realm. And you actually have such terrifying strength. And seeing the arrival of the demon emperor's emissary, the group of demonic cultivators were instantly pleased. Lord Messenger, the devil's power is overwhelming. Kill this demon emperor. The entire eastern continent will be our demonic cultivators. Ha ha ha. And looking at Qingfeng who was blocking the way, Demon Emperor Qinger also frowned slightly. Is this senior brother of his own too nervous? Couldn't you have informed the demonic cultivators to withdraw their troops before you went after Gu Ziyan? Since His Excellency has given the order, one can only clean up this brat together as well. And at this moment, the Demon Emperor Messenger Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Demon Emperor, let's make you my first opponent after I'm certified as an emperor. Demon Emperor Qingfeng was just about to make his move when a voice suddenly stirred in the air. It's just to teach these scumbags a lesson. What are you getting involved in here? Better come over and drink tea with my lord. The words rang out before Qingfeng could react. The surrounding space was suddenly filled with a subtle force of laws. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him changed forever. By the time Qingfeng reacted, a figure came into his eyes. It was none other than Gu Jingtian who was drinking tea in the middle of the compound. The reacting Qingfeng instantly froze in place, waves of shock rising in his pupils. Spatial shifting. It's actually a spatial shifting method? This Gu family's old ancestor is actually able to use the spatial shifting technique. This is a divine ability that can only be used at the Spirit Emperor realm, and it was actually able to forcibly transfer a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse of his own. What kind of strength is this? Could it be that this person's strength is already comparable to Lord Demon Emperor? What the hell is wrong with the Gu family? How could they expel such a great power from their clan? It seems to be truly insane. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy face and looked at Qingfeng in front of him with interest. You're very good. Jiao still has a good eye. As those words came out, Qingfeng froze on the spot. Xiao Jiao. He actually knows Lord Demon Emperor's breast name. Could it be that he does? Although Qingfeng was a Demon Emperor's emissary, he was also considered a disciple of the Demon Emperor to a certain extent. There was also quite a bit of knowledge about the Demon Emperor. Reacting, Qingfeng's eyes glazed over. Your Lord Demon Emperor's benefactor? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh and did not reply. He just drank tea on his own. The Qingfeng in front of him, however, had already guessed the truth of the matter. Heavens, the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian, is actually Lord Demon Emperor's benefactor? No wonder it possesses such terrifying strength. Wouldn't someone who can teach someone as strong as Lord Demon Emperor not be a supreme powerhouse? In that case, it seems that the Gu family isn't crazy. This Gu family should be stupid. And at the moment it was hundreds of thousands of miles away. The two figures kept shuttling through space, shooting towards the distance. It was none other than Gu Ziyan, who was fleeing in distress, and Yan Jiugu, who was chasing after her. At this moment, where was Gu Ziyan with that lofty look? The clothes on his chest were covered in light golden blood. There was even a bone-deep wound on his back. The whole thing looked as if it had lost its way. Gu Ziyan's pretty face was already hideous at the moment, frantically urging his spiritual energy for an instantaneous transfer. Damn it! This Yen Joga is actually so strong. It's so troublesome for this emperor to try to escape. Aha! What the hell is going on here? How could this demon emperor Yen Joga care so much about this trash Gu Jingtian? Could it be that this Gu Jingtian has already offered that little bastard Gu Nianling, as well as that imperial soldier to him? Gu Jingtian, this emperor will not let you go. In the blink of an eye, after a spatial shift, Gu Ziyan's figure finally entered the Gu family. As soon as they entered the Gu family, a pair of eyes looked at Gu Ziyan in the air. Seeing Gu Ziyan's bereaved appearance, the Gu family's disciples were all dumbfounded. And at this moment, Gu Ziyan couldn't care about anything else. In a hurry, he urged the only remaining bloodline divine power in his divine body. Clan Grand Formation. Open. Amidst Gu Ziyan's hysterical roar, a grayish curtain of light instantly covered the entire Gu family. And just then, a figure appeared beyond the curtain of light. It was Yan Jiugu who had chased him all the way. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Yan Jiugu's eyes were filled with surprise. What a powerful formation. This seems to be the handiwork of the enchanter. Forget it. Let's spare Gu Ziyan's life first. In the next second, Yan Jiugu's voice resounded throughout the entire Gu family. Gu Ziyan, you better not step out of the Gu family. Otherwise, this emperor will definitely take your life. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was even more furious and trembling. The eyes were red and glazed over, just about to open his mouth to fight back. However, Only a pillar of purple light could be seen rushing up from the distant land of Yuzhou. Chapter 44, Supreme Powerhouse. The Devil God descends. The moment the pillar of light appeared, the monstrous demonic chi broke free from its bonds and generally rose up to the sky. The blue sky of thousands of miles around was directly dipped into the color of ink black, even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart. Demon Emperor Yanjiuge felt that extremely evil aura. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yanjiuge as well as Gu Ziyan within the light screen froze in place. An ancient legend surfaced in the duo's minds. During the ancient times, a demonic plague broke out in Yuzhou. Demons emerged from the underground. The entire eastern continent could be described as a place where the living and the sun and the moon were in abundance. At that time, the strongest person in the eastern continent, the Jiu Yang true immortal, led the eastern continent cultivators to fight against one another. In the end, it was only after the 9 Suns true immortal sacrificed his own life that this sealed the underground demon race. Yanjiu Ji's face was grave. I see. This legend is actually true. No wonder the land of Yuzhou has such a strong demonic aura. Legend has it that underground demon race has a true immortal powerhouse of the demon Zun realm. Now we can only hope that this demon sovereign has fallen. Looking at Yanjiuge's expression filled with gravity, Gu Ziyan however suddenly let loose a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, the legend is true. The underground demon race has come out. The entire land of the eastern continent is about to be devastated. Yanjiuge, you're finished. The entire eastern continent is about to be finished. But my Gu family isn't afraid. My Gu family's clan formation was created by old Nianling Tian. Even a powerhouse of the supreme realm can't break through it. Ha ha ha, I, Gu Ziyan, will see with my own eyes. Each and every one of you die a horrible death at the hands of the demon race. At this moment, Gu Ziyan was cloaked in hysteria. It is as if it has gone a little crazy. Looking at Gu Ziyan within the light screen, Yanjiuge was filled with contempt. Gu Ziyan, you're also from the eastern continent, an emperor realm powerhouse. Are you just going to be a shrinking violet here, watching the eastern continent go to hell in a handbasket? Gu Ziyan was in a state of insanity. Her eyes glazed over. Ha ha ha. What does the rest of the eastern continent have to do with me? Gu Ziyan, when all of you are dead, this emperor will be able to cultivate in peace until she breaks through to the supreme realm. At that time, the eastern continent will still be mine. Gu Ziyan, I, Gu Ziyan, am the strongest in the eastern continent. Looking at the epileptic Gu Ziyan, Yanjiuge didn't want to bother with more words. Demonic chi mobilized, violently tearing through space and instantly moving away. At this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, looking at the devilish aura that covered the sky in the distance, a group of devil cultivators were filled with astonishment. What a dense demonic chi! If we were to cultivate under this kind of demonic aura, our cultivation levels would be designated to rise rapidly. Such a thick demonic aura. Could it be that some heaven and earth spiritual treasure has appeared? After a slight hesitation, only a portion of the demonic cultivators were instantly transformed into streams of light and shot towards the land of Yuzhou. As these people left, the other demonic cultivators hesitated slightly then followed. And at this moment the 10,000 Devils mountain range, only to see a deep, bottomless pit appear in the middle of the stretching mountain range. Monstrous demonic chi gushed out from this pit. In the next second, densely packed figures that looked like locusts crossing the border flew out at extreme speed. One could only see that these figures were tall, with the shortest being 3 meters away. Black skin with zippy muscles, long, sharp horns growing from the top of his head. The blood-red eyes were filled with the color of crazy killing. And just then, the earth shook violently. A voice that made space tremble came out. Ha ha ha, my father has finally come out. Old man 9 Suns, it's been 30,000 years. You finally lost to this father. With the sound of the voice, amidst the monstrous demonic aura, an ancient divine mountain rose up from the ground. It was amazing that the dark clouds only came up to the waist of this behemoth. A pair of blood-red eyes was like a blood moon in the sky. In front of this behemoth, the 1,000-meter-high peaks on the side were like mounds. Purple-black demonic chi condensed into substance and filled the air above his body. In just an instant of appearance, the surrounding mountain peaks shattered under the terrifying aura crushing down. Only to see this behemoth step out with a single foot was a distance of thousands of meters. In the bottomless lair behind them, endless earth devils shot out. Looking at the endless continent, the figure like a demonic god waved his arm that was thousands of meters long. Boys, charge! As far as the eye can see, there's food for your blood. The rumbling sound was like thunder rolling from the sky. Upon receiving this demon god's command, a figure shot out like thunder. It was like the transit of locusts, coming to a city in the blink of an eye. Before the people in the city could react, they were drowned by this pitch-black earth demon. In the blink of an eye, a desperate wail sounded. In an instant, only a field of white bones remained in the entire city. Inside the heavenly demon city, even though they were nearly 100,000 miles apart, that terrifying demonic might still spread to this point. Gu Jingtian in the courtyard was slightly stunned. There was a glint in his eyes. A supreme realm demon race? I didn't realize that there was actually an earth demon clan in this eastern continent land. These disgusting things. Since they appeared, there's no need for them to exist. Gu Jingtian slowly got up, his starry eyes filled with playfulness. It's quite fitting for such a large body. That kind of divine ability. One hasn't used it for years. Meanwhile, the outskirts of the 10,000 Devils Mountain range. Only a ripple was seen in space. Two figures appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. It was none other than the Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor duo. At this moment, the duo's brows were furrowed as they stared deathly at the mountain-like behemoth in the distance. Demon Emperor Qinger whispered, "What a strong demonic aura. Could this guy who suddenly appeared be a true immortal realm powerhouse?" Hearing this, the eyes of Yen Zhouge on the side were filled with gravity. Sure enough, this fellow is still alive. I didn't realize that even the Nine Suns' true immortals weren't able to completely exterminate him. And right at this moment, one could only see a stream of light in the sky shooting towards this place. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was precisely the demonic cultivator army that had withdrawn from Heavenly Demon City. Looking at the behemoth in the distance that was thrusting into the sky, the group of demonic cultivators stopped at once. It's a true demon. The true demons, the true devils have descended. The true god of our demonic cultivation has descended. At this moment, the devil cultivator was like a crazy pagan, frantically approaching towards the devil god's body. Great demon god, we are your followers. We are willing to fall under your banner and follow your commands. Let your supreme demonic might envelop the entire continent. Hearing this, the demon emperor Yen Zhouge in the distance frowned lightly. What a bunch of guys with nothing to lose, to actually want to defect to the real demon race. And right at that moment, the nearly 10,000 meter tall massive figure suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Humble human race, even if you have practiced my demon race's techniques, it won't change your identity. Nothing more than blood food. As soon as the words fell, an unimaginable suction force erupted violently from this demon god's mouth. In a moment, the bodies of a group of demonic cultivators violently exploded. It turned into a blood mist that filled the sky and poured in towards the demon god's mouth. Chapter 45, Gu Shocking Sky Strikes. Great Sun Reincarnation. Dharma Heaven and Earth. In just a blink of an eye, nearly 10 million demonic cultivators had ceased to exist, turned into sustenance in the mouth of this demon god. After absorbing this blood food, the demon god's eyes narrowed slightly and his tongue, which was hundreds of meters long, licked his lips. What a fascinating flavor. This flavor really fascinates my father. As the nutrients were inhaled, the might emanating from the demon god increased by a few points visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the Yen Zhouge and Qinger duo in the distance could no longer hold back. Hurry up and strike. This Earth Demon clan can enhance their strength by absorbing the flesh and blood of the human race. If we let this fellow leave the 10,000 Devils Mountain range, I'm afraid that the entire eastern continent's billions of miles of living beings will be transformed into the Earth Demon clan sustenance. The two of them exchanged glances, then transformed into two streams of light and shot towards this demon god. In the blink of an eye, the duo's figures had appeared in front of the demon god. Looking at the duo that suddenly appeared, a hint of essence flashed at the bottom of the demon god's blood-red eyes. Half-step supreme realm. Grass, trees, mountains and rocks become emperors. I didn't expect that this eastern continent realm has actually produced an extraordinary little fellow. Isn't there another spirit emperor who wields a half-step immortal soldier? Why didn't he come? The moment these words came out, Yen Zhouge's pupils shrunk. How does he know that there is another spirit emperor in this eastern continent? Even knew that Gu Ziyan had a half-step immortal weapon in her hands? There are spies of his among the people? Thinking of Gu Ziyan, the contempt in Yen Zhouge's heart could be said to have reached the extreme. I didn't expect the person in charge of the Gu family to be such a greedy and fearful person. What a shame for the enchantress. And just then, the demon god let out a cold laugh. You two are very good. As long as I devour the blood chi of you two, my father will be able to return to his full strength. As soon as these words were uttered, Yen Zhouge's eyes flashed with essence, and then he looked at Demon Emperor Qinger who was at the side. It seems that he hasn't recovered to his peak. With the strength of the two of us, we may not have no chance of winning when we join forces. Do it. No need to hide your strength. The two of them glanced at each other, and terrifying spirit pressure erupted from above their bodies. Under the endless flashes of spiritual light, Demon Emperor Qing'er directly revealed her own body. A gigantic tree that was 3,000 meters tall appeared above the ground. Even though Demon Emperor Qing'er's main body was so huge, it was still only around this demon god's knees. Purple light flashed as Yan Jiuge directly offered up that quasi-immortal weapon. The Immortal Destruction Lance. Terrifying killing machines swept through the 8 wastelands. Looking at the fiery duo, the bottom of the demon god's blood-red eyes were nonetheless filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous guy. Even if my father hasn't recovered to his strongest state, it's definitely not something you two guys at the Emperor realm can resist. Earth demon divine power. Swallow the sky and eat the earth. As soon as the words fell, endless blood-colored light erupted from above that mountain-like body. A bloody mouth of the demon god opened, and that terrifying suction force erupted once again. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and in front of this terrifying suction force, even the surrounding space was shattering by inches. Yan Jiuge's 2 brows were furrowed and their faces were blue. Hurriedly running his body's spiritual energy, he frantically fought against this terrifying suction force. Even though the two of them had already used their strongest strength, they still completely fell into a disadvantage. The terrifying suction force, carrying the surrounding space debris, slowly narrowed the distance between the duo and the demon god. The Yan Jiuge duo's hearts instantly set off waves of shock. Is this a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm? It's actually as terrifying as this. The two of us together are actually unable to resist. And just as the three of them were in a stalemate, outside a city tens of thousands of miles away, the densely packed earth demons were attacking frantically. The two silhouettes were clearly already surrounded by these densely packed earth demons. It was none other than the duo of Gu Lishang and Gu Qingfeng. Looking at the large city with hundreds of thousands of people behind her, Gu Lishang's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. Where is the Holy Emperor coronation? Why hasn't she appeared? Could it be that she has died at the hands of Demon Emperor Yan Jiuge? Gu Lishang hurriedly looked at Gu Qingfeng, who was at the side. Grand Elder, hurry up and contact the Spirit Emperor coronation using the transmission note. However, when he heard Gu Lishang's words, Gu Qingfeng had an unmoved expression. Slowly turning around, he stared at Gu Lishang in front of him with a playful expression. Gu Lishang, are you worried about your sister? Don't worry. In the end, the entire eastern continent will become blood food for my Earth Demon clan. As soon as these words came out, Gu Lishang froze in place. Your Earth Demon clan? Before Gu Lishang could react, she only saw Gu Qingfeng's body expand violently. The skinny body was like an inflatable, and in the blink of an eye, it became nearly 100 meters tall. Fearful might erupted violently. The terrifying fluctuations of the Spirit Emperor realm filled the air at once. With a wave of his large hand, thousands of people in the city exploded into a mist of blood all over the ground, drilling into Gu Qingfeng's body. Looking at the scene in front of her, how could Gu Lishang not understand? A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with bone-deep despair. You're not Gu Qingfeng. You're a demon? Gu Qingfeng was killed by you? And at this moment, Gu Qingfeng was laughing wildly with abandon. Ha ha ha, Gu Qingfeng died right after he was born. For the sake of today, this demon emperor has stayed in your Gu family for an entire 1,000 years. Now do you understand? You can go to hell too. And this entire human race in the middle of the eastern continent will all fall into my Earth Demon clan's blood meal. Little ones, charge me. With the demon emperor's order, those earth demons let out a frantic roar and shot towards the city. Hundreds of thousands of people suddenly collapsed to the ground in despair. Seeing this scene, Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with despair. It's over. Sister is dead. And the Gu family is going to be finished. The entire eastern continent will be finished. At this moment, Gu Lishang, who was already seriously injured, lost all hope. Desperate and resigned, he closed his eyes. Seeing that hundreds of thousands of people were about to fall into the blood food of the Earth Demon clan, only a low and domineering voice resounded in mid-air. Disgusting maggots! Destroy! Great Sun reincarnation! With the sound of the voice, Gu Lishang then opened her eyes. 2 rounds of blazing suns had unexpectedly appeared in the high sky at this moment. A vast aura filled the entire void, and in the center of one of the rounds of blazing suns, there was a silhouette standing. Under the dazzling light, it was as if the God Emperor was approaching the earth. Gu Lishang's eyes were mesmerized for a moment, frozen on the spot. In the next second, one could only see this God Emperor-like figure violently blast out a fist. The blazing sun in the void crushed down all of a sudden. The golden light swept through, and the densely packed Earth Demon clan was instantly turned into flying ash. Looking at the blazing sun that was falling at great speed, the Demon Emperor who had impersonated Gu Qingfeng immediately whitened his eyes. So strong, Could it be a demon realm powerhouse? Before it could react, a scorching beam of light was violently shot out from above the blazing sun, completely annihilate its body. Chapter 46, The District of Earth Immortals. A snap of the fingers can destroy it. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of devils suddenly vanished in smoke. Even the demon clan that had recovered to the Spirit Emperor realm was unexpectedly killed by a single move. Looking at the scene in front of her, Gu Jingtian froze in place. What man? What kind of tactic is this? Surprisingly, he directly killed a Spirit Emperor realm demonic powerhouse in seconds. There's actually such a terrifying existence amongst the human race? Who the hell is he? Gu Jingtian, who had reacted, hurriedly looked toward the heights. However, that figure that was like a divine emperor descending had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this situation, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with loss. Such a strong person. One actually didn't get to see his true face. In the next second, Gu Jingtian, however, couldn't help but frown lightly, a trace of doubt permeating her heart. Why did that one voice just now feel a bit familiar to myself? The people of the city, who had survived the calamity at the moment, were even more excited as they fell to their knees and kept making pilgrimages in the direction of the high sky. In the meantime, tens of thousands of miles away in the Sky Demon Mountain range, in front of that unimaginable suction force, the spirit pressure emanating from Yen Zhoga and Demon Emperor Qinger was already much less than before. The light shield condensed by the killing Qi and life force also became dim. The demon god in the distance at this moment, however, had a breezy expression, and a large, hideous and terrifying mouth carried a mockery if nothing else. Apparently, it was simply stress-free for him. Yen Zhoge's eyes flickered with determination. Senior sister, this fellow is too powerful. If we continue to consume like this, we're just boiling a frog in warm water. We won't be able to carry it for long. Next, I'll burn my soul power and try to block him by all means. You hurry back to Heavenly Demon City and take your benefactor to leave the Eastern Continent. Go to the land of the Middle Earth. Even if this fellow is strong, he won't be able to attack the Middle Earth. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Qinger, however, had the corners of her mouth lightly raised. It's useless to talk about this now. You and I both grew up in the Eastern Continent. This is our roots. Even if the Duke were here, he wouldn't choose to flee. How long can a tree live without its roots? This emperor would like to see if this legendary true immortal is really out of reach. As she spoke, Demon Emperor Qinger's green-colored divine eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this, Yen Zhoge let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, senior sister, even though you and I just met today, but I, Yen Zhoge, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Not bad for someone who was valued by his benefactor. Today, you and I will join forces. Even if we can't destroy the devil, I'll let the demon god know that the human race is not to be insulted. For a moment, the two looked at each other. There were no words in each other's eyes, but the will to die had sprung up in their eyes. 10 square silence. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. At the same time, golden flames burned in the eyes of the two. That's the soul burning. In an instant, the spiritual pressure emanating from the two of them skyrocketed. In front of this unrelenting power, the bottleneck that stood in front of Yen Zhoge shattered in response. Surprisingly, he had barely stepped into the supreme realm. The huge body of the demon emperor on the side was emitting endless green divine aura, as if it was a round of green blazing sun. Seeing this scene, that demon god's hideous face was still filled with disdain. It's nothing more than a resistance. A mole is a mole. As their realm rose, the duo finally broke free from the terrifying suction force. With a wave of Yen Zhoge's big hand, the immortal destruction gun floating in the void instantly emitted an endless purple-gold divine aura. It violently skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye it was already like a mountain, towering over 10,000 meters. Today, we will let you know that a mole cricket can also shake the sky. The duo bellowed, only to see the god-extinguishing lance and the round of green-colored blazing sun that had fused the duo's entire body's spiritual energy blasted towards the demon god's body. Wherever it passed, the earth crumbled and space shattered. The extent of this strike had completely stepped into the supreme realm. The majestic and stirring fluctuations immediately spread throughout the entire eastern continent. Meanwhile, far to the east, in the middle of the Gu family's holy land, Gu Ziyan's figure floated in the void. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations coming from the sky, Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with complacency. Ha ha ha, these two little cuties, actually really tough it out with this demon god. How marvelous, to actually be able to burst out with the power of the true immortal realm. But these two cuties must have burned their souls to reach this level. I'm afraid that even this demon god will suffer a heavy blow. Ha ha ha, when you both lose, This emperor will still be the strongest in the eastern continent. Sooner or later, the entire land of the eastern continent will be mine. Gu Ziyan. And at this moment the 10,000 Devils mountain range, the round of thousands of meters of blazing sun, and the nearly 10,000 meters of lance had already arrived in front of the demon god. Terrifying power swept out at once. In an instant, a dazzlingly strong light flashed up. Unimaginable shockwaves swept through the 8 directions, and everything vaporized as soon as they passed. The sweeping smoke and dust rose up to the sky and covered the sky. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely turned into a void. The light on the duo who used this strike was suddenly dimmed, but the bottom of his eyes were still filled with excitement. Even if this strike doesn't manage to kill this demon god, it's still enough to severely injure him. In addition to Gu Ziyan, the eastern continent also has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse from the Tianyi Holy Land. There's hope for the eastern continent, but right at this moment, only a deafening maniacal laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, Amantis, don't you all know that the Earth Demon Clan, besides the heaven-swallowing and earth-eating avatar, what's even stronger is my Earth Demon Clan's physique? A wave of sound like a gale swept away the smoke and dust that covered the sky. The tens of thousands of meters of body surfaced in the sight of the duo once again. However, upon seeing the scene in front of them, Gu and his duo immediately froze in place, despair spreading in their hearts, only to see that there were actually no wounds on top of this demon god's body. There was just a whitish area. The strongest strike of the duo had been condensed, but surprisingly, it could not cause the slightest bit of substantial damage to this demon god. The scene of despair and the extreme made the two men's bodies go limp at once. How is it possible? How is this possible? The destructive power of this strike has definitely reached the true immortal realm. How could you be unharmed? This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the two with desperate faces, the demon god's hideous face was filled with mockery. You guys are right. This has indeed reached the destructive power of the true immortal realm. But who told you that an attack from the true immortal realm would be able to harm a true immortal realm earth demon? Ha ha ha, ignorant ants. This father has had enough fun. Now, you can all go to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that demon god swing his arm violently, and that mountain-like arm slapped violently. At this moment, the demon emperor duo froze in place in despair. But just then, a voice suddenly came. A mere earth immortal realm, and you dare to be so wild. Chapter 47, The Law of the Heavens, one finger to cover the sky. Hearing this sudden sound, Joga and Xinger were slightly startled. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But when they saw the figure they had been longing for actually appear, the duo sighed helplessly. Joga looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him and said in a condensed voice, Benefactor, why do you need to come here? The two of us fought to the death so that we could get you out of the eastern continent. On the other hand, the demon emperor Xinger on the side had a stubborn face. The male is not going to run away, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. I will walk towards it. It is a great man who knows that he cannot do it, knowing that it's death. The male will die generously. As soon as these words came out, Joga and the two of them immediately had tears in their eyes as they looked at Gu Jingtian in front of them with deep emotion. Enshu, Gongzi, today you and I will die even if we are dead. On the road to the Yellow Springs. Before the duo could finish their words, Gu Jingtian's figure had already appeared in front of them. A direct hit to the head of the duo. Shut the up. You two are getting more and more out of line. Oldney is not here to die, knowing that it's death and still coming. That's not it. You two straight brains. Don't you know how to run if you can't beat me? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Listening to Gu Jingtian's reprimand, the duo rubbed the top of their heads with an aggrieved expression. Demon Emperor Xinger was even more aggrieved. This is not what you taught me, Your Excellency. That a man can be killed but not dishonored. Gu Jingtian had a helpless look on his face. I'm really giving you a 360-degree blank stare. And I also said dead Taoist friends, not poor Taoists. A great man can bend and bend. Have you eaten all these words? The moment these words came out, the hefty demon emperor and devil emperor immediately wilted and froze in place full of aggression. And just then, the deafening voice of that demon god suddenly rang out. Griffins, your time is up. A spiritist realm mole cricket is actually able to come across the void. Looks like you've hidden your cultivation. A little earth immortal realm. It seems like you know a lot. Don't think you can coax my father with such a sentence. The earth immortal realm is already the strongest realm that the lower realms can withstand. Even if you're at the same earth immortal realm as my father, you're still no match for my father. Insignificant ants. Go to hell. Listening to the demon god's unrelenting mockery, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, surveying the demon god's massive 10,000 meter tall body. In comparison, Gu Jingtian's figure was indeed as small as a mole cricket. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Earth Demon Clan. Judging by your size, you should be the royal clan of the Earth Demon Clan. But you guessed wrong. This Gongzi is not an Earth immortal. While listening to Gu Jingtian's words, this massive demon god was slightly stunned. You still know that my father is the royal family of the Earth Demon Clan. In that case, you are qualified to know the name of this honored one. This is the Pato Demon Father, one of the 8 great demon fathers of the Earth Demon Clan. The moment these words came out, Yanjiugu and his duo froze in place. What? 8 devil elders? This kind of true immortal realm powerhouse. The Earth Demon lineage actually has 8 of them. This Earth Demon Clan is actually so powerful. Our eastern continent land is practically insignificant in comparison. Just as the 2 of them were surprised, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Don't let him scare you. This Earth Demon Clan used to have 8 demon dignitaries, but I'm afraid there are only 3 now. The expression on the face of the Pato demon god instantly froze when these words came out. You? How do you know? How do you know that my Earth Demon Clan has already lost 5 demon elders? When these words came out, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. In this case, you'd better find the answer yourself. I'll send your Sai to ask a few of them. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian turned his head to look at the Yanjiugu duo behind him. This Gongzi will teach you one more thing. Having the strength to pretend to be a bully is awesome. If you don't have the strength to act like a bully, you're a bully. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, that's because he's Wu Sung. As soon as the words fell, a golden divine aura flashed in Gu Jingtian's eyes. Embroidered mouth. A mouthful of mole crickets. Today this Gongzi will let you know what a real mole crickets are. Dharma heaven and earth. Open. With Gu Jingtian's soft drink, endless dazzling golden light spread out from above his body. The golden divine aura outlined into an extremely mysterious rune. Between the runes surrounding him, Gu Jingtian's body surged. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian's body had reached an unimaginable 33,330 meters. At the moment, that mountain peak was like a lump of earth under Gu Jingtian's feet. The drifting clouds were also only able to get below Gu Jingtian's knees. The space around the body simply couldn't withstand such a terrifying force, and they all turned into pieces. Gu Jingtian, who practiced the 8-9 metaphysical skills, had of course also practiced the great divine power that was famous in the 3 realms, Dharma heaven and earth. And looking at the behemoth with its head in the blue sky and its feet on the earth, Yanjiugu and Demon Emperor Qinger behind them immediately looked dumbfounded. Both pairs of eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. The mouth is even longer and more round. What kind of kung fu is this? This is simply heaven-defying. How could Anshur be so strong? Could it be that this is what NTI always said about being open? The one who is open is invincible? Looking at the scene in front of him, that arrogant to the extreme demon god immediately froze on the spot. It's nearly 10,000 meter height was in front of Gu Jingtian, but he could only see the indescribable location. A pair of blood-red eyes stared round, full of confusion. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How is it possible for the human race to have such a huge size? Even the Titan clan with the largest body size doesn't have such a huge body size. At this moment, Gu Jingtian slowly lowered his head and surveyed the Pato demon god below with a playful expression. Griffin, remember that everything is possible. Nothing is impossible. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's large hand, which was comparable to a city, violently extended a finger. In an instant, space shattered, laws shattered. A finger came crushing down like a heavenly tilt. Looking at the giant hand that crushed down, demon god Pato roared. Blood aura filled his body. Impossible. My Earth Demon Clan's brute strength is unrivaled in the world. It's impossible for you to defeat me. With a furious roar, the demon god gathered the strength of his entire body and blasted out with a fist towards the sky. In the next second, that one finger crushed down. The moment the two came into contact, the Pato demon god's fist exploded. It turned into a sky full of blood mist. Heartbreaking cries resounded throughout the space. However, that one finger didn't pause at all, pointing straight above the Pato demon god's head. In an instant, a blood-colored firework bloomed throughout the high sky. The body of the Pato demon god shattered in pieces. It turned into a roiling mist of blood flying across the sky. The power of a single finger, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Chapter 47, The Dragon Race Descends. The storm clouds rise again. Along with the annihilation of the Pato demon god's body, a huge crater thousands of miles in circumference appeared above the ground. And at this moment, Yanjiugu's duo had already closed their mouths in amazement. their eyes filled with the color of being amazed. Is this the true strength of Enchanter? This Pato demon god is a powerhouse equivalent to the true immortal realm of the human race. With its terrifying defense, even the full force strike of the two of us just now couldn't cause any effective damage. But it's such a terrifying opponent that can actually be destroyed with a single finger under Enti's hand. What unimaginable level has Enti's cultivation reached? At the same time, in front of a city tens of thousands of miles away, even though they were tens of thousands of miles apart, with Gu Lixiang's peak spirit saint realm, she could barely see the huge figure that stood on top of the sky. At this moment, Gu Lixiang was frozen in place, clearly not yet having reacted from that extreme shock. Who the hell is this? No, this isn't a human at all. How can a human be so powerful? Such a terrifying demon god was actually killed in a single strike. I'm afraid that this person's strength, not to mention the entire eastern continent, even the entire Xian heavenly continent, is the crown of the world. After slightly calming herself, Gu Lixiang's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. Until now, one has not seen his sister's figure. Can it be that she has really been buried in the hands of the demon emperor? If not, how could you not come to my rescue? Demon Emperor, Yan Zhoga, such a blood feud. Gu Lixiang, even if I have to wait 10,000 years, I will definitely avenge myself with you. In the next second, Gu Lixiang's figure instantly shot toward the distant heights. The direction they went was exactly the Gu family. And at this moment, in the middle of the Gu family, within the Xian heavenly hall, Gu Ziyan's figure appeared at this place. After feeling that strong might in the sky, everything was restored as before. Gu Ziyan burst out laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. This Yan Zhoga and that demon emperor actually did finish off that demon god. This emperor can no longer sense their aura. Looks like the two of them are dead. Ha ha ha, now it seems that I, Gu Ziyan, am the strongest person in the entire eastern continent. I, Gu Ziyan, am the supreme saint emperor of the eastern continent. Gu Ziyan's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the hall. When the crowd of patriarchs saw this, they fell to their knees. Congratulations to the Holy Emperor. The unification of the eastern continent is just around the corner. In the midst of the crowd's pilgrimage, Gu Ziyan's eyes flickered with essence. Wait until this emperor heals from his injuries. It's the time to unify the eastern continent. And at this moment, in the middle of the 10,000 Devil Mountain range, Gu Jingtian had already returned to his normal physique and arrived in front of the Yan Zhoga duo. At this moment, the duo's faces were written with doubts and incomprehension, obviously still immersed in the magic of the Dharma heaven and earth. Looking at the duo's dumbfounded expressions, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. What? Is it good? You two want to learn? As soon as these words came out, the heads of the two Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses instantly nodded like rattlesnakes. With an eager face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Want to learn? Of course I want to learn. This is just awesome. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly, but he shook his head. Unfortunately, neither of you will learn. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately darkened their faces and looked at Gu Jingtian with a grimace. Gu Jingtian stood with his hands folded. Well, now this demon god has already been put to death by this Gongzi. The remaining ones are not enough to worry about. Qing'er, you still have the ability to fight now, so dispose of these guys. Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, Demon Emperor Qing'er nodded slightly. With that, she turned around and left. While at this moment, Yan Zhoga suddenly gushed out a mouthful of blood. The cultivation level that had just reached the Supreme Realm suddenly fell. With a wave of Gu Jingtian's hand, a powerful blood qi immediately surged into Yan Zhoji's body. With Gu Jingtian's help, Yan Zhoga's cultivation level was then stabilized at the half-step Supreme Realm. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. You've already injured your fundamentals by forcibly breaking the realm, and you can't maintain your Supreme Realm cultivation. But this Gongzi has stabilized your foundation, so as long as you recuperate for a while, you will be able to break through to the Supreme Realm once again. Hearing this, Yan Zhoga was instantly thrilled, tears flashing in his eyes. Enti's kindness, Xiao Jiao is unable to repay it. It's just a pity that Xiao Jiao is not a daughter's body. Before the words were finished, a chestnut from Gu Jingtian suddenly knocked over. No decent behavior. Hurry up and shut up. You are a daughter, and you are not worthy of my lord's honor. Only after Gu Jingtian's reprimand did Yan Zhoga collect herself. Looking at Gu Jingtian with a grudging face, Gu Jingtian took a deep breath. With your foundation, breaking through to the Supreme Realm is already a done deal. When you break through to the Supreme Realm, what are your plans? Are you going to ascend to the upper realm, or are you going to stay in this realm for a while longer? When these words came out, Yanjiu Ji's expression instantly became grave. Enlightened master. Little Jiu intends to ascend to the upper realm. Perhaps there, Xiao Jiu will be able to find her. Gu Jingtian nodded. Also, in that case, just ascend. When you reach the upper realm, don't forget to look for my lord's big brother. Yanjiu nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Enchanter's big brother is my Yanjiu Ji's big brother. Ugh. No. My Yanjiu's elder brother. Looking at Yanjiu in front of him, Gu Jingtian was speechless for a while. A finger was then pointed out, directly on Yanjiu Ji's brow. A mysterious and extreme aura instantly filled the air, and Yanjiu instantly froze on the spot. Only after a tea time had passed did Yanjiu slowly open his eyes, but there was no longer Gu Jingtian's figure in front of him. Yanjiu murmured in a low voice with hot tears in his eyes, "Nti. If I were truly a daughter, I would have." But at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice came again. "Shut the hell up. If you keep talking like that, I'll kill you. Old me left you one last divine ability called the Underworld Blood Sea. When you ascend to the upper realms, you can naturally cultivate it. Live well. Don't go up there and get Ed. Wait honestly up there for my lord to arrive." Hearing this familiar voice, Yanjiu kneeled down on both knees. Tears glistened in his eyes. "Enchanter, are you about to ascend as well? Rest assured, Xiaojiu will definitely not fail you." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Demon Emperor Qing'er's pursuit, those swarming demon race were soon slaughtered by the demon race, and with most of the demonic cultivators dead at the hands of the demon god, the land of Yuzhou was vacant. Before the Devil Emperor Yanjiu closed his doors, he transferred the position of Devil Emperor to Qingfeng, and he handed over the land of Yuzhou to the duo of Qingfeng and Demon Emperor Qing'er to be in charge. The land of Yuzhou gradually became the common home of the devil cultivators and the demon race. In the meantime, the East Continent borders the Middle Kingdom, the Kunlun mountain range that spans the entire Xiantian continent. A figure shattered the void and moved out from the Kunlun mountains, stepping into the land of the Eastern Continent. Strangely enough, there were 2 golden dragon horns growing on top of this person's head. It was clearly one of the peak races of the Xiantian continent. The Dragon Race. Chapter 49, What the hell? Dragon Emperor Nianling? One could only see that this person's face was extremely handsome, and apart from the pair of golden dragon horns on top of his head, there was no difference between him and the human race. It was just that the pair of radiant dragon eyes shone as if they were the blazing sun. Looking at the endless expanse of sprawling earth in front of him, the dragon youth frowned slightly. Is this the Eastern Continent? Where that man is? Negative person. I can't believe I made Mother Sama wait for 2,000 years, 2,000 whole years without going to see my mother. Now that mother is on the verge of ascension, as long as he's still alive, I'll tie him over even if I have to. The Dragon Clan teenager was just about to enter the Eastern Continent's boundaries, but he suddenly stopped. One's appearance is too ostentatious, and from what the elders of the clan once said, this negative man's clan is also a peak power in the Eastern Continent. If he finds out that I've arrived in the Eastern Continent and this negative person is hiding, then it will be troublesome. With this thought, he only saw a burst of golden light flashing above the head of the dragon race youth. The pair of golden dragon horns had disappeared. It then turned into a stream of light and shot off towards the distance. Soon, the figure of this dragon race youth stopped. Below was clearly a bottomless abyss. A mysterious aura also permeated it. Looking down at the pit below, which was thousands of miles in circumference, the dragon race youth raised an eyebrow. Looking at the aura that permeates the surroundings, this place should have been made by human destruction. To be able to cause such a terrifying sight, I'm afraid that this person's strength is no less than that of Lord Mother. This Eastern Continent land is rumored to be the land with the lowest aura in the entire Xiantian continent. I didn't expect there to be such a strong existence in the middle of this place. Thinking of this dragon race youth couldn't help but raise a few moments of curiosity. With that, he shot towards the abyss below. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the side of this abyss, and at this moment, there were several figures on the shore of the abyss. It was the several demon clansmen in the heavenly demon city. These few demon clansmen were only at the demon king realm cultivation level. With the appearance of the dragon race youth, these few demon races immediately felt a sense of oppression that was difficult to resist. It was as if it was the supreme pressure brought on by the bloodline above. Looking at the youth in front of them, several demon race members were filled with respect. We, the heavenly demon city demon clan, have met Senior. I wonder what Senior's business here is. Hearing this dragon race youth frowned slightly. Heavenly Demon City. It seems that this is also a power in the middle of the Eastern Continent. If you want to find this negative person yourself, it's best to ask around. After all, it's been 2000 years, and it's highly likely that this negative person is no longer in the human world. Thinking of this dragon race youth let out a light laugh. My name is Long Etienne. Don't be nervous, you guys. I came here just to look for someone. Looking at Long Etienne's rather kind smile, these few demon clansmen then relaxed. I don't know who Senior is looking for. If we know, we will definitely inform Senior. Long Etienne was slightly stunned. What this negative person is called, one is still really unclear. The information that one investigates from, one only knows that this person's surname is Gu, and that he is a person from the eastern continent, and the family from which he came from has now become a great power of the Gu family. Thinking of this, Long Etienne said in a condensed voice, this person's surname is Gu. If he's still around today, he should be more than 3,000 years old, and he's extremely strong. He should be at the Spirit Emperor realm cultivation level, and the family it belongs to is also an extremely powerful force in the eastern continent. When these words came out, these few demon clansmen but looked suspicious. Full of scorn, they sized up the youth in front of them. I don't know what Senior is looking for this person for. Could this person be a close friend of Senior? As soon as these words came out, Long Etienne couldn't help but have a picture floating in his mind. It was a stunningly beautiful face, only with lingering thoughts under its eyes. This couldn't help but make Long Etienne's anger grow. This person has a grudge against me. I hope you will tell me. Upon hearing this, these few demon race members were instantly relieved. So that's what it's all about. Elder, in the situation you're talking about, in the land of my eastern continent, there's only one power with the surname Gu, and that's the Gu family Holy Land. But according to you, this person is most likely the Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian. When he heard the three words Gu Jingtian, Long Etienne's body immediately trembled. Gu Jingtian, is that the name of that heartless man? Sure enough, he's also at the Spirit Emperor realm. Humph, now that my cultivation has reached half-step supreme, even if you are at the supreme realm, I am confident that I can subdue you. Long Etienne asked in a hurry. I wonder if you all, do you know where this person is now? Is he in this Gu family Holy Land? Hearing this, the several demon clansmen however revealed a few moments of helplessness. This Gu Jingtian has long since ascended to the upper realm 2000 years ago. Now it is designated not to be among this Gu family. As soon as these words came out, Long Etienne's eyebrows snapped up and his fists clenched. An imposing aura that pressed down on the 9 heavens immediately stirred up. A monstrous rage filled his eyes. What? This negative person has actually ascended. This negative person actually reached the supreme realm 2000 years ago. Such a cultivation. Actually 2000 years have not been to the Middle Kingdom. To see the Lord Mother. Let Mother Superior. The whole 2000 years are immersed in endless longing. Damn. Simply deserve to die. In the face of such might, several demon race members immediately trembled at their knees and went limp on the ground. Elder, don't get angry. Although this Gu Jingtian has already ascended, but this Gu Jingtian has branched out and left behind an extremely large number of bloodlines. It is none other than the Gu family of the Holy Land today. You could have gone forward to seek revenge. When these words came out, anger clustered in Long Etienne's eyes. Abominable. It's simply abominable to the extreme. Mother-sama has been alone for 2000 years. And even when the Heavenly Emperor City Lord proposed and didn't mind Mother-sama's past, Mother-sama refused flatly. But this negative man actually started a family here. Mother Superior, is this the man your heart desires? He's not worthy. Long Etienne took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. That's all. After all, he and his mother were once in love with each other, and for the sake of his mother, he himself can't go and make things difficult for his descendants. Long Etienne was just about to leave, but a thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Since one has crossed the entire Kunlun mountain range and come to the land of this eastern continent, let's go to the Gu family to see what this negative man is really about. At this moment, under the call of affection, even if Long Etienne was the contemporary dragon emperor of the dragon clan, he could not help but feel curious about his father. Then he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the east. Looking at Long Etienne's departing back, several Demon King realm demons were instantly beaming with joy. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize that this senior was actually an enemy of old man Ling Tian. Now that more than 2000 years have passed, this senior may be a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. This is big trouble for the Gu family. Ha ha ha, it's great. We've gotten credit for this. Go go go. Hurry back and report this matter to the coronation of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 50, Achievement. Hainon Duo. Half a day later. At this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, with the harmony between the demon cultivators and the demon race, the heavenly demon city became even more prosperous. Among them, the figures of demonic cultivators were also endless. In the center of the city, within that secluded courtyard, Gu Jingtian looked at the distant sky and drank to himself. And just then, a graceful silhouette came slowly. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger. Only at the moment there was a little bit of grudge hanging on that clear and unassuming pretty face. Seeing Qinger arrive, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Now little 9 has closed down to impact the supreme realm. The entire Yuzhou has settled down. It's time for my lord to make a trip to Middle-earth. When these words came out, Qinger's green-colored eyes immediately rippled. Yes, Your Excellency won't go to Middle-earth to meet old friends again. Old friends in Middle-earth are already coming to your door. At this moment, this enchanting demon emperor's tone was exceptionally alien. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was also filled with doubt. Someone from Middle-earth? Demon Emperor Qinger hummed lightly. Yes, to be able to cross the entire Kunlun mountain range and come to the land of the eastern continent. I think this eastern continent realm is designated to have people it misses a lot. Looking at this strange look on Demon Emperor Qinger's face, Gu Jingtian was also a bit puzzled. A light laugh followed. If the people from Middle-earth come, they come, and it has nothing to do with my lord. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Qinger immediately raised her eyebrows, her nose slightly wrinkling. Oh, is that so? My lord. Then what if the one who came was a Dragon Clan member? And it's also a royal amongst the Dragon Clan. Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. A slight color of remembrance rose in his bright eyes. Human, your strength is very good and you are qualified to be this holy maiden's slave. You prodigal son, how dare you treat this holy maiden like this? It's simply an unforgivable sin. I'll tear you to pieces. You run for what? You run. If you run, don't ever come back. Come back and watch out for this holy maiden to eat your offspring roots. Even though more than 2,000 years had passed, Gu Jingtian's body still trembled at the thought of that female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gu Jingtian smiled awkwardly. The dragon race? What is the dragon race doing in the eastern continent? The demon emperor sneered. This dragon clan is naturally here to find someone. And it's looking for someone from your Gu family. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's pupils instantly shrunk. Looking for the Gu family? Is it hard to find me? Demon Emperor Qinger was at this moment, but she was looking at Gu Jingtian in front of her with a deadpan expression. My lord, why do you look nervous? Could it be that you have something to fear in Middle-earth as well? Gu Jingtian got up violently and laughed out loud. Ridiculous, not to mention the Middle-earth. Even if it's the entire Xian Heaven continent, the Earth Heart Demon region, and the heavenly Xian realm, there is no such thing that I, Gu Jingtian, am afraid of. Demon Emperor Qinger nodded slightly, but always stared at Gu Jingtian's eyes. After a long silence, this was said. Alright, my lord, the one who has come is a young man of the dragon race, and although he has hidden his identity, I can still feel the dragon's might on him, and his cultivation is only stronger than me, and his name is Long Etienne. Long Etienne. These 3 words instantly shocked Gu Jingtian out of his wits. Dragon memories of heaven? Memories of the amazing sky? It can't be. This can't be possible. Could it be that this dragon Etienne is the child of himself and that female Tyrannosaurus Rex? This is absolutely impossible. Even if this female Tyrannosaurus Rex is a 9 heavily applied dragon that is rare to see in a million years, it's also impossible to carry the bloodline of the chaotic demon god Pangu body. What's more, she's also the Dragon Clan's holy maiden. How could she give birth to a human child? But the name, it's obviously related to yourself? Is there something in it that you don't know about? And right at this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger's voice sounded once again. This person is here to look for someone, but from his description, the one he's looking for should be the eunuch's elder brother, Gu Jingtian. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian's eyes widened. What? My big brother, Gu Jingtian? Listening to Gu Jingtian's voice that was surprised to the extreme, Demon Emperor Qinger was filled with doubt. What's the matter, Your Excellency? As far as I know, you and the Grand Duke have been to Middle-earth together, and at this moment, Gu Jingtian's mind had already set off a brainstorm. Big brother? Come for big brother? Holy, eating melon to your own home? It is true that the elder brother has traveled to the Middle Kingdom with himself, and has also been separated for some time. However, I was never expecting elm lump like big brother, actually without saying a word to do such a shocking thing, worthy of being my big brother, you and I, the 2 brothers. This is not a day dragon duo? Big brother, you are really able to hide such an important matter. You didn't even talk to yourself before ascending. Brother, I really underestimated you. What a mouthful of benevolence and morality. and a belly full of, "No, well at least that's my big brother, Long Etienne, so it's that Tian from Ling Tian, Gu Jingtian, who had reacted," hurriedly asked. "Where has this dragon gone at this moment?" The corner of Demon Emperor Qing'er's mouth turned away. "I think I went to the Gu family." "What? Is it hard to believe that this is really an old friend of the Grand Duke? I thought it was your peach blossom debt, sir." Hearing the words Gu family, Gu Jingtian frowned. Sulking for a long time, he said, "Qing'er, send someone to keep an eye on this dragon clan, and when he leaves the Gu family, inform me. As for the trip to Middle-earth, it's on hold for now." Demon Emperor Qing'er nodded, then turned around and retreated. Only Gu Jingtian was left looking towards the sky full of doubts. Big Brother's child? That's also unlikely. Big Brother was not interested in children before he achieved the Emperor realm. Is it hard to be in the gutter like yourself? On the shores of the East China Sea, the holy land of Gu family. At this moment in the Xian Heavenly Hall, Gu Ziyan's figure sat on top of the Emperor's seat, her powerful aura spreading out. Obviously the injuries on her body had recovered as good as new. A pretty face was filled with arrogance. Humph! This emperor has now recovered his cultivation. Since this Yin Joga and the demon emperor have already fallen, there is only one spirit emperor left in this eastern continent besides this emperor, Li Tianyi of the Tianyi Holy Land. Humph! He's nothing more than a dry bone in a mound. This time, when this emperor leaves the gate, he must unify the entire eastern continent. I, Gu Ziyan, am the one who deserves to be the lord of the eastern continent. Even what old man Ling Tian couldn't do, this emperor can do it. From now on, in the Gu family, this emperor's position is the highest existence. And right at that moment, hundreds of miles away from the Holy Land Gu family, on top of a mountain road, a silhouette was shooting towards this place. The clothes on his body were torn and tattered, and he looked extremely haggard. It was none other than Gu Lishang, who had arrived from hundreds of thousands of miles away. At this moment, Gu Lishang's face was pale, and she had obviously been seriously injured. Just that pair of beautiful eyes was filled with a burning gaze. Even if sister is already dead, as long as I, Gu Lishang, am around for a day, the Gu family will not fall. Even if I die, I'll die in the Gu family. As the distance drew closer, the moment she saw the Gu family in the Holy Land, Gu Lishang's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Chapter 51, Gu Ziyan who doubts her life. Only to see that the entire Gu family at this moment was shrouded in a grayish boundary. Gu Lishang, who had grown up in the Gu family since she was a child, would not be able to not know what this grayish boundary was. Clan formation, chaos boundary. I didn't expect the Gu family to be pushed to this extent. You must know that this chaos boundary is a great sect formation left behind by old ancestor Ling Tian. After thousands of years of consolidation, even a true immortal realm powerhouse can't do anything about it. And this chaos boundary, every time it's opened, it requires a massive amount of resources. Even for the Gu family Holy Land's reserves, opening it once would cost half of its reserves. If we hadn't encountered the scourge of extinction, how would the Gu family have opened the chaos boundary? Looking at the image in front of her, Gu Lishang's beautiful eyes were suddenly teary-eyed. At the moment that soft heart felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt. Sister! It seems that sister has really fallen. If not, how could the Gu family have opened the clan formation? If my sister were alive, how could she abandon me to danger? Gu Lishang slowly raised her hand, her sleeve robe wiping away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes. An unyielding flame burned once again in a pair of bright eyes. Demon Emperor Yen Joga, I, Gu Lishang, will not rest in death with you, as long as my Gu family is around. As long as I, Gu Lishang, still have a breath, I'll definitely destroy your bones and ashes. Gu Lishang swung her sleeves violently and walked towards the middle of the Gu family with a firm step. And at this moment, the Gu family Holy Land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, Gu Ziyan, who was sitting on top of the emperor's seat, rose violently. The emperor's robe could be waved around. That white face was full of smugness. Demon Emperor Yen Joga. The Demon Emperor duo exterminated my Gu family's grand elder and this emperor's sibling Gu Lishang. This revenge will not be shared. Today, although the two thieves of the Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor have already died, but the legacy they left behind still exists. Whether it's for the sake of the family feud, or for the sake of the hundreds of millions of people in this eastern continent, this emperor should follow the will of heaven and the people. Send out troops to exterminate. In the land of the eastern continent, the people are in dire straits. This emperor has the intention to end this chaotic world and unify the world. I don't know what the patriarchs think. Do you dare to help this emperor? Ever since the opening of the chaos boundary, The people who were in the Gu family's Holy Land could be said to be unaware of any news from the outside world. Hearing Gu Ziyan's words, she was even more excited. Unify the Eastern Continent. Co-Lord of the Eastern Continent. Thinking about this, the group of patriarchs could no longer hold back the excitement in their hearts. There were impassioned words. Devil cultivator, demon race, killing my Gu family's patriarchs, humiliate my Gu family's Holy Land. We are willing to follow the Holy Emperor. Help the Sacred Emperor unify the Eastern Continent. Listening to the shouts of the crowd, Gu Ziyan could not restrain the corners of her mouth from rising. The eyes were full of ambition and arrogance. Today, my Gu Ziyan's name will resonate throughout the entire Eastern Continent. Gu Ziyan took a deep breath and was just about to speak. And just at that moment, a figure came from outside the Great Hall. It was none other than a Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse. Greetings to the Holy Emperor. Patriarch Gu Lishang has returned, now seriously injured. He is outside the formation. As soon as these words came out, Gu Ziyan hastily swallowed the words that were on her lips. A pair of bright purple eyes were filled with surprise. What? Sister didn't die? That demon god's strength is at the true immortal realm. Sister actually managed to survive. And at this moment, the crowd of patriarchs were also looking at Gu Ziyan in confusion. When Gu Ziyan saw this, her eyes were suddenly red and filled with teardrops. Heaven has eyes. My sister is still alive. It's not in vain that this emperor prays day and night, hoping that his sister can escape by chance. It's really heavenly to see. What are you guys waiting for? Quickly open the formation. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Ziyan's figure shot towards the distance like an arrow. Along the way, the corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth rose lightly. My sister came back alone, so I guess that great patriarch has already fallen. Himself remains the master. Now that my sister has returned, with my sister's mindfulness of the city, she will be helpful in designating herself to unify the Eastern Continent. It's kind of its own unexpected reward. Soon, one could only see the boundary that pervaded the entire Gu family Holy Land slowly dissipate. At this moment at the outer sect's mountain gate, Gu Lishang's figure stood firmly. Although her breath was already extremely weak, Gu Lishang understood that at this time, what the Gu family needed most was fighting spirit. She couldn't fall in front of the Gu family. And just then, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Gu Lishang. In a trance, after seeing the visitor clearly, Gu Lishang's pupils shrunk violently. The incomparable firmness in his heart instantly collapsed at this moment. Sister! It's sister! Sister is actually still alive. But why didn't my sister come to me when I was in such a dangerous place myself? Even if I feared the demon god's strength, why didn't the demon god come looking for me after he died? Sister! What the hell is this for? Do you care so little for me? Gu Lishang's bright eyes instantly darkened, filled with disappointment as she looked at Gu Ziyan in front of her. And seeing Gu Lishang's reaction, Gu Ziyan instantly understood everything. The white face was now covered with crocodile tears. Hurriedly, she embraced Gu Lishang in her arms with tears in her voice. Sister! It's great! You're alive! This Yen Joga actually has a half-step immortal soldier as well. Sister is useless and was seriously injured by him. There's no choice but to open the clan formation. My sister's liver and guts were broken when I learned that my sister had been late in returning. Waking up today, I didn't expect God to give me such a big surprise. Sister, you have finally returned. If you weren't here, what would be the point even if sister became the princess of the Eastern Continent? At this moment, Gu Ziyan's petite body was trembling wildly, tears falling like rain. The fire of hope once again flickered in the desperate eyes of Gu Lishang in her arms. So it's like this. Sister was seriously injured by Yen Joga and fell into a coma. In order to protect the Gu family, this is why she opened the chaos boundary. It was I who misjudged my sister. How could my sister abandon me? Even if Gu Lishang's heart was like the sea, she had never doubted the kinship between her sisters. Gu Lishang hugged her sister in front of her tightly. Sister, I misjudged you. I'm sorry. Gu Lishang was also already teary-eyed at this point, and didn't notice the corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth rising slightly. Sister, you have suffered such a serious injury. It's all due to that demonic cultivator in Sky Demon City. Now, even though this demon emperor and demon emperor have already died with the demon god, but how can you offset the damage they've done to you if you can't cut them down to size? Sister, heal your wounds, and wait for your wounds to heal. My sister will definitely lead all the members of the Gu family to avenge your death. As soon as these words came out, Gu Lishang immediately froze on the spot, looking at Gu Ziyan with a dumbfounded look on her face. Such an expression also made Gu Ziyan feel a million times more puzzled. What's wrong? Sister, why this expression? Gu Lishang was slightly stunned. Sister, Chapter 52 Middle-earth Dragon Emperor comes to recognize his family? Gu Lishang was full of surprise and said, "Sister, where did you learn that this demon emperor Yen Zhoga and demon emperor have fallen?" Gu Ziyan in front of her raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that what happened? That day, before I passed out, I had already felt that terrifying aura. And after this fluctuation, everyone's breath disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the demon emperor Yen Zhoga and the demon emperor are only seriously injured? Turned into invalids?" At the moment, Gu Ziyan was still immersed in her speculations. Hearing this, Gu Lishang helplessly lowered her head. The demon emperor and demon emperor duo didn't die, and they didn't suffer too much damage either. On that day, a peerless powerhouse struck out with a body tens of thousands of meters in size. The cultivation realm is even more unimaginable to us as an existence. And in just an instant, he destroyed the true immortal realm demon god. Gu Lishang's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the smile on Gu Ziyan's face to vanish. A pair of eyes were glazed over with disbelief. Breathing heavily, her face was flushed, and that plump greatness was trembling slightly. "What? Those two thieves aren't dead, and they're not seriously injured. Ah! Exasperate this emperor. How could such a supreme powerhouse suddenly appear and put this demon god to death? What the hell is going on here?" At this moment, Gu Ziyan was already hysterical and furious. Looking at the out-of-sorts Gu Ziyan in front of her, Gu Lishang hurriedly said, "Sister, now is not the time to mess with yourself. Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga is strong and powerful, and he even has a half-step immortal weapon in his hand. I heard along the way that the devil cultivators have already allied with the demon race. Now is the time when even the Gu family lives and dies. Never get into a fight with them easily. The only thing that can be done nowadays is to unite with the Tianyi sacred land and fight against the enemy together. That's the fundamental way." Gu Lishang's analysis could be said to be well-reasoned, but unfortunately at this moment, Gu Ziyan could not listen to it at all. During this period of time, the successive strikes had caused the extremely proud Gu Ziyan to not be able to help but have an unstable Taoist heart. Why is none of this the same as what the emperor wanted? What went wrong? Gu Ziyan's eyeballs spun wildly. In the next second, there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. This emperor knows. It's him, Gu Jingtian. It must be because of him. Ever since he was expelled from the Gu family, everything in the Gu family seems to have been hindered. It must be him. He's right here in Sky Demon City. This loser, he must have coquettishly betrayed the Gu family's core information. That's what brought things to this point. It's hard to believe that this loser still has eyes and ears among the Gu family. With this thought in mind, Gu Ziyan's face instantly became as gloomy as water, staring viciously at the people nearby. Looking at Gu Ziyan, whose face was like a demonic fury, the group of patriarchs immediately lowered their heads. Sensing Gu Ziyan's movement, Gu Lishang hurriedly grabbed her jade hand. "Sister, don't be in a hurry. Everything has a solution. All we can do now is wait." Waiting for things to have a breakthrough, Gu Lishang's burning gaze looked at Gu Ziyan in front of her, and she didn't notice the viciousness under Gu Ziyan's eyes in the slightest. Gu Ziyan took a deep breath. "Everything is at your disposal, sister." And at this moment, outside the Gu family's holy land, with a ripple in space, only a figure appeared in this place. It was none other than that Dragon Emperor Longitian who had arrived from the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range. Looking at the massive mountain peak in front of him, Longitian's eyes were filled with entanglement. This is the Gu family. The family started by that negative man. Humph. Although it seems incomparable to the great powers of the Middle Kingdom, it's still considered grand to the core in this barren land of the eastern continent. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of character is the one who can make Mother Superior wait willingly for more than 2,000 years. The bloodline he left behind. What a load. With this thought, Longitian raised an eyebrow. In an instant, a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens exploded. Dark clouds as black as ink covered the entire place where the Gu family was located in an instant. That mighty pressure that overwhelmed the 9 heavens and 10 lands swept out at once, and at this moment, all the people located in the Gu family's holy land all felt this vast dragon's might. Countless disciples with low cultivation instantly fell to their knees, unable to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Inside the Xiantian hall, Gu Ziyan, who had just calmed down, stood up with a mischievous sound. The delicate face was full of panic. What a strong pressure. Is it Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga coming again? Hurry! Open the family grand formation. Don't let him in. The group of patriarchs at the moment were also trembling with fear. And right at that moment, only a loud and clear voice was heard coming from the sky. Dragon Emperor Longitian of the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace of Middle-earth is here. Why don't you come and pay your respects? The voluminous sound spread throughout the entire Gu family in an instant. Upon hearing this, the people in the Xian Heavenly Hall immediately froze on the spot with two big words written on their faces. Clueless. What the hell? The 9 Heavenly Dragon Palace of Middle-earth. Dragon Emperor. Dragon Etienne? Isn't the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace the place where the Middle-earth dragon race is located? How did the Dragon Emperor of it appear in the Eastern continent? How did this kind of strong person come to my Gu family? Gu Lishang's brows furrowed as she said in a condensed voice. Sister, this Middle-earth region is full of spiritual energy, and the cultivators there even practice various secret arts. Their strength is unfathomable, and the dragon race is even the peak race of the Xiantian continent, with strength in the same realm far exceeding that of the human race. If this person is truly the Dragon Emperor of the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace, my Gu family is no match for him. At this point in time, we can only take one step at a time. Gu Ziyan's face was as gloomy as water, and a touch of madness even surfaced under her eyes. The Dragon Clan, the Dragon Race, which is millions of miles away, actually came to my Gu family. Could it be that the Gu family is really going to perish in my Gu Ziyan's hands? Despite the resentment in her heart, Gu Ziyan still nodded. With that, the crowd shot out as a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived high above the sky. Looking at the youth with a double-horned head in front of them, Gu Ziyan and the others were immediately like enemies. That domineering and majestic dragon might. Even the Spirit Emperor Realm Gu Ziyan was terrified in her heart. Gu Ziyan strengthened her breath and inquired in a gruff voice. I don't know what the Dragon Emperor of the Middle-earth has to teach me when he comes to my Gu family? Nianling surveyed the crowd in front of him and nodded slightly. Not bad, to be certified as an emperor at less than 200 years old. You have a great bloodline. It's just that this eastern continent is too barren and not enough accumulation. If it were in the Middle Kingdom, I'm sure you'd be able to go to the next level. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan and the others let out a sigh of relief. Listening to the words of this Dragon Emperor, it was obvious that he was not here to seek revenge. Gu Ziyan let out a light laugh. The Dragon Emperor is flattered. I don't know why exactly the Dragon Emperor is here. Nianling hesitated slightly and then spat out a sentence. This emperor is here to find someone. Do you know Gu Jingtian? Hearing the 3 words Gu Jingtian, Gu Ziyan and the others instantly stared at their faces. This Middle-earth Dragon Emperor is actually here to find Old Man Jingtian. Old Man Jingtian has been to the Middle-earth for a while. Can it be that this Dragon Emperor is a former friend of Old Man Jingtian? Thinking of this, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel a surge of dark joy. Coronation Dragon Emperor. That's none other than my Gu family's old ancestor Jingtian. I wonder how you are related to my family's old ancestor. And at this moment, Nianling did not know how to answer. After thinking for a long time, this was the answer. Sort of a former elder. And upon hearing Nianling's words, Gu Ziyan was instantly delighted, her eyes flashing with excitement. The Gu Lishang on the side even had her pupils shrunk, and a crafty color filled the bottom of her eyes. A conspiracy is born in an instant. Chapter 53 Who is my father? Dragon Emperor's Doubt. The Gu Ziyan of today was already overwhelmed by the ecstasy in her heart. Full of excitement, he looked at the Dragon Emperor in front of him. Elder, can it be that the Dragon Emperor coronation is my family's Old Man Jingtian's? When these words came out, Dragon Emperor Nianling's face immediately tightened. It can't be. This woman can't have guessed her relationship with that negative man already. Could it be that this negative man left a message? And that this Gu family has always known that there is still a descendant of the Gu family left behind? But then why have they never gone to Middle-earth to look for it in the past 2,000 years? Associated with these, Nianling really didn't know how to get along with the people of the Gu family. And at this moment, Gu Ziyan's words had been completely finished. Could you be a disciple of Old Man Jingtian? Hearing this, the corner of Nianling's mouth twitched. Asterisk. This emperor thought they knew about the relationship between this emperor and that negative person Gu Jingtian? After a slight thought, Nianling then nodded. Pretty much. Receiving an affirmative answer from the Dragon Emperor, Gu Ziyan instantly smiled with joy. So it's a disciple of Elder Jingtian. Then it's this emperor's master ancestor. Late generation Gu Ziyan is the 80th generation Xian granddaughter of the Jingtian ancestor. It is the Gu family that is in power today. Now that I see master ancestor coming, Ziyan is really excited. Before Nianling could open his mouth, Gu Lishang on the side flashed a hint of cunning in her eyes. A pair of starry eyes suddenly went pear-shaped. It's fortunate that you came in time, master ancestor. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen us. Woo. Looking at the crowd's behavior, a trace of doubt flooded Nianling's heart. The people of this Gu family are actually treating me with such respect. It seems that this negative man is still extremely prestigious in the Gu family. That's all. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since he has already ascended, the grudge of my mother Sama, I will settle it with him after I ascend. Since we've already arrived at the Gu family, let's hear what's going on with these guys. Long Yitian swung his sleeve. What do you mean by that? Looking at Gu Lishang's sobbing appearance, Gu Ziyan instantly understood everything. Speaking up in a hurry. Master Ancestor, you're from the Middle Kingdom, so naturally you don't know anything about the Eastern continent. The situation of the Gu family today is already a building that is falling. This demonic cultivation force and the demon race have already allied in order to eliminate my Gu family. If you had come a step too late, I'm afraid that the lineage of old man Ling Tian would have been severed. Looking at the two sisters in front of him who were full of grievances, Long Yitian frowned lightly. To be able to make a spirit emperor realm powerhouse so sad, I'm sure things aren't simple. Long Yitian hummed lightly. What the hell happened? Just who is it? To exterminate Gu Ling Tian's bloodline. Despite the deep resentment towards Gu Ling Tian in his heart, Long Yitian couldn't deny that it was his biological father. Long Yitian's performance even made Gu Ziyan and the others steal joy in their hearts. Gu Ziyan sobbed. This matter also has to start with that Ling Tian ancestor's own brother, Gu Jingtian. Hearing the three words Gu Jingtian, Long Yitian was slightly stunned. What a familiar name. I think I've seen it somewhere myself. That negative's brother? Wouldn't that be his own uncle, the oldest ancestor of this group of people? But why do you hear their tone of voice? They are quite hateful towards this person. Gu Ziyan looked in front of her with tearful eyes. This Gu Jingtian was originally an old ancestor of my Gu family. Although his cultivation was low, he had old man Ling Tian take care of him and ate a longevity Dao fruit. With a lifespan of 10,000 years, we were respectful to him, but I didn't expect this Gu Jingtian to have the slightest regard for bloodline kinship. To us can be extremely harsh, wanton and arrogant in the family. Arbitrariness and dictatorship, bullying the weak by virtue of their seniority. That's all there is to it. This Gu Jingtian is even more heartless, actually wanting to lay hands on the descendants of my Gu family. That's a person who has the same root as him. I spoke out to stop him, but Gu Jingtian was unimpressed, so I had no choice but to bring up the name of old man Ling Tian. I hope I can impress him with brotherly love, but what I didn't expect was that he actually spoke out against ancestor Ling Tian. Speaking out to insult ancestor Ling Tian. This person is simply exterminating his family. A beast is worse than a beast. Listening to Gu Ziyan's tearful accusation, Long Yitian was suddenly furious. What? Surprisingly, there is such a thing. That negative man's brother is actually such a... It's just a matter of oppressing the weak. But you're actually going after your own big brother's descendants. Outrageous. Seeing Long Yitian's eyes filled with anger, Gu Lishang's eyes flashed with precision. Caught in the trap. Sure enough, this dragon emperor holds old man Ling Tian in the highest esteem. Gu Lishang hurriedly added fuel to the fire. We really can't tolerate it, so we can only drive him out of the Gu family. Nay, after he left the Gu family, he harbored a grudge and even went to the demon race's heavenly demon city. I don't know what method was used to bring about an alliance between the demon race and the demon cultivators. If it wasn't for my sister's strong life, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of that demon emperor long ago. Now that you have arrived, ancestor, you must make a decision for us. Hearing this, Long Yitian couldn't help but become enraged. Asterisk. Treachery. Slaughtering relatives. Simply worse than pigs and dogs. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be my Long Yitian's uncle at all. Long Yitian crossed his eyebrows. Where is this Gu Jingtian now? I will recapture this person back here. As for that demon emperor, it's just a barren place in the eastern continent. He is also worthy of such a title. Be in the company of this dragon emperor. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was instantly ecstatic. Senior ancestor, without any surprises, this Gu Jingtian should be in this heavenly demon city. Even if he isn't in heavenly demon city, the demon emperors in the middle of heavenly demon city will definitely know his whereabouts. Long Yitian's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing opportunities filled his eyes. Heavenly demon city. This emperor knows. Long Yitian was just about to leave, but he suddenly stopped. Do you have a portrait of old man Ling Tian here? Since this emperor has already come here, he still wants to admire the elegance of old man Ling Tian. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan hastily nodded her head. Naturally. I'll take Master Ancestor to the family hall. Soon, the figures of the crowd had arrived in a large hall. There was a portrait on the wall built of white jade. It was precisely Gu Ling Tian's portrait, and the moment he saw Gu Ling Tian, a trace of doubt flooded Long Yitian's eyes. Is that the negative man in this portrait? Mother Superior often looks at the portrait of that negative man alone and lost in thought. It's a pity she never lets herself see it. If I hadn't secretly checked it out myself, this emperor wouldn't even know who his biological father is. I had glanced at that portrait from afar, and could not see it in its entirety, but it does look extremely similar to this one. It's just that for some reason, I always feel that the person in this portrait is a little different from that negative person. That's just it. Maybe I'm misremembering. After carefully surveying for a long time, killing opportunities filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. You wait here. This emperor will return in a moment. With that, he directly tore through space and disappeared. Chapter 54 Fear. Spine-chilling Gu Ziyan. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Emperor Gu Jingtian's figure had disappeared from the crowd sight. But right at that moment, Gu Ziyan instantly put away that pathetic look. The narrow eyes were full of sinister. On the other hand, Gu Lishang, who was on the side, had a grave expression on her face. Sister, you and I haven't caught up in a long time. Now that it's a great day, why don't we have a long talk? Hearing this, the group of patriarchs in the Great Hall then turned to leave. Obviously this was just Gu Lishang's way of distracting them. Soon, only the Gu Lishang sisters were left in the entire hall. Gu Ziyan had a puzzled look on her face. Sister, what's wrong with you? What do you have to say to your sister? Gu Lishang's face was cold. Sister, you and I should prepare to leave the eastern continent. The words came out like a thunderbolt. Gu Ziyan had a look of confusion written all over her face. Sister, what is this for? Now this Dragon Emperor has already made a move on our behalf. Even if this Demon Emperor was stronger, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Dragon Emperor. Gu Lishang took a long breath. Nonetheless, sister, your vision is still too short-sighted. Do you remember the supreme powerhouse I told you about who was 10,000 feet tall? Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrunk. You mean, it's highly likely that that supreme powerhouse will step in to help Yanzhou? Gu Lishang's brows lowered. It's just a possibility, but it can't be guarded against. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's face showed anxiety. Then why don't you hurry up and tell the Dragon Emperor about this, so that he can make early preparations? Gu Ziyan was just about to leave when a jade hand pulled her back. It was none other than Gu Lishang. At the moment that pair of light red eyes looked at Gu Ziyan dead on. Sister, you are still too kind. Listening to Gu Lishang's chilling tone, Gu Ziyan's delicate body trembled. As if for the first time, he felt that creepy aura from Gu Lishang's body. So what are your plans, sister? Gu Lishang's eyes were slightly narrowed, but the bottom of her eyes were as deep as a deep pool. If that supreme powerhouse had made a move to exterminate the Dragon Emperor, that would be better instead. Then the demon cultivators and the demon race will be completely enmity with the dragon race. Even if that supreme powerhouse is strong, can he still fight against the entire dragon clan? At that time, they will all be burnt to a crisp by the supreme fury of the dragon clan. What I want is to use the Dragon Emperor's life in exchange for the ashes of all of them. Speaking here, Gu Lishang's voice trembled. On the other hand, Gu Ziyan, who was on the side, heard her heart skip a beat. This is my sister's real plan. I can't believe it's so meticulous, so vicious. Whether this Dragon Emperor wins or loses, Yanzhou and the others will not escape destruction. At this moment, for her own sister, who was only at the peak of the Spirit Saint realm, a trace of fear actually rose in Gu Ziyan's heart. But in the next second, Gu Ziyan revealed a puzzled look again. Since they're going to die no matter what, why should we escape the eastern continent? Gu Lishang gazed at Gu Ziyan in front of her, coldly spitting out a few words. Sister thinks that if this supreme powerhouse kills the Dragon Emperor, will the Demon Emperor and the others spare us? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel a chill behind her back. What my sister said is very true, but our Gu family is such a family business. How can we give it up so easily? Gu Lishang let out a light laugh. Give and take, and you'll be great. The Holy Land's reliance is on Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses, and as long as sister is still around, the Gu family will be around. Wait until the Dragon Clan comes and kills that supreme powerhouse. At that time, the eastern continent won't still be ours. Gu Ziyan's eyes flickered with essence, and her mind was filled with thoughts. There was a long silence before the words were spat out. That's good. Everything is at sister's disposal. Then where do we escape to? Gu Lishang looked towards the distant sky. Just go to the Middle Earth. That's where the Dragon Clan is located. And you and I will be able to explore the Dragon Clan. However, we have to stay near the Kunlun mountain range. If the Dragon Emperor wins, you and I won't have to leave the eastern continent. Gu Ziyan nodded dully. The heart couldn't help but rise with a hint of exclamation. It's fortunate that my sister is only at the peak cultivation of the Spirit Saint realm. If she were the same Emperor realm powerhouse, it would really be chilling. Is she so deep in her heart that she does not perceive that what I have just said is false? What if one day she finds out that I see death? At this moment, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel endless fear rising in the bottom of her heart. After a few breaths, the duo's figures disappeared from the middle of the Gu family. Along with them, the Gu family's half-step immortal soldiers also disappeared. And as the two of them left the foot of the Gu family's holy land, a figure murmured in a low voice. So it is. Long Etienne. Long Zishang. Ha ha ha. I just didn't expect that this time. When I came to the eastern continent, I actually had an unexpected harvest. A holy body, and one that is even more impenetrable to even this honorable man. In the next second, the figure instantly tore through space and disappeared without a trace. And at this moment the heavenly demon city, within the remote and secluded small courtyard, Gu Jingtian was lying on top of a recliner, but beside them stood three fabulous figures, each with their own flavor. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger, as well as the two sisters of the nine-tailed sky fox, Fox Wanner. At this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger's beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. His Excellency will depart for the Middle Kingdom in a few days, and you too will follow along. Be sure to take care of Gongzi along the way. When these words came out, the pupils of the two Fox Wanner sisters shook. Middle Earth. To Middle Earth. A place I want to go every now and then. The Great Thunderbolt Temple. Thinking of these four words, the two of them couldn't help but have the fire of hatred burning in their eyes. When Demon Emperor Qinger saw this, her face instantly turned cold. You too. In the land of Middle Earth, there are not a few strong Spirit Emperor realm practitioners, and there are even Supreme Realm Elder monsters in existence. All of your thoughts are clear to this Emperor, but from today onwards, all of your actions will be subject to the arrangements of the Duke. After all, the two of them, Fox Wanner, were raised by Demon Emperor Qinger, and for Qinger's words, the two of them didn't dare to disobey. He could only suppress the hatred in his heart for the time being and nodded heavily. At this moment, Gu Jingtian put down the jade calabash in his hand. Alright, when we get to Middle Earth, you'll naturally have your revenge. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. It's no big deal. Once these words came out, the two Fox Wanner sisters couldn't help but stabilize their hearts. Since your Excellency has said that this Great Thunder Sound Temple is nothing great, I'm afraid that the strongest person would be at the Spirit Emperor realm. The Middle Earth has an abundance of spiritual chi, so when I break through to the Spirit Emperor realm, I'll naturally be able to take revenge. And right at that moment, a vast and majestic aura that looked like a great sun crossing the sky suddenly crushed down from the high sky. With the appearance of this aura, the demon race in the entire heavenly demon city was instantly terrified. The extreme sense of oppression that seemed to come from the bloodline caused countless demon clansmen to soften their legs and fall to their knees. In the next second, only a sound like a thunderous explosion could be heard above the entire heavenly demon city. Gu Jingtian, you shameless man, get out of here for this Dragon Emperor. Chapter 55. It's him, it's him, it's him. And at this moment, far away in the mountains and forests thousands of miles away from heavenly demon city, with a ripple in space, two figures appeared in this place. It was none other than the two Gu Ziyan sisters who had left from the Gu family holy land. Despite being nearly 1,000 miles apart, the Dragon Emperor's angry roar was still clear and distinct. The corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth rose, and her heart was all smug. Ha ha ha, sister, our plan worked. It seems that this Dragon Emperor has extraordinary respect for old man Ling Tian. It's already been a full 2,000 years, and he actually still recognizes this master. Gu Lishang, who was on the side, however, had an icy complexion. If this Dragon Emperor really puts the Demon Emperor and the others to death, the next thing will be simple. Before Gu Lishang could finish, Gu Ziyan let out a cold laugh. Then we are worried about Ancestor Dragon Emperor's safety and have come to help him minion. It's just that Ancestor Dragon Emperor's speed was too fast and we came too late. The two stunningly beautiful faces were at the moment flickering with sinister colors that sent shivers down one's spine. And at this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, feeling the supreme dragon might that swept through the 8 directions in the high sky, Qinger under her eyes suddenly frowned lightly. I didn't realize that this dragon race was actually the Dragon Emperor of Middle Earth. A person's cultivation is so profound. Looking at this formation, I think they must have come to seek revenge. My lord, this Middle Earth Dragon clan is not going to be easy to deal with. Despite having sensed the strong strength of this Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor Qinger was not concerned. Instead, the worry was the dragons behind it. The dragon race had been inherited for over 1,000,000 years, And with the fact that the dragon race's lifespan far exceeded that of the human race, it was simply unimaginable how many terrifyingly strong people were hidden within their community. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. This brat made a trip to the Gu family, and now he's killed his way here. One of them must be the Gu family's trick. With this thought in mind, a hint of killing intent filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. It seems that one is still too merciful, allowing this group of unfilial children to dare to do whatever they want so much. Right at this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger, who was on the side, said in a condensed voice, "My lord, I'll go and meet this dragon emperor first, see what exactly he wants to do." As soon as the words fell, the demon emperor's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived high in the sky. Under the blue sky and white clouds, two figures were facing each other from a distance. The moment he saw the demon emperor, the dragon emperor's golden dragon eyes were filled with disdain. "You are the demon emperor in the middle of this heavenly demon city, aren't you? Mountains, rocks, grasses and trees cultivated into emperors. Your talent is indeed good. This emperor is also not a person who is addicted to killing. As long as you hand over that wolf-hearted Gu Jingtian, and that devil emperor who slaughters living beings, this emperor can spare your life." Hearing the insults against Gu Jingtian from the dragon emperor's mouth, the demon emperor instantly became enraged. "How dare you? Even if you're the dragon emperor of Middle-earth, you're not qualified to insult the duke like that. I'll advise you that His Excellency doesn't want to go to war with the Middle-earth dragon clan. If you are sensible, leave now." Ever since he had seen the terrifying strength of Gu Jingtian, the demon emperor wasn't the least bit afraid in the face of someone as powerful as the dragon emperor. And hearing the demon emperor's words, the dragon emperor laughed instead of being angry. "Ha ha, what a travesty. What do you mean you don't want to go to war with the Middle-earth dragon race? Just by yourselves, two half-assed spirit emperors, plus a handful of half-step immortal weapons. You're also worthy of being the opponents of the Middle-earth dragon clan. This emperor can thwart you all with a single dragon. This emperor's patience is limited. Hurry up and let Gu Jingtian roll out. This emperor won't hurt his life. Just bring him back to his family to confess." Hearing this, the demon emperor was even more furious in his heart. "Nonsense. It's alarmist. This Gu family expelling the duke from their clan is simply treasonous. The Gu family are all unfilial people, and presumptuously trying to bring the male back to confess his sins. Simply shameless. Your Excellency takes into account the bloodline affinity with the Gu family, but this emperor doesn't care. Gu Ziyan, the Gu family. This emperor will not let you go." And these words were tantamount to causing the already impatient dragon emperor to become furious. "What? You want to exterminate the Gu family? Humph. This was also that Gu Jingtian's idea, right? Truly a man with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Since that's the case, it's no wonder that this emperor doesn't remember his old feelings." In the next second, only a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard resounding through the sky. "Just sounds a little skeptical." Dazzling red golden light erupted from above the dragon emperor's body. Under the light, the body that was no different from a normal human skyrocketed. Sharp claws, scales that glistened with cold emerged inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, a behemoth with a height of 1,000 meters appeared in the void. And the moment they saw this figure, whether it was the demon emperor in front of them, or Gu Jingtian in the heavenly demon city, or even Gu Ziyan and the others who were thousands of miles away, they all revealed expressions of disbelief, only to see that at this moment the dragon emperor has become a human body dragon head, teeth and claws of the monster. Surprisingly, it was a human dragon. Looking at this huge human-sized holy dragon, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrank. Waves of shock flooded the bottom of his heart. It really is a human-dragon hybrid. Could it be that he really is the child that big brother left behind in the dragon clan? Or maybe he could be his own child. That shouldn't be. And at this moment, the demon emperor pondered a little and revealed a look of enlightenment. This dragon clan seeks out the Gu family, and they're looking for the Grand Duke. And by the looks of him, could he be the Grand Duke's child? And at this moment, thousands of miles away, seeing that human body and dragon head of the dragon emperor, the two Gu Ziyan sisters were slightly stunned. In the next second, endless excitement and joy spread under his eyes. He's not old man Ling Tian's disciple. Rather, he is the child of old man Ling Tian. My God, wouldn't that be the same bloodline as us? This thigh is a nail in the coffin. Now that elder ancestor Ling Tian's son has become the dragon emperor of the dragon clan, then wouldn't my Gu family be a relative of the dragon clan? Ha ha ha, with the dragon clan as an ally, the eastern continent isn't within reach. And right at that moment, only the void in front of the dragon emperor flashed violently. A domineering and ethereal figure appeared in front of the Dragon Emperor. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Looking at the Dragon Emperor in front of him, Gu Jingtian said softly, "You're my big brother's son? You really are my big brother's bloodline." Gu Jingtian's voice became trembling. After all, this was his elder brother's closest bloodline. And seeing Gu Jingtian's appearance, Gu Lishang, who was thousands of miles away, instantly froze in place. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. How could this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian, be standing in the air? Isn't he a waste? How can a cultivation level of the spiritist realm be able to stand in the air? Is there a secret in him that we don't know about? And seeing Gu Jingtian again, Gu Ziyan's eyes once again burned with the fire of biting hatred. Gu Jingtian, things have come to this point. There's no need for you to live with this life. Wait until the Dragon Emperor captures you back home. At that time, see how I'll torture you. I want you to beg for your life and not be able to die. At this moment, the two sisters were staring at the distant Dragon Emperor in death. Their eyes were filled with crimson. The mind hissed frantically, "Don't talk nonsense. Kill this demon emperor. Kill them all." While looking at the Gu Jingtian in front of him, the Dragon Emperor's golden dragon eyes were filled with dullness. The dragon's eyes, which were the size of a water tank, stared deathly at Gu Jingtian in front of him. It's him. Chapter 56, Lao Tzu teaches his son a lesson? It's only natural. It's this face. This emperor is absolutely not mistaken. It is the portrait of this man that Mother Superior treasures. So that negative person wasn't Gu Lingtian at all, but Gu Jingtian. Despite the endless resentment in Longitian's heart towards his biological father over the years, but when this person really appeared in front of him, the aggression that had been suppressed for thousands of years suddenly surged like a spring. Like every ordinary person without a father, even though Longitian was a dragon, the lack of a father's love was too much for him to let go of. At this moment, Longitian's pair of huge dragon eyes were filled with resentment and guilt, and looking at Longitian's expression, Gu Jingtian was even more shocked in his heart. It really can't be. This is my baby? This shouldn't be. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other without saying a word. On the other hand, Gu Ziyan and her duo, who were thousands of miles away, were like ants on a hot pan. What is this Dragon Emperor waiting for? Since this Gu Jingtian dares to come out, why don't you hurry up and capture him? Destroy that demon emperor. Then we'll find the demon emperor Yen Joga. After it's completely exterminated, the entire eastern continent will be our Gu families. If they weren't afraid of exposing their identities, the two of them would have wanted to fly straight there. At this moment, the demon emperor Chinger as well as Fox Warner and the others below were also puzzled. What is this situation? Why does this Dragon Emperor have this expression when he sees Senior Gu? And sultry and excited. Why is this expression getting more and more ambiguous? Suddenly, the three couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. It can't be. Could it be that this Dragon Emperor is Elder Gu's child? But right at this moment, Dragon Emperor Longitian spoke. A sentence squeezed out of his mouth. Is that you? 3 short words but left Gu Jingtian in front of him at a loss for words. The reaction of the Dragon Emperor in front of him had made it abundantly clear that Gu Jingtian was his father. However, only Gu Jingtian himself understood that even the 9 heavens Long was unable to carry the power of chaotic demon god Pangu's bloodline. Seeing that Gu Jingtian did not say a word, the eyes of Dragonitian, who was the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan of Middle-earth, actually filled with a trace of water mist. The next second even laughed out wildly, only the smile and the indescribable sadness. Why don't you answer? Also, you wouldn't have thought I'd come across the entire Kunlun Mountains to find you. You don't answer because you don't have the face to answer. It's been 2 whole thousand years. You left my mother waiting alone. Do you know how she has lived these 2,000 years? How much gossip she has endured? But you, I'm afraid you've long forgotten her. When these words came out, it could be described as a thunderclap on the ground. The high gorges come out of the flat lakes. It directly shocked everyone in the room out of their minds. The 2 Gu Ziyan sisters, who were thousands of miles away, were currently staring at their eyeballs so wide that their mouths were even able to stuff down a large donut. Cluelessness and disbelief were written all over his entire face. What the hell is going on here? What does this Dragon Emperor's words mean? Listening to the meaning of these words, his biological father isn't old ancestor Ling Tian, but this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian. How is this possible? Gu Jingtian is nothing but a waste. How is it possible to conceive offspring with the Dragon Clan? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake somewhere. While the Demon Emperor Chinger at this moment, the 2 Skyfox sisters were surprised at the same time. but a hint of loss flooded the bottom of their eyes. So, it turns out that Elder Gu already has a child. With a partner. And in the face of Dragon Emperor Longitian's soul torture. At this moment, Gu Jingtian's mind was already a mess. No! What is this situation? Although he himself had a time with that female Tyrannosaurus Rex, but that was also an accident. He himself left Middle-earth because this female Tyrannosaurus Rex chased after him without end. It had to confiscate the tools of the trade. Pregnant in one sitting? That's too much of a dog. Why does it feel like I've become some kind of wife-dumping villain? Facing Longitian's burning eyes, Gu Jingtian remained undeterred and asked tentatively, "Dare I ask your mother?" When these words came out, Longitian was even more furious. "What? Have you even forgotten her name? It's a shame she's been pining for you for 2,000 years. Listening to Longitian's words, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a slight illusion. Nope. Aren't I traveling into a metaphysical world? Why does it feel like this is the dog-blooded plot of a female novel? In order to make Longitian stop that deafening speech, Gu Jingtian hurriedly said, "Your mother is Long Zishan?" Only after these words came out did Longitian, who was in the middle of a verbal attack, stop. "Ha! You remember my mother's name. Humph. Don't think I'm here specifically to recognize my relatives, with or without you as a father. This emperor never cared. It's just that Lord Mother's ascension is imminent, and I don't want her to have regrets in this realm." Listening to the duo's conversation, Gu Ziyan, who was thousands of miles away, was completely frantic. "It's solid. This Dragon Emperor is Gu Jingtian's child. It's over. I actually abetted my son to kill his own father. Even if we talk nonsense, there's no way this Longitian would actually kill his father. How else are we going to do it now?" Compared to Gu Ziyan, who was already in disarray, Gu Lisang quickly calmed down after her surprise. With that, he looked at Gu Ziyan, who was dead to the side. "Let's go. Things have come to this. We can only run away." Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyan but cried out, "Escape? Where to flee to? Go to Middle-earth. Isn't that like giving away food? We can still fight the dragons in Middle-earth?" Listening to Gu Ziyan's words, Gu Lishang's eyes flickered with essence. "I didn't realize things had actually come to this. Is that the only way to use that method? But one hasn't found the item yet. How can one return empty-handed? I'm not willing to do that." And right at this moment, only an evil and full voice suddenly rang out behind the two of them. "What? It looks like the two of you are in some trouble. Do you need help?" The sudden sound of the voice made the duo instantly fill with wariness. Then he looked behind him. Only a figure dressed in a white Taoist robe came into the eyes of the two of them. Despite its proximity, it was impossible to see it at all. Couldn't even sense it. Gu Ziyan's heart was filled with panic. Not in the slightest did she notice a hint of surprise flash through Gu Lishang's eyes. Before the two could reply, the figure in front of them suddenly radiated a soft light. Before the two could react, they had disappeared without a trace, and the white figure gazed at the distant heights. "Gu Jingtian, is this Longitian's biological father? It doesn't look too good. Still, there are many in Middle-earth who are interested in you." As soon as the words fell, this white figure unexpectedly disappeared out of thin air, not even sending out a single fluctuation of space. While looking at Longitian in front of him, Gu Jingtian could no longer listen. "Okay, shut up for the old man. This is between me and your mother. Why are you a little guy sticking your nose in?" When these words came out, the Demon Emperor and the others on the side immediately stared in disbelief. That sounds like pure old man teaching his son a lesson. Even if this is the son, this is not the time to lecture him. Could it be that this father and son duo are going to stage a full-on martial arts fight just as soon as they meet? Several people's gazes suddenly looked towards the Dragon Emperor not far away, but the scene in front of them instantly made the crowd look dumbfounded. Chapter 57. Sure enough, your old man is still your old man. Only at this moment, the Dragon Emperor Longitian froze in place, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. A trace of aggravation actually surfaced above that hideous and terrifying dragon face. Where was this still a Dragon Emperor? It was simply a child who had done something wrong. A peculiar feeling spread within the Dragon Emperor's heart. Is this what it feels like to be reprimanded by your father? Why does one feel this heartfelt fear when he is angry when he clearly hates this negative man so much? While looking at the Dragon Emperor's expression, the Demon Emperor Chinger and the others on the side were even more shocked. The high and mighty Dragon Emperor actually reveals a look of utter aggravation. Is this the legendary bloodline suppression? Sure enough, an old man is an old man. Looking at the aggrieved Dragon Emperor in front of him, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, complaining endlessly, like a pussy, humph, even if you're a Dragon Emperor, in front of the Chaos Demon God bloodline, you'll only be able to lie down. You kid, better not be my seed, or see how I'll clean you up. Obviously at this moment, the Dragon Emperor also felt the expressions of the Demon Emperor and the others, and a dragon face instantly became unable to hang on. Humph, who are you to lecture me? If my mother were here, would you dare to be so wild? If you're so capable, come with me to Midway. Speak to my mother in person. Even though the Dragon Emperor had tried his best to make a strong expression, but how it looked was like a small child talking back to his father and looking for his mother to tell him off. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. I will naturally settle things between your mother and me. You don't have to rush. You don't have to tie me up. I'll make a trip to Middle-earth too. But before that, you better explain what happened after you went to the Gu family. Why did you come here in a rage to settle a score with me? Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor, who had just wilted, suddenly had a strong bottom. Humph, you still have the face to ask me what I'm doing here. Don't you know yourself well about the things you've done yourself? As a family ancestor, instead of covering for his descendants, he went so far as to rape and pillage in the middle of the clan. Even his own bloodline descendants are not spared. What's more, he doesn't care about the blood kinship between himself and his elder brother in the slightest. People like you are simply punishable by everyone. Listening to the words from Long Yitian's mouth, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fire of anger in his eyes grew hotter. For Gu Jingtian, the most important person was his big brother. After all, if it wasn't for his big brother's care, he was afraid that he would have starved to death that winter. Gu Jingtian. It's Gu Jingtian's scales. At this moment, Gu Jingtian's face was terribly gloomy, and an indescribably terrifying aura spread out from above his body. Who told you all this? Gu Jingtian squeezed a sentence out from between his teeth word by word. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the strutting Dragon Emperor in front of him suddenly tightened his face. The arrogance dissipated. Couldn't help but reply. I heard all of this from the Gu family's Saint Emperor Gu Ziyan. There's also her sister Gu Lishang, and the entire Gu family's patriarchs can testify to that. It's hard to believe they're all lying. Looking at the Dragon Emperor in front of him, anger clustered in Gu Jingtian's eyes. What a limber, simple-minded fellow. So simple to be a gun in the hands of those two women. Gu Ziyan, with her pig brain, couldn't come up with this kind of solution. Then it's Gu Lishang. Thinking of Gu Lishang, even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. This little girl, since she was a child, is intelligent and extremely talented, almost never lets herself worry. In just 100 years, cultivating to the peak of spirit sage is entirely by one's own power. I always feel that this little girl is not simple, but whoever it is, it's unforgivable to do such a thing, playing some small tricks behind your back. For the sake of my big brother, I cannot see eye to eye with you. But, to actually dare to make an issue out of big brother, their old ancestor, has taken the way of death. Gu Jingtian's heart was boiling with killing intent, and he just wanted to act. The Demon Emperor Chinger on the side couldn't listen anymore. Dragon Emperor, you should have lived for more than 2,000 years as well. Do you believe whatever people say? You can believe what the Gu family says? What integrity does a guy who can expel his own old ancestor from his family have? In the entire Eastern Continent realm, you could have asked around everywhere. How have you ever heard of a male son bullying a man or a woman? Why does this kind of thing only happen in the Gu family? When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor immediately raised an eyebrow. One could not help but be skeptical of the words of the Gu Ziyan duo. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want his father to be such a scum. Long Yitian snorted coldly. What you guys are saying is that the Gu family is lying, using me as a knife in their hands? Great. I'll inquire about it. If it's true, I naturally won't let the Gu family off the hook. If it is false. Before the words were finished, Gu Jingtian's voice snapped out. If it's a fake, what more do you want? Under the gaze of Gu Jingtian's stern eyes, the words on the Dragon Emperor's lips were immediately swallowed. The dragon couldn't help but turn red above his face. Hesitantly, that's when the words squeezed out of his mouth. If it is false, I will inform my mother Sama of this matter. Let her handle it. When these words came out, the Demon Emperor Chinger and the others on the side couldn't help but laugh softly. Is this the pressure of Lord Father? It's truly terrifying as hell. Ha ha ha. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, the Dragon Emperor only hated that there wasn't a crack above the ground at the moment. Embarrassed, he could only grunt. I'm going now. You guys wait here. Throwing down a vicious sentence, Long Yitian directly tore through space and turned around to leave. Looking at the hastily fleeing Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor Chinger and the others finally couldn't hold back their light laughter. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Chinger, you go and walk. Since the Gu family is acting like this, There's no need for the Gu family to own the name of this holy land. But with hundreds of thousands of people in the Gu family, there are always some innocent people. There's no need for the Gu family's spirit saint realm powerhouses and above to exist. As for the others, disband on the spot. Hearing this, Demon Emperor Qinger nodded heavily. She understood what kind of end the Gu family would face without the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Sage. In the next second, Demon Emperor Qinger's figure tore through space and disappeared. Gu Jingtian looked at the distant sky and sighed lightly. The Gu family has risen from the bottom of the heap. Now, although it is proud of the eastern continent, but the foundation has been destroyed, so it's not a bad thing to return to the grass. And at this moment, the Gu family holy land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, a group of patriarchs were converging on this place at the moment. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd were filled with excitement. The second elder, who was located at the head of the crowd, couldn't hide his smugness. This is really wonderful. With the Dragon Emperor as a thigh, won't my Gu family be able to run rampant in the eastern continent? Now that the Sacred Emperor duo has set out to help, the entire eastern continent will soon be our Gu families. Now Gu Qingfeng is dead. I am the Grand Patriarch. In addition to the Holy Emperor, from now on, I, Gu Changfeng, will be the existence under one person and above trillions of people in the eastern continent. The other patriarchs were also overcome with complacency in their hearts. What Gu Jingtian? You're also worthy of being the old ancestor of our Gu family. Our Gu family has a new old ancestor now. That would be the Dragon Emperor old ancestor. If Elder Dragon Emperor can bring us along to the Middle Kingdom, then the Gu family will take off. Chapter 58, Gu Ziyan's defeat. Shame on the Gu family. The group of patriarchs at the moment were already fantasizing about the scene where the Gu family would become the peak power in the Middle Kingdom. Without noticing in the slightest, at this moment, a figure had suddenly appeared high in the air hundreds of miles away from the Gu family's holy land. It was none other than Dragon Emperor Longitian. It was just that at this moment, the Dragon Emperor had a terribly gloomy face. Flames seemed to erupt from the golden dragon's eyes. After inquiring along the way, Longitian finally realized that he had become a gun in the hands of the Gu family. Good. What big guts. Even this Dragon Emperor you dare to use. If these guys know that Gu Jingtian is their father, and they still let themselves go and capture him, then what kind of person would I become? Wouldn't that be treasonous? Unforgivable. Since that negative person is too lazy to take care of you, let this emperor educate you so that you know what it means to respect your elders. In the next second, the Dragon Emperor's figure suddenly appeared above the Gu family's holy land. A bloody mouth roared out like a thunderous explosion. Gu Ziyan, Gu Lisang, come out to this emperor. The thunderous boom-like sound instantly spread throughout the entire Gu family holy land. At this moment, in the Xian Heavenly Hall, listening to the voice coming from the sky above, a group of Yuan elders immediately froze on the spot. Dragon Emperor? It's Ancestor Dragon Emperor? How did you come back so quickly? That's not right. Why is Ancestor Dragon Emperor looking for the Holy Emperor? Didn't the Sacred Emperor bring half-step immortal soldiers to reinforce them? What's going on here? No matter what, let's go pay respects to the Dragon Emperor Ancestor first. The crowd was just about to go out when second elder Gu Changfeng, who was on the side, had a stony face. Nope. You guys wait. Listening to the Dragon Emperor Ancestor's tone, it's practically thunderous. Can't it be that things have fallen apart? And that our expulsion of Gu Jingtian from the Gu family has been revealed to the Dragon Emperor as the truth? The Holy Emperor has clearly followed them. Now the Dragon Emperor Ancestor is looking for them. Could it be that the Holy Emperor has found out about this and is hiding? No way. If the Dragon Emperor Ancestor is enraged, then we won't be the fish in the pond. We have to be prepared for anything. With this thought in mind, Gu Changfeng hurriedly looked at the several patriarchs beside him. Old 3, Old 4. You guys hurry to the core place of the formation. If you see that things are not right, immediately open the sect formation. First we have to keep us safe. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, the two patriarchs nodded heavily and then disappeared in place. Gu Changfeng crossed his eyebrows. Everyone else, follow me to meet with the Dragon Emperor Ancestor. Attention! Don't go outside the cage of the formation. Soon, a figure transformed into streams of light and shot toward the high sky without slowing down. It was obvious that Gu Changfeng was stalling for time. A few seconds later, Gu Changfeng and a group of other patriarchs had arrived in the void. However, after seeing the Dragon Emperor's true body in front of them, the pupils of the group of patriarchs immediately shrank. A human dragon? Hybrids? Can it be that this Dragon Emperor is a descendant of old Manling Tian? This was originally a good thing. But now, if the Dragon Emperor Elder Ancestor finds out what we've done, then there will definitely be thunderous anger. No, since the Holy Emperor isn't here, we can only push this matter onto the Holy Emperor. Don't blame us, Holy Emperor, after all, you're the one who organized this matter. At this moment, Gu Changfeng said with a face of fear, reporting to the Dragon Emperor Elder. The Sacred Emperor coronation isn't in the Gu family. Right after you left, Elder Dragon Emperor, the two Sacred Emperor sisters had already followed with the Gu family immortal soldiers, saying that they wanted to provide reinforcements. What? You haven't seen them? When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor instantly understood the truth of it. A pair of huge dragon eyes were even more furious. Great! These two actually keep following this emperor. It seems to have realized that things have fallen apart, and that's how they got away. Just focusing on escaping with their own lives, but leaving the entire family here. It turns out that these two are the heartless ones. With this thought in mind, Long Yitian coldly surveyed the crowd in front of him. Don't pretend here. The truth of this matter is already known to this emperor. You ungrateful children and grandchildren. You actually expelled your own ancestor from the clan, and you even showed the slightest disrespect to your elders, wantonly abusing and smearing them at will. Long Yitian hadn't finished his words yet, but Gu Changfeng in front of him hurriedly said, Ancestor Dragon Emperor, what are you talking about? We don't know anything about this matter at all. The expulsion of the surprising ancestor was decided by the Holy Emperor alone. We are only following the Holy Emperor's orders. Truth be told, because of this matter, we are also quite critical of the Holy Emperor coronation, but we're too weak for people's words to be slight. In fact, we also wanted to resist and admonished the Sacred Emperor coronation, but he wouldn't listen to us. For some time now, I've also missed Old Man Amazing Sky a lot. I still remember that when I was a child, Old Man Amazing Sky even gave me candy. At this moment, Gu Changfeng burst into old tears with an expression of remorse. The other patriarchs were slightly stunned by the situation and instantly understood. One by one, they have covered their faces and cried. Yeah, after Old Man Shocking Sky left, we couldn't sleep at night. We couldn't think about tea or food. Exhausting efforts, trying to find ways and means, all wanting to bring back the shocking ancestor. I still remember the amazing ancestor, who even picked fruit for me when I was a child. Old scary ancestor even gave me a high lift back then. What's this to you? The amazing ancestor even gave me a diaper change. It's simply a deep favor. Now that the old ancestor is in exile, we are so pained that we can't wait to replace him with our own bodies. Woohoo! For a moment, a group of patriarchs covered their faces and wept bitterly. That is, Gu Jingtian is not dead yet. Otherwise it is a living scene of crying and mourning. Looking at this acting skill that was comparable to a small Oscar, Dragon Emperor Long Yitian also frowned lightly. Could it be that they really didn't know that this whole thing was all done by those two? And just then, there was a ripple in the space aside. A figure appeared beside Long Yitian. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger, who had arrived from Sky Demon City. Looking at the crowd of ugly-looking patriarchs in front of her, Demon Emperor Qinger snorted coldly. Don't be hypocritical here. The decision to expel the dupe was also the decision of your Senate. How could you not know about it? When these words came out, the group of patriarchs were suddenly confused. Gongzi? What's going on here? Why is this Demon Emperor calling that punk Gu Jingtian his son? Don't worry about this for now. Once this Demon Emperor comes, we won't be able to act. At this moment, Gu Changfeng and the other group of patriarchs were anxious in their hearts. Old 3, Old 4, you two losers. Why haven't you opened the spell formation yet? One step later and we'd be dead. And the core of the phalanx at the moment. The two patriarchs were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. The resource base that was originally piled up here was surprisingly empty at this moment. Seeing this scene, the two of them instantly understood. The two Sacred Emperor sisters ran away, taking the Gu family's heritage with them? Is this abandoning the family? These two. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor, Long Yitian, also had a puzzled look on his face after hearing the Demon Emperor's words. For a moment, it was hard to know who to trust. Seeing Long Yitian's slight hesitation, the group of patriarchs once again turned on their Shadow Emperor mode. Old ancestor, what we said is all true. Even if it was the decision of the Council of Elders, it was Gu Ziyan who forced us to do it. We're really innocent. Despite the words on his lips, his heart was already impatient. Old 3, Old 4, if we don't open the formation, we'll all be finished. But at that moment, only two streams of light shot out from below, shooting toward the distance. Only a familiar voice came from the distance. Chapter 59, Shocking the World. Changes in the Gu family. Gu family disciples. Hurry up and run. Gu Ziyan's too have already run away. The entire Gu family's underlying resources have been taken away. Don't blame us too for not being righteous. We'll withdraw first. This frantic fleeing duo was none other than the Sanyuan elder duo who had gone to open the formation. In a flash, the duo's voices spread throughout the Gu family Holy Land. And upon hearing the words of the duo, hundreds of thousands of members of the entire Gu family instantly froze on the spot. The little eyes could be greatly confused. What the hell? The Holy Emperor Coronet ran off with his little sister? And abducted the entire Gu family's underlying resources? Isn't this the end of the Gu family? Without the Holy Emperor's blessing, won't those forces oppressed by the Gu family tear the entire Gu family into pieces? Besides, that terrifyingly powerful person is still watching from high above. It's over. My life is over. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of Gu family children were plunged into hysterical despair. At this point in time, where in their hearts was there any semblance of respect for Gu Ziyan? I can't even save my life. Respect the hell out of her. In an instant, the shouts and curses from below boiled back to the sky. Gu Ziyan, I've long since realized that you are not a thing. To actually abandon the entire Gu family and run away. You're going to die a horrible death. Aha! It's true that women can't be relied on. When a woman is in charge, the house collapses. Our Gu family has been victimized by this. Big boobs, the most poisonous woman. Aha! I'm so mad at you. Listening to the shouts of curses rising and falling from below, the Dragon Emperor at this moment was also frowning. This Gu Ziyan has even abandoned her entire family. So it seems that she must be a person who is desperate for love and justice. Where is a single point of credibility in what such a person says? One actually narrowly escaped being hoodwinked by this. Pisses me off. The angry Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Void shift. With a roar, only the space in front of him flickered violently. In the next second, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the Dragon Emperor. It was none other than the old trio that had just escaped. At this moment, when the group of patriarchs looked at the furious Dragon Emperor in front of them, their entire bodies went limp, and their eyes were filled with fear. In the next second, the group of patriarchs fell to their knees. The old man was in tears and covered his face. Oh, Elder Dragon Emperor, we really know we were wrong. It's all because that Gu Ziyan deceived us. We don't know anything. We're just victims. Your Honor, for the sake of ancestor Ling Tian, spare our lowly lives. Looking at the crowd in front of him who were frantically begging for mercy, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but show a hint of compassion. And just then, the Demon Emperor Qinger on the side had a look of contempt. The Duke has an order. Members of the Gu family's Elder Council, kill. The rest of the Gu family, disband on the spot. Find your own way out. The voice of the killing machine filled the entire Gu family at once. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of Gu family disciples on the ground were so desperate that they fell to their knees. Elder Dragon Emperor, it was we who were wrong. We really know we're wrong. If we left the Gu family, where would we be able to live? Have mercy on us, old Dragon Emperor, and spare our lives. Give us a hand. Consider it for the sake of old ancestor Ling Tian. For a while, the cries were endless. Dragon Emperor Longitian frowned slightly and looked at the Demon Emperor on the side. This move is tantamount to pushing them into the fire. Since they already know it's wrong, why don't they just? Before Longitian's voice finished, the Demon Emperor on the side let out a cold snort. The Duke once said something. It's not that they know they're wrong, it's that they know they're going to die soon. In the next second, the Demon Emperor's ice-cold gaze looked towards Longitian. What? You want to disobey the Duke's orders? And hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Longitian couldn't help but be in a trance. It's not that they know it's wrong, it's that they know they're going to die. That's just pithy. I didn't think that negative man would be able to say such pithy things. After a slight hesitation, the Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and his huge dragon eyes were filled with killing opportunities. In that case, then let's kill. Upon hearing this, the group of patriarchs were already dogged. However, they understood that trying to escape in front of two Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses was like going to the latrine with a lantern, looking for death. The hatred for Gu Ziyan in the hearts of the crowd of dogs jumping over the wall reached the extreme. Aha! Gu Ziyan is all because of you. If it wasn't for you expelling Gu Jingtian from the family and targeting him time and time again, how could our Gu family have ended up in this situation? Gu Ziyan, even if I were a ghost, I wouldn't let you go. I curse you to be ridden by 1,000 people and straddled by 10,000. The crowd of patriarchs who knew they were bound to die could be described as ugly. Those lowly words filled the Demon Emperor duo with contempt. This kind of trash. It's a waste of air to be alive. Go to hell. As soon as the words fell, the Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Sumeru Thunderbolt. With the sound of the Dragon Emperor's voice, one could only see the space where the group of patriarchs were located suddenly compressing away. An invisible pressure pressed down on the bodies of the group of patriarchs. The sound of bones breaking accompanied by screams resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 10 patriarchs had unexpectedly turned into a ball of blood that was only the size of a fist. Such a ruthless scene couldn't help but make the pupils of the Demon Emperor on the side shrink. Spatial divine ability. This Dragon Emperor is truly extraordinary. To actually be able to use such a powerful divine ability. Worthy of being the Dragon Emperor of the Middle-earth Dragon Clan. Nope. Worthy of being a descendant of the Duke. Just fierce enough. This tactic is just as ferocious as when the Gongzi was young. Seeing that a group of patriarchs had already died, the Gu family's children below had also realized that things were irreparable. It was just that they couldn't accept for a moment that the once glorious Gu family had become this in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of thousands of sons and daughters, frozen in place, frustrated, their eyes were listless, and at this moment, the two Dragon Emperors looked at each other. With that, he performed the art of instantaneous transfer and disappeared from the air. 2 hours passed. The heavenly demon city at this moment. In the middle of the remote and quiet small courtyard, Gu Jingtian was currently lying on top of a recliner. The gorgeous and moving Skyfox sisters were currently making tea and pouring water. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of them, the eyes of the two sisters were filled with curiosity. This elder Gu is really powerful. Even the Dragon Emperor of the Middle-earth Dragon Clan is actually his child. I'm sure Elder Gu must have a lot of stories in Middle-earth as well. But we have never heard of Senior Gu's stories in the Eastern continent? Senior Gu is simply too low-key. That's the style of an expert. With a ripple in space, only 2 figures appeared in the courtyard. It was the Demon Emperor duo who had returned from the Gu family. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor had also returned to his human form. As soon as she appeared, Demon Emperor Qinger walked to Gu Jingtian with a respectful face. With that, he spat out a sentence that directly caused the corner of the Dragon Emperor's mouth at the side to twitch. Chapter 69 Dragon's Heavenly Palace. Absolute beauty. My lord. This Dragon Emperor is still quite dutiful and has already wiped out the Gu family's patriarchal council as ordered by my lord. It's just that this Gu Lishang and Gu Ziyan sister duo actually left the Gu family behind, carrying the Gu family's underpinnings to flee first. On this journey, the two of us did not find any trace of the two of them either. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's face instantly froze. What do you mean by being filial enough? This negative person. Wanting to make yourself recognize him, that's something that's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian slowly put down the jade calabash in his hand. The whole thing was awfully quiet. Only the bottom of those star-like eyes flashed with a cold aura. Actually ran away. The two of them actually left the Gu family behind and ran away. It's just the two of them. Gu Ziyan, Gu Lishang. I don't care where you two go. Even if I have to go to the Yellow Springs, this Gongzi will still capture you too. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. Alright, things are basically over here. You should now fulfill your promise and return to the Nine Heavens Dragon Palace with me to meet with Lord Mother. Gu Jingtian took a deep breath. I will naturally do what I promised. Set sail in 3 days. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the early morning sunlight once again pours over this ancient land. In just half a day's time, the Gu family disbanded. The news of the Gu family's holy ground, the Gu Ziyan sisters, abandoning the Gu family and fleeing spread throughout the eastern continent. As a holy land, the Gu family naturally had many affiliated sects. When Gu Ziyan was around, the crowd didn't dare to resist. However, after losing Gu Ziyan's shelter, these clans immediately revealed their sharp fangs. For a moment, the Gu family's sons and daughters were instantly hunted down by forces from all sides. And the most hotly debated matter in the entire eastern continent was still the matter of the Gu Ziyan sisters abandoning the Gu family. The streets and alleys, and even the restaurants and tea houses, everywhere, there was scorn for the Gu Ziyan sister duo. This Gu family has been passed down for more than 3,000 years, but I didn't expect it to end up in the hands of 2 women. What a shameless person. This kind of person is simply a disgrace to my eastern continent. Under the spurning of countless people, Gu Ziyan and Gu Lishang became the laughingstock of the entire eastern continent. Even among mortals, a new type of cursing has spread. Gu Ziyan, your wife is Gu Lishang. And at this moment, the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range, in the dense jungle, there were 3 figures. It was the 3 great saints who had escaped from amongst the Gu family, Gu Yan, Gu Qingyu, and Fan Xiao. As the 3 saints sons of the Gu family, all 3 of them had reached the spirit ancestor realm. In the 20s and 30s, it can be considered the pride of the sky. And at the moment, the three of them were like lost dogs. Gu Yan snorted coldly. Gu Jingtian, such an old waste of space, to have such a skill that even that demon emperor is driven by it. If he has this kind of ability, why not let the Gu family rule the entire eastern continent? Then, as the Gu family's saint sons, wouldn't we be able to roam at will throughout the entire eastern continent? Now that the Gu family has fallen because of this Gu Jingtian, and we have all become lost dogs, this hatred, Gu Yan, will not share the same fate as Gu Jingtian. Compared to Gu Yan's anger, Fan Xiao on the side had an icy face and didn't say a word, only that Gu Qingyu snorted coldly. This matter, you can't blame Gu Jingtian for all of it. The two of them, Gu Ziyan and Gu Lishang, went so far as to leave the entire Gu family behind. They're the ones to blame for the Gu family's demise. But as soon as these words came out, Gu Yan, who was on the side, suddenly raised his eyebrows crossly and coldly. Shut up! If it wasn't for Gu Jingtian, how could the sacred emperor coronation do such a thing? I believe the sacred emperor coronation. She must have been forced to do it. All of this is Gu Jingtian's fault. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu also did not budge. Even if Gu Jingtian is at fault, Gu Ziyan is still a sinner. They are both sinners of the Gu family. Faced with Gu Qingyu's reaction, Gu Yan was also unforgiving and just about to open his mouth. Only the silent Fan Xiao gave a light hum. Stop! What's the point of you two arguing now? Now that the Gu family has fallen, we have lost our dependence. And the eastern continent is no longer a place to stay. The Middle Kingdom is full of spiritual energy, and there are even countless powerful people. With our talents, we will definitely be able to join one of the powerful clans. It's just that the Kunlun mountain range is vast and boundless, and there are even countless dangers in it. Now the three of us will first combine our efforts to go to the Middle Kingdom, and after we arrive there, we will go our separate ways. As for revenge, feel free. Hearing Fan Xiao's words, the two of them stopped. Gu Yan's complexion was gloomy, and his eyes flickered with essence. Every now and then her eyes glanced to the bracelet on her wrist, and just then, an old voice rang out in Gu Yan's mind. Disciple, originally intended that you cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm before heading to the Middle Earth. Since things are already like this, we can only take the risk. I didn't realize that a soul body actually existed within this Gu Yan's bracelet. Gu Yan Divine Thought said, Senior, didn't you promise to help me get Gu Ziyan as long as I helped you recast your body? But now that Gu Ziyan has disappeared, what should we do? That old voice came out again. Don't worry, disciple, as long as you are able to travel to the Middle Kingdom, Master will be able to return to the clan, and you will be the Holy Son at that time. When my master recovers his cultivation, even if this Gu Ziyan escapes to the ends of the earth, my master will be able to help you catch her. Hearing this, Gu Yan settled down for a few moments. Soon, the silhouettes of the three of them scurried into this vast and boundless Kunlun mountain range. In the meantime, it's millions of miles away. Middle Earth. Above a spreading valley, white clouds were floating in a heck of a lot. And in the midst of this cloud, a mountain peak floated. And this place is exactly where the dragon race of Middle Earth gathers. The 9 Heavenly Dragon Palace. At this moment, the highest peak was actually built on top of a secluded bamboo garden, surrounded by green water and filled with fairy mist. On the lounge chair in the courtyard, a concave and convex silhouette reclined on it. The perfect curves, the white skin, none of them made people itch. A stunningly beautiful face full of mature and seductive charm, only that the bottom of the golden eyes can hardly hide the loss. This stunning beauty's jade hand was currently holding a portrait. The portrait was of a young man with sword brows and starry eyes. The moment she saw this youth, the stunning woman's brows filled with annoyance. Nerd, pig's head, do you think I've been chasing you all this time? Really, for the sake of killing you? If it was to kill you, how could I let you escape every time? After the annoyance, the woman's beautiful eyes were filled with watery mist. It's been almost 3,000 years. Why don't you come to meet me? Could it be that you really don't have an ounce of heart for me? Or are you no longer on this earth? It has to be. There's no way he can't feel something for himself. His body can't tell a lie. He must have ascended. Also like me, too powerful to be tolerated in this realm. Once I've arranged the affairs of the Dragon Clan, I'll ascend to the upper realm. Gu Jingtian, the men that I, Long Zisheng, have banged will never be able to escape from my dragon's claws. Chapter 61, Running Away from Marriage? I, Gu Jingtian, am no longer worthy? After gazing at the scroll in her hands for a long time, the flavorful Yukai closed it with a fondness. A puzzled look spread across that flirtatious to the extreme pretty face. That kitty Tian hasn't visited himself for a long time. I wonder what he's busy with. The The beautiful beauty raised her willow eyebrows lightly. The powerful divine thoughts of the Supreme Realm radiated out at once. Even though the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace was hundreds of thousands of miles in size, it was still devoid of secrets in the eyes of this powerhouse who had already reached the peak of the Supreme Realm. After a few breaths, the woman couldn't help but frown lightly. Why isn't Tian in the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace? This child is extremely filial. In these 2,000 years, whenever he leaves the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, he will come to me to report. Why did you go out without reporting this time? Hardly? A thought crossed Long Zishan's mind. A scene from some time ago resurfaced in Long Zishan's mind. Lord Mother, I am now at the half-step Supreme Realm and the Dragon Emperor of the entire Dragon Clan. I'm not a child anymore. You can tell me now who my father really is. Even though Long Tian fell to his knees and pleaded, Long Zishan remained the same words that had been said countless times. Your father is dead. At this moment, Long Zishan got up violently. The boy couldn't have gone off on his own to find out what happened to his biological father. How can this be? The truth of this matter is little known, but it is not untraceable. If the matter of this child's parents were to be learned by someone with a heart of gold, even my Dragon Clan would not be able to resist. Let's hope the boy doesn't find out what happened. Meanwhile, the eastern part of the Kunlun Mountains, bordering the eastern continent. The Kunlun Mountains, stretching for billions of miles. This Kunlun mountain range stands in the center of the Xintian continent, dividing this vast and boundless Xintian continent. But over the tens of thousands of years, there were countless powerful people who had been buried in the Kunlun mountain range. There were even powerful people of the Spirit Emperor realm who had fallen in them. Danger often represents opportunity. Over the past tens of thousands of years, there have been countless people who have gained strange encounters in the Kunlun mountain range and reached heaven in a single step. However, there were still many ordinary demon races among the outer regions. There was the presence of the demon race, and naturally, there were also traces of ordinary cultivators. Over time, a city was formed in this area, named Dengtian City. People who came here naturally came to find treasures and take a step to heaven. At this moment in Dengtian City, within a wine shop, 2 male and 2 female figures were sitting at a wine table. It was Gu Jingtian and the others who had arrived here from Heavenly Demon City. The 4 were extremely extraordinary in both appearance and temperament, naturally attracting fiery gazes from all around. In order to make things easier, the Dragon Emperor had also hidden his dragon horn. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, the Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. On the outskirts of this Kunlun mountain range, there are just some ordinary demon clans that pose no threat to us. But be careful, all of you, when you enter these depths. The depths of this mountain range are extremely peculiar. No matter how strong your divine sense is, it will be greatly weakened. And deep within this mountain range, there are even all sorts of strange tribes and races, among which there are also strong people. There are even a lot of extremely mysterious places. If you act recklessly, even I can't guarantee your safety. Hearing this, the 2 Fox Warner sisters on the side nodded slightly, obviously before setting off. The Demon Emperor had also instructed the 2 not to be careless. The Dragon Emperor raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, his gaze sweeping over Gu Jingtian who was on the side. Some people need to be careful not to lose their little lives before they reach their destination. Regarding Long Etienne's flirting, Gu Jingtian didn't care at all. Essence flickered in a pair of sword eyes. To say that this Xian heavenly continent, one has traveled quite a bit in one's youth. Apart from those mysterious islands in the midst of the boundless oceanic sea, there is only this Kunlun mountain range that one can make oneself impervious to. There are certain things in the middle of this Kunlun mountain range that one always feels a bit familiar, but one can't feel what's wrong. That's just it. With your own strength, as long as you don't encounter that extremely weird place, there's still no threat. And just then, several shapely, rather demonic-looking women entered the tavern. A thin veil was draped over her body, revealing large swaths of snowy white. The mysterious zone was also hidden when you looked closely. This Dengtian city is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and is basically an unregulated area. Apart from heavenly materials and treasures, the most valuable thing is beautiful women. Generally speaking, female cultivators who came to this place to intrude would be tightly covered. It was extremely rare for female cultivators to be so exposed like these few. This is basically a death wish. Strangely enough, the outlaws in this tavern didn't show that lustful gaze after seeing the arrival of these few women. There were even more than a few hints of disgust in his eyes. Regarding all of this, Gu Jingtian and the others did not take it to heart. After all, the cultivation level of these female cultivators was only at the spirit ancestor realm. Coincidentally, these several revealingly dressed female cultivators happened to be sitting next to Gu Jingtian and the others. A pair of fiery gazes immediately looked toward Gu Jingtian and the others. Strangely enough, the gazes of these female cultivators were not on this Gu Jingtian and Dragon Emperor duo. Instead, they kept roaming around the delicate bodies of the two Fox One air sisters. After looking at them for a few moments, a few female cultivators then spoke as if no one else was there. Those two guys have already entered the mountain. It's a rare commodity. I'm getting all hot and bothered just looking at it. Alright, I'm also itching to get out of here. So let's hurry into the mountains after a little rest. Once we enter the Kunlun Mountains, even if the Spirit Emperor himself comes, he won't be able to catch us. It's on the top of the list, and thinking about it makes it hard for me to hold myself. In Dengtian City, killing people and raping and pillaging are simply commonplace. Gu Jingtian and the others didn't care. As long as the other party hadn't messed with him, Gu Jingtian was still too lazy to make a move. Soon after, the group got up and left. But right after a few people left, the eyes of those few female cultivators were filled with cold flickers as they stared at the backs of a few people in death. But right at this moment, the woman in green muslin at the head of the group let out a cold snort. Don't look! These two guys are demons. When these words came out, the few female cultivators around them were immediately filled with loss. Demon race, ah! Such good goods are actually of the demon race. It's meaningless. What a waste. Alright, let's just study those two high-class goods. And at this moment, the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range, two figures were sitting on top of a huge rock. Even though the two of them were in a strong suit, they still couldn't hide their wonderful curves. One of the young girls had a long sword behind her back, and her eyes flashed with essence. The whole person's aura was like a sharp divine weapon. The other young girl, whose black dress emphasized the pinkness of her skin. On the slender jade neck was an overwhelmingly beautiful face. A beauty mole at the corner of her mouth adds a touch of femininity. And just then, only this young girl with a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth said softly, "Little Momo, since you've already worshipped me as your master, master won't hide anything. This time I came to the middle of this Kunlun mountain range in order to escape from my marriage." When these words came out, the sword-carrying young girl in front of her showed a look of astonishment. "Master, there's something that the apprentice doesn't know whether to say or not." The young girl with a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth had a small mouth. "Little Momo, why are you so abrasive like those people? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Your master. I don't like all that red tape. It's suffocating me." Hearing this, the black-clothed girl hesitated slightly. "In fact, my disciple feels that Gu Jingtian is actually not like the rumors. So master, you can also consider it." Chapter 62, I'll go. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? When these words came out, the beauty mole maiden immediately looked puffed up. "Little murmur, what do you know? Have you seen this Gu Jingtian? He's the Gu family's oldest ancestor, an old man who has lived for more than 3,000 years. I'm only 21 years old. I'm still a youthful beauty. How can I be cheaper for this bad old man? Wouldn't that be a flower stuck on cow dung? What's more, I've also heard that this Gu Jingtian is just a waste of space at the spiritist realm, and only managed to survive until now by eating the fruit of the Tao of eternal life. I don't even know if that side is still good. I don't want to go to widowhood." Such words of tigers and wolves, but also the black-clothed girl in front of her had her eyes glazed over. It's really knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. This cheap master of his own, that's Li Muqing, who is the third in the list of absolute beauty. Rumor has it that she can be described as knowledgeable and wise inside and out. I didn't realize that in private. Her personality is actually so jumpy. The girl in black sighed softly. "Senior, I've actually been fortunate enough to meet the Gu clan's old ancestor once, and I feel that he's different from the rumors. Now that the Gu family has fallen, 9 times out of 10, the rumors about this Gu family's old ancestor are fabricated by this Gu Ziyan and the others. So don't trust them lightly." When these words came out, Li Muqing crossed her arms, and the fullness of her chest was even more erect. "That won't work either. The man who wants my Li Muqing's willing heart, that must be the dragon phoenix among men. A supreme heavenly pride with a domineering spirit. The beauty is at your side, and the strong man is your servant. That's how the strong come out." And the black-clad girl in front of him couldn't help but wonder. "Master, I can understand that a strong man is a servant, but with this beauty at your side, you don't mind, master?" Li Muqing playfully rolled her eyes. "Ah, little Momo, that's what you don't understand. Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes. High-class goods are naturally in demand. Look, these pride of heaven. Which one doesn't have 3 or 5 redheads? Instead of being passive and bearing it, it's better to be active and accept it. Save yourself the trouble." Hearing Li Muqing's words, This black-clothed girl could not help but be slightly stunned. Master's words seem to make sense, and at this moment, Li Muqing stomped her foot violently. Hey, little Momo, I've let you lead Master me astray. What I'm talking about isn't Gu Jingtian either. At that time my spineless old man did want to betroth me to that old man, but he gave up after my stern resistance. Speaking of this, Li Muqing's heart was weak. Don't think she's going to say anything about being rejected when she delivers herself. With a saddened look on her face, Li Muqing continued, but now that the Gu family has fallen, the demon race has risen, and the demon emperors have changed. It's not going to be easy for us in the Tianyi Holy Land. No, my spineless old dad is acting up again, and had to betroth me to that stupid cow in Sky Demon City. I can't stand to think about it. Hearing this, the black-clothed girl hurriedly said, my disciple has heard that the young master of that mad bull clan is extremely talented, and his strength is also good, and quite handsome in looks as well. His age isn't too far off from yours. Master, why don't you consider it? Li Muqing's small mouth turned away, and a hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes. Little Momo, have you ever heard of a saying? There's only tired oxen, not plowed fields, but that's talking about people. It can't really be cows. Master, if I marry there, do I still want to get out of bed? I can't even stand to think about it. Hearing this, the black-clothed girl's entire face completely darkened. So what Master Zun said about not being able to stand it? Is this not being able to stand it? Who would have thought that the third most beautiful master teacher on the absolute colors list would still be a little? And at this moment, Li Muqing looked over with a bad smile on her face. Little Momo, tell Master, have you ever done that kind of thing and how did it feel? Isn't it very refreshing? When these words came out, the black-clothed girl's pretty face was immediately covered with a reddish blush. Master, disgusting, ignore you. Seeing the black-clothed girl's petulant appearance, Li Muqing immediately let out a giving laugh. Okay, no more teasing, continue to set off. Master will take you to find the treasure. Soon, the two silhouettes continued to advance towards the depths of the mountain range, and at this moment, more than 100 miles away from this place in the dense forest, a line of people appeared in this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian and the others who had departed from Dengtian City. Gu Jingtian alone walked ahead while the two Skyfox sisters followed beside the Dragon Emperor. Fox Ninger had a helpless look on her face. Senior Dragon Emperor, the Demon Emperor asked the two of us to follow Senior Gu for his protection. It's not quite right for you to ask us to follow you. The moment these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's face darkened. Protection? What? You two little girls can still be stronger than this emperor? Don't say such useless things. Speaking of this, a glimmer of essence flashed across the Dragon Emperor's eyes. With a slight movement of the fingers under the sleeve robe, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the three of them. Gu Jingtian, who was walking ahead, raised an eyebrow. What is this bastard trying to do? And make an isolation shield. While at this moment, the Dragon Emperor was looking at the two Skyfox sisters in front of him with a serious face. This emperor has something to say to you. You'd better remember it. What race you two are. This emperor knows very well. Your Skyfox clan. Your strongest is the art of seduction. It's none of this emperor's business if you charm others, nor do you want to, but you'd better stay away from Gu Jingtian. Don't try to make a mess. As soon as these words came out, Gu Jingtian, who was eavesdropping, suddenly had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Holy, it's like reversing the Big Dipper. It's still unclear whether this kid is his own seed or not. This kid is actually in charge of my old man. What? You're afraid to call these two little girls little mother when the time comes. And at this moment, the two heavenly fox sisters were also in a daze. Filled with astonishment, they surveyed the Dragon Emperor in front of them. It's really speechless. He's too broad a control as a son. No, it doesn't seem like the control is too wide. Thinking of this, the two Fox Ninger sisters couldn't help but nod their heads. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor's face then soothed for a few moments, but the next second, it was bored again. One more thing. You two, honestly, your family's Demon Emperor, calling this Gu Jingtian as his son. What's going on here? This emperor has heard that amongst your human race, but there is such a thing as a common maid. Is it possible that your Demon Emperor and this Gu Jingtian are? The moment these words came out, the Fox Ninger duo were completely petrified. This Dragon Emperor is too gossipy. That's too much control. Let's just forget about us. Senior Demon Emperor is a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. Moreover, it was also planted by Senior Gu himself. It's nothing to be that kind of relationship, but facing the Dragon Emperor's gaze, the two sisters could only answer honestly. Demon Emperor Senior is a willow tree planted by Senior Gu more than 3,000 years ago. That's why Senior Gu is addressed as Elder Gu. But whether or not there's that kind of relationship between the two of them, you'd better ask Elder Gu. I believe he knows better. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor immediately frowned. Nonsense. How could this emperor ask? Wouldn't that be? Only after saying this did the Dragon Emperor realize that his words seemed to acknowledge Gu Jingtian's identity. Hastily shutting his mouth, with a displeased face, he looked at the two women in front of him. Good. You two still dare to flirt with this emperor. Aren't you afraid that this emperor will eat you both? In the face of the Dragon Emperor's threat, the two Fox Ninger sisters were not the least bit afraid. If Senior Dragon Emperor wants to make a move, how can we two weak women resist? But I believe Senior Gu won't be happy about it. When the time comes to offend Senior Gu, Senior Dragon Emperor, you won't be able to take it well either. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's face instantly stiffened. He couldn't help but recall the fear in his heart that day, when he was facing Gu Jingtian. It's really strange. I obviously can't feel any pressure from this negative person. And it looks like this negative person is a spiritist realm mole. How is it that one is always uncontrollably afraid when confronted with him? It's all the damn bloodline suppression. The Dragon Emperor wanted to ask something else, but suddenly a pair of dragon eyes flashed with a burst of essence, and with a light movement of his fingers, he withdrew the barrier. Attention! There's someone up ahead. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't help but look towards the front. At this moment, although they had not entered the depths of the Kunlun mountain range, the crowd's divine sense had also suffered suppression. Even the Dragon Emperor of the half-step Supreme Realm could only exert the divine sense of the Quasi-Emperor realm at this moment. Only dozens of miles ahead, several familiar silhouettes appeared. It was none other than the several demonic female cultivators that had appeared in that Dengtian city. At this moment, several people were running towards the front at great speed. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly as his divine sense diffused towards the front, and at this moment in the valley ahead, there were two silhouettes, and it was Li Muqing and that black-clothed girl. At this moment, Li Muqing was holding a parchment scroll similar to a treasure map in her hands. Little Momo, this is a good thing I stole from my old ancestor. This treasure map must have recorded something remarkable. When master I find this heavenly treasure, with your master's talent, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before I can be certified as an emperor? At that time, little Momo, you will be great Emperor Muqing's founding great disciple. At that time, I'll catch any teenager you like. Master, if 1 isn't enough, come 10. If 10 isn't enough, come 100. As long as you can take it. Hearing Li Muqing's words gradually turn to the lower third, the black-clothed girl's face instantly darkened. Forget it. Thank you, master, for your kind words. I'm not fortunate enough to enjoy it, so I'll leave it for you to enjoy yourself. Master. In response to the black-clothed girl's answer, Li Muqing's pinkish little mouth turned up. It's really boring. Little Momo, you have to be like Master me. Know how to enjoy yourself. But right at this moment, only a few seductive voices were suddenly heard coming out from the dense forest. I didn't expect Fairy Muqing, the third on the list of stunning colors, to be so enlightened. Why don't you join us in studying what exactly we need to do to reach the peak of pleasure? Ha ha ha. With the sound of the voice, several silhouettes appeared in front of Li Muqing's duo, and after seeing these silhouettes, Li Muqing was slightly stunned. In the next moment, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the corner of the black-clothed girl's mouth twitched. It's over. By the look on Master Teacher's face, this is going to start the word of the tiger and the wolf again. Chapter 63, Lily Blossom. Lily Cannon. Surveying the several demonic women in revealing clothes in front of her, Li Muqing's large eyes were filled with curiosity. Are you sisters dressed like that? Are you professionals? It is rumored that there is a ruin pavilion in this Dengtian city, which is a first-class greenhouse in the eastern continent. A few sisters must be the flower girls among them. I think a few sisters' skills are designated as pure fire. I am impressed. It's just that I have other things to do, so it's a pity that I can't a few sisters to spar. It's a long way to the jungle. See you again. Throwing down a sentence, Li Muqing directly pulled up the black-clothed girl's small hand and shot off towards the distance. Upon hearing Li Muqing's words, the faces of these demonic women instantly turned red, and the bottom of their eyes were filled with blazing anger. Damn it! This little girl actually thinks that we are those prodigal goods in the ruin pavilion. Serving those big, burly men makes me sick just thinking about it. How dare you insult us like that? Want to escape? No way. As soon as the words fell, these several demonic women transformed into a stream of light and shot away. While at this moment, the The black-clothed girl looked at Li Muqing beside her with a puzzled expression. Master, what are you running for? They're nothing but prostitutes. Li Muqing was speechless. Who have you ever seen a whore that doesn't take clients in her room and come out here in the middle of nowhere? Hardly for excitement. These few people's cultivation levels are all stronger than that of Master I. In case of a fight, that would be troublesome. But right at this moment, that flirtatious voice actually sounded around the two of them. I didn't expect the rumored fairy Muqing to be quite intelligent. Unfortunately, you won't be able to run away today. In the blink of an eye, those several demonic women had already surrounded the two of them in the center of Li Muqing. Looking at the raging few, Li Muqing frowned. A couple of sisters. I'm sure you're here to seek your fortune. Knowing that I'm Li Muqing of the Tianyi sacred ground, a few sisters still dared to make a move. How courageous. Hearing this, the demonic woman in the lead snorted coldly. Little sister, since you know that, why do you need to use the Tianyi Holy Land's name to pressure us? But you guessed wrong. Little sister, we are not seeking wealth. When these words came out, Li Muqing and that black-clothed girl immediately frowned. It's not seeking money, so it's harming lives? I have no grudges with a few sisters from afar. Why do you say that? Hearing this, the demonic woman lightly bit her red lips and looked at Li Muqing and the two of them with a seductive look. My sister guessed wrong again. And it's not harming lives. We have come to rob you of your sex. As soon as these words came out, the two of them, Li Muqing, immediately froze in place, their beautiful eyes full of doubt and incomprehension. Sex robbery? Did I hear wrong? Or sister, you guys are mistaken. We are all sisters. Could it be that you guys are from the Ruyan Pavilion? Trying to capture the two of us there and force us into prostitution. While looking at the expressions of the duo, these demonic women laughed out wildly in a prodigal manner. No, 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 little sister. You heard right. What rule in this world says that a woman can't rob a woman? Don't be alarmed, sister. Once you've tasted it, you'll be hooked. What's so good about those stinking men? Wouldn't it be a pleasure for us sisters to love each other? Don't worry. From now on we are all our own people. You have me and I have you. How can sister bear to send you to Ruyan Pavilion to serve those smelly men? Looking at the fiery gazes of the several demonic women, Li Muqing and the two of them immediately trembled furiously, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. So disgusting. These women are actually lilies of the flower. I've long heard that there are mixed fish and dragons in this Dengtian city, but I didn't expect that there's actually this kind of oddball. Looking at the tie-looking several women in front of them, Li Muqing and the two of them couldn't help but have that kind of indescribable picture floating in their minds. The mere thought of it made the duo sweat, sick to their stomachs, and furious. Li Muqing's willow eyebrows rose. The fluctuations of the spirit-exalted realm instantly stirred up. Humph, don't be too presumptuous. You guys, I am the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Tianyi Holy Land. Even if your cultivation levels are at the spirit ancestor realm, you may not be able to do anything to me. It's fine if you guys retreat now, or else you'll just end up losing both of you. While looking at the furious Li Muqing, the eyes of several demonic women became even more excited. Sisters love little peppers like you, and there's even more flavor when you're tuned up. Don't resist. As long as your sister joins us, you can participate in the great Tao together, even at the Spirit Emperor realm. It's just around the corner. Under the lustful gazes of several women, the Li Muqing duo became more and more revolted. Such words are inherently disgusting coming from a man's mouth. If it had come from the mouths of several women, it would have been downright disgusting. Seeing that the threat did not work, Li Muqing's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was clearly ready to fight. Little Momo, in the event of a fight, you'll run outside the mountain range. When you go out, crush the token I gave you. The people from the Tianyi sacred ground and the heavenly demon city will arrive soon. Things were already like this, and the black-clothed girl could only nod her head despite all her reluctance. Hearing Li Muqing's words, several demonic women coldly snorted. Toast to the world. Neither of you can run away. This will let you know how powerful this lily sacred cannon is. As soon as the words fell, only the spirit ancestor realm's spiritual power fluctuations were violently erupted above the bodies of these demonic women. Strangely enough, the spiritual pressure emanating from several people had fused into one, indistinguishable from you and me. Under the superposition, the spiritual pressure emitted grew stronger and stronger, unexpectedly reaching the level of the Spirit Emperor realm. The scene in front of her instantly caused Li Muqing to show a look of despair. Although one's depth is deep, dealing with the Spirit Ancestor realm is already quite difficult. With a full force outburst, being able to hold back these few Spirit Ancestor realms is already the limit of operation. But the Spirit Emperor realm, one is in no way an opponent. What should I do now? Could it be that one is really going to fall into the hands of these few perverts? If that's the case, I, Li Muqing, would rather die here. Li Muqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the black-clothed girl on the side. Little Momo, it's master's carelessness. You and I can die on the same day if we don't want to live on the same day. In my next life, I, Li Muqing, will still be your master to Xian Yimo. As soon as the words fell, Li Muqing's spiritual energy coalesced in her hands and slapped straight towards her forehead. But right at this moment, a few demonic women raised their eyebrows. Want to die? It's not that simple. Lily Cannon, Lily Twist. With the sound of the voice, one could only see an aura coalesce into the shape of a vine, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Muqing. It directly entangled Li Muqing in it, and the movements of his men were forced to stop. Li Muqing's pupils shrank, her heart flustered. This Lily Sacred Cannon is surprisingly so weird that the spiritual energy in one's body is actually trapped by these disgusting guys. It's over. It's all over. Can he and his disciples only become disgusting perverts like them? Several demonic women burst into laughter. Little sister, this Lily Sacred Cannon, it's an extraordinary technique. As long as you cultivate it with your sisters, you'll definitely be addicted to it as well. As for this little apprentice of yours, the sisters will accept her as well. Seeing that you two are also master and disciple, at that time, I believe you will be even closer. He. Such unpleasant words instantly caused the Li Muqing duo to tremble. Endless fear filled the duo's hearts. It's over. I actually met this kind of pervert. Everything is over. Is my reputation going to be ruined for the rest of my life? In an instant, the duo froze in place filled with despair, quietly waiting for the end to come. But at that moment, a voice exploded like a thunderclap. Asterisk. Couldn't help it. It's simply too disgusting. It's sick. Chapter 64, The Law of True Fragrance. Punching Li Muqing in the face. With the sound of the voice, several silhouettes walked out of the dense forest unhurriedly. The person at the head was none other than Dragon Emperor Long Etienne. Instead, the three Gu Jingtian people followed behind, obviously with the cultivation level of the crowd. What just happened naturally could not be hidden from them. Gu Jingtian had wanted to intervene, but before he could do so, the Dragon Emperor on the side could not hold back his anger. And seeing the appearance of Gu Jingtian's few people, Xiang Yimo's pupils instantly shrunk, and a trace of excitement flared up in the bottom of his eyes. It's him, Gu family ancestor Gu Jingtian. He himself had once stepped in to help in the first place, so I'm sure he won't stand idly by. It's finally saved. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor Long Etienne was staring at those demonic women dead on. A pair of dragon eyes filled with disgust. Obviously this Lily Blossom's behavior also made this Dragon Emperor from Middle-earth extremely angry. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's furious look, the faces of several demonic women were grave. To be able to survive in this Dingtian city, one naturally had good eyesight. Even though the Dragon Emperor didn't emit his might, they sensed that the visitor wasn't simple. The demonic woman at the head of the group gruffly shouted, "This fellow Daoist, you and I have no grudges from afar. Why did you have to come into this mess? It's hard to believe that you've also fallen for this little sister. This is good to say. Not to mention these two little sisters. Even if we let a few of our sisters serve you, we will have no problem. Don't worry. Our sisters are experts in this. We will definitely be able to let you, Taoist friend, experience that extreme pleasure." With the sound of this flirtatious voice, a burst of demonic purple color flared in the beautiful eyes of several demonic women. Feeling this demonic aura, the Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort. Dirty es, like you are only capable of using such underhanded tricks as charm. It's disgusting to talk to you guys one more time. Go to hell. When these words came out, the Skyfox sisters behind them but their faces darkened. Is this Dragon Emperor's words directed at us? Humph. What a careful eye. Just wait. The more you object, the more I'll have to make you call me little mom. As soon as the words fell, the Dragon Emperor's large hand violently stretched out. Spatial confinement. In an instant, the space where the several demonic women were located was instantly blocked. The connection with that aura vine was instantly severed. Li Muqing hastily broke free from her bonds and looked in the direction the voice came from. However, in the next second, after seeing Gu Jingtian and the others, the expression on Li Muqing's face instantly froze, and ripples rose in her beautiful eyes. A beauty in the side, a master as a servant. Isn't that what one most aspires to be in heaven? A hero rescuing a beauty. Even though this kind of bridge is a bit dog-blooded, but if it's a fate given by heaven, I, Li Muqing, can only accept it. While at this moment, the faces of the several demonic women were as gloomy as water. and their eyes couldn't help but be flooded with panic. Not good. We've run into a tough opponent. This guy is actually able to block off space. At least he's a Spirit Saint realm powerhouse. It seems that we can't fight hard. We can only outsmart them. This person has also come to this Kunlun mountain range, so he must be looking for a chance as well. Nowadays, it seems that this is the only way. Take one step and see what happens. The stronger you are, the less you can resist the temptation of heavenly treasures. In the blink of an eye, the several demonic women of the oneness instantly came up with a countermeasure. In the next second, several enchanting figures suddenly fell to their knees, their delicate bodies trembling continuously. We have eyes that don't recognize Tai and have rushed Senior. I still hope that Senior will be magnanimous and spare the lives of a few of my sisters. As long as Senior agrees, we can hand over a heavenly opportunity. The moment these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's expression froze. A heavenly chance? Seeing that the Dragon Emperor reacted, the demonic woman was secretly happy in her heart and hurriedly opened her mouth. Yes, Elder. Several of my sisters and I once discovered a secret realm in the middle of the Kunlun Mountains. It's a pity that we are too weak to take out the treasure, but with Senior's strength it must be a matter of faith. The treasures within are extremely precious. If Senior can take them, I believe even the Spirit Emperor realm has a good chance. As soon as these words came out, before the Dragon Emperor could open his mouth, the two heavenly fox sisters behind him immediately snorted out a laugh. A treasure that can break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Are you sure? Are you sure it's the Spirit Emperor realm? The demonic woman was slightly stunned. Bad. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration of what I said? A treasure that can break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. How could this appear so easily? Looking at their reactions, they shouldn't believe it at all. Hey, when it comes down to it, we can only talk about it. The demonic woman nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, that treasure contains extremely terrifying spiritual power that can definitely help the Senior break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. We are willing to vouch for it on our heads. When these words came out, the Skyfox sisters couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths even more. Even Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Hey, I have not seen any knowledge. It's really a loss of not seeing. Breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm. This is already the limit of your imagination. But if you say a supreme realm, you might be able to live a little longer. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor had a thoughtful expression on his face, and then said blandly, a breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm. Several demonic women nodded their heads in succession, but in the very next second, the Dragon Emperor snorted. That's not interesting, you guys might as well go to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, the large, outstretched hand clenched violently. The space where the several demonic women were suddenly shrunk violently. Under the spatial squeeze, several demonic women let out heart-rending howls. Senior, what we said is true. It's really possible to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Don't you want to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm, Senior? The continued shrinking of space had broken the bones of several of the demonic women. In the blink of an eye, the wonderful bodies of several people had been compressed into a ball of blood. A few people hadn't figured out to their depths why someone would not be interested in the Spirit Emperor realm. Only after watching several people being completely exterminated did Xiang Yimo let out a long breath of relief. He hastily looked to Li Muqing, who was to the side. But at this moment, Li Muqing was staring dead on in Gu Jingtian's direction. A pair of beautiful eyes contained feelings and essence flashed. With that, he walked towards Gu Jingtian in the distance with a dumbfounded look on his face. The Dragon Emperor at this moment, however, had already noticed this scene, and his pair of sword brows were immediately tightly furrowed. Humph, this negative man is really enough to attract butterflies. Obviously it was this emperor who made the move. Why is this little girl so enthusiastic about this negative person? At this moment, the Dragon Emperor was still unaware that he had been treated by Li Muqing as Gu Jingtian's henchman. As he watched Li Muqing slowly come forward, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly let out a cold snort. Stay back. Only with the sound of the Dragon Emperor's angry rebuke did Li Muqing stop. Seeing this, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly waved his hand. The power of space filled the air, teleporting himself and the three Gu Jingtian people directly out. In the blink of an eye, several people disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty situation, Li Muqing then reacted. Little feet stomped frantically into the ground. Oops, bad thing. I was so focused on admiring this gentleman's magnificent face that I forgot to ask him his name. What can I do now? And Xiang Yimo, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask. What, master, are you trying to repay this gentleman for saving your life? Li Muqing's small head nodded like garlic. Yeah, a beauty on the side, and an expert as a servant. Isn't this the man your master I've been dreaming of? And so handsome and graceful. At a glance, he's from a big power. I'm going to repay him for saving my life. I'm going to give my life to him. This kind of teenage talent. I believe the bad old man at home would agree. It's not much better than some Gu Jingtian. He's not necessarily what he looks like for someone over 3,000 years old. And even if he's young, he can't be this handsome and dashing. God has eyes. Is this the marriage for me? Li Muqing? Aha! It's so infuriating. Why didn't I ask him his name myself? Where he was from? Oi! Listening to Li Muqing's words, the expression on Xiang Yimo's face became increasingly strange. Hesitantly, this was timidly said. Senior, I actually know this male. As soon as these words came out, Li Muqing jumped up in excitement, directly hugging Xiang Yimo in front of her. Little Momo, you're fantastic. You know this kind of heaven's pride. Why don't you tell Master? Do you want to take it all for yourself? It's fine. Don't worry. Master is generous. In the future, we'll each talk about our own. You call me Master, I'll call you Sister. Hurry up and tell my master just what kind of god this male is. At this moment, Xiang Yimo's valiant and pretty face was completely speechless. After a long hesitation, he spoke helplessly. This gentleman is. Chapter 65, Surprise. Everlasting life with heaven. Under Li Muqing's gaze filled with hope, Xiang Yimo slowly said, the gentleman who appeared just now is the Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian, as described by Master Teacher. As Xiang Yimo's voice rang out, the expression on Li Muqing's pretty face instantly froze. That smile that was full of hope could look extremely awkward at the moment. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, speechless. After a few breaths, Li Muqing suddenly laughed. Joking. You must be joking with Master. It's impossible. How could he be the Gu clan's old ancestor? Gu Jingtian? Little Momo, you must be joking. I didn't realize that you've already learned the skills for your master, and you're also so good at. But seeing Xiang Yimo's serious expression, Li Muqing's words came to an abrupt end. A pair of jade hands instantly grabbed Xiang Yimo in front of her. Aha! It's true. Ooh-hoo. God has no eyes. Why didn't Master agree to this in the first place? Ah! Prejudice wronged me. Why is my family's old ancestor a bad old man and other people's old ancestors are flamboyant young men? It's not fair. Oh my fleeting marriage. Oh my fatal love. Looking at the hysterical Li Muqing, who was acting as if she was crazy, Xiang Yimo couldn't help but open his mouth to advise her. Master, you don't have to be so sad. If there is fate, you will still be able to meet again. Furthermore, this Gu clan's ancestor isn't a generalized person. No matter where he is, he will be extremely dazzling. It's not impossible to find him. When these words came out, Li Muqing, who was accusing fate of being unfair, stopped in a hurry, her beautiful eyes as bright as stars filled with determination. Right. Right. Little Momo, you're right. As long as Master is also able to cultivate to the Spirit Emperor realm, this Xian Heaven continent, where can't Master go? At that time, even if he's the Gu clan's oldest ancestor, he'll still fall under my master's pomegranate skirt. Come, let's both hurry up and depart. Master must find that hidden treasure, for the sake of my master's happiness in the next life. Little Momo, charge! Before Xiang Yimo could react, Li Muqing in front of her had already pulled her up and ran wildly towards the distance, and at this time, it was nearly 100 miles away from this place. With a ripple in space, several figures appeared here. It was the 4 Gu Jingtian people who had just left. Looking at the endless mountains in front of him, the Dragon Emperor was astonished. It seems that this place is close to the depths of the Kunlun mountain range, and one's own spatial laws have actually been suppressed to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, the Dragon Emperor looked at Gu Jingtian and the others with a stern face. Further on, there is the deep zone of the Kunlun mountain range. The dangers therein have already been mentioned by this emperor. Be careful, all of you, and especially stay away from the pretty-looking little girls. My mother-sama once warned me with a saying that beautiful women are tigers, and you must avoid them when you meet them. When these words came out, the 2 Fox Ninger sisters couldn't help but twitch their mouths. That's a good eldest son, and he's gone to great lengths for his own mother's position in the main palace. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, surveying the space around him. Why does one feel that there is an extremely peculiar energy spreading in this space? Can it be that in this neighborhood, there is some extremely special secret realm? Led by the Dragon Emperor, the group slowly marched towards the depths of the Kunlun mountain range. In the midst of the rolling hills, at the foot of a mediocre-looking peak, The space at the foot of the mountain rippled as two figures appeared out of nowhere. It was only that these two were clad in robes and had precept scars on their heads. Looking at his costume, he was obviously a member of the Buddhist sect. However, the physical size of these two monks was vastly different, with one of them standing over 2 meters tall, and underneath the robe was a majestic body with solid muscles, especially a bronze-colored skin, like possessed adamantium. The other monk was less than 5 feet tall, with white hair and a thin, bony appearance. It was just that the essence in those old eyes shone like the blazing sun. This diminutive old monk waved his sleeve robe, and in the blink of an eye, an extremely old-looking parchment scroll appeared in his hand. Senior brother, according to this map, that secret realm is not far from this place. Hearing this, the burly monk slowly spoke. The majestic voice buzzed like a big yellow bell. This map has been obtained by my great Thunder Sound Temple for close to 3,000 years, and I have also entered this Kunlun mountain range several times to look for it. Strangely enough, whenever one approaches this secret realm, the surroundings will change marvelously. I think it must be due to the formation. Even my supreme realm powerhouses can't crack it, so it's clear that this secret realm is not trivial. The white-bearded monk nodded with a grave expression. According to the canonical records, 100,000 years ago, heaven and earth changed color. The void above the Kunlun mountains opened up, and a stream of light descended from the sky. It attracted countless great powers to flock here at that time. Countless Spirit Emperor realms fell here at that time, and only one Spirit Emperor realm senior from my great Thunder Sound Temple returned safely. And this Spirit Emperor realm senior left the Kunlun mountain range only 4 years ago and has already ascended. This map, too, was transmitted from the upper realm at great cost to my Buddhist predecessors. This is a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. You and I, master and brother, should cherish it. If we can find the treasure, my Buddhist sect will surely prosper. The two of them looked at each other and then walked in towards this valley. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already dozens of miles deeper into this mountain peak. It was just that the surroundings were extremely peaceful, and there didn't seem to be any hint of movement. But at that moment, the parchment scroll in the white-bearded old monk's hand violently shone with a golden light. Before the two of them could react, an unimaginable suction force violently emanated from above the stone wall in front of them. Space instantly collapsed. The duo frowned in the face of the suddenness of the situation. The golden light on his body was so great that a Sanskrit text coalesced into 2 great yellow lute bells. However, in front of this terrifying suction force, even though the cultivation of the two of them was already at the very top of this realm, they still did not have any power of resistance. In the blink of an eye, he was ingested into this stone wall. The two monks regained their sight only after the sky had swirled. What came into view was surprisingly a mountain peak that went straight into the sky. The surrounding area was filled with gray space. There was not an inch of grass on top of the mountain peaks. A barren color. The entire space was dead silent, and as far as the eye could see, it was filled with dead gray. The white-bearded old monk had a look of surprise on his face. Amat Ba Buddha. Buddha blesses that you and I, master and brother, have reached this secret realm. Senior brother, be careful with everything. Ancestor once said that this place is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, the majestic monk nodded slightly. The two monks' eyes were filled with gravity as they slowly approached towards the front. Suddenly, a dilapidated mountain gate appeared in the duo's line of sight. Even the plaques on both sides of that mountain gate had shattered apart and fallen into that gray soil. The two monks gazed, only to see a few large words faintly visible above these 4 scattered plaques. Eternal life, immortality, with the heavens. Chapter 66, Dragon Emperor. Is this the father? Looking at the few large characters above the shattered plaque, even though the two monks' cultivation had already reached the supreme realm, but he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Eternal life, immortality, with the heavens. Although it wasn't clear what kind of phrase this was, but the owner of this cave dwelling actually dares to use such an exaggerated word to use as a plaque. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even if we ascend to the upper realms, we can't truly live forever with the heavens. The stronger the cultivation level of an existence, the more crazy they became about the word longevity. They have too much, but it is more difficult to let go. The two recited aloud. Sheridan, emptiness is not different from color, and color is not different from emptiness. Only then did he suppress the excitement in his heart for the time being. The white-bearded old monk's eyebrows were lowered. The ancestor had sent down a Buddhist decree that any item in this secret realm is a rare and supreme treasure. I'm sure the shattered plaque is no exception. With this thought in mind, the two of them waved their large hands, clearly wanting to collect the 2 plaques. But at that moment, only a disembodied voice could be heard coming out from within this mountain gate. 2 Western sect mole crickets are just that. They're also worthy of touching the ancestors' belongings. With the sound of the voice, the grey mist around them immediately coalesced towards the 2 of them. A deathly aura of universal silence surrounded it. The 2 monks' pupils shrank. What a strong aura. Watch out. Buddhist divine ability. The indestructible golden bell. Golden Buddhist light shone out from above the 2's bodies. In the blink of an eye, a large golden bell was formed, with arcane runes coalescing on it. However, the moment this dead chi came into contact, the dazzling golden light unexpectedly grew dimmer and dimmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 old monks frowned, hurriedly urging the spiritual energy in his body. He was able to withstand the erosion of this deathly aura. At this moment, the duo no longer had the excitement of having just entered. Instead, they were endlessly grave. What a strong death chi! The strength of this death chi is simply unheard of. However, the dead chi at this moment still continued to converge. The 2 monks could only struggle to hold on in the face of the vast sea of dead chi, and at this moment that extremely ordinary-looking mountain peak was on top of it. 2 silhouettes appeared at this place. It was none other than the duo of Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo. At the moment, Li Muqing was a fighter. In his hand was the very same ancient parchment scroll. Little Momo. According to the map, we're almost at the treasure hiding place. As long as Master is able to obtain the treasures within, he will definitely be able to advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. It's not guaranteed that there are any sword aptitudes in it, and when the time comes, you and I, Master and disciple, will both be certified as emperors, and that will be a beautiful story. Hearing Li Muqing's words, Xiang Yimo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I blame myself for being too confident. If I didn't have to compete with her, I wouldn't have lost and found such an unreliable master. Never mind, at least she was nice to me. But right at this moment, he only saw the parchment scroll in Li Muqing's hand suddenly flashing with a golden light. Before the 2 of them could react, a strong and incomparable suction force erupted from above the stone wall. The figures of the 2 were instantly sucked into it. It was only after the sky spun around that the 2 of them, Li Muqing, regained their sight. The 2 of them looked towards the front, and what caught their eyes were the 2 monks who were resisting the death aura. Li Muqing frowned and stepped forward, blocking Xiang Yimo behind her. Little Momo, be careful, there's danger ahead. And seeing the sudden appearance of the 2 of them, the 2 old monks floating in midair showed astonishment. What's going on? How could someone also come to this secret realm? How is this possible? This is a secret at the core of my great Thundersound temple. However, in the next second, the duo's eyes were drawn to the parchment scroll in Li Muqing's hand. That's the map. How is this possible? How could this little girl also have a map in her hands? This map was transmitted across the border by my Buddhist seniors. How could she have such a thing in her hands? Could it be that the forces behind them also possess supreme powerhouses that can teleport across borders? Li Muqing surveyed the dilapidated mountain gate in the distance, her beautiful eyes filled with gravity. This place is dangerous, but it also means, all the same, that there are treasures here. Little Momo, be careful. Follow behind Master. Don't move. Li Muqing moved her slender legs and slowly advanced towards the front. Instead, his eyes remained focused on the 2 monks in the distance. As he watched Li Muqing and the 2 of them gradually approach, a hint of coldness flashed under the white-bearded monk's eyes. This little girl is only at the spirit-exalted realm cultivation level, and she dares to come to the secret realm. A few steps further. I'm afraid the terrifying existence in this secret realm can take her little life in a moment. Perhaps by obtaining the other map in her hand, the poor monk will be able to get out of the trap. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 old monks, the 2 of them, Li Muqing, slowly advanced. It soon came before the plaque. However, after seeing that plaque, Li Muqing suddenly stopped. Eternal life, immortality, and heaven? Could this be the cave of a powerful man? With this thought, Li Muqing suddenly stopped, turning to look behind him. Xiang Yimo, little murmur, don't do anything rash. Only after hearing this did Xiang Yimo stop. The white-bearded old monk who saw this scene, however, frowned. Damn it, one more step forward, and the poor monk will be able to run the spell and seize that map. Why did this little girl stop? While at this moment, Li Muqing suddenly looked at the 2 old monks not far away. The spiritually beautiful eyes were filled with a cunning color. With that, he stood still, not moving at all, only surveying the 2 old monks with interest. The white-bearded old monk instantly guessed Li Muqing's intentions. Damn it! This little girl seems to want to watch my master and brother die here. The poor monk still doesn't believe it. Is it possible that this dead chi is not endless? Time passed by. and the two parties remained motionless. And at this moment, the mountains and forests outside the secret realm, the figures of Gu Jingtian's group of 4 people appeared at this place. As soon as he entered this mountain peak, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. The power of laws? And it's still a very subtle power of law. It's very obscure. If I hadn't come myself, I'm afraid that even a powerhouse of the supreme realm wouldn't have been able to discover this hidden power of the laws. It seems that there is also a secret realm here. It must be extremely dangerous. The Dragon Emperor at this moment, however, was as calm as ever as he continued to advance towards the front. And there in front of him was none other than that flat stone wall. The Dragon Emperor rushed on his own, not noticing that Gu Jingtian's gaze was always fixed on this stone wall. Soon, the group of 4 was getting closer and closer to that stone wall. But just then, something strange happened. A strong suction force immediately spread out from above that stone wall, towards the Dragon Emperor in front of him. He impacted. At the sudden scene, the Dragon Emperor's pupils instantly shrank. Not good. There's danger. Space blockade. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor's body instantly completed its transformation. Like a small mountain-like body stood above the earth, blocking the 3 Gu Jingtian people to death. Even so, the Dragon Emperor's massive body still kept moving towards the front in the face of the unimaginable suction force. The Dragon Emperor's dragon eyes were filled with panic. So strong. What a strong suction force. I'm afraid even a powerhouse of the supreme realm won't be able to resist it. Trouble. I can't believe I've come across such a bizarre secret realm. As things stand, we can only let this negative person leave first. Mother Superior has been waiting for 3,000 years. She can't be made to wait any longer. In the next second, the Dragon Emperor roared. Divine Dragon Transformation. With the sound of a dragon's roar, a purple gold-colored light flashed above the Dragon Emperor's body. It was only then that he managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's face was hideous, and he turned around with all his strength. You guys go first. Go to Middle-earth. Inform the Dragon Clan. Naturally, someone will come to rescue me. But just then, a familiar figure had appeared before the Dragon Emperor's eyes. It's him, the negative man. What does he want? Chapter 67, Torn Heart. Give me back my father. Before long Etienne could react, that familiar figure had already arrived in front of him. It was the first time he'd been so close to the man he'd never cared to resent. There was always an indifferent look on that upside-down face. Now that he saw that face up close, the Dragon Emperor at the moment couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. But in the next second, he only saw the man in front of him violently extend his arm. Strong power attacked like a mountain. The Dragon Emperor's huge body was like a flatboat in the ocean, and was immediately lifted out. Instead, that tiny figure resolutely shot towards that terrifying suction force. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor then realized just what had happened. A pair of golden dragonesses glared. The heart-rending dragon roar resounded through the sky. No! The strong suction force accompanied by the tyrannical wind drowned out the furious roar. At this moment, that tiny figure was infinitely elevated in the Dragon Emperor's line of sight, until it covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, as that glimpse of a figure disappeared into thin air, the terrifying suction force also annihilated. The dust has settled and the leaves have fallen. The verdant scenery remained the same, but the man was nowhere to be seen. The Dragon Emperor's figure stayed in place. The figure as large as a hill but trembled madly. The golden dragon's eyes were slightly reddened and gradually filled with a hint of watery mist. Him. Why did he do it? Why did he save me? Why? At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's heart was hissing madly. He didn't understand why his heart stung. It was clear that his heart was full of endless resentment towards that man, and at this moment, the eyes of the 2 Skyfox sisters were cracking, and with a flash, they arrived in front of that stone wall. Elder Gu, the duo hissed, releasing spirit auras that kept bombarding the stone wall in front of them. Desperately, let the surrounding trees turn into flying ash under the duo's attack. That piece of stone wall, however, remained towering. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Dragon Emperor's body softened and he immediately fell to his knees. The hideous and terrifying dragon claws squeezed hard, and the dragon's eyes were filled with the color of madness. Why? Why did he save me? This emperor doesn't need to be saved by him. I hate him. I don't want his charity. Why? The Dragon Emperor was shaped like a madman, hissing in a low voice. The voice reached the ears of the 2 heavenly fox sisters, and at this moment, the 2 of them were also already teary-eyed. The gaze that looked at the Dragon Emperor was filled with grief. There's no why. Do you understand? There's no why. Only because he's your father. A mournful hiss resounded through the mountains. A heavy blow struck the Dragon Emperor's heart. At this moment, it was as if he understood something. Father? Is this father? There's no reason. Just because he's my father. At the moment those golden dragon eyes were filled with tears. At that very moment, the thorn that had been buried deep within the Dragon Emperor for thousands of years melted away like ice and snow. Right. He's my father. You guys are right. The Dragon Emperor murmured in a disoriented voice, as if that huge body was infused with endless power. Trembling, he stood up. A pair of dragon eyes stared round. The dragon whiskers on his nose danced wildly against the wind. Whoever you are, give me back my father. A heaven-shaking dragon roar rose up to the sky. Endless dragon might surged in like the upheaval of the ocean. In an instant, the ground in a 1,000-mile radius was trembling under this heaven-destroying dragon's might. Seeing this, the two heavenly fox sisters hurriedly retreated behind the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's mind was blank. Only one thought echoed wildly. Give me back my father. I'm not a fatherless bastard. In this moment, he moved. The power that was comparable to that of a god or a demon was frantically condensing and merging into that clenched fist. Give it back. With a roar, the Dragon Emperor's figure shot out at once. The fist that contained the power of grief and anger cut through space. Wherever it passed, space shattered. Turbulence annihilates. Pointing straight at the stone wall in the distance. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. Unimaginable shockwaves crushed toward the front. Dust filled the sky and the earth cracked. Space shatters. The dust that filled the sky covered the Dragon Emperor's body. One punch. One punch. One punch. Those raining fists frantically bombarded the stone wall in front of them, accompanied by the hissing sound of the Dragon Emperor, releasing the emotions of more than 2,000 years. The entire space was shattering, and a mountain peak was blown to pieces by the powerful shockwave. For a moment, even Dangtian City, which was 10,000 miles away, felt the aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Time passed by, but the fist shadow that was as fast as thunder gradually slowed down. Nonetheless, that hideous and terrifying dragon face was still filled with determination. Give it back. Give it back to me. Give me back my father. With the unceasing full output, even the Dragon Emperor's voice became hoarse at this moment. The firmness contained therein also gradually turned into sadness and resignation. One punch. One punch. Though the muscles of his body trembled and the powerful dragon tendons cried out in sorrow. Though the will was beginning to blur, the power emitted was getting weaker and weaker. But that fist remained firmly swung. Time passed by, and in the midst of endless unwillingness, that pair of burning eyes finally became overwhelmed and went limp. Despite having fallen into a coma, the murmurs of grief never ceased. Give it back. Give it back. Father. Father. The dust settled, and the tens of thousands of miles of mountains and forests in front of them went up in smoke under this terrifying force. The entire space was densely filled with shattered spatial turbulence, but the piece of stone wall still stood tall and still. Looking at the already exhausted and unconscious Dragon Emperor, the eyes of the two Skyfox sisters were filled with despair. Elder Gu, could it be that you have fallen like this? No, I don't believe it. This can't be possible. Elder Gu couldn't have fallen like this. We'll wait here. Elder Gu will definitely come out. And the secret space at this time. Gu Jingtian's figure had clearly appeared at this place. The sudden appearance of the figure instantly caught the attention of the others. A single gaze looked toward Gu Jingtian. And the moment she saw Gu Jingtian, Li Muqing's soulful beauty eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. It's him! It's really him! Ha ha ha! God! You're my real grandpa! It seems like this is definitely a marriage made in heaven. How else would we have come across it so quickly? This time, this girl must grasp it. Never let him get away. Looking at Gu Jingtian's gaze sweeping in, Li Muqing instantly sat upright in a dignified, gentle and virtuous manner. A voice as clear and gentle as a wind chime slowly rang out. My name is Li Muqing from the Tianyi Holy Land. I have met this fellow Taoist. Chapter 68, The Great Tao of Power. 8-9 Xian Gong. Looking at Li Muqing's appearance as a luxuriant lady, Xiang Yimo, who was carrying a long sword, raised an eyebrow. With a puzzled face, he looked at Li Muqing in front of him. What's going on with Master? Didn't he or she obviously already tell her the identity of the Gu family's ancestor? This time when you see the person you like, Master has turned into this ladylike appearance again. Facing Li Muqing's inquiry, Gu Jingtian looked indifferent and nodded slightly. The eyes always stayed on the gray, dead air in the distance. With Gu Jingtian's strength, he was naturally able to tell that this grayish gas was extraordinary. This gray mist actually contains the complete power of the laws. The strength of this power of law is actually no less strong than the great Tao of force cultivated by one's Pango body. This place is remarkable. definitely not a product belonging to this realm. And at this moment, the two old monks who were fighting against the mist had also discovered Gu Jingtian, who had just appeared. The two couldn't help but show a trace of dismay on their faces. Why is someone coming in again? Is there more to this map? But it looks like it's just a spiritist realm mole. It's really strange. How could a mole of this realm appear in the Kunlun mountain range? This kind of mole is also worthy of getting their hands on such treasures. Li Muqing, who had a hot face on a cold ass, didn't lose a single step. Still full of attentiveness, he looked at Gu Jingtian. This fellow Daoist, it's extremely dangerous in this secret realm. You must be careful. And those two bald asses over there, they don't look like good people. Be careful with them. When these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the two old monks who were resisting the mist twitched. Bald ass? Damn it! How dare this little girl insult the poor monk like this? If you hadn't been trapped by this mist, the poor monk would have sent you to the Western Paradise so that you could repent in front of the Buddha. Gu Jingtian turned a deaf ear to Li Muqing's words. Although Li Muqing's appearance was also considered to be beautiful, to Gu Jingtian, it was far less attractive than this mysterious mist. After a slight hesitation, Gu Jingtian took a step and slowly stepped towards the front. Soon, Gu Jingtian had also discovered the broken plaque on the ground. Eternal life, gods, and heaven. Gu Jingtian frowned. Immortal of eternal life? Looking at the words on this plaque, this place should be the mountain gate of a certain Taoist master. Just why is it broken into such a state? And seeing the distance between Gu Jingtian and those two old monks getting closer and closer, Li Muqing was anxious in her heart. Fellow Daoist, don't go any further. These two vultures were trapped here because they were too close to this mountain gate. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly and swept towards the two old monks not far away. The vultures of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I didn't expect you guys to actually come here. When these words came out, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the two old monks. The heart murmured, this kid actually knows about the Great Thunder Sound Temple? It seems that this brat is also from the Middle Earth. A spiritist realm is just a spiritist realm. It's impossible for him to come here alone from the Middle Earth. I think this kid must have hidden his strength, to be able to make us all unable to see it. I think it should also be at the Supreme Realm cultivation level. I didn't realize that there were other old men in Middle Earth who knew about this place. Humph. It looks like the chance for you and I, the master and brother duo, to get out of the trap has come. In the next instant, only that white-bearded old monk could be heard clasping his hands together. Amitabha Buddha. Sinful sin. It is truly a sin for the scholar to speak out of his mouth. It is the fate of heaven that the poor monk and his brother are trapped here. This place has already been explored by my master and brother. It's extremely dangerous. It's better for the monk to leave quickly. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. Don't be hypocritical in front of me. I know your Great Thunder Sound Temple style very well. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian once again slowly advanced towards the front. Seeing this scene, a hint of dark joy flashed in the eyes of that white-bearded old monk. Ha ha ha, this old guy still fell for it. This kind of old fellow must have a demonic mind. The more he is allowed to leave, the more he feels that there is a great opportunity here. After such a long time of consumption, this mist has been reduced a lot. If this person is trapped again, with the strength of the three of us, we will definitely be able to get out of the trap. At that time, 1 against 2, this old fellow will only end up running away. While watching Gu Jingtian continue on, Li Muqing was anxious. In the heat of the moment, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder Gu, it's dangerous here, don't go any further. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. How do you know my last name is Gu? Seeing that her disguise had been demolished, Li Muqing was immediately embarrassed. And just then, Gu Jingtian had already arrived in front of this plaque. In an instant, as if sensing it, the gray mist impacted in the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, the two old monks trapped in it were instantly delighted. Very well. Even if this old fellow is also at the Supreme Realm cultivation level, it's impossible for him to retreat in one piece in the face of this terrifying mist. When my senior brothers and I get out of the trap, the first one we'll have to deal with is this old guy. But in the very next second, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. A large hand snapped out, followed by a slap. The avenue of force contained within his body filled the air. In an instant, the space in front of him unexpectedly rippled. Strong power instantly swept out, impacting towards the mist in front of him. Boom! The two collided violently. That gray mist was actually directly fanned out like ordinary air. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two trapped old monks immediately stared in disbelief. Their old faces filled with disbelief. No! It can't be. How is this possible? This mysterious mist, even if it's a poor monk, He'd have to perform a Buddhist divine ability to barely resist it. How is it possible for this person to easily fan this mist away? What exactly is this person's cultivation level? How could he be so strong? Impossible. There absolutely cannot be an existence stronger than the supreme realm in this heaven and earth. The two of them, Li Muqing, who were not far away, were also dumbstruck and froze in place. The pretty face was filled with astonishment, but at that moment, only a disembodied voice could be heard coming out from within this mountain gate. The aura of the 8-9 Xian Gong? What are you? However, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to enter this place. Go to hell. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. This existence actually knows about the 8-9 mysteries? What the hell is this place? As soon as the words fell, he only saw the endless gray mist swarming towards Gu Jingtian like a mountain. Even the mist surrounding the two old monks converged. For a moment, the two old monks had joy in their eyes and immediately withdrew outside the mountain gate. With a face of indignation, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Humph, old man, even if you're strong, it's impossible to resist so much mist. While this old fellow is attracting this mist, you and I will just go and remove the treasures in it. In the next second, the two old monks looked at each other. Then he shot towards the middle of this mountain gate, but just then, the disembodied voice sounded again. How dare you? A mole like you is worthy of entering the ancestor's mountain gate. Get out! As soon as the words fell, one could only see the entire space trembling madly. As strong as Gu Jingtian, he was unable to shatter the space of this place, and at this moment, the space was unexpectedly shattering inch by inch. As the space shattered, a figure shot out from the mountain gate, and the moment they saw this figure, the pupils of the people present instantly shrank. Chapter 69 Green Seed, 5 Zhuang Guan. Only this figure was seen in a grey Taoist robe, but it was already full of holes. The torso underneath was exposed. Only the skin and flesh on top of the torso had melted away, leaving only the sickening bones. Even the flesh on his face had disappeared, revealing the empty sockets. The entire body was covered in that grey mist, and even the white bones had turned grey. It was as if it had become one with the grey mist of this place. Even if the ancestor is gone, no one can touch the ancestor's things either. You have bullied people too much. Die all of you. Death to all of you. Roars like the cries of ghosts and wolves resounded throughout the space. With the sound of the voice, the grey mist was like a riot. It surged crazily. In an instant, the entire mountain trembled violently. Space tore apart, and terrifying spatial turbulence swept in. The lofty peaks disintegrated inch by inch. The entire space had naturally begun to be on the verge of shattering. The endless grey mist flooded towards the crowd like a mountain of water. Looking at that figure, Gu Jingtian frowned slightly. Is this the guy hiding in the middle of this mountain gate? Looking at the Taoist robes on him, he should be a member of the Taoist sect as well. It's just that it's already been eroded by the grey mist of this place, and it's also at the point of running out of gas. And what kind of existence is the ancestor he spoke of? The mountainous mist swept in, and the two old monks hurriedly released their Buddhist divine abilities. That golden light had just appeared, only to see that broken figure unexpectedly appear directly in front of the duo, desecrate the ancestral mountain gate. Damn it! Roaring angrily, he slapped his palm out. Only the aura of silence was seen rushing out from the figure's body. Before that golden light could form, the grey mist had already drilled into the bodies of these two old monks. Even if the two of them were supreme realm superpowers, they would not be able to put up any resistance in the face of the mist inside this figure. In the next second, they only saw the chi and blood of the two of them dissipate, turning into two dry corpses. The pupils of Gu Jingtian, who saw the scene, shrank. So strong, killing two supreme realm powerhouses in one move. I'm afraid this person's strength is already above the true immortal realm. This is still the state of being out of gas. I really don't know how this person would be in his heyday. And at this moment, facing the encroaching grey mist, as well as the raging spatial turbulence, the eyes of Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo were filled with despair. And right at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the duo, and it was none other than Gu Jingtian. This is no place for you. Get lost. Gu Jingtian's large hand stretched out, and the great Tao of force filled the air. A fist blasted out, directly shattering the spatial turbulence in front of him. A spatial passage slowly emerged. Before Xiang Yimo and his duo could react, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. The silhouettes of the two of them had then disappeared into this spatial passage. At this point, the entire space has reached the edge of shattering. There were huge rocks floating all around, which were even mixed with all kinds of debris. Floating dust, bushels, incense burners. Oddly enough, all of these items have been eroded to a gray color. The objects in space were crushed by that terrifying spatial turbulence. And just then, in the midst of this gray world, there was actually a faint hint of green. Gu Jingtian gazed at it, and it was actually a seed-like item. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. This gray mist is so terrifying, and this kind of sun is actually able to not be eroded by it. It must be an unimaginable exotic treasure. With this thought, Gu Jingtian instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the green seed. And the shattered figure had already noticed the scene. All of you will die. What belongs to the ancestor? You don't deserve to get your hands on it. In the next second, this figure on the verge of shattering transformed into a stream of light and blocked directly in front of Gu Jingtian. Another palm hit. That terrifying gray mist came whistling once again. Gu Jingtian's complexion tightened, putting away the contempt in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had fought a strong person above the true immortal realm. Gu Jingtian's body was floating with qi and blood. In an instant, an endless aura of blood filled the air. The avenue of force was fully activated. Open the sky. Gu Jingtian used his hand as a palm, using his strongest move. In an instant, the palm containing the law of force cut through space and blasted straight toward the figure in front of him. And at the moment the figure froze in place, a voice full of horror came out. Golden immortal realm. The avenue of force. You are. Before the words were finished, the space in front of him completely turned into flying dust under Gu Jingtian's attack. The gray mist was immediately crushed and disappeared. And that shattered figure finally couldn't hold on any longer, and was directly blown into pieces by that strong force. Gu Jingtian's terrifying strike caused the space, which was already on the verge of breaking, to shatter completely. Not being able to care about anything else, Gu Jingtian waved his hand and hurriedly pocketed that green seed. The strong body directly crashed into the spatial turbulence and disappeared into this space. And at this moment, everything in the space had already been swallowed up by that violent spatial turbulence. A shattered plaque was also sucked into the spatial turbulence, only to see that there were other words on top of this plaque. Immortality, the house of the immortals, the same life, the house of the Taoists. One of the more complete plaques had 3 large words on it. Wu Shuangguan. And at this moment outside the secret realm, in front of that stone wall, there were 3 figures. It was none other than the 2 sisters, Dragon Emperor and Sky Fox. Even though Gu Jingtian had only gone in for a tea time, more than 3 months had passed in the outside world. In these 3 months or so, naturally, there have been many people who have come to explore the area, but without exception, they were all forced back by Dragon Emperor's terrifying dragon might. The 2 Skyfox sisters' eyes were filled with despair at this moment, couldn't help but murmur softly. It's been 3 months since this happened, and Elder Gu hasn't returned yet. Could it be that? But at that moment, the Dragon Emperor's figure suddenly stood up. A pair of dragon eyes were streaked with blood. Impossible. Impossible. There's no way Father could die. He won't die. Listening to the hysterical voice of the Dragon Emperor, the 2 Skyfox sisters couldn't help but show their faces. AI. It's really pitiful. After more than 2,000 years, having just found his father, but right at this moment, he only saw the stone wall in front of him violently emitting a strong force, and a crack appeared on top of it. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor's blood-red eyes were filled with excitement. Deadpan stared at the stone wall in the distance, and at this moment, the 2 Heavenly Fox sisters were also displaying a look of ecstasy. Hastily, he gave his full attention to the stone wall in front of him. In the next second, the stone wall exploded violently. 2 figures instantly shot out from it. The Dragon Emperor roared in oblivious rage. Father! Father! However, after those 2 figures landed heavily on the ground, the 3 people in front of them were suddenly plunged into endless despair. Chapter 70, Supreme Treasure. The terrifying power of life. There were 2 bodies lying above the ground at the moment. It was the 2 old monks who had been drained of their blood and qi. The faces withered and shaped like a dry corpse. And after seeing the surcoats on the duo, the Dragon Emperor's pair of dragon eyes glared in disbelief. This is actually 2 immortal monks from the Great Thundersound Temple. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Kong. The names of these 2 are as good as thunder even amongst the Middle Earth. As early as 1,000 years ago, the 2 had already ascended to the Supreme Realm. But even as strong as these 2 died in this secret realm, then Father that final possibility exploded in the Dragon Emperor's mind like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that Father he has? Rolling tears were now flowing freely from the bottom of his eyes, cutting across the hardened face of the Dragon Emperor. Father! No! The Dragon Emperor roared up to the sky, and that roar was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Why? Thieving God! Why should it be? For 2,892 whole years, I've been a fatherless child. I obviously found my father, so why did you lead me this way again? Ah! The Dragon Emperor's roar resounded through the sky. Looking at the grief-stricken Dragon Emperor in front of them, tears flashed in the eyes of the two Skyfox sisters. Did Elder Gu just fall? We haven't even completed the task given to us by the Demon Emperor. How are we going to explain this to the Demon Emperor? However, when the two of them saw what the two corpses in front of them were wearing, the hatred that filled them instantly exploded. That costume. It's them. They're the ones that took my parents' lives. They are the ones who orphaned the two of us sisters. Kill them. Kill them. The two of them were like madmen, pounding towards the corpse in front of them. Indiscriminately, he used his spiritual energy to frantically blast the corpses in front of him. But despite being dead, the flesh of the Supreme Realm was not something the two of them could destroy. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor's eyes were hollow, frozen in place. There was also an air of deafness to the behavior of the two sisters. Time passed by, and a quarter of an hour later, only then did the Dragon Emperor accept the unacceptable ending. The Dragon Emperor rose trembling, his dragon eyes red, but at this moment, the two Heavenly Fox sisters were still frantically blasting the corpses in front of them. Dragon Emperor's hoarse voice came out. You have a grudge against the Great Thunder Sound Temple? With these words, the frantic bombardment of the two sisters stopped. The hatred in her beautiful eyes was overwhelming. Avenge the killing of father and mother. Unforgivable. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. So both of them are fatherless and motherless wretches too. After a moment's thought, the Dragon Emperor sighed lightly. You are, after all, fathers deceased, so this emperor can take you to the Middle Kingdom. It's just that the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace isn't suitable for you. But Lord Mother is quite familiar with the Hall Master of the Demon Immortal Hall. Rather, we can arrange for you to go to the Demon Immortal Hall. If you want to take revenge, it's up to you. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. It's one of the strongest few forces in the entire Middle Kingdom. Even the Dragon Clan is slightly inferior. Hearing this, the two Skyfox sisters looked aghast, said with hardly any hesitation, let's go. Whether it's for revenge, or for Elder Gu, I don't believe that Senior Gu will perish here. Elder Gu is an existence capable of creating someone as powerful as a Demon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's dragon eyes were filled with loss. Poor fellow. What is the Spirit Emperor realm? These two immortal monks of the Supreme Realm were not necessarily killed. No matter what, I have to bring the news to Lord Mother. It's about time for this close to 3,000 years of waiting to come to an end. Soon, the Dragon Emperor led the duo to shoot towards the direction where Middle-earth was located. The moment, above an endless plain, the calm space violently opened up, and a figure appeared in this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Examining the circle, Gu Jingtian did not care where exactly he was at this moment. All that resounded in his mind were the last words of that mysterious existence in the secret realm. Golden Immortal Realm? He actually said his cultivation level is the Golden Immortal Realm. This fellow actually even knows the avenue of force. So I guess what he said wasn't just empty talk. It turns out that one's cultivation has already reached the Golden Immortal Realm. But why can't one ascend yet? Could it be because the laws one practices are very different from this world? Everything in this secret realm definitely doesn't belong to this world. It's mostly from the upper realm. Golden Immortal. Laws of force. Could it be that this upper realm is the heavenly realm amongst one's previous lives? At this moment, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with doubts. In the next second, Gu Jingtian suddenly remembered the green seed he had gotten at the end. In the heat of the moment, Gu Jingtian had already placed this green seed into his system space. This system space was filled with items that Gu Jingtian had signed up for over the past 3,000 years. All kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, and exotic treasures could be said to be endless. Even some of these treasures had given birth to independent divine senses. Gu Jingtian hurriedly checked the situation in the system space, but to his surprise, he found that the green seed actually occupied an area all by itself. The surrounding heavenly materials all intentionally distanced themselves from this green seed. There was even an intact immortal soldier among them. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with surprise. The vast majority of the signing rewards one obtains don't go beyond the level of immortal soldiers. But this immortal soldier is actually extremely afraid of this green seed. Doesn't this mean that this green seed is even higher than the tier of an immortal soldier? If one is able to successfully cultivate this green seed, I wonder what kind of heavenly treasures will grow. With a thought, Gu Jingtian directly called an Assaint soldier level furnace from within the system space. With that, he placed the 5 elemental spiritual soil he had signed into it and buried this green seed. Once again, the heavenly sun water, which contained the slightest hint of immortal chi, was fetched for watering. With the irrigation of one exotic treasure, this green seed finally took root and sprouted a tiny branch. But at this moment, Gu Jingtian's inventory of 3,000 years had actually been consumed by 1/10. Even so, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This time one has really picked up a treasure. These heavenly materials. Even a pig could have spawned it into a supreme realm powerhouse. Yet it can only make this kind of seed barely germinate. What does this show? It shows that supreme realm powerhouses are worse than pigs and dogs compared to this kind of sun. In time, if we can let this kind of seed mature and bear fruit, I don't know how terrifying a fruit would be obtained. Gu Jingtian's brows crossed. Give up the child and take the wolf. Kryptonite. Immediately afterward, Gu Jingtian used almost all of the 90% of the items with cultivation abilities that he had signed up for in the past 3,000 years, only to see this green branch bud gradually grow into a small tree about a meter high. An unimaginable life force filled the air. Gu Jingtian took a deep breath, and that majestic life force immediately surged into Gu Jingtian's body. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's eyes snapped wide open. Chapter 71 9 Heavily Long. Dragon Violet Shirt. What a strong life force. Just a single sniff is able to make me a golden immortal realm powerhouse. Feel an increase in life force. If my realm is really as that mysterious existence said, a true immortal realm, although I won't say that I will live with the heavens, I'm afraid that I will at least hit the bottom in a million years. If this were to be sniffed by those Spirit Emperor realm fellows, I'm afraid it would be enough to enhance their lifespan by tens of thousands of years. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. One is really getting a good treasure this time. This is still just smelling a mouthful. If one waits until this kind of seed blossoms and bears fruit, what will it be like to eat that fruit? Is it really possible to live forever? After calming his excitement for a while, Gu Jingtian then would exit the system space. Sharp gazes swept through the surroundings, and strong divine thoughts swept out at once. Soon, Gu Jingtian realized that thousands of miles away from him, there was a huge city named Tianyi City. Gu Jingtian thought for a moment, then transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the middle of this Tianyi City. And at this moment, inside Tianyi City, there was a huge square situated here, and above this square, densely packed with silhouettes wearing white robes. At the head of the group was an old man wearing a silver robe. In the next second, the old man cried out respectfully, "We worship the Xian maiden." With the sound of the old man's voice, tens of thousands of people were kneeling on the ground, looking at the statue in the center of that square with a pious expression. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had also arrived in this Tianyi City. Looking at the situation ahead, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. What's this all about? Worshipping the genii? In this Middle Kingdom, besides Buddhism and Taoism, is it hard to believe that there are other sects? Gu Jingtian gazed at the statue, but the moment he saw it, he couldn't help but see endless anger spreading under his eyes, only to see that the statue standing in the center of the square was an outstandingly wonderful woman, and the woman's appearance actually looked exactly the same as Gu Lishang. Gu Jingtian's brows crossed. What's going on here? How come this statue looks exactly like that unfilial son or grandson? Could it be that these two have also come to Middle-earth? But why did it become the Xian maiden that this group is talking about again? There are tens of thousands of people paying homage to it in this one city. The power of this sect is evident. After a slight hesitation, Gu Jingtian quickly arrived in a wine shop. As we all know, a restaurant is the most well-informed place. Soon, a store assistant walked over with a smile on his face. Worthy of being a Middle-earth land, even a store assistant's cultivation had already reached the spirit martial realm. Before the store assistant could say anything, Gu Jingtian waved his hand and a crystal-clear purple crystal appeared on top of the table. It was the highest level of purple spirit coins in this Xiantian continent. When the store assistant saw this, he was all smiles and his face was like a chrysanthemum. I don't know what Elder has to say. Even though in the shopkeeper's opinion, Gu Jingtian was nothing more than a spiritualist realm waste, but those with money were all grandfathers. Gu Jingtian said aloud, "What's going on with the statue of he who stands in the middle of this square?" The store assistant hemmed and hawed and smoothly put away the purple spirit coins on the table. "It seems like you've been in seclusion for a while, senior. No wonder I didn't know about this. Nowadays in the entire Middle Kingdom, who doesn't know that the Yuan sect Xian maiden is approaching the world? Just 3 months ago, the Yuan sect announced that the Yuan sect Xian daughter, who has been vacant for more than 2,000 years, finally has a candidate. It is precisely this Xian maiden coronation, and there are rumors that this Xian maiden is a true immortal from the heavens visiting the mortal world. And this Xian new coronation is as beautiful as the heavens, and is now a hot figure in the entire Middle Kingdom. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Yuan sect? Since it was able to announce the entire Middle-earth, it must be an overwhelming power in this Middle-earth as well. But once upon a time when one was wandering through the Middle-earth, why had one not heard of this Yuan sect? It seems that this is not a coincidence. This Yuan sect's Xin daughter is more than likely that unfilial descendant of Gu Lishang. Sure enough, this Gu Lishang is harboring some secrets. Soon, the table in front of them was filled with delicious food. Gu Jingtian drank to himself and listened to the comments of the people around him. Soon, Gu Jingtian figured out where he was. The Middle Kingdom is divided into 36 states. Even the smallest of these 36 states, the Tianqiao state, was twice as large as the land of the eastern continent. Nowadays, Gu Jingtian was located precisely in the Tianhui prefecture in the southern part of the Middle Kingdom. Gu Jingtian was just about to leave when a voice from the next table attracted Gu Jingtian's attention. He only heard a short cultivator who was currently saying with a face of adoration, "Have you guys heard? The Silent Sword Immortal defeated Zhao Yun, the holy son of the 8 desolate holy lands in the Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture, some time ago, successfully ranked 10th on the Shanghai ranking, and still, it only took one move. It broke this Zhao Yun's 8 desolate Qin Kuan body. It's really terrifying." Upon hearing this, the other person also had an excited look on his face. Yes, this Silent Sword Immortal Gu Nianling is the pride of our Tianyi city. One man, one sword. He's been to the Middle Kingdom all by himself. Now he's in the top 10 of the Shanghai ranking. I've heard that the top 10 of this Shanghai ranking can each have battle power comparable to the Spirit Emperor realm. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. I didn't expect to hear about that little girl just after I came to Middle-earth. Not bad. It's only been half a year and you've already entered the top 10 of the Shanghai ranking. There are a total of 100 people in this Shanghai ranking, which are the 100 most gifted and outstanding supreme heavenly prides under the age of 50 in the entire Middle Kingdom. Heaven-killing prefecture. It seems that this little girl should be in heaven-killing prefecture. It's just that I have to pass through this heaven-killing prefecture even if I go to the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace, so I might as well go and take a look at this little fellow first. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly disappeared from its original spot. At this moment, in the Middle Kingdom, Tianhui Prefecture, this Tianhui state was also exactly where the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace was located. At this moment, the top of the clouds of the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace, that charming and moving silhouette was reclining within the courtyard, drinking to herself. It's already been a little over half a year. Why hasn't that little fellow Etienne returned yet? With his strength, even if he encounters a supreme realm powerhouse, he's still strong enough to retreat in one piece. Why hasn't he come back yet? It's been close to 3,000 years. That stinky fellow must have definitely ascended. But right at this moment, a glimmer of essence flooded through Long Zishan's beautiful eyes. Back! This brat is finally back. The divine thoughts of the peak of the supreme realm swept out and instantly discovered Long Etienne's location. At the entrance of the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace at this moment, there were 3 figures that appeared here. It was none other than the 2 sisters, Dragon Emperor and Sky Fox. And after sensing these 3 people, Long Zishan couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and an endless loss flooded his eyes. Chapter 72, Life is like the first time you see it. Good. This brat. It turns out that he went out to look for flowers. 2 fox charming children of the Sky Fox clan. The bloodline is not bad. No wonder he just ran off without saying hello to me. Bastard. Let me worry for nothing. Long Zishan's brows were lightly furrowed and his face was furious. Long Etienne, hurry up and get your ass back here. Hadong's dragon roar-like voice resounded throughout the entire 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace. It reached the ears of the Dragon Emperor. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor's pair of dragon eyes were filled with lingering sadness. How am I to speak to Mother Superior on this matter? I obviously found my father, but then I watched him leave me. Thinking of this, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart and tearful eyes. Nonetheless, he also understood that his mother Sama's 3,000 years of waiting had to have an ending, even though it wasn't perfect. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and looked at the 2 Skyfox sisters beside him. You two just wait here for a bit. This emperor will first go and interview my mother. The 2 Skyfox sisters nodded with a well-behaved face. Looking up at that peak in the clouds, eyes couldn't help but fill with admiration. What an unswerving love. I didn't realize that in this distant Middle-earth, there was still a woman who waited for Elder Gu obsessively. 3,000 years of age. 3,000 years of affection. But to end up with an ending like this, it's really saddening. Between the clouds, a figure came stepping on the clouds. It was none other than Dragon Emperor Long Etienne. Between his footsteps, The Dragon Emperor had already traveled to the front of that secluded compound. The mind is torn in 100 directions. ETNC Mother Superior. And the fiery voice came again. Gu, isn't this Coronation Dragon Emperor? I thought Coronation Dragon Emperor was busy looking for flowers and forgot about his own mother? But in the very next second, the Dragon Emperor's majestic body violently fell to his knees, bowed that noble head. Such a situation immediately caused Long Zishang's pupils in the courtyard to shrink. Unexpectedly, a trace of anger spread in the bottom of his heart. Get up! Get thee up! You are the Dragon Emperor. It's my Long Zishang's child. How can you just kneel down casually? Or for such a small thing? Despite Long Zishang's stern reprimand, the Dragon Emperor continued to keep his head down. Mother Superior. I found father. Saying such a simple sentence. Yet it seemed as if it had exhausted all of the Dragon Emperor's chi. At this moment, it was as if endless thunder exploded within Long Zishang's mind. The anger on his face Russian dissipated and was replaced by a face at a loss for words. The violet dragon's eyes were watery and foggy in an instant. That sassy, delicate body couldn't contain the trembling. Even those rosy, full red lips were trembling slightly. A sentence was slowly spat out between the light opening of the shell teeth. You've seen him? He's still on Earth? The Dragon Emperor nodded heavily. Yes, Mother. I have seen my father. He is in the Eastern Continent. As the words Eastern Continent came out, the last trace of doubt in Long Zishang's heart dissipated. Her emotions were so mixed at the moment. Surprise, dawning, regret, entanglement, that complexity of emotions like a pair of big hands ravaging her heart mercilessly. At this moment, this absolute powerhouse of the dragon race fell silent. All that came to mind was what had been with that person. A moment of time passed and it seemed to span an eternity. Thousands of thoughts and sorrows in his heart finally converged into 6 words. So is he doing well? There was tenderness and love in that voice. The Dragon Emperor was already in tears at this point, and that noble head immediately fell to its knees. Mother, it's my child who is useless. That's why I didn't protect my father. It's all my child's fault. If father hadn't tried to save my child, he wouldn't have. Before the Dragon Emperor could finish his sentence, that purple silhouette had already arrived in front of him. The white jade hand grabbed Dragon Emperor's shoulders in an instant and directly lifted him up. That pair of crimson eyes stared round, staring deathly at the Dragon Emperor in front of him. What happened? What happened to him? Tell me. What's wrong with him? Under the strong force, even the Dragon Emperor frowned lightly. The Dragon Emperor whimpered, before informing the Dragon Zixi in front of him of everything that had happened. After hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor, Long Zishang's petite body trembled furiously, and a gorgeous and peerless pretty face seemed to be smiling rather than crying. Impossible. Impossible. He's not dead. How can he be dead? I haven't taught him a lesson yet. Let him know what I'm capable of. How can he die? Gu Jingtian, how can you die? How dare you die? You dumbass. Idiot. You. Ah. In an instant, Long Zishang's heartbreaking roar resounded throughout the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. Under this hiss of grief and indignation to the extreme, the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace was trembling madly. Countless dragons trembled under this tyrannical dragon might. Listening to that painfully angry roar, the 2 Skyfox sisters were also teary-eyed. He couldn't help but think of this time when he met Gu Jingtian. Looking at the insanity like Long Zishang in front of him, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly fell to his knees once again. Mother, it's all my child's fault. You punish me. Looking at the Dragon Emperor who had already cried into tears, Long Zishang calmed down a few points. You get up. Honor. You get up. It's not your fault. You stand down. Leave me alone. The teary-eyed Dragon Emperor slowly got up, understanding that this matter could only be digested slowly by letting his mother alone. With that, he bowed deeply and turned away. And after the Dragon Emperor left, Long Zishang's delicate body softened and she immediately collapsed to the ground. The pain that tore through her heart made her breath catch. Sad tear tracks crossed that gorgeous pretty face. I'm sorry. It's me who's sorry for you. I'm the one who hurt you. If it wasn't for me, Tianyi wouldn't have thought you were his father and wouldn't have gone looking for you. And nothing like this would have happened to you. If we could have been less stubborn in the beginning, we wouldn't be so sorry now. It's all my fault. Just focusing on my own face. Refusing to be soft. Can't even say a word about liking it. But no ifs. Sadly no ifs. Inside the small secluded courtyard, only that one stunning silhouette remained, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, a figure furtively left. In the meantime, chosen in the 10,000 miles away sky-killing state, the continuous volcano stands here. between the mountain peaks stretching out. Flames flashed, and everywhere there was magma emanating terrifyingly high temperatures. And this place was exactly where the strongest force in the Skykiller Prefecture, the Skyfire Holy Land, was located. At this moment in the Heavenly Flame Holy Land, a familiar figure shot out from the Great Hall. It was none other than Gu Yan, who had come here from the Eastern Continent, only to see that at this moment, Gu Yan was dressed in a red gold robe, which was unusually flashy. And this red gold robe was precisely the clothing that only the Holy Sons of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land were able to wear. The spirited Gu Yan's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Gu Nianling. I didn't expect this loser to be in Middle-earth. Chapter 73 Gu Ziyan. I must have you. Gu Nianling is nothing more than a waste of an outer sect. After following Gu Jingtian's departure, there was no more news of her in the entire Eastern Continent, so it turns out that she actually ran away to the Middle-earth. Now it's even become the top 10 on this Middle-earth's Songhai list. With my own cultivation, I'm only 67 on that Songhai list. In just over half a year's time, this Gu Nianling has actually become so powerful. It's designated that Gu Jingtian gave her the hidden exotic treasures. Humph, we have such strong talents. And this old thing, Gu Jingtian, didn't bestow such exotic treasures on us. It's simply a crime that deserves death. Humph, now that I'm the holy son of this heavenly flame holy land, a mere Gu Nianling is still nothing more than a handful. And just then, that old voice once again sounded in Gu Yan's mind. Kid, old me didn't lie to you. Old me is precisely the founding ancestor of this heavenly flame holy land. With your qualifications, you are fully capable of becoming the holy son of this heavenly flame holy land. Now that you've already worshipped that little fellow Fiery you as your teacher, as long as you can help this old ancestor recast his fleshly body, after old ancestor's ascension, the entire heavenly flame sacred land will be yours. Hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. As long as I become the holy emperor of this heavenly flame holy land, at that time, it won't be easy to get Gu Ziyan. It's just that nowadays it's impossible to find Ziyan's whereabouts. And just then, a voice suddenly entered Gu Yan's ears. Gu Yan, Master has something to command. Come to the heavenly flame hall quickly. Gu Yan sniffed and then shot off towards the distance. A few breaths later, in the middle of a majestic hall, a fiery red figure was standing in front of Gu Yan. It was none other than Gu Yan's master at this time, and the holy lord of the heavenly flame holy land, the half-step supreme realm powerhouse Fire Yao. Disciple, the Yuan sect has set a date for the Xian Nu's reigning ceremony to be held 2 months from now. This Yuan sect is so powerful that it's now the #1 force in the Middle-earth, and it's not far from my heavenly flame sacred ground, so for the sake of the heavenly flame sacred ground's development, it's better for you to make a trip in person for your master. Hearing this, Gu Yan then nodded, but right at this moment, the fire flare in front of him raised an eyebrow. There's one more thing, this Yuan sect Xian Nu is surnamed Gu just like you, and she's also from the Eastern Continent. The name is Gu Lishang. Do you recognize her? As soon as these words came out, Gu Yan immediately froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? Gu Lishang? It's her? This Yuan sect Xian daughter is actually Gu Lishang? If Gu Lishang is here, doesn't that mean Ziyan is also in this Yuan sect? But the two of them left together. Even if Ziyan isn't with Gu Lishang, this Gu Lishang definitely knows where she is. Thinking of this, Gu Yan instantly had a plan in mind. Then he hurriedly looked at the fire flare in front of him and said, Master, this Gu Lishang disciple doesn't just know. He is the elder of my family. It's just that my family was persecuted by a traitor. That's why the members are scattered. When these words came out, Fireflame Yao was instantly delighted. What? This Yuan sect's new Xian maiden is actually your family elder. This is great. My heavenly flame holy land has always wanted to befriend the Yuan sect, but suffered from a lack of doors. Now that we have this relationship, then the alliance between my heavenly flame holy land and the Yuan sect, wouldn't that be as easy as pie? Great. Just go ahead for your master and make sure to put in a good word in front of that family senior of yours. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Master teacher, my disciple has one more thing to report. Master teacher must know about that sword Dao genius, Gu Nianling, who recently appeared in the heavenly slaughter prefecture. This person is also a son of my Gu family. Only he defected from my Gu family and is an enemy of my Gu family. It is even a thorn in the flesh of this family elder of mine, a thorn in his side. If I can capture this Gu Nianling, escorted by my disciple, and go to the heavenly monarch sect, I'm sure my family elders will be quite delighted. When these words came out, Fireflame Yao raised an eyebrow. There's actually something to this? That's really great. Although this Gu Nianling has an extremely strong sword talent, she doesn't have a backstage behind her. Once, Swordfather Haoyan personally came forward with the intention of taking her as a close disciple, but she refused. It's also all because of the face of the Haoyan Swordfather that she's able to live until now. Now with the Yuan E sect's connections, even the Haoyan Swordfather wouldn't dare offend the Yuan E sect. I'll send someone to assist you in capturing this Gu Nianling, and when the time comes, accompany you to the Yuan E sect. Hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Fantastic! As long as I can capture this Gu Nianling, all the heavenly treasures that punk Gu Jingtian gave her will be mine. Gu Yan. In the meantime, Skykill State. Star Ocean City. Star Ocean City was located in the center of the Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture. That was the most prosperous city in the entire Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture. And at this moment, on top of the busiest street in this Star Ocean City, there was an extremely extravagant palace. Every brick and tile of this palace was a valuable material. And in front of the door of this palace, above the plaque, 3 big words were engraved. Tianbao Building. The 3 large characters were all carved out of valuable purple jade. Tianbao Lu rose to prominence 3,000 years ago, and after more than 2,000 years of development, it had become the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Middle Kingdom. And this one extremely extravagant palace was actually just the store of the Heavenly Treasure House in this Star Ocean City, and it was still just an ordinary branch. So it could be seen that the financial power of this Heavenly Treasure House could be as terrifying as it was. And at this moment, in the middle of the stores of this Heavenly Treasure House, a young girl dressed in Tian Baolu's costume was standing behind a screen, looking at the front hall where people were coming and going. With a delicate figure and unassuming appearance, it was that Gu Qingyu who had come here from the eastern continent. At this moment, Gu Qingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with displeasure. Humph, this Heavenly Treasure House has gone too far. My talent isn't too far off from that Gu Yan kid, and now this kid has become the holy son of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. I, on the other hand, am only the head of a family in this Heavenly Treasure House branch, and I'm not even the store manager. Humph, it's just because the benefits given by this Heavenly Treasure House are just too much. Just as well, after all, one is in the middle of this Middle Earth. People are not born, and it's good to have a big tree at one's back. After one's cultivation has risen to the Spirit Emperor realm, one will be able to serve as the shopkeeper of this place. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyu was bored and savored the spirit tea in her teacup. And at this moment, above the street outside the door, a man wearing a black and gold robe appeared at this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Looking at the extremely extravagant Heavenly Treasure House in front of him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I'll go. Tianbao Building? Isn't this that little fatty Li Tianbao's small store? That's not right. I remember that little fatty Li Tianbao was in Tianyong Prefecture. Hardly the same name. Never mind. Go inside and see what's in store. Chapter 74 Master of the Tianbao Building. The number 1 richest man in the Middle Kingdom. Looking at the busy front hall, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but raise her evaluation of Tianbao Lu by a few points again in her heart. Although this Wan Bao Lu is only a chamber of commerce, this ability to amass wealth is too terrifying. With just one branch, the monthly water flow is an astronomical figure. Even he, the chief manager of this branch, is not clear about how many branches this Heavenly Treasure House has. It can't be that there is a branch of Heavenly Treasure House in every big city in the Middle Kingdom. If that's really the case, it wouldn't be a bad thing for one to stay in the middle of this Heavenly Treasure House. In time, if one becomes a high-ranking member of this Heavenly Treasure House, how rich one would be. And just as Gu Qingyu was fantasizing about her future of calling the shots, a figure slowly entered the Heavenly Treasure Building. Seeing that familiar figure, Gu Qingyu, who was behind the screen, instantly widened her eyes. Full of surprise, he stood up. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. It's him, Gu Jingtian. It's actually him. He actually came to Middle Earth? In Gu Qingyu's heart, he didn't have much of an opinion about Gu Jingtian as an old ancestor. He just knew that this old ancestor he once had rarely appeared in front of the clan. As for Gu Jingtian being expelled from the house, Gu Qingyu was even more indifferent. Now that she saw that Gu Jingtian had actually appeared here, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but be filled with doubt in her heart. Didn't I hear that this Gu Jingtian has a close relationship with the Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon City? Now that the Gu family has fallen, the entire eastern continent should be dominated by Heavenly Demon City and the Devil Cultivators. If he didn't stay in the eastern continent to reign supreme, why did he run to the Middle Earth? Could it be that Gu Jingtian is following the Dragon Emperor? Then he should also be in the place where the Dragon Clan is. Can't it be that he came here on his own, preparing to go forward and defect to the Dragon Clan by virtue of old man Ling Tian's relationship with the Dragon Emperor? Now that the Gu family was in decline, Gu Qingyu was quite unhappy with Gu Jingtian in her heart. A hint of teasing flashed underneath a pair of green eyes. Humph, Gu Jingtian, since you've come across it, don't blame me for being merciless. If it wasn't for you colluding with the Demon Emperor, the Devil Emperor, where would the Gu family have gotten to today? And why should I go through 1,000 hardships to come to this unfamiliar place in Middle-earth? At this time in the front room, Gu Jingtian was looking around at the cargo containers around him. Looking at the wide array of heavenly treasures within, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. This heavenly treasure house really has something. It actually even has saint soldiers for sale. It's really nice. If that little fatso Li Tianbao had such a store, I'm not sure how happy he'd be. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a flash of remembrance in his mind. There was hope in that little chubby pink eye. Big brother Gu, my dream is to open this store all over the entire Middle Kingdom and become the richest person in the entire Middle Kingdom. At that time, big brother Gu, I'll buy you whatever you want. You saved my mother's life. From now on you are my own brother. Thinking of that naive, fat face, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth lightly. When he saw Gu Jingtian come in, a boy immediately greeted him. However, after seeing Gu Jingtian's cultivation level, this boy couldn't help but frown lightly, but still with a professional smile. This customer, how may I help you? Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. Don't say that. The service in the middle of this heavenly treasure house is still okay, and there isn't that kind of brainless mocking dog blood drama that happens just because of one's cultivation level. Gu Jingtian was just about to open his mouth when he heard a voice coming out from behind the screen. Li, stand down. I'll serve this customer. Hearing this, the boy named Xiaoli was filled with a fawning smile. So you, the customer, know the chief manager of our branch? Well then, I'll take my leave first. Gu Jingtian, however, was full of doubts. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. In the next second, only a beautiful silhouette slowly walked out from behind the screen. It was none other than Gu Qingyu. Listening to the boy's mouth address his chief steward, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. Although she was only the chief manager amongst this branch, Tianbaolu was the #1 chamber of commerce in the Middle Kingdom. This couldn't help but make Gu Qingyu a little proud. And seeing Gu Qingyu appear in this place, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. It's her, this little girl. I didn't expect that she would actually run into the middle of Middle-earth. And at this moment, Gu Qingyu was arrogant. Who did I think it was? So it's the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Yo, you said I have such a short memory that I forgot that you've been expelled from the Gu family. Then we don't have anything to do with each other now. Now I'm the chief administrator amongst this heavenly treasure house. Sorry, today our heavenly treasure house won't do your business. The door's that way. You can't off. The boy who was just about to leave stopped at once, looking at Gu Qingyu with a puzzled look. This, isn't the chief steward going against the rules of our heavenly treasure house? Heavenly treasure house. Entering the door is a guest. Not allowed to expel a guest. Although there were quite a few slights in his heart, a tiny little boy still didn't dare to open his mouth. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a cold laugh. He was just about to open his mouth, but at that moment, a figure walked quickly down from upstairs, only to see that this person was dressed in gorgeous clothes, looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and his cultivation had already reached the Spirit Emperor realm, which was precisely the store manager in this branch. Seeing this person come down, Gu Qingyu's pupils shrank. It seems like he just violated the rules of the heavenly treasure house in order to insult this Gu Jingtian. This old fellow can't be coming to talk about me. Then where does one's face go? Only to see this store manager with a hurried look on his face. He quickly came before Gu Qingyu. Qingyu, hurry up and check that there's nothing out of order in the branch. I've just gotten word that the master of the building has already arrived in the middle of this Star Ocean city, and it's no surprise that he will definitely come to our branch to inspect it. Gu Qingyu's eyes were rounded and she froze in place as if she were a wooden chicken. Master of the building? There's only one person in the entire Heavenly Treasure Building who can use that title, and that's the person in charge of the Heavenly Treasure Building. The richest man in Middle-earth. The richest man in the entire Middle-earth. He's actually coming here. If one performs well and is appreciated by the owner of the building, wouldn't he or she be able to rise to heaven in one step? This is a heavenly opportunity. One must grasp it. At this moment, Gu Qingyu had already left the Gu Jingtian in front of her behind, and hurriedly looked around. Only after seeing that there were no problems did Gu Qingyu come to Gu Jingtian's side. Count yourself lucky today. to be able to witness the elegance of the heavenly treasure house master. And just then, only 3 figures appeared in the doorway. It was only that these 3 people were plainly dressed like commoners. The first person was a middle-aged man with an obese figure and an amicable smile always on his fat face. The other 2 followed behind, looking indifferent. After seeing the 3 of them arrive, that store manager immediately sat upright and hurriedly greeted them. Branch Hanjin pays his respects to the building master. Chapter 75 Gu Jingtian, guess why I'm unhappy? In the face of his subordinate's deference, this middle-aged man continued to have a smiling expression. Those already small eyes narrowed to slits. Ha ha ha, why are you so polite? Hurry up and get up. The man's voice sounded extraordinarily jovial, generating uncontrollable joy in the heart. And seeing this naive little fatty, the bottom of Gu Jingtian's eyes on the side was filled with surprise. Is this the legendary master of the heavenly treasure house? Who holds half of the wealth of the Middle Kingdom? Why is he so amiable? It simply looks as if he is just an ordinary peddler. Even though her heart was filled with surprise, Gu Jingtian hurriedly walked up. A respectful face said, Branch Chief, Gu Jingtian meets the heavenly treasure building master. The heavenly treasure floor master looked at Gu Jingtian with a smirk. Yo, the little girl is really pretty. The talent is not bad either. This is the spirit ancestor realm at less than 50 years old. I'm much worse compared to you. When I was 50 years old, I was still in the spirit martial realm. Do well. Our Tian Baolu was very generous to our own people. At this moment, Gu Jingtian was like an intern who had been praised by the chairman of the board, and her heart felt as if she had eaten honey. I didn't expect this Tian Baolu owner to be so cute and adorable. Now it seems that this Tian Baolu is not bad. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrank. Dumbfounded, he looked at the fat man in the doorway. Li Tianbao? It's actually him? This kid is even at the spirit emperor realm now? Back then, this kid's talent was a mess. Besides, he just signed a business wonder book himself. And when he saw that this little fatty was pleasing to the eye, he gave it to him in passing. I didn't expect that this kid would actually start such a large family business now, and even break through to the spirit emperor realm. Could it be true that money makes the devil work? When that silly fat kid went out, the bodyguards he brought with him were all supreme realm powerhouses. Gu Jingtian, who had been praised by the Tian Bao master, was full of smiles and hurriedly led the Tian Bao master towards the inner hall. Gu Jingtian's gaze glanced over Gu Jingtian who was on the side, and his eyes were filled with smugness. Humph. See, Gu Jingtian, Gu Jingtian, even without the Gu family, I'm still a proud daughter of the heavens everywhere. You, on the other hand, are just a waste of space, and you've only dipped into ancestor Ling Tian's light. Gu Jingtian, who had been praised, was full of attentiveness. Master of the building, take a seat inside. The heavenly treasure mansion master smiled and looked forward, but the moment he saw Gu Jingtian, the smile on that fat face came to an abrupt end. A pair of green bean-sized eyes instantly glared with a dumbfounded expression. Gu Jingtian instantly noticed the change in the Tian Bao building master's expression. Following the gaze, he realized that it was none other than Gu Jingtian. Gu Jingtian froze slightly. The owner was originally quite happy. Why did you suddenly change your face when you saw Gu Jingtian? Is it hard to believe that Gu Jingtian had offended the building master on the way? Humph. Daring to offend the heavenly treasure mansion master, this Gu Jingtian seems to be in trouble. But right at this moment, he only heard the obese body of that heavenly treasure floor master unable to suppress his trembling. A trembling voice came out. Gu, big brother Gu, is that you? Brother Gu. As soon as the words fell, the smugness in Gu Jingtian's eyes dissipated. In its place was endless dumbfoundedness. What? Big brother Gu? The heavenly treasure mansion master actually called Gu Jingtian as big brother Gu? The two of them actually know each other? Listening to the way the Tian Bao building master addressed him, it seems that he still has the utmost respect for Gu Jingtian, actually using honorifics. This is the end. One had just mocked Gu Jingtian, and at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy expression on his face. What? Still recognize me? I can't believe that you little fatty actually accomplished your dream. The moment these words came out, the heavenly treasure floor master could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Quickly arriving in front of Gu Jingtian, directly a bear hug intended to embrace Gu Jingtian into his arms, but the next moment, he was greeted by a big foot. Roll, fat potato, don't disgust me like that. The heavenly treasure floor master was directly kicked to the ground by Gu Jingtian. Seeing this scene, the few people on the side looked completely dumbfounded. The two supreme realm powerhouses following behind the heavenly treasure mansion master were even more filled with killing intent in their eyes. But right at this moment, The heavenly treasure floor master on the ground actually laughed crazily. There were already hot tears in his eyes. It's you! It's definitely you! No one calls me a fat potato but you! The Tianyi building master directly hugged Gu Jingtian's thigh. I can find you, brother Gu. I thought you'd cooled off. Gu Jingtian was speechless. I'm cool, even if you're cool. I can't die either. And the scene in front of her had shaken Gu Jingyu beyond words. For a moment, she wondered if she was hallucinating. Tianyi building master tried to hug Gu Jingtian, only to be kicked away by Gu Jingtian. Master Tianyi is still happy. It's over. Everything is finished. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to save my own life. The heavenly treasure floor master got up in a hurry. Brother Gu, let's talk inside. I've missed you so much. Before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, the heavenly treasure floor master hurriedly tugged Gu Jingtian towards the inner hall. The store manager, Hanjin, was also smiling at the moment, talking to Gu Qingyu at the side. Qingyu, we're so lucky this time. By the looks of it, this customer should be the owner's best friend after a long time. I didn't expect to run into him in our branch. Look how happy the owner is. Once this building master is happy and rewards us, won't we be rich? Gu Qingyu on the side didn't say a word, and Hanjin hurriedly looked over. Only Gu Qingyu had a bitter look on his face, almost as if he had died as a father. Seeing this scene, Hanjin was dumbfounded. Qingyu, what's wrong with you? Everyone is so happy. Why aren't you happy? These words were like putting Windex in Gu Qingyu's heart. Gu Qingyu instantly revealed a crying and laughing expression. Only the psychic had been unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. Gu Qingyu froze in place with a look of despair. It's over. All that can be done is to wait for death. Running is impossible. Running by yourself in front of the eyes of the Tianyi building master? Is this possible? And at this time the inner sanctum. The heavenly treasure floor master was like a small child who had gotten a beloved gift, and he kept dancing with his hands. Brother Gu, I've found you. I've spent money on people and searched the entire Middle Kingdom. I couldn't even find you. I really thought you were dead, and made you a burial mound. Now I didn't think you'd live. Before he could finish, a chestnut knocked directly on the top of Tianyi Lulu's head. Nonsense. What stepping on a horse is called living? I never died. The heavenly treasure owner smiled and patted his mouth. Right. It was me who said the wrong thing. I'll send someone to tear down the clothespin. Big brother Gu, since I found you, from now on, this heavenly treasure chamber of commerce will be the two of us brothers. If there's one for me, there's one for you. From now on you'll be the owner of the building and I'll be the owner of the second floor.